Chapter 1. Traversing Ouch, my derriere. How could I be so unfortunate? Xiao gritted her teeth against the pain as she rose to her feet, brushing off the dirt from her clothes while casting a glance at the slope from which she had just tumbled. Nan, Xiao man, are you up there? Toss me a rope to pull me back up. Xiao shouted towards the heights above minutes past, and apart from the distant calls of unidentified birds, no response came from her friends. This was peculiar. They had clearly been ahead of her moments ago had they not noticed her fall. Since no one seemed to have noticed, she would have to rely on herself. Xiao dismissed her worries, retrieving her water bottle from her backpack and taking a couple of swigs. After securing her pack, she flexed her wrists and began her ascent up the slope from which she had fallen. Fortunately, although the incline was somewhat steep, its surface was not overly slick with a bit of outdoor survival know-how. Xiao made quick work of the climb. Nan, Xiao man. Finding herself alone, Xiao called out her friends' names once more as she ventured forward, hoping to locate other participants in the activity. However, as she continued, Xiao soon sensed something amiss. This forest was far larger than she had anticipated. Glancing at her phone, which displayed no signal, she realized she had been walking for nearly 20 minutes without encountering a single soul. It was sweltering. She wiped the sweat from her brow, noting that the temperature had risen significantly since her arrival. It must be around 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Finding a clean spot to rest, she sat down, removed her jacket, and stowed it in her backpack. Taking another few sips from her water bottle, she inadvertently looked up and found herself frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Had the heat induced a hallucination? She blinked, closed her eyes, then opened them again, rubbing them vigorously. Despite her repeated attempts, the two enormous suns remained suspended in the sky. It dawned on her that even the trees nearby appeared significantly larger than those she had observed half an hour prior. Although they had ventured into an undeveloped forest, the sheer size of each tree now seemed rather unsettling. What sort of outrageous narrative was this? Had she inadvertently stepped into another realm? Would another misstep send her back? No. What if she didn't return? Being alone and injured in this unfamiliar forest would surely spell disaster. Xiao pressed her forehead in contemplation. Reality, however, offered her little time for reflection. Within 5 minutes of sitting, beads of sweat began to cascade down her forehead. Idleness was not an option. Xiao quickly donned her backpack and waist pouch, seeking refuge beneath a large tree's shade to assess her belongings. She found a water bottle, a dagger, a lighter, rope, sunscreen, compressed biscuits, various seasonings, a change of undergarments, mosquito repellent spray, a standard first aid kit, and over a dozen thumbs-eyes bells. After meticulously cataloging her belongings, Xiao deftly began to pack. She placed the lighter, compressed biscuits, and her temporarily useless phone items, impervious to water, into a sealed bag, which she then stowed in her backpack. She spritzed herself with mosquito repellent several times and tucked the medications and repellent in her waist pouch for easy access. Fortunately, she had cultivated the habit of carrying medications whenever she participated in outdoor activities with her friends. They would invariably seek her out for remedies during ailments. Over time, she had come to carry supplies for her friends as well. Now, in this unfamiliar world, those medications would prove invaluable. Her first priority was to find shelter and locate a water source. With her objective firmly in mind, Xiao adjusted her backpack and grasped her dagger once more, resuming her journey. Outwardly composed, her mind was tumultuous, a cacophony of thoughts racing chaotically. With no one around to vent her frustrations, she resorted to fiercely slashing at the trees with her dagger, marking her path while releasing her pent-up anxiety. Chapter 2. Femininity. Thus, she wandered aimlessly forward, and as dusk approached, she gazed at the crimson hues painting the sky and sighed silently. After such a long trek, fatigue enveloped her, yet she dared not relax. She had yet to find shelter, water, or even a single soul. It was not until darkness began to envelop the landscape that she spotted a modest tree hollow ahead. Xiao approached cautiously, ensuring no danger lurked before she slipped inside. Fearing to ignite a fire both due to the nature of the hollow and the risk of attracting wild beasts, she gingerly retrieved her phone. Fortunately, aside from the absence of signal, all its functions remained intact. Activating the flashlight, the small tree hollow was instantly illuminated by a slender beam of light, allowing Xiao to inspect its interior. Thankfully, it was relatively dry. She could rest here for the night. Extracting her compressed biscuits and sipping water, she began to eat. After an afternoon of wandering, a sense of calm washed over her. She understood that hasty decisions could lead to peril. Upon finishing her meal, she emerged from the hollow and began to set up barriers. She gathered several small branches and, using stones, pounded them into the ground to encircle the hollow. Tying the bell she had brought to the branches, she ensured that any approaching entity would be alerted by their sound. On her first night, The strangeness of her surroundings rendered her sleep restless, yet she managed to pass the night in relative peace and safety. The following day, Xiao emerged from the hollow, her hair a disheveled mess. Observing the intact branches, she felt a flicker of relief after collecting the bells and tidying her backpack. She prepared to continue her journey. Today, finding a water source was imperative, otherwise she would not survive. The compressed biscuits were not a sustainable food source, for continued consumption would only exacerbate her thirst. Mo, look, there are marks here too. Her teammate Hu Meng pointed out the scratches on the tree trunk. Mo approached the tree, his fingers gently caressing its bark as he fell into a contemplative state. During their hunting expedition in the withered moon forest, their team had discovered markings on the trunk. Initially, they assumed these were signs left by another clan, but upon investigation, they realized the source was merely a beast. Yet, even with his keen sense of smell, he could not discern its species. Could it be a stray creature? After conferring with his companions, Mo decided to remain with Hu Meng to further investigate the matter, while the rest of the hunting party returned to the tribe with their quarry. It shouldn't be far, let us continue our search, Mo murmured, his azure eyes narrowing at the scratches on the tree, a hint of danger flickering within. If it were indeed a stray beast, he felt compelled to eliminate it swiftly. As Mo and Hu Meng followed the marks left on the trees, they stumbled upon Xiao, who was diligently using a long branch to reach the fruits above, completely oblivious to the two figures lurking a short distance away. What species is he? Why can't I smell anything? I've never seen his fur before, Hu Meng whispered, observing Mo's furrowed brow. Shoo, look, Mo gestured for Hu Meng to glance at Xiao once more. With her left hand grasping the branch that held the fruit, Xiao wielded a dagger in her right, swiftly severing the branch. To her delight, it was indeed grapes. Xiao beamed at the greenish fruit in her hand when she first spotted it. The size had left her unsure, but thankfully, she had persevered, or she would have missed out. She rubbed one against her clothing before popping it into her mouth, savoring its sweetness. Even without a water source, her thirst was temporarily quenched. Setting the grapes aside, she picked up the branch and continued her efforts to reach the fruits. Unfortunately, her stature was no match for the towering tree, and despite her persistence, she yielded no results. It appears to be a cub. Be cautious of the object in his hand. It seems quite sharp. Let us observe and see if he has any companions nearby, Mo advised Hu Meng in a hushed tone. When he looked up again, Xiao had abandoned her fruit quest and was moving ahead. Thus, Xiao walked on, while Mo and Hu Meng stealthily followed behind. Will we ever get out of here? I need a bath. I'm practically reeking. Xiao suddenly sighed, glancing at the dirt covering her hands and feet, speaking to herself. A female, upon hearing her voice, Mo and Hu Meng exchanged glances, both taken aback by the revelation. Gazing at the grimy, disheveled figure of the orc, neither of them had initially considered her a female. They merely noted her diminutive stature and assumed she was a young cub. Moreover, the presence of a female in the withered moon forest was perplexing to the beasts. A river. Thank the heavens you have finally heard my call. I am grateful. I adore you. With that, Xiao joyfully dashed towards the river, having observed it for some time and determining that it was devoid of any other activity. To avoid tainting the water, she removed her backpack and cautiously filled her water bottle, then hurried to a nearby tree to pour it out and wash her hands. After washing her hands thoroughly, she returned to the riverbank to fill her water bottle, cupping her hands to drink while simultaneously observing her surroundings. To her relief, the area remained tranquil and devoid of any movement. Xiao was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Once quenched, she stood up, placing her backpack and waist pouch beneath a tree behind her, and strolled downstream. Where is she heading? Hu Meng inquired with a hint of confusion. We should follow her. Didn't she just mention wanting to bathe? It would be better for us to reveal ourselves once she's finished. Mo responded with a calm demeanor, contrasting Hu Meng's eagerness. Although females were scarce, he found it difficult to muster any interest in such a disheveled one. Chapter 3. The transformation of the handsome man. Xiao, who had intended to escape quietly, could no longer contain her voice and let out a loud scream. If only time could rewind 10 minutes, she would have never dared to enter the river, even if it meant suffocating. After washing her hair, she continued downstream, hoping to discover more varieties of fruit trees, only to unexpectedly encounter a large black python coiled beneath the water. Yao had been enjoying the coolness of the river at the bottom when the tranquility of the surface was suddenly disrupted, sending ripples across the water. Irritated, he slowly opened his eyes, momentarily stunned by the sight of a fair-skinned, exquisitely featured female approaching him, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. He was instantly captivated by her smile. He remained entranced, staring at her until Xiao sensed a gaze upon her, and their eyes met. Feeling flustered, Xiao took a step back, Yet her gaze was unwilling to leave the eyes of the enormous serpent before her. Was it mutated? It must be at least 7 or 8 meters long. Glancing at its pancake-like body, as thick as a water bucket, sent shivers down her spine. If it were to bite her, it could easily swallow her whole with minimal effort. Seeing the female frightened, Xiao wished to reassure her. But the moment he moved, she let out another shriek. Ah, he had forgotten he was in his true form. Great serpent, let's strike a bargain. I'm not delicious if you spare me. I want move, and you want either, right? Trembling, Xiao spoke to the colossal python, fully aware that she could not outrun it. After her scream, she could only hope that such a massive creature possessed some degree of intelligence. How amusing her fearful demeanor intrigued Xiao, and her voice was melodious. He had intended to transform back into human form to comfort her, but he instantly changed his mind, fixating his gaze upon her. Can you understand my words? Xiao asked softly, looking at the serpent that remained still, fixated on her. To her astonishment, the great snake slightly nodded its head. Was it an illusion? Did she truly perceive a hint of amusement in its crimson eyes? Great serpent, since you can comprehend, I shall not disturb your rest. I take my leave, Xiao hurriedly declared, preparing to flee. However, as she turned, she barely took a few steps before something soft wrapped around her ankle. Looking down, her heart nearly leaped into her throat, nearly causing her to stumble and fall into the river amidst the rustling sounds. Two figures swiftly approached Xiao's direction. Mo Yu and Hu Meng, alerted by the female's piercing scream, began to search for her presence. It was only when Mo Yu detected Xiao's aura that they both leaped into the water. The river was not particularly deep, and upon locating the girl, both men were taken aback by the female's striking beauty, realizing that the once disheveled figure was, in fact, remarkably attractive. As Xiao noticed the two advancing towards her, she felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. There's a snake. Help me, she cried, ensnared by the serpent's tail, her voice trembling, with tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, exuding an aura of fragility and helplessness. Xiao, you gone a bit too far, Mo Yu remarked as he observed the female's state, feeling a flutter in his heart, a desire to protect her from harm and fear. Xiao seemed equally surprised by the female's terror. He had merely intended to tease her, but now witnessing her calling for assistance from others left him feeling somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, he flicked his tail and released her. Thank you. Does it obey your commands? Is it your pet? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao retorted with irritation. The trio fell into silence. The identity of the voice was unmistakable. Xiao widened her eyes in astonishment, struggling to look at the colossal serpent, only to be further astounded by the transformation unfolding before her. The enormous serpent coiled upright, and in the next moment, a dark-haired youth appeared before her. Had it not been for her prior gaze into the serpent's eyes, she would have never connected the two. His blood-red irises would undoubtedly remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. What are you daydreaming about? The man stepped forward, waving his hand to draw her attention back. What sort of bizarre world is this? A living transformation? I want to go back. Glancing between the three men, she surmised that the other two were likely not innocuous either. Xiao could not help but mourn for herself silently for 3 seconds. Yet, one had to admit, these three would undoubtedly be considered exceptionally handsome in her world. Just look at their physiques and features, truly remarkable. Aside from their incomplete humanity, however, she was terrified and wouldn't dare to accept such an offering. Gentlemen, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Xiao declared, attempting to dismiss her chaotic thoughts and make an exit. Little female, you cannot escape the withered moon forest alone. Come back to our tribe. It's perilous for you to be out here, Hu Meng said with a smile. The young female was undeniably beautiful, not overly spoiled, and bringing her back to the tribe to become his partner seemed quite appealing. How do you know I'm alone? Xiao squinted suspiciously at Hu Meng. We followed the traces you left in the trees, he replied, scratching his head, sensing a shift in her tone. Puzzled, we did not track you. We had just found your location when you encountered Xiao, Mo Yu said, exasperatedly addressing the girl, realizing that if Hu Meng explained, the misunderstanding would only escalate. Hello. My name is Xiao. I apologize for startling you earlier, but may I inquire why a creature like you is present here? Xiao regarded the girl with his captivating visage. Creature? What? Xiao, fixated on the essence of his words, thought, oh my heavens, what sort of place have you brought me to? I detest you. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the enthralling content. Previously, Xiao was filled with affection for the heavens, but now she harbors resentment. The heavens, taken aback by this swift turn of emotions, find themselves unwilling participants in this tumultuous affair. I got separated from my friends and cannot locate them. Xiao mustered her composure to engage with the man before her despite his striking appearance. She remembered he had transformed from a massive, pitch-black python instinctively. She stepped back in response to his approach. Do not be afraid, although I am a serpent beast. I am not malevolent and would never harm you. I merely intended to jest. Yao reassured her, noticing her retreat, yet feeling no ire, instead offering an explanation for his earlier behavior. Ah, it seems he has taken a liking to the little female, who Ming remarked quietly to the stoic Mou, observing Jinjiao's unusual demeanor. Ahead lies our tribe. It is unsafe for you, a beast, to remain alone. You should return to our tribe with us. If your friend cannot locate you, they will likely come to our tribe in search of you. Xiao gazed at the speaker, scrutinizing him while contemplating his words. After the man finished his remarks, he fell silent, allowing the young female before him to appraise him, though his expression remained impassive. He alone was aware of the inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat as her eyes lingered on him. Once Xiao averted her gaze, Mou discreetly exhaled in relief. My name is Xiao. I seldom venture outside, and am not well versed in your customs. Should I err in any way, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall amend my conduct promptly. The words of Xiao elicited bewildered expressions from the three beasts. Isn't a female typically capricious and spoiled? Yet this particular female allowed them to point out her shortcomings, facilitating her correction. Haha, you truly have redefined my understanding, Yao said with a broad smile, gazing intently at Xiao. Hee, who knows if you might devour each other at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, it is prudent to take precautions in advance. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. As long as I inform them beforehand that if I inadvertently err, they would feel too embarrassed to consume me outright. Let us return, Mou proposed, and the three swiftly transformed back into their beastly forms. I knew you were no harmless creatures, Xiao remarked, her mouth agape in astonishment as she beheld the two formidable white tigers before her. Their size was evidently more than double that of the tigers she had seen in the zoo. Casting a glance at the descendant of Nuwa beside her, she reaffirmed the reality of her time travel. Knowing you fear my true form, does this make things a bit better? Yao smiled as he glided towards her. Thank you, but that doesn't quite help, does it? Isn't that even more peculiar? Yet Xiao dared not voice her thoughts and could only manage a resigned smile in response. Chapter 4. The tribe actually, I can walk on my own, she said. Observing one of the larger white tigers approaching her, lowering itself to indicate that she should climb aboard. Instinctively, Xiao felt inclined to refuse. He can carry you faster. Otherwise, at your pace, we would likely reach the tribe by midnight. Or would you prefer me to carry you? Yao cast a glance at Mou, who was leaning down before the female, and spoke with displeasure. If it weren't for the fact that the little female had yet to accept his beast form, he would not have allowed other males to carry her. The next moment, upon hearing Yao's intention to embrace her, Xiao instinctively began to climb onto the back of the white tiger. After all, it was far more acceptable to ride a majestic tiger than a massive serpent. As Mou felt the warmth radiating from the female's fingers, he was momentarily taken aback, his body beginning to warm under her touch. Unfortunately, the towering stature of the white tiger made it quite challenging for her, standing at just over 1.6 meters, to mount him. Moreover, she dared not place her feet on his body. Instead, she could only cling to his fur with both hands, yet she still struggled to ascend. Suddenly, her body was lifted off the ground, and Xiao let out a soft gasp. Yao, initially irked by her previous actions, was further provoked by her attempts to clamber onto Mou. Suppressing his rising anger, he swam towards them with his serpentine tail. Foolish, he remarked disdainfully to Xiao. Yet he reached out to lift her effortlessly into the air and gently placed her upon Mou's back. Thank you, Xiao said shyly to Yao, pondering how, despite the fearsome appearance of the great serpent, he was unexpectedly gentle with her. Hold on to my fur tightly, Mou instructed in a low voice as he stood up, ensuring the female was securely seated before springing forward into a run. Oh my goodness, I am riding a tiger. This speed is incredible. Xiao transitioned from shock to full acceptance in mere minutes, grateful for her remarkable adaptability. Her excitement grew as she turned to glance behind her, only to see Yao's handsome visage, leisurely trailing behind them with her backpack and waist pouch in hand. The white tiger lagged slightly behind, unable to match their pace. What are you looking at? Yao inquired, noticing her gaze directed behind them. He turned to see Hu Ming following closely and approached Mou to walk alongside him. Addressing Xiao, I noticed you weren't looking at anything. It seems you two are quite fast, and he appears to be struggling to keep up. Assuming the little female was concerned for Hu Ming, Jing Yao felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Upon detecting the irritation in his tone, Xiao was perplexed by how he could become upset so swiftly, responding with a reluctant "oh" before falling silent, her gaze drifting to the ever-changing scenery around her. "Little Leaf, you haven't yet found a mate, have you? Among the friends you mentioned, is there a male you are interested in?" Jing Yao, noticing Xiao's silence, seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Upon hearing his question, Mou's rounded beast ears perked up slightly, revealing his own curiosity about the matter. "A mate? Is it the kind she is thinking of?" Noticing Xiao gently shake her head, she felt a pang of melancholy as all her friends were female. The thought of her journey made her realize it would be difficult to reunite with them. "Oh, this is indeed good news," Jing Yao murmured softly. "What did you say?" Xiao inquired, having not caught Jing Yao's words. "Nothing," Jing Yao replied with a smile. One must admit, aside from his identity as a black python, Jing Yao's human form radiated an undeniable charm when he smiled. As they engaged in conversation, the white tiger beneath them came to a halt, prompting Xiao. Before Mou could lean down, Jing Yu swiftly lifted her from Mou's back and into his embrace. Xiao looked at him in confusion, unable to move as he held her tightly. "Don't be anxious. I'm merely leaving a trace of my scent," Jing Yao gently explained, observing her stiff demeanor in his arms. Mou quietly transformed back into his human form and walked alongside them into the tribe. Both he and Jing Yao had discovered Xiao simultaneously, each possessing the right to become her mate. Yet, he could not change this reality, he could only accept it. Within the tribe, figures both human and beast wandered about, and the orcs, sensing unfamiliar scents, turned their gazes toward them. The male orcs, bare-chested, showcased their muscular physique and broad chests, their lower halves modestly wrapped in simple animal hides. "Wow, is this a gathering of handsome men?" Xiao blinked as she observed these striking figures, oblivious to the fact that she too was the center of their attention. "Look, Jingyu has brought back a female. She's stunning. My goodness, her skin is so fair." An unmarried female, she only carries the scents of Jing Yao and Mou. "Her fragrance is delightful. I adore her," she is looking at me. "Oh, she is simply adorable." Hearing their unabashed comments, Xiao felt the weight of their direct stares, swallowing nervously and lowering her head, suppressing her curiosity. "Why have you stopped looking?" Jing Yao's voice came from above, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction as he glanced down at her and playfully smacked her rear. "You rogue!" Xiao exclaimed in shock, her surprise evident as she glared at Jing Yao. "Just see if you dare look at any other males. And I'm a snake, not a rogue." Jing Yao chuckled in response, finding her anger surprisingly endearing. "Can you manage him?" Xiao softly pleaded, turning her gaze to Mou walking beside them. "Stop causing trouble, or the chief will reprimand you," Mou replied, having sensed her distress. "Oh, so he fears the chief? Wait for me," thought Xiao. As she received the significant news, a small plan began to take shape in her mind as she glanced at Jing Yao. "If I don't avenge the grievance of you slapping my backside, then I shall not be called Xiao." Observing the mischievous smile curling at the corners of the female's lips, Jing Yao couldn't help but mirror her expression. "Chief, we have brought back a solitary female from the withered moon forest." Mou and Jing Yao came to a halt before a wooden cabin, and Mou gently spoke towards the interior. Here she comes. Greetings, young female. Welcome to the White Tiger tribe. Should you find our tribe to your liking and choose to remain, we shall do everything in our power to ensure your safety." A middle-aged man in his 40s rushed out, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the group. Chapter 5. Expulsion. The moment the man laid eyes on Xiao, he felt a surge of excitement. Their tribe had not welcomed a new female in quite some time. Females were treasures in the beast realm. Only with more females could they attract superior males to join their ranks. Although the White Tiger tribe was already formidable, they welcomed the idea of outstanding males joining their community. Currently, they had only 20 or so females, and the arrival of a solitary female sparked hope amongst the tribe's unmarried males. Noticing the chief's excitement, Xiao felt a wave of panic wash over her, uncertain of how to respond to his words. "Chief, you have frightened her," Mou gently reminded, observing the female's expression. "Dear young female, do not be anxious. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. It has been ages since I have encountered such a youthful female. Please forgive me," the chief chuckled, his demeanor endearing. "Haha. Let us prepare a celebration tonight to welcome our new female guest. Esteemed chief, I am only temporarily residing here. My friends will come to find me, and I shall be leaving soon, So there is no need for a celebration, Xiao quietly interjected, fully aware that her friends would unlikely find her. Yet she knew she would eventually depart from this place. Little leaf, when you leave, do remember to take me with you. If I discover that you have abandoned me, I shall swallow you whole, Yao suddenly declared, his crimson eyes narrowing into slits, fixating intently on Xiao, his tone devoid of any jest. Xiao was startled, quickly hiding behind Mou to shield herself from those terrifying crimson eyes. There's no need to fret, your friend has yet to arrive. For now, settle in comfortably. Would you prefer to stay in Mou's wooden cabin or Yao's treehouse? Allow them to escort you there. Chief, can't I stay alone? Why must I reside in their wooden dwelling? Xiao questioned with a hint of confusion. Dear little one, upon their finding you and bringing you back to the tribe. According to the customs of our beastly world, they have already qualified to be your partners. If you do not accept them, it will be quite challenging for them to find another female willing to accept them in the future. The chief gazed at the two males before him, contemplating the joy that would ensue if this female were to accept them. These two males had both ascended to the third tier, yet had shown little interest in the females of the tribe, causing great concern for the chief. Now, with a stroke of fortune, two had emerged at once, and he was immensely grateful to this solitary female. Wait, she cannot refuse. Surely they can. Why not inquire about their opinions, chief? What if they are unwilling? What? You are not willing? The chief looked at the two males before him in confusion, astonished that such a beautiful female could fail to capture their interest. Who said I am unwilling? I have already set my sights on little Ye. Yao grinned, stepping forward to take Xiao's small hand, playfully toying with it in his grasp. What is this? Xiao stared in astonishment at Yao, then turned to the side to glance at Mou, pondering that this individual would likely refuse. I am Mou, he said with a gentle smile. He raised his hand and tentatively tousled Xiao's hair. The silky texture momentarily startled him. The scent of a lazy female was often quite pronounced. Yet the delicate fragrance emanating from this petite female was enchanting. Although he had witnessed her in a disheveled state before, he understood that she had merely been unable to find a water source at that time, and her scent was not unpleasant. What is this sudden self-introduction? Xiao mused in bewilderment. See? I told you they wouldn't decline, the chieftain said with a sense of pride. However, the chieftain had just struck me. This cannot simply be brushed aside, can it? Xiao pondered the matter of finding a partner, a circumstance she could not alter. At the very least, she hoped the clan leader would take action against Yao. Where did he strike you? To her surprise, the clan leader suddenly grew serious. Beside her, Mou watched Xiao with a tense gaze, contemplating whether this female would prove to be just like the others, disregarding the males entirely. However, it seemed that Yao was destined to face some repercussions. Xiao gazed in perplexity at the expressions of the two individuals before her. Had she said something amiss? He struck me on the dairy, she hesitantly confessed. How do you wish to resolve this? Shall I sever his hand or permanently expel him? The clan leader's voice was deep and solemn. Yao, with a playful grin, awaited Xiao's declaration of punishment. It mattered not. If she truly were that malevolent female, he would not hesitate to consume her, for it was his own folly that had led him to her. Ah, is it truly that serious? I merely intended for you to teach him a mild lesson. Xiao stood rooted to the spot, momentarily stunned by the clan leader's words, and instinctively voiced her innermost thoughts. How do you suggest I discipline him? Upon hearing her words, the clan leader felt a surge of fondness. Even as a playful notion took root in his mind, it must be said that this little female possessed an admirable kindness. Well, perhaps you could retaliate on my behalf, and we could consider the matter settled? Xiao, oblivious to the teasing glint in the clan leader's eyes, quickly seized the opportunity for negotiation. Regarding this matter, I truly cannot assist you. Just imagine, a male of his stature being struck on the backside by me. He would be ridiculed for eternity within the tribe. Perhaps it would be more prudent to expel him instead. The clan leader maintained an air of official decorum. Sighing, Xiao felt a pang of guilt. Such a trivial issue could lead to someone's expulsion from the tribe, and it weighed heavily on her conscience. Clan leader, what if I simply let it go? Is that acceptable? In truth, he did not strike me. I was lying. Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, while Yao and Mou gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. She was indeed unlike other females, as she fretted over Yao's potential expulsion. Did you strike her? The chieftain inquired with a playful smile directed at Yao. Xiao, feeling tense, clenched her fingers tightly, casting furtive glances at him, hoping he would follow her lead and state that at the very least, he would not be banished from the tribe. As for her, She was never truly a member of the tribe, so being cast out held little consequence. However, Jingyao's admission of guilt did not align with her expectations. He straightforwardly confessed, "Well, since you have admitted it, then." Just as the chieftain was poised to take decisive action against Jingyao, Xiao hastily interjected. "Little female, do you wish to propose any additional forms of punishment?" The chieftain chuckled softly, having deliberately slowed his speech to await her interruption. "Chieftain, he struck me. So I suppose it would be perfectly reasonable for me to administer my own punishment, wouldn't it?" Xiao pondered deeply, rummaging through her thoughts as she contemplated several approaches. She harbored a fear that the clan leader might still refuse her proposal. To her surprise, the clan leader spoke generously. "Well, then you shall come forward yourself." Is he truly this accommodating? Does this mean that as long as he accepts the punishment, everything will be settled? Xiao cast a puzzled glance at the clan leader, who quickly concealed his playful expression and returned a serious gaze to the young female. "I assure you, it is for your own good. Please do not take offense." Upon noticing the young female approaching, Jingyao observed her curiously as she glanced mysteriously outside. After confirming something, she maneuvered behind him. A loud slap echoed, leaving the three males frozen in place, utterly taken aback by Yi Zhao's inventive method of punishment. "I have avenged myself against that clan leader. Please do not pursue the matter any further." Yi Zhao's voice rang out from beyond the door, and she swiftly dashed into the woods. It turned out she had already devised her escape route while playfully smacking Jingyao's backside. Realizing what was happening, Jingyao immediately transformed into his half-beast form and charged after her. "Ha ha ha, this little female is quite amusing. She will make a splendid mate. You must cherish her." The clan leader patted Mou's shoulder, beaming with joy, delighted to have found a suitable partner for both Mou and Jingyao. "Indeed, I shall treasure her," Mou replied, and then pursued Yi Zhao's direction. Chapter 6. Time when Jingyao found Xiao, she was lost in thought, gazing at the river within the tribe. "Aha, got you," Jingyao exclaimed as he wrapped his arms around her from behind. "What are you doing?" Xiao, having been focused on the water's surface, was startled by his sudden movement. "Little leaf, it's not fair for you to seduce me and then run away," Jingyao said, feigning a pitiful tone. "Don't put words in my mouth. If anything, it was merely tit for tat," Xiao replied helplessly, attempting to wriggle free from his grasp. "Hee. I do not comprehend your words. I only know that you cannot bear to drive me away. Soon, all the clan members will know I am your male, and you shall never be able to abandon me," Jingyao said contentedly, resting his chin on Yi Zhao's forehead and gently rubbing against her. "I do not belong here. I will leave eventually. I believe it would be better for you to find another female," she stated. Although Yi Zhao possesses a formidable adaptability, it is solely grounded in her own experiences. She harbors no desire to involve others, particularly in matters of the heart. "No matter where you go, you must take me with you. I have warned you, should you abandon me, I shall consume you, and I am not jesting." Her emotions are uncomplicated. Once she has committed, it is for a lifetime. "Your indifference towards me, does it stem from my being a serpent beast?" Jingyao turned Xiao to face him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. "I am indeed frightened of your true form, yet let me clarify, it is not directed at you personally. I simply have an innate fear of snakes. Setting that aside, you are quite admirable." This was her genuine sentiment, which is why Yi Zhao remained unperturbed, confronting Jing Yao's blood-red eyes. When she took a moment to truly observe him, she realized that his eyes were, in fact, quite beautiful, like a pair of crimson gemstones. "Very well, I concede. When you gaze at me with such innocent intent, I find myself flustered." He hastily averted his gaze, fearing that if he continued to look, he would be unable to restrain himself from acting upon his impulses. "Rest assured, little leaf, I will never leave you. So do not dwell on thoughts of departure. Embrace the joy of living here. With Mou and me, two of the highest-ranking beastmen in our tribe, you shall flourish. I was merely trying to frighten you. Wherever you go, I shall follow, and I will not consume you. I only hope you can learn to accept me. If my beast form frightens you, I will endeavor to refrain from revealing it in your presence, if that would please you." Jingyao's demeanor took Xiao by surprise, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Are beastmen's emotions truly so straightforward, so devoted? Once they choose, is it for a lifetime? Do they not mind sharing their partners with others? If she were to agree to Jingyao, would that also entail an agreement with Mou? This felt oddly reminiscent of a scenario where one might embrace both sides. Xiao and Mou soon found the two by the river, softly calling out to the young female. He was filled with excitement at the prospect of becoming her mate. He had come to realize that a male with an affection for a beast truly transforms. Previously, he had been perplexed by those males who, after a successful hunt, were eager to return home solely to see their female companions. Now, having encountered his own beloved, he found himself fervently desiring to be with Xiao, even before they had formed a bond. "Oh, you have come too. So, do you wish to mate with me?" Xiao inquired, looking at the silver-haired man with cerulean eyes. Although she felt a twinge of awkwardness, she boldly asked the question. Does Xiao not wish to mate with me?" Mou responded softly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his mind, quickly suppressed. "Ah, little leaf, you just love to tease us." Jingyo feigned a tone of grievance. "I may not be human, but you are undeniably a dog, or rather, a snake, a cunning serpent with a green tea disposition." Xiao internally scoffed at Jingyao, casually rolling her eyes at him. Helplessly, she acknowledged that she could neither win against him nor outtalk him. Otherwise, he would have been long gone. Turning her gaze to another, she mused how wonderful it would be if some of this personality could be shared with Jingyao. Wasn't it somewhat of a bullying of the honest ones? The headache. She was at a loss as to what to do. "Could you grant me a little time? I need to acclimate to this environment. We need to adjust to each other, don't we? And how long do you require?" Seeing Xiao no longer shying away from them, both males were quite pleased. "Well, it should take about a week, right? I can adapt to the environment quickly. But as for people, well, non-beastmen tend to take a bit longer." "A week? How long is that?" Jingyao and Mou exchanged puzzled glances. It's the time from sunrise to sunset, and after the sun rises and sets 7 times, that constitutes a week. 4 weeks make a month. This is what my friend taught me." Yu Zhao's lips quirked slightly as she spoke, careful with her words to avoid any missteps that might expose her. "Your friend must be quite remarkable. That's a simple and memorable calculation," Mou complimented with a smile. "However, a week seems a tad excessive. Little leaf, I can only grant you 3 suns worth of time at most. Shall we take you on a tour of the tribe?" Without waiting for Yi Zhao's response, Jingyao took her hand and began to stroll. Mou naturally took her other hand as well. The delicate softness of her small hands in their grasp made it difficult for the 2 males to release her. They instinctively squeezed her hand gently. "You 2 need to hold my hands. I can follow you just fine," Xiao remarked helplessly, observing her own hands. They were already tall, and she barely reached their chests. Now, being led by the 2 felt akin to a pair of adults guiding a child, which appeared quite odd from any angle. Chapter 7. Gentle Mou, you little leaf. "You hardly resemble a beast man at all, nor can I detect your race," Jingyao remarked, a hint of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I am not a beast man. What race would I have? If you could smell it, that would be quite the anomaly." Yu Xiao thought to herself. "The pungent scent about you has diminished significantly. Have you applied some herbs? If they were meant for protection, you need not worry now. We shall keep you safe," Mou said with a smile, his concern for her race overshadowed by his regard for her as an individual. "Pungent scent?" Yi Xiao raised her arm to her nose in confusion, realizing that Mou was likely referring to her insect repellent. "Oh, it's for bugs. Was the scent too strong? This spray I purchased is supposed to be fragrant. It shouldn't be overpowering. Perhaps it is my sensitive sense of smell," she contemplated, recalling the delicate items she had brought, which were unlike anything he had ever encountered. The young female did not seem to conceal her curiosity. "The contents of your animal hide are quite intriguing. Might I have the opportunity to view them next time? I promise I will merely observe." Mou finally inquired after a moment's contemplation. "Oh, by the way, my bag?" Having just playfully smacked Jingyao's rear, she had hastily fled, and now recalled that her bag was in Jingyao's possession. She turned to look at him. "It's in the chief's wooden cabin. Please wait here. I shall retrieve it." Jingyao instinctively thought to transform into his beast form, but paused momentarily after glancing at Yi Xiao, then dashed out in his human form. Did he truly remember what was said earlier? Yi Xiao noticed Jingyao's gaze and offered a slight smile. When the female smiled, her delicate brows lifted subtly. Her large eyes narrowed slightly, her fair cheeks radiant with a healthy blush, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards. Mou's attention had never strayed from Yi Xiao, and now she was further captivated by her smile. "Xiaoyi, here is your bag." Jingyao returned shortly, holding her bag aloft as he ran, shaking it gently in his hand. Upon receiving her bag, Yi Xiao hesitated as she regarded the 2 men before her. If she were to show them her belongings, it would undoubtedly expose her secrets, yet if she chose to withhold them, she would find herself needing to explain many things when using the items. After considering her circumstances, she realized that she would have to cohabit this world for the foreseeable future. Even if she wished to avoid involving others, it was no longer feasible. She had already intertwined her fate with these 2 men. It was not that she looked down upon herself. Had she been in the modern world, she could have survived. But now she found herself in a realm of beastmen. Contemplating the formidable beastmen who could transform at any moment, she resolved to seek some support for herself. If Xiao is unwilling to show us, it's perfectly fine. Mou observed Xiao lost in thought after taking her bag, assuming she was reluctant. He spoke gently. However, may we find a more secluded spot to converse? Come along. My treehouse is not far from here, Xiao said, taking her hand and leading her forward. Is this indeed your treehouse? She inquired, gazing up at the towering tree. Xiao gazed up at the towering tree, its summit obscured from view. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a hollow at its midsection, a tree hollow. Why, she pondered, was it not constructed lower? This revelation reshaped her understanding of tree houses, leaving her bewildered by Xiao's enigmatic thoughts. I can carry you up, but I need to transform into my half-beast form, he declared. No matter, she replied. Since I must adapt to your ways, I shall gradually acclimate to your true nature as well. Can you ascend as well? Xiao inquired, glancing at the nearby Mou. I can climb, Mou chuckled. Xiao, are you worried I cannot scale a tree? What if I were to accompany you? Xiao quickly asked. No problem, Mou responded, squatting before her. Suddenly, she recalled how he had previously positioned himself on the ground, awaiting to carry her, whether in beast form or human form. He had never rushed her. Xiao cautiously bent down, gently wrapping her arms around Mou's neck, her body somewhat rigid as she rested on his back. Once she was settled, Mou stood up, supporting her slender calves with his hands. The delicate nature of her limbs displeased him. She was too thin. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Mou silently vowed to nourish her into a healthier form in the future. Am I heavy? Xiao murmured softly, her head resting on Mou's shoulder. A question that reflected the common reluctance among women to discuss their weight. It was worth noting that the first time she rode a tiger, it was Mou who carried her, and the first to embrace her was Xiao. The melodious sound of her voice reached Mou's ears, causing him to momentarily pause, a delightful sensation stirring within him as certain desires began to surface. If you're not heavy, you should eat more meat, he replied playfully, mimicking her quiet tone. Why won't you let me carry you, Xiao? Xiao asked, his expression displeased as he observed their intimate interaction. You're faster in beast form, so there's no need to worry about me, Xiao smiled back at him. Xiao, hold on tight to me, Mou reminded her, lifting her slightly to adjust her position, allowing her legs to wrap around his waist. This movement caught both of them off guard. Xiao instinctively shrank her neck, hesitant to move and disrupt Mou's ascent, so she clung tightly to his neck. Having never experienced such a situation, she felt disoriented, and the heat on her cheeks began to rise again. She slightly arched her back, resting her forehead against Mou's back to create some distance. After a brief moment of surprise, Mou began to climb the tree with Xiao on his back. Halfway up, he noticed her small movements and felt her forehead against his back, its warmth increasing. A smile crept onto his face. His little female was shy. One hand transformed into a tiger's paw, gripping the tree trunk, while the other gently patted her leg, encouraging her to admire the view from above and alleviate her embarrassment. Oh, feeling the hand on her leg, Xiao glanced down slightly, spotting Mou's hand there. Looking up, she saw him with one hand secured on the tree, effortlessly carrying her. Impressive upper body strength. Xiao mentally gave Mou a thumbs up. Mou, why are you so slow? What are you doing? Jingyao's voice rang out from above. Having taken Xiao's earlier advice to act casually, he had transformed into beast form and climbed up to the treehouse. Yet, despite having been there for a while, they still had not arrived, leading him to suspect that Mou was deliberately dawdling to enjoy some private time with Xiao. Mou, however, did not hasten his pace due to Jingyao's urging. He prioritized Xiao's comfort, maintaining a steady climb. Upon reaching the tree hollow, he grasped the edge with one hand while securing Xiao's leg with the other, gently pushing off the trunk with his feet. With a simple shift of leverage, he leaped into the hollow. This maneuver earned him full marks in her eyes. Setting Xiao down, he noticed the admiration in her gaze and affectionately ruffled her hair, leading her further inside. Chapter 8, Confession. Xiao, come sit here. Jingyao observed the hands of the two individuals so closely intertwined and stepped forward to take hold of Xiao's other hand, guiding her to sit upon the floor adorned with animal hides, a surface he had prepared solely for her comfort. Are you not quite curious about the contents of my bag? Would you like to take a look? Once Xiao makes a decision, she does not waver. Her bag, placed on the animal skin mat by Jingyao, is designed for camping, thus crafted from thick, durable materials. It is no wonder that Mou mistook it for a leather pouch. In fact, it bears a resemblance to their animal skin skirts. Xiao and Mou exchanged glances before taking a seat across from Xiao. Can you not be a bit more reserved? Mou thought, observing their animal skin skirts. While they did not seem too short while standing, it was rather brazen of them to sit cross-legged. As Xiao glanced over, she inadvertently saw more than she intended, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She contemplated using the animal skin beneath her, but alas. The two were also seated on a corner of it, making it too awkward to ask them to stand. Reluctantly, she opened her bag, retrieving her jacket and sun protection clothing, and silently draped them over their laps. The two males, puzzled by the unexpected addition to their laps, did not remove the garments Xiao had placed there. When they looked up at her, the rosy hue of her cheeks provided them with their answer. It appeared that their little female was indeed quite easily embarrassed. Mou and Xiao exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to expose her shyness. Aside from her intimate garments, Xiao methodically laid out the contents of her bag before Xiao and Mou. Now, do tell me, what piques your interest? She inquired with graceful confidence. Preparing to offer explanations, Mou and Xiao began to examine each item, discovering things they had never encountered before. Mou was the first to pick up Xiao's dagger, finding it remarkably sharp and composed of sturdy material. He transformed his hand into a tiger's claw, tapping the dagger's blade, which emitted a crisp sound upon impact. Meanwhile, Xiao examined the lighter and the box containing medicinal supplies with keen interest. Xiao observed the two males, who seemed more engrossed in their own research than in questioning her. Feeling a pang of hunger, she opened a pack of compressed biscuits and began to eat. What are you consuming? Xiao inquired, gazing curiously at Xiao as she placed a small, hard morsel into her mouth and chewed slowly. Ah, this grants immortality. To be honest, I am quite old. Have you seen the clan leader? I am far older than him, so the things I possess are undoubtedly beyond your experience, Xiao teased, inspired by Xiao's words. Really? But you look so youthful and beautiful. I thought you were younger than us. Xiao exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the female before him. Indeed, it is hard to discern, isn't it? Xiao lifted her water bottle and took a sip, suppressing her desire to laugh. Little leaf, although you are quite aged and immortal, we beast men can also live for a long time. I can accompany you for many years without concern. I do not mind your age. How absurd. Xiao nearly choked on her water. Yes, Xiao, we are already considered your partners. Although we are not officially bonded yet, we will not abandon you. Besides, you are so beautiful, there is no need for concern. When did I ever worry about myself? These two fools truly believe everything they hear. She decided to let the banter continue. However, this food is toxic. Consuming too much could be fatal. Yet too little would leave her hungry. Mou, having overheard, swiftly snatched the biscuits from Xiao's hand, startling her with his speed. Xiao, let us bond tomorrow, and you will share my lifespan. If you perish, I shall accompany you, Mou said, taking her hand with a hint of earnestness. Xiao also fixed his gaze intently upon her. How did it come to this? I was merely jesting. And I hoped my playful words would dissuade them from the idea of bonding, yet their responses were entirely unexpected. They have even contemplated accompanying me in death? Oh. You two are truly foolish, Xiao said, guilt washing over her as she looked at the two men before her, her voice softening. We are serious. If a female dies after bonding, the partner cannot survive, the two males explained, mistaking her comment for disbelief. All right, I was joking. What nonsense about death? Living well is far more delightful. It is just an ordinary food item. However, that white object in your hand is medicine. Do not consume it indiscriminately, Xiao sighed, glancing at the medicine box in Xiao's possession. Do not make such jokes again. I do not appreciate it, Miyu said in a deep tone. Oh. Seeing Miyu angry for the first time has made Xiao feel a twinge of guilt, and she lowered her head. Then how old are you exactly? Is that small item medicine? Are you unwell? Xiao was evidently irritated, his tone flat as he inquired. At 19, in good health, carrying medication was merely precautionary. This was mosquito repellent, the pungent substance that Muyu had mentioned, designed to ward off insect bites. The other items included sunscreen to shield against the sun, and various flavorings that enhanced the taste of food. There was also a bell that rang when touched. Before they could ask, Xiao, feeling somewhat guilty, explained everything in detail. Chapter 9. The gift. This item was quite unique. Jingyu held a bell, and as he pinched its top, it emitted a delightful jingling sound. Inside was a small ball, When it came into contact with the larger outer sphere, it produced the sound. Xiao demonstrated with another bell. Intrigued, Miyu took two into his palm for closer inspection. Do you like it? Xiao asked uncertainly, observing the two males who appeared captivated by the bells. Reflecting on her earlier actions, she realized she had indeed overstepped, and perhaps this gift could serve as an apology. Yes, we like it. Muyu and Jingyu responded almost in unison. Then I shall gift these to you. How would you like to use them? Xiao inquired. It would be best to carry them with us, they replied, eager to keep the presents from the little female close. Will it affect your hunting? Xiao questioned, concerned about the bell's noise. Our speed will not be hindered, and besides, the sound is quite subtle, Miyu chuckled. Then it must be worn, perhaps around the neck? Xiao suggested. A fleeting image of Muyu as a formidable tiger adorned with a string of bells made her giggle unexpectedly, the laughter escaping her lips. Jingyao cast a disapproving glance at the little female, then shot a fierce look at the smug tiger beside him, his crimson eyes narrowing in irritation. Do you have anything you can wear that won't be damaged during transformation, like a cord or animal hide? Xiao asked, examining her own rope. A red nylon piece that seemed inadequate. She recalled the decorative cord on her waist pouch. This is made from the tendons of herbivorous giants. It has excellent elasticity. Some males use it to secure their spoils, Jingyo explained, returning from the cave with a segment in hand after rummaging around for a while. He shouted the items from his hand, her gaze resting on the colorful ribbons and bells she had already unwrapped and set aside. Let us adorn our hands with them, she mused, quickly forming a vision in her mind. She looked up at the two and said, Mou and Jingyu promptly extended their hands. Xiao used the string provided by Jingyao to measure the dimensions for both, then began to cut the string with a dagger according to the measurements. The elasticity was indeed impressive. It took her considerable time just to cut out the two desired lengths. Next, she commenced the embellishment of the strings with the colorful ribbons. Under her deft fingers, the ribbons transformed into exquisite knots, securely affixed to the strings. The once plain white string soon underwent a delightful transformation, and when adorned with the bells, it produced a melodious and crisp sound throughout her weaving process. Xiao diligently wove the colorful strings, while Mou and Jingyao watched her intently. The first bracelet quickly took shape. Xiao held it in her hands, swaying it gently to produce the soft jingle of 3 bells. Fortunately, she had devoted some time in the past to study the art of string weaving, or else this creation would have been far from presentable. As she completed the first bracelet, she began working on the second. It did not take long for the two males to notice the distinct knots in the 2 bracelets. After finishing the second bracelet, Xiao carefully compared the 2 colorful creations. Aside from the bells, she deliberately avoided making them identical in other aspects. Upon completing her comparison, she used a dagger to puncture small holes at both ends and connected them with strings of the same color. Satisfied with her handiwork, she smiled and extended her arms, offering the bracelets to Mou and Jingyao. The 2 males gazed at the bracelets in her hands, marveling at her meticulousness. Although she claimed the gift was merely the bells, she had thoughtfully transformed them into bracelets upon hearing their desire to wear them. The differing weaving styles further showcased her sincerity. She could have easily used a single pattern and hastily finished the task. What is the matter? Don't you like them? I specifically chose colors to match your eyes. Should I try something else? Xiao inquired softly, noticing that neither male accepted the bracelets she offered. I love them. Mou replied with a smile, extending his left hand yet not reaching for the bracelet, merely gazing at her. They are beautiful. I adore them, Jingyao echoed, momentarily setting aside his usual playful demeanor and extending his left hand as well, looking at her earnestly. Both males chose their left hands, concerned that their right hands, being more frequently used, might inadvertently damage the bracelets, thereby diminishing Xiao's thoughtful gesture. Understanding their hesitation, Xiao resigned herself to adorning them, adjusting the size with care. Hee, little leaf, now I am truly bound by you, Jingyao murmured, caressing the bracelet on his wrist, his crimson eyes filled with tenderness. Thank you, Xiao. Mou also spoke softly, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace the little female before him, a sensation that grew more intense by the moment. In the next instant, Xiao found herself enveloped between the coolness of one body and the warmth of another. What do I do if I can't escape? Help? I urgently need assistance. By the way, do you have a place for? Well, you know? Seeing the 2 males in front and behind her showing no intention of releasing their hold, she had initially planned to finish the bracelets and have them take her down. But she had not anticipated that they would embrace her so tightly. Chapter 10. Bounce, I'll take you down, Jingyao said with a smile, leading Xiao towards the exit. But how will I get down if you carry me? Xiao gazed at Jingyao with a hint of confusion. Hee. I naturally have a way, Jingyu replied, transforming into his half-beast form. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her effortlessly. As Xiao pondered his solution, she observed him gently swaying his serpentine tail as he made his way toward the cave entrance. With a powerful thrust of his tail, Jingyu leaped downwards, carrying Xiao with him. The next moment, the rushing wind roared past their ears, accompanied by a piercing scream that shattered the tranquility. Xiao was taken aback by his sudden action, her hands instinctively clutching Jingyao's neck, experiencing a harrowing plunge akin to bungee jumping. And all without prior knowledge of being pushed into it. Her heart raced to her throat. With a thud, they landed solidly on the ground. Little Leaf, we have arrived, Jingyao said, smiling down at the person in his arms. However, upon noticing her pallid complexion, a rare flicker of panic crossed his eyes. I'm so sorry. I want to do this again, he murmured, enveloping Xiao tightly in his embrace. Uncertain of how to soothe the startled female, he gently patted her back while repeatedly offering apologies. Xiao and Moyu, after hearing Xiao scream, leaped from their hiding place in the tree. They beheld the trembling female in Jingyao's arms, and Moyu's eyes brimmed with fury. Did you frighten her? Xiao, unafraid of Moyu, swiftly took Xiao from Jingyao's grasp, cradling her in his own arms and softly comforting her. What happened? What's wrong? I heard the females cry just now. Soon, a throng of beastmen approached, inquiring about the female's condition while rushing towards Xiao. What has happened to this little female? Came the voice of the clan leader from behind Xiao. Xiao jolted awake, awkwardly extricating herself from Moyu's embrace. To her astonishment, she discovered a gathering of a dozen or more male orcs standing behind her. Esteemed chief, I apologize for the disturbance. I stumbled just now, Xiao hurriedly explained. Fearing that the foolish Jing Yao might blurt out something that would lead to her expulsion from the tribe, something she could hardly rectify. I see. To be cautious around that little female. By the way, let Moyu escort you to the evening gathering, the chief concluded, before departing. Are you all right, little female? Did you hurt yourself? One of the orcs inquired. You must be the new little female who just joined us. You are truly beautiful. May I be your male? Another chimed in. I can cook delicious roasted meat. Please consider me. Goodness, this group of orcs is incredibly enthusiastic, Xiao thought, feeling somewhat dazed by their inquiries. I have something to attend to, she stammered, grasping Moyu and Jingyao's arms as she dashed forward. However, after a couple of steps, she halted, staring blankly at the two orcs. A realization struck her. She had no idea where she was going. I need to relieve myself. Could someone guide me? Xiao said. Her face flushed, quickly lowering her gaze. Go over there. There's a sand pile. I'll watch over you, Moyu said, affectionately ruffling Xiao's hair and gesturing toward the thicket ahead. While it was customary to seek a secluded spot for such matters during outdoor activities. What on earth was a sand pile? Keep an eye out and ensure no one approaches, she instructed, trying to adapt to local customs. With that, she dashed into the underbrush. Upon her return, Moyu led her in a different direction. Is this your wooden cabin? Xiao finally asked as they stopped before a rustic structure. Yes, living with Jingyo may prove inconvenient. This place is much better, Moyu replied, taking her hand and pushing open the wooden door. Inside, the cabin was clean and well-maintained, reflecting the owner's care for their living environment. Xiao's gaze swept the interior, taking in everything. There wasn't much to see, aside from an enormous grass nest on the left, likely where Moyu slept, and a wooden box resembling a chest. Aside from that, the modest cabin of around 30 to 40 square meters lacked further furnishings. The phrase bare walls involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Moyu noticed the little female scrutinizing his cabin, but felt no offense. He approached the chest, opened it, and removed the animal hides within. After arranging the grass in the nest, he selected a few soft hides and prepared a comfortable spot before beckoning Xiao to sit. These are all unused. Previously, I was alone, so the hides I had were not particularly appealing. You can use these for now. Tomorrow, I will go hunting and procure some finer pelts for clothing. As Moyu spoke, he began to sift through a pile of animal hides. In truth, such effort was unnecessary. I already possessed clothing. Xiao sat in a vast grass nest, occupying merely a small corner. Surprisingly, it was quite soft. Stretching languidly, Xiao felt drowsy. She had not rested well the previous night, and upon encountering the plush animal skin cushions, she longed to lie down and rest. However, this was someone else's territory, making it rather inconvenient. Thus, she could only muster her energy and sit upright. What about Jingyo? Surely he wasn't chased away again? To stave off her drowsiness, Xiao began to seek conversation. She mused that he must be hungry. He had gone hunting and would return shortly. "Mou, what are you doing?" she inquired, observing as his hand morphed into a tiger's paw, gliding over the hides. Why was he tearing them apart? Her curiosity prompted her to ask. "You'll find out soon enough," Mou replied with a smile. How mysterious. Watching him work, Xiao felt hesitant to interrupt, yet with nothing else to occupy her. She idly fiddled with the dry grass beneath her. Xiao, do you like it?" Mou asked, holding up the finished animal skin skirt, only to realize that the little female had already fallen asleep in the nest. Not daring to disturb her for fear of waking her, he quietly observed her. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment in his life as he had found his beloved female, who was now peacefully nestled in his home. They would soon become mates. He would be her male, and if she so desired, they might even have a litter of adorable offspring. If she did not wish for progeny, it mattered not. He only wished to remain by her side. Contemplating all this, Mou felt his heart soften profoundly. "I'm back, little leaf," Xiao announced. Entering the wooden cabin with his catch in tow, the serpent tail still wrapped around the animal hides from his tree hollow. He spotted the little female asleep in Mou's nest, while Mou appeared to be crafting garments for her, hastily discarding his prey to rummage through his own collection of hides. Chapter 11. The Rare Female's Little Leaf. Wake up. You've been asleep for quite a while. Xiao gently coaxed, stroking Xiao's silky hair. He did not wish to disturb her slumber, considering that if she preferred to remain asleep, they could forego attending the evening gathering. "Ugh, stop it," Xiao mumbled, rolling over, only to abruptly realize something and swiftly sit up. Before her stood two males, staring at her with bewilderment. To her surprise, she had indeed fallen asleep, and it seemed she had slept for quite some time. "I apologize, I fell asleep," Xiao said, while hopping out of Mou's grass nest. As there were no seats in the cabin, she felt awkward standing beside the nest. "Little leaf, you are simply adorable," Xiao exclaimed, having just snapped out of his reverie from Xiao's almost spoiled tone. He found her startled leap from Mou's nest to be endearing, and he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, affectionately tousling her hair. "Come, Xiao. Do you like it?" Mou took Xiao's hand and led her back to the grass nest, placing a bundle of animal hides before her. Xiao, watching the person he held being taken away, felt a tinge of discontent. With a sullen expression, he placed the animal skin skirt he had crafted himself in front of Xiao as well. Xiao lifted one of the garments, which appeared to be part of a set. Below it lay a simple yet audacious ensemble of a leather bustier and a short skirt. Xiao had set down a nearly identical piece. "Did you make these for me?" Was this what Mou was working on earlier? She had not anticipated that her first experience donning fur would be such a bold design. "Yes, this is our latest creation. Do you like any of it?" They planned to keep an eye out for more vibrantly colored prey during their hunt tomorrow, but for now, she should try this on. Her current outfit seemed rather out of place. Mou observed the female gazing at the two piles of leather skirts, assuming she was not fond of them, and softly spoke. Glancing down at her t-shirt and jeans, she realized her attire was indeed somewhat incongruous here. After noticing the eager expressions on the two males' faces, she discreetly glanced back at the leather piles in the nest. I think I'll change into the leather now," Xiao quietly reminded them. "Go ahead and change," Mou replied, a smile gracing his lips upon hearing the female's agreement. "Why don't you step outside?" Xiao thought to herself, somewhat exasperated. Could you step outside for a moment? Given their earlier relaxed postures, it seemed they held no notions of modesty or shame. "Quickly change, and then we can go to the feast for some meat. Aside from that little morsel earlier, you haven't had anything else in quite a while." Xiao slyly pushed the leather skirt he had crafted toward Xiao. "You two can wait for me outside. I'll join you as soon as I'm ready." Xiao stood up, pointing toward the wooden door. "We are companions. Is there anything we cannot see?" Clingy replied, looking at her with confusion. Xiao had never felt so speechless before. "Go ahead and change. We'll wait for you outside," Mou said, rising and pulling Clingy along as they stepped out, with Mou kindly closing the wooden door behind them. Xiao let out a resigned sigh and turned her gaze towards the two piles of animal hides. As she opened the wooden door and emerged clad in a skirt made from the hides, both males found themselves captivated, unable to look away. The young female was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, large expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and a plump little mouth. Her charming natural curls were tied into a high ponytail, swaying gracefully as she moved, creating a picturesque scene of inherent beauty. Is it truly so strange? Observing the expressions of the two males, Xiao adjusted her hide skirt and spoke softly, mindful of their feelings. She had chosen a brown bandeau crafted by Mou, while her skirt was made from an unidentified black hide belonging to Xiao. The fabric was thinner than the bandeau, somewhat silky, and pleasantly cool against her skin, albeit a bit short. Had she not been wearing her own little undergarment, she would have hesitated to don it directly. Little Leaf, in this attire, I wouldn't dare take you out. I'm genuinely concerned you'll return with another male. Xiao sighed lightly, gazing at Xiao with a sense of helplessness. Not that I'm interested. Xiao rolled her eyes at him, questioning her own sanity for seeking out other male orcs when neither of them knew how to confront the situation. Yet her words evoked laughter from both males. In a spacious clearing, she witnessed what the orc world referred to as a soiree, characterized by a circle of small bonfires encircling a wooden platform. Around several of these bonfires, orcs were gathered in groups of various sizes, and Xiao also noticed a few females seated near some of the fires. The males surrounding them busied themselves with roasting meat, while others cut the cooked meat to feed to the females. A queenly treatment that seemed to be a commonplace occurrence among the bonfire gatherings with females. The orcs appeared unfazed by this spectacle, and Xiao even observed jealousy flickering in the eyes of males gathered around bonfires devoid of females. Is this all the females your tribe possesses? Xiao curiously glanced at Xiao. In our tribe, including you, there are currently 23 females, though some did not come out today. Xiao explained with a smile, tearing strips from the roasted meat that Mou had handed over, preparing to feed Xiao. 23? What about the males? Xiao inquired. Noting the alarming imbalance in the ratio, she accepted the strips of meat from his hand and began to eat, offering the surplus back to Xiao and Mou. Although neither accepted, there are probably over 300 males, Mou explained with a smile. The number of females in our tribe is already considered significant. Females are rare and invaluable, and those males capable of forming bonds naturally cherish their females all the more. Indeed, this ratio is quite astonishing, given our small numbers. Should we consider joining them? Xiao pointed towards the other campfires, which were tended by only a few beast men. They are a family. Why should we join them? Xiao looked at Xiao with confusion. Does Xiao not enjoy the mutton beast? Would you prefer to eat something else? Mou observed that Xiao was eating sparingly, assuming she did not have a fondness for food. Fortunately, the flavor is somewhat bland. I do not eat much anyway. Why don't you all partake as well? Xiao, feeling somewhat guilty, diverted the conversation, yet her mind wandered to the realization that all those males were, in fact, companions of that singular female. As she gazed at the distant bonfire, admiration unconsciously flickered in her eyes. Little Leaf, you need not concern yourself with conserving our food. We are more than capable of sustaining you. Do not dwell on the other males. Whatever you desire, we shall fulfill, Jingyu said, clearly misunderstanding her sentiments. As he cupped her face, forcibly drawing her gaze back to him. All right, I acknowledge your strength and prowess. I never suggested an increase in partners. I merely find myself somewhat in awe of that female. Can she truly manage so many companions? The two males, however, filtered Xiao's words, focusing solely on the praise directed at them. Once we bond, I will ensure Little Leaf's satisfaction. There is no need to envy the other beastmen. Jingye remarked with a hint of ambiguity as he leaned closer to Xiao. You are quite shameless, she stammered. Xiao's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson as she stuffed roasted meat into Jing Yao's mouth, attempting to silence him, yet failing to obscure the earnestness reflected in his eyes. Chapter 12. Tiger Ming. At last, the little female had met her match. Upon his arrival at the square, Tiger Ming began his search for Xiao. Not anticipating that in the morning, Mou and Jing Yao would abandon him to escort the little female back to the tribe. According to the customs of the beast world, had he returned with them, he too could have claimed the little female as his mate. However, lacking the swiftness of Mou and Jing Yao, by the time he arrived at the tribe, the two had already departed with the female. Upon explaining the situation to the tribe leader, he was instructed to find the little female on his own. Do you need something from me? Xiao inquired, momentarily distracted as she held a meat strip to Jing Yao's lips. In that instant, he seized her hand, planting a kiss in her palm. While Jing Yao and Mou turned to face Tiger Ming. My name is Tiger Ming. May I be your male? He asked, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. I have just ascended to the second tier of beast men and possess commendable hunting skills. Under the scrutiny of the two higher-tier males, Tiger Ming felt a wave of pressure, yet he remained unwilling to relent. Mou and Jing Yao recognized Tiger Ming's intentions the moment he approached. They were merely designated mates and wished to avoid the emergence of additional rivals. Yet they had no authority to intervene. The choice had always rested with the female. The two males watched Xiao with bated breath, Jing Yao instinctively tightening his grip around her delicate hand. noticing the palpable hostility and tension radiating from Xiao and Mou towards the newcomer. Xiao found the situation somewhat amusing. The thoughts of these two were transparent upon their faces. I apologize, but I already have a mate. I do not wish for Xiao and Mou to feel unhappy, so I have no intention of taking on additional partners, she declared. For their sake? The three males gazed at the female in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was an uncommon notion for a female seeking a mate to consider the feelings of an existing partner, had it not always been about her own happiness. Even if she were to refuse, it would never be due to the presence of another male. What have I said wrong? As the three males fell into contemplation, Xiao began to second-guess herself. My little Xiao does not wish to mate with you, so be gone. Xiao proclaimed triumphantly, entirely disregarding Mou's presence. Little female, your current refusal is inconsequential, but if you ever wish to take a mate, would you consider me first? Tiger Ming persisted, unwilling to give up. Tiger Ming. Xiao has expressed her disinterest in mating. Do not disturb her while she is eating, Mou interjected, his tone laced with displeasure. While he could not impede the female's desire for a mate, once she had declined, he held the right as her designated partner to drive away other males. Relenting to Mou's evident displeasure, Tiger Ming lowered his head and retreated from their campfire. Mou then settled beside Xiao, gazing at her with tenderness. You both staring at me is a bit unsettling, Xiao remarked, shifting uncomfortably. I shall seek out the tribe leader. Please wait for me. Mou said with a soft smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. He seemed to have developed a fondness for this gesture. What business does he have with the tribe leader? Xiao gazed helplessly at Xiao, who was almost draped over her like a majestic python. Might you refrain from tarnishing your image in such a manner? She gently nudged his hands that were entwined around her arms, attempting to coax him patiently. Regardless of my feelings, you have finally acknowledged me as your mate. Xiao, with a playful defiance, entwined himself with her once more. Very well, I shall take responsibility for both you and Mou, Xiao replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Sensing a reversal of their positions, though the outcome remained unchanged. When Mou returned with the clan leader, he overheard Xiao's words, which resonated like a promise, instantly filling his heart with joy. In our world, a female must have at least 5 partners. Since you both have recognized each other, we shall host a pairing ceremony for you tomorrow. I have heard you have come of age, so it is imperative to secure the other males as well. Should you encounter any that you fancy, do inform me, and I shall facilitate the ceremony, the clan leader said, his gaze fixed approvingly on the female before him. 5? Xiao exclaimed, taken aback. How had she never heard of this? She glanced at Mou and then at Xiao, both males merely smiling at her, offering no contradiction to the clan leader's statement. All right, I understand, she conceded after a moment's contemplation, her gaze meeting the tender and affectionate eyes of Mou and Xiao as she smiled and nodded. The tribal festivities quietly concluded once the newly arrived females had chosen their partners. Males who already had companions returned to their wooden huts, while the single males, having seen Xiao, suppressed their growing restlessness and began devising ways to become her additional partners. Chapter 13. Couples attire. Little Leaf, you should rest. I must step out for a moment. Xiao, be a good girl and stay in the wooden house. It's too late to wander about. Are you all heading out? Xiao inquired, noticing their eagerness to leave after being brought back to the wooden hut. Yes. We need to prepare some things for tomorrow's ceremony. We will return shortly. After exchanging glances, Mou and Xiao placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before rushing out of the hut, unprepared for the ceremony so soon. They quickly conceived the idea of crafting a beautiful skirt from animal hides as a gift for their mate, although it was late, making it difficult to hunt. Their skills allowed them to find hidden prey swiftly, but they needed to act quickly, hence their hurried departure. Is it truly necessary to be in such a rush? Xiao gazed at the two vanishing figures, closed the wooden door, and turned to lie down in Mou's soft grass nest. Compared to the ground, the grass nest, cushioned by animal hides, was decidedly more comfortable. As she reflected on the information she had received that day, a sense of melancholy washed over her. She longed to return to her original world, where her family and friends resided, surrounded by the familiarity of her life. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that she could ever go back. Perhaps it is best to resign myself to fate, she mused. Mou and Xiao treated her with kindness. They never pried into her affairs as long as she remained silent. In this unfamiliar world, their companionship made her sorrow feel less burdensome. Lost in her thoughts, Xiao eventually drifted into slumber. When Xiao and Mou returned, they found Xiao already asleep and chose not to disturb her. The two hurried to the riverbank to begin processing the pelts of the red-tailed fox and silver wolf they had caught earlier. After carefully skinning and cleaning the prey, the two males hastened back, initially hoping to hunt for more game. However, concerns about Xiao's safety in the cabin, with only her present, weighed heavily on their minds. Despite being in a tribal setting, they feared the possibility of other males disturbing her or her wandering off. Xiao slept particularly soundly, perhaps because she had come to terms with her inner turmoil. Upon opening her drowsy eyes, she was met with the sight of a dark serpent's head. Although she did not scream, the sudden visual shock caused her to gasp in surprise. Cautiously, she shifted her body backward, only to find herself nestled against another warm figure. Turning her head, she discovered a large white tiger lounging behind her. Xiao, you are awake, Miyu said as he opened his eyes. The azure hue of his tiger pupils gradually coming into focus. He took in the bewildered expression on the young female's face and, with a smile, transformed into human form, wrapping her in his embrace. Why did this great beast embrace her without a word? Before she could voice her thoughts, a hand at her waist pulled her closer, leading her into a cool embrace. Little Leaf, Xiao whispered softly in her ear. Are you all awake? Did I wake you? Xiao asked, blushing as she broke the intimate atmosphere. She had mentioned her willingness to adapt to them, yet they seemed to have bypassed that entire process. Xiao. I will prepare some food for you. You can sleep a little longer, Xiao offered as he rose, rummaging through his belongings to find a red and white patterned hide to hand to her. Ah, why aren't you wearing a hide? Xiao exclaimed, covering her face in embarrassment. Hee, I will put on a hide right away, Xiao chuckled, slipping into a similar hide skirt, showing no sense of shame at being bare in front of Xiao. Well, she shouldn't expect him to possess any sense of modesty. What is this? Xiao inquired, observing that the hides he wore, the one in Xiao's hand, and the one on the ground seemed to belong to the same prey, creating a definite couple's outfit vibe. With eager anticipation, Xiao looked at Xiao. She felt that saying anything further would be overly sentimental. So she silently turned away to remove her hide and prepare to don the new skirt. What is this? Xiao asked, intrigued as he noticed that beneath her hide, she wore a small outfit. He playfully tugged at the delicate strap. Ah, let go, you naughty boy, Xiao exclaimed, turning to glare at Xiao. Her face flushed crimson. Little Leaf, why are you always so easily embarrassed? It's too warm to wear 2 layers, Xiao teased, releasing his grip and reaching for her garment, intending to help her remove her underclothes. Xiao, why Xiao felt completely relaxed, having firmly acknowledged them. As a modern individual, she was unafraid of candid encounters. Releasing her grip from her chest, she entwined her arms around Xiao's neck, gazing at him with a smile. Xiao was captivated by her smile, his heart racing powerfully, filled with affection. Would you like me to offer you some form of compensation? Xiao lifted her head and gently kissed Xiao. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but as Xiao prepared to depart, he grasped the back of her head, taking the initiative and deftly prying open her lips to possess the sweetness within. She realized her misstep. Teasing Xiao was a grave error. As she felt the intoxicating flicker of his tongue, akin to a serpent's, intertwining with her own, Xiao experienced the sensation of a self-inflicted wound. Xiao, it's time to eat, Mou gently called from outside the door. Xiao hurriedly pushed Xiao away. Xiao's tongue had yet to retract, leaving a trace of silver thread, which he drew into his mouth, gazing affectionately at the female in his arms. With a roll of her eyes, Xiao pushed him aside and donned the animal skin. It must be said that the young female's skin was already fair, adorned in the vibrant animal skin. Her complexion appeared even more luminous and radiant. How lovely. Thank you all, Xiao said, admiring the animal skin skirt with delight. I am glad you like it. Next time, I shall bring you something even better. As Xiao indulged in her meal, Mou donned another animal skin skirt. These two individuals truly exuded charm. Xiao glanced up at the two males, their attire resembling her own animal skin, albeit with less red fabric. Indeed, a couple-S ensemble befitting the beastly realm. Once she finished her meal, the two males shared the leftover roasted meat before leading her out of the wooden cabin. Chapter 14. The bonding ceremony. Upon their arrival at the square, they found a considerable gathering of beast men. The chieftain stood at the center of the stone platform, smiling warmly at them. Today marked the bonding ceremony for the newly arrived female and the two exalted males, drawing many single males who hoped to seize the opportunity to join their family. As the trio ascended the stone platform, Xiao and Mou knelt before her on one knee. In her moment of astonishment, the chieftain approached her side, holding a large leaf in both hands. He began to delicately apply a substance resembling paint onto the foreheads of the two males. Once he completed his artistry, the chieftain stepped aside. Xiao, I shall protect you until death, one proclaimed. Little leaf, I vow to the beast god to remain with you forever, growing old together, the other declared. The two males gazed at the female before them, ardently expressing their heartfelt oaths. Xiao gazed into the resolute eyes of the two individuals, their words echoing in her ears, stirring a profound sense of emotion within her. Your promise, I have never doubted. Your oath, I have never questioned. As Xiao began to respond, her right hand experienced a slight prickling sensation, followed by a gentle warmth that enveloped her fingers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mou and Jingyao experienced a similar reaction. The pigments applied by the clan leader gradually faded, little by little, until they vanished completely. Xiao, perplexed, raised her right hand. At the tips of her index and ring fingers lay a vivid serpent and a tiger, akin to intricate tattoos, lifelike, exquisite, and imbued with a certain spirit. Upon noticing the markings on the female's hand, the corners of the two males' mouths slowly curved upwards as they stood beside Xiao. Look, the beast god has acknowledged them. Jingyao and Mou's totems had vanished. They had received the blessing of the beast god. The little female's beast patterns are truly adorable. I too wish to be her male. Little female, the beast god has recognized your bond with them. The mate ceremony is complete. They are now your males. Unless you willingly forsake them, their connection to you will remain unbreakable, even unto death. They will neither betray nor flee from you. Finally, may you soon bear strong offspring. I would never abandon them. Thank you for the chief's blessing. But must the birthing process be so blunt? Indeed, Xiao had misunderstood the chief. Bearing strong offspring was the greatest and most sincere blessing in the beast world. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, the chief raised his hand, signaling the other beastmen to disperse. From now on, Xiao, we will be able to sense each other. Little leaf, is my beast mark not beautiful? Yes, it is as lovely as yours, Xiao praised, gazing at the small mark on her hand. Listening to the female's admiration, the two males felt a swell of pride within their hearts. After returning to the wooden house, Xiao surveyed the empty space and contemplated what to do. Mou, may I place some other items in the wooden house? Xiao thought it prudent to seek their opinions. Xiao, feel free to place whatever you wish. There is no need to consult me. Is there bamboo in our tribe? I wish to create a screen for division. I do not want to see the sleeping nest every time I open the door. Bamboo? The two exchanged puzzled glances with Xiao. It's the green, segmented plant that grows quite tall. Little leaf, you must be referring to Jiegao. Although it is not called bamboo, it resembles what you described. There is a vast expanse of it to the east of the tribe. Jingyu explained after a moment's thought. Can you take me to see it? Xiao exclaimed, excitement overtaking her as she grasped Jingyao's hand. If it truly was bamboo, she could craft many things. All right, I will carry you there swiftly. Satisfied to see his little female so joyful at the prospect of merely viewing the Jiegao, he was more than willing to oblige. Xiao turned and equipped her dagger, and the trio hastened towards the eastern grove of bamboo. Oh, this bamboo forest is truly magnificent. Xiao marveled as she gazed upon the verdant expanse. What do you wish to do? Just let me know, and I shall handle it. Mou interjected with a smile, blocking the eager attempt of KK to assist Xiao. Please help me gather some bamboo, and then split it into quarters. With swift precision, Mou transformed his hand into a tiger-esque claw and struck the bamboo, causing a stalk to snap and tumble down. Soon, a neat pile of bamboo lay arranged before Xiao. Jingyao expertly divided a whole stalk into 4 equal parts, and as Xiao admired the impeccable proportions, she flashed a thumbs up to her 2 companions. Xiao did not possess claws as sharp as theirs. She patiently picked up the bamboo that Jingyao had divided and began to separate the resilient bamboo surface with a dagger. Gradually, she started to weave. Observing the bamboo before the female, it appeared sufficient, prompting the 2 males to pause and sit before her, both relishing this tranquil and blissful moment. Thanks to her skill, a sizable screen was completed in no time. Her creation was far more exquisite and beautiful than those of the beast era, much like herself. The 2 males instinctively caressed the wristbands adorning their arms. Mou, I require some whole bamboo. Nothing too tall, just about the height of your waist. And a few that reach your calves, Xiao instructed, gesturing towards the desired height. Upon hearing this, Mou rose and soon returned with the necessary bamboo. Xiao resumed her weaving, and both males noticed her making various small incisions in the bamboo. Could you lend a hand? Xiao asked with a cheerful smile directed at them. What should we do? They inquired in unison. Just hold this while I secure the table legs. Once all 4 legs are firmly in place, I'll have you lower the bamboo tabletop, she instructed. After securing the legs, Xiao climbed onto the table and bounced lightly a few times. All done, it's quite stable. Xiao, you are truly clever. Mou exclaimed as he lifted her down, offering praise with a smile. But what is this for? Jingyao asked, gazing curiously at the table and screen. Oh, this is a table. I'll be crafting a few bamboo chairs shortly, so we won't have to sit on the ground for our meals anymore. And this is a screen. It will provide a barrier for our grass nest, ensuring a more restful sleep. Xiao happily explained the purposes of her creations to the two. Xiao, teach me. Whatever you need next time, I shall make it. Just look at your hands. They are injured, Mou remarked. After hearing this, Xiao glanced at her fingers, realizing that she must have pricked them while crafting bamboo strips. Perhaps too caught up in her excitement to notice. All right, let me teach you how to make bamboo chairs, she said with a light laugh. Unable to bear the sympathetic yet reproachful gazes directed at her, it must be acknowledged that the orcs possessed remarkable dexterity under Xiao's guidance. They swiftly mastered the art of crafting bamboo chairs, observing their eagerness to continue working. Xiao picked up a bamboo pole as thick as her wrist and carefully began to shape it with her dagger. This is simple. It won't injure your hands, she remarked softly, aware of their focused stares. Seeing her confidence, they refrained from further comments and continued their tasks. As the sun reached its zenith, Mou and Jingyao prepared to escort Xiao back to the wooden house. Thus, the scene unfolded, Xiao bouncing ahead while clutching several sections of bamboo, and Mou behind her, carrying an object made from the bamboo along with 2 smaller items in his hands. Chapter 15. Injury upon returning to the wooden house. Mou arranged the screen and table in accordance with Xiao's instructions, causing the once spacious abode to feel increasingly cramped. Do you think we should consider expanding the wooden house? Xiao inquired, surveying the space. Xiao, the area beside and behind you is my territory. You can expand as you wish, Mou replied, ruffling her hair. All right, since Mou is quite well off in this beastly world, let us build 2 more rooms. That way, we will all have our own spaces. Little Leaf, don't you want to sleep with us? Jingyao asked, looking at her with a pitiful expression. That is not what I meant, Xiao retorted. We can build the rooms, but someone must stay with you at night for your protection. Mou untangled her disheveled hair, assuming she was merely adjusting to her new relationship and thinking little of it. Jingyao, Mou, are you there? Herming's urgent knocks echoed on the wooden door, his anxious voice calling from outside. What's wrong? Mou asked as he opened the door to find Herming. The hunting team has encountered trouble. Nan and Fei Ling have sustained serious injuries. The clan leader requests your presence. I'll go, Jingyao. Stay with Xiao. I'm fine. I can accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Xiao insisted, grasping Mou's arm, eager to follow. Don't be foolish. What help can you provide? Herming replied, noting the injuries and fearing they might frighten her. I'm not that delicate. Xiao pouted, clearly displeased with Jingyao's words. Xiao, Little Leaf, they both worried she might be upset and were at a loss for how to explain. Let us take her along. We wouldn't want to provoke her anger. In a hushed tone, Hu Meng offered a suggestion. Yes, let us hasten and not squander any more time. With these words, Xiao leapt up, wrapping her arms around Mou's neck. He instinctively supported her, concerned about her potential fall, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Little Yi, I can carry you as well, Jingyao gently interjected. No, you didn't invite me, Xiao retorted unhappily, then patted Mou's shoulder, urging him to move swiftly. Little Yi, Jingyao called out as he hurried after her, grasping her hand with a pitiful expression. All right. I was just teasing you. Later, you shall carry me back. We must not keep the clan leader waiting. Xiao replied with a smile, returning his grip. Upon hearing this, Jingyao's face brightened instantly, his mood shifting with remarkable speed, akin to turning the pages of a book. Before long, they arrived at the clan leader's wooden dwelling. Upon seeing the orc lying on the ground, Mou gently set Xiao down before stepping forward to examine the wounds of both individuals. Xiao also extended her small head to observe the individuals on the ground, both of whom bore deep wounds, one on the chest and the other on the thigh, blood and flesh flying asunder. The grass beneath them had become thoroughly soaked with the blood that poured from their injuries. They could not stem the bleeding and had succumbed to unconsciousness. If the bleeding persisted, their chances of survival would dwindle. An older male crouched before them, pressing herbs against their wounds. He softly addressed the chieftain, who squatted across from him, questioning the efficacy of such rudimentary measures without proper bandaging or pressure to halt the bleeding. This situation could likely lead to a fever from excessive blood loss, and Xiao, observing this simplistic treatment, lamented the backwardness of the beastly world. "Jingyu, please take me back to the wooden hut," she requested. Mistaking her fear for something deeper, Jingyu did not press for further details. He simply lifted her in his arms and turned to leave. The other beastmen observed the female's departure without any sense of impropriety. "Little Leaf, stay at home and do not wander off. I must return to ascertain the situation," he instructed. "Wait a moment. Fetch me a clean piece of beast skin." Xiao gently called out, stopping Jingyu in his tracks. Upon locating her satchel, she retrieved the medicine box and selected the necessary anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medications. "How large are those two beastmen?" she inquired as Jingyu brought the beast's skin. "Approximately 2 sizes smaller than Mou," Jingyu replied after a moment's thought. "Very well," Xiao said, placing 3 times the required dosage of tablets upon the beast's skin. She then turned and crushed the medicine using the bamboo cup she had prepared earlier. "All right, let us return. Walk slowly. I will instruct you on what to do along the way, and then the remainder shall be entrusted to you." Jingyu looked at her in bewilderment, but complied, carrying her out the door. Upon their return, "You should instruct someone to craft a stone pot. Once it is ready, boil a pot of hot water and pour half into it, allowing the 2 beastmen to drink from it. For the other half, remove the herbs you placed earlier and use the hot water to cleanse their bodies, washing away the blood. Once clean, apply fresh medicinal herbs to their wounds and secure them with clean beast skin, ensuring they are not too tight, just enough to keep the herbs in place. Lastly, if they exhibit any signs of fever tomorrow, they must consume this packet of medicine. Do you understand?" Observing Jingyu's incredulous expression, Xiao helplessly patted his arm. "Little Leaf, do you possess medical skills?" Jingyu asked, astonished by the clarity and coherence of her instructions, which even their tribal healer had never articulated. "Jingyu, I am not a healer. I merely happen to have the necessary supplies for the injured. I can only ensure that their bleeding is temporarily controlled. Of course, if you do not trust my judgment, the medicine need not be administered." "I certainly trust you. They are beastmen and recover swiftly. Do not worry." Jingyu gently kissed her cheek and smiled. Upon returning to the chieftain's wooden hut, he began to organize according to what Xiao had just advised. Initially, both the chieftain and the tribal physician attempted to dissuade him, but as he skillfully bound the wounds of the 2 beastmen with animal hide, the bleeding gradually ceased, leaving the onlookers astonished. "Jingyu, you surprisingly possess medical knowledge?" the chieftain exclaimed in disbelief. I encountered some experience while outside. I merely wish to give it a try," Jingyu responded, raising his head and lying to the chieftain without a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Mou, witnessing Jingyu's series of actions, returned to Xiao's side. He was well aware that these skills were taught to Jingyu by Xiao. Yet he refrained from revealing this, wanting to spare her any additional distress. Chapter 16. The Eagle Clan. Huming, could you please elucidate the situation? The chieftain inquired, glancing at the 2 beastmen whose conditions were stabilizing. "You all converse. I shall wander about the tribe and return on my own shortly." Noticing their intent to discuss matters, Xiao softly spoke to Mou before stepping out of the wooden hut. "Not long after we began hunting in the Withered Moon Forest, we spotted several male members of the Eagle Clan. Initially, we intended to steer clear of them, but they seemed to be searching for someone. After encountering us, they continued to provoke us, and Nan and Fei Ling, unable to tolerate it, ended up arguing with them, which ultimately escalated into a brawl." Huming hastily explained as all eyes turned to him. "Eagle Clan? Aren't they located in the southern cliffs?" "Indeed. How did they end up in the Withered Moon Forest? Are they here to capture females?" The tribe members began to murmur among themselves. "How many beastmen are there?" Jingyu queried Huming. "About 7 or 8. 2 of whom are third-tier beastmen. One of them injured Nan." "Chieftain, what should we do now?" Huming looked towards the chieftain after finishing his account. "Let us proceed to investigate," Jingyu suggested softly to Mou. "Very well, take a few individuals and scout the area, regardless of their intentions. The other males should prepare for battle." The chieftain swiftly organized the arrangements. "Little female, where are you headed? We can accompany you." Several single males approached the newly arrived female enthusiastically. "No need. I shall just wander about," she replied. "Perhaps I should return to fetch my dagger and then check out the bamboo forest to craft something," Xiao thought, realizing that aimlessly wandering might attract their attention. Consequently, she decisively altered her course back to the wooden hut. After retrieving her dagger, she leisurely made her way towards the bamboo forest, guided by her memory. Xiao Xiao. Where are you going? Seeing Xiao, Mou quickly called out to her. Ah, I'm heading to the bamboo forest. Are you all going out? Xiao smiled as she approached Mou and the others. Is there something you wish to do? We can prepare it for you upon our return. Little Leaf. Make sure to return early. Understood? I got it. I'll just take a quick look. Please be cautious while you're out. After giving her instructions, Xiao smiled and departed. Mou, your little female is truly obedient. Indeed, even when you do not accompany her, she remains unperturbed. Jingyao, may I pursue her? The little female has yet to respond to my advances. Do not entertain such thoughts. The conversations around them grew increasingly fervent, causing the expressions of Mou and Jingyao to darken visibly. Let us go. Once Yi Zhao's figure vanished from their sight, Jingyu and Mou stepped away from the gathering, offering no opportunity for the envious beastmen eyeing their female. Within the bamboo grove, a diminutive figure struggled with a piece of green bamboo. Yi Zhao was genuinely surprised at how effortlessly Mou and Jingyu had snapped the bamboo, while it proved to be quite a challenge for her. Observing the chaotic scratches on the bamboo, she resolutely chose to abandon her efforts. Ah, if I cannot manage the bamboo, I can search for bamboo shoots instead. What a clever little thought. Oh, is that a dandelion? Yi Zhao gazed in astonishment at the yellow daisies before her, accompanied by several mature pom-poms formed by white whisks. These were indeed remarkable treasures, renowned for their natural antibiotic properties. Plucking a white pom-pom, Yi Zhao gently blew towards it, causing the delicate white whisks to disperse softly, carried away by the breeze. Yi Zhao appeared to have discovered a source of amusement, reveling in her playfulness. After completing one dandelion, she eagerly sought out another. Yet she did not discard the roots she had gathered. Consequently, by the time she had satiated her curiosity, her hands were filled with a collection of dandelion roots. Yiming leaned against the sturdy trunk of a tree, using the lush foliage to evade his kin's pursuit. He had no desire to ally himself with that haughty female in the tribe, who had the audacity to accuse him of pushing her after she had stumbled, and even sought to incite her partner to take his life. He was thoroughly exasperated. Had it not been for his failure to notice the female's deceitful maneuvers, he would not have found himself in such a precarious position. He should have taken the initiative to eliminate her before it came to this. Yu Xiaohuan joyfully blew at the dandelions and, glancing up, spotted a fruit tree in the distance. Instantly, her face lit up with delight. She hastily stuffed the dandelions into her waist pouch and dashed towards the tree. Could it be an apple tree? She wondered, eyeing the branches laden with clusters of red fruit. She couldn't help but swallow, her mouth watering, after a day filled with roasted meat. The thought of fresh fruit was simply irresistible. If only Mou and the others were here, she lamented. Clad in her animal skin skirt, climbing the tree would be rather inconvenient, and she lacked the confidence to attempt it. On the ground, she noticed fallen, spoiled fruit that closely resembled apples but were significantly larger. Truly, the wonders of the beast world were extraordinary. Perhaps I could knock one down, she mused, spotting a small stone at her feet. With determination, she took a few steps back and hurled a stone the size of her palm. After a failed attempt, she persisted, throwing a second stone. However, the one suffering was Yiming, who was hidden among the branches. Perhaps it was his misfortune. Upon hearing sounds approaching his direction, he quietly concealed himself. Then, he heard a melodious female voice. Being in the White Tiger tribe, he intended to rest briefly before departing, wishing to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Yet, this young female seemed intent on confronting the red fruit tree. Not a single fruit fell from her throws, but most of the stones accurately landed upon him instead. It was tolerable. The stones were small, and her strength was minimal, so Yiming endured. That was until a larger stone struck him on the head, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down from the tree. With a thud, Yu Xiaohuan turned her gaze towards the sound. A large black bird lay sprawled on the ground. Are you a beast man? She wondered, feeling a twinge of fear from her previous encounter with Jingyao, and hesitated to approach. Could I have knocked it unconscious? After a few moments of uncertainty, she stepped closer and noticed a bump on the bird's head. Please wake up. I didn't mean to. She gently nudged the bird's body, discovering numerous wounds upon it. Chapter 17. Healing. When Yiming opened his eyes, he found a small female crouching beside him, seemingly preoccupied with something. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled, delicate brows arched elegantly, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her fair skin radiated a faint blush, and her lips were as vibrant as blooming petals. He had never encountered such a breathtaking female, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Oh, you're finally awake. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were in the tree. I only intended to knock down a few fruits and didn't mean to hurt you. Xiao quickly apologized upon seeing the large bird awaken, regardless of whether it could comprehend her words. Hearing her voice, Yiming regained his senses, realizing that the beautiful sound belonged to her. Do females also apologize? He pondered. There must be a purpose behind this. Thinking of the female's attempt to frame him, Wingming felt disdain in his heart, and his gaze turned slightly colder as he regarded her gray-black eyes. Do not move. Your wings are injured, although the bones are unharmed. I have placed some dandelions for you. Without proper bandaging, you risk falling if you stir too much. Upon hearing the female's words, he lifted his wings, discovering indeed that some herbs rested upon them, cool to the touch yet providing considerable relief. You are certainly not a beast man. I am uncertain if you comprehend my words. But fear not. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Observing that the great bird did not respond, Xiao assumed it to be merely an ordinary avian creature. Did she not instruct it to remain still? Its silence seemed merely an expression of curiosity regarding her intentions, and thus the misunderstanding continued. Did you engage in a skirmish with your kind? Exercise caution next time. There are fruits in the trees. Hiding among them makes you easily detectable, Xiao remarked softly, her boredom prompting her to address the dandelion-covered bird. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Do you understand my meaning? She asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wingming nodded in affirmation. Then can you forgive me? I truly did not mean to, she pleaded. Chirp, 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 he continued to nod. Wingming yearned to explain that she had not harmed him. The swelling on his head was merely a consequence of his fall. Yet he found it somewhat embarrassing to articulate. Meanwhile, Xiao and Mo were calling out as they approached. They had ventured to the withered moon forest in search of the Eagle Clan beast men, but, upon failing to find any after 2 rounds of searching, returned to the tribe. Upon arriving home and not finding Xiao, they proceeded to the bamboo grove in search of her. Hearing someone approaching, Wingming hastily attempted to depart. Oh, are you leaving? Xiao inquired softly, noticing the large bird's unease in response to Mou's voice. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wingming glanced toward the distant beast man and nodded slightly at Xiao. Very well, my partner has come to find me, and I must return home. Do take care next time. Xiao assumed that it was concerned about being attacked again, so he did not press further. He watched as it got up and left, then turned to respond to Mou as he approached. After Xiao and Mou left with smiles, Yiming transformed into human form and emerged from behind the large tree. The man was strikingly handsome, with sleek, short black hair, sharp, slanting brows, elongated gray-black eyes brimming with intensity, thinly pressed lips, and a well-defined jawline. His tall and slender physique exuded an air of aloofness and quiet dignity, radiating an imposing presence that commanded respect. As his form shifted, herbs began to fall from him, revealing that the wounds on his arms and chest had left behind only patches of green marks. Xiao, is that the name of the little female? He mused, recalling how the male had referred to her. It seemed fitting, and the thought of that small, soft bundle brought a subtle shift to Yiming's usually composed and indifferent countenance. Little leaf, why did you take so long? Yao asked, displeased, as he embraced Xiao upon their return. Nestling his nose against her neck, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar masculine scent, causing him to frown slightly. I struck a wounded bird with a rock, and it fell from the tree and fainted. I had to wait for it to wake up, so I stayed a bit longer, Xiao explained, squirming slightly as Yao's embrace tickled her. Just a bird? Mou inquired, looking at her with curiosity. Yao planted a kiss on her cheek, smiling as he spoke. Yes, at first I thought it was a beast man, but it didn't say a word. Oh no. I forgot the apples. Suddenly recalling the luscious fruit, Xiao's expression fell. What apples? The 2 males looked at the female, concerned by her discontent. There is an apple tree in the bamboo grove, full of apples, but I couldn't reach them. Are you talking about the red fruits? I'll go pick some for you. Don't be upset, Mou said with a smile. Really? Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Mou. Yes, just wait. Mou kissed her forehead and then dashed outside. In addition to retrieving the fruit, he was also curious if the large bird Xiao mentioned was still there. If it was a member of the Eagle Clan searching for something, he would drive them away. He could not allow Xiao to be in danger under any circumstances. When Mou arrived beneath the apple tree, there was no sign of anyone. With a chuckle at the neatly piled red fruits beneath the tree, he smiled and quickly climbed the trunk to gather the fresh produce. Chapter 18, Expansion. Yao, Let us design the expansion of the house, Xiao suggested, seeking a task to alleviate her boredom. Little Leaf, how do you envision it? We could add 2 rooms behind the original house for sleeping. They don't need to be large. Additionally, I require a space for bathing. The current room can be kept vacant for visitors, making it convenient for discussions. Also, let us construct a small shed in front. That way, the smoke from grilling one tea permeate the house. Xiao found a clean patch of ground and began to sketch with a branch, contemplating her thoughts as she drew. If she were to survive in this beastly world, it was imperative to enhance her living conditions. In the summer, she could bathe and swim in the river, but she was uncertain about the winter conditions. She certainly could not plunge into the river for a wash during that time. Eventually, as Xiao ceased her drawing, an image of a quaint 4-room cabin unfolded before Yao's eyes. Reflecting on her earlier remarks, they realized their oversight. During winter, females were particularly vulnerable. Little Leaf cherished cleanliness, yet allowing her to bathe in the river could lead to illness. Moreover, a small shelter was essential. Previously, the males often consumed raw meat without the need for cooking, but the females preferred roasted meals, which took a considerable time to dispel the smoke from the house. Little Leaf's meticulousness was commendable, but he had to hibernate during winter. The thought of not seeing her for an entire season filled Yao with self-loathing for his serpentine identity. What was wrong? Was he asking too much? Xiao sensed Yao's unusual mood and inquired, "Is it that, Little Leaf? If I were to be away for an extended period, would you forget me? What's wrong? Are you going far away? Or are you regretting our bond?" No, how could I ever regret? I wish I could have you by my side at all times. However, as a serpent, I must hibernate in the cold season. And I fear you might forget me and no longer want me. Indeed, snakes are cold-blooded creatures, necessitating hibernation, indicating Yao shared this trait. Do you not trust me? If you hibernate, I will simply await your return at home. How could I ever forget such a magnificent serpent like you? Xiao found his concerns amusing. Little Leaf, I truly adore you, Yao replied, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Even if she were deceiving him, he could not suppress his joy at that moment. All right, take a look at my drawing. Do you think it will work? Is it too complicated? Xiao gently patted Yao's back, smiling. It won't be difficult. We merely need to expand a few wooden cabins. When Mou returned, he heard Xiao's inquiry. Indeed, it's quite simple. We shall commence construction tomorrow. The two then began to study Xiao's drawing. After dinner, Xiao prepared to bathe, and Yao along with Mou escorted her to the riverbank. Both transforming into their beast forms and joyfully swimming back and forth. They both seemed quite fond of cleanliness. Xiao observed their happiness, which delighted her heart. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, she noticed an unusual glimmer in their eyes filled with anticipation, something she could not overlook. I shall retire for the night. You both should rest early as well. She had mentally prepared herself, yet when confronted with the reality, she began to falter. Xiao and Xiaoya seemed determined not to let her escape. One held her hand gently while softly calling her name. Yao lifted her from behind, while Mayu leaned down to kiss her lips, lingering delicately on her petals. Xiao's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively extended her tongue to brush against her own lips. Sensing her response, Mayu deepened the kiss, his tongue prying open her pearly gates, entwining with hers. After an eternity, they finally parted, gasping for breath. Xiaoya and Yao tenderly caressed her fair back, their voices dripping with sweetness as they called to her. Xiao's mind was a blank until she realized, as she was gently placed in the grassy nest, that her animal skin skirt had vanished without a trace. Curling her body slightly, she cast an anxious glance at them. Xiao, do not be afraid, Little Leaf, they reassured her, suppressing their own impulses as they lay beside her, their warm breaths brushing against her neck. Observing the fervent glimmer in their eyes, Xiao felt her cheeks flush deeper, and the silence enveloping the room seemed to amplify the sound of their collective heartbeats. The two watched her shy demeanor, a mixture of trepidation and amusement gracing their expressions. Suddenly, Yao pulled her into his embrace, leaning down to capture her crimson lips in a kiss. Xiao attempted to push him away, but he seized her wrist, gently pressing it against her head, leaving her with no opportunity to resist. She found herself reciprocating, her feelings ignited as she wrapped her arms around Yao. Xiao, Mou softly took her hand, placing a tender kiss upon it. They both yearned to leave their unique marks upon her. The following day, Xiao awoke, feeling as if her bones were about to shatter. As she attempted to rise, the soreness in her waist caused her to collapse once again, her body devoid of strength. Memories of the previous day surfaced, recalling her pleas for them to stop, which they had seemingly ignored. coaxing her to comply time and again until she had no recollection of when she fell asleep. Indeed, it seemed wise to sleep apart, she thought, her cheeks burning at the thought of their extraordinary stamina. Xiao, you're awake. Little Leaf, I've already bathed you and helped you get dressed, they chimed, their lively appearances making her want to scold them both. Humph, I lack the strength, I wish to sleep, and I do not wish to engage with you, she pouted, covering her head with the animal skin to ignore them. Sleeping is fine, but do not cover your head. Rest a little longer, and then we shall go chop wood, they said, fully aware of her exhaustion from the previous day. Xiao pulled away the animal skin from her head, revealing her sulking lips and her indignant glare directed at him. What's wrong? It's all your fault. Yes, it is our fault. We shall not repeat it. Jingyu responded with a playful grin. I want to eat an apple, she declared, her haughty expression only endearing her further in their eyes. Mou offered her a freshly washed red fruit, which she eagerly bit into without hesitation. Chapter 19. Wing inscription. Xiao, just sit there and do not move. You stay on that side while Mou and I chop wood. If a tree falls, you will be safe, they instructed. All right, I know. You've already said it thrice, Xiao replied, exasperated. Was she not clever enough to avoid danger? Once the two had arranged matters concerning Xiao, they commenced their task of felling trees. It must be said that a man who is earnest in his endeavors possesses a certain charm. And as Xiao observed the pair, a subtle smile graced her lips. For 3 consecutive days, the trio maintained this routine. While Mou and Jingyu busily chopped wood, Xiao patiently waited nearby. Unbeknownst to her, for those 3 days, Yiming had been concealed in the trees not far away, silently watching over her. He could not fathom why time seemed to fly when he was in her presence. But he remained hidden in the shade, observing her until the 3 departed. As he witnessed her interactions with her companions, a pang of envy stirred within him for the 2 males who could frolic and play with her, sharing in the affection that he yearned for. The seeds of desire quietly took root in his heart. Though he had not yet been discovered, he sensed that the female would not readily relinquish her pursuit. The reason behind her action stemmed from the embarrassment he had suffered during their last encounter when he had not extended a hand to assist her. Fortunately, at that time, only her partner was present, and he felt it was time to return and see her again. The Eagle clan is known for its keen eyesight, and from afar, he could clearly perceive the small female's smiling face. Having reached adulthood 3 years ago, he had witnessed numerous instances of females treating their partners poorly, which had long dissuaded him from seeking a mate. However, he now found himself inexplicably drawn to this particular female, who seemed unlike the others. Even when she mistook him for an ordinary bird, she tended to his injuries with care and concern, displaying an attitude towards him that was distinctly different from that of other females. The wounds on his wings were already healing, devoid of the itching that typically accompanies such injuries, which surprised him. He had not anticipated such swift recovery. The herbs she had applied were evidently effective, though he remained unaware of their nature. Spreading his wings, Yiming soared towards the grove where the 3 were situated, circling overhead while calling out, Look, that large bird resembles the one I accidentally injured. I wonder if its wounds have healed, Xiao remarked, pointing at Yiming as she gazed skyward. Addressing Mou and Jingyu. Stepping forward, Mou positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao, his gaze fixed on the sky. With a hiss, Jingyu transformed into his beast form and swiftly ascended to the treetops, emitting an angry hiss towards Yiming. Yiming glanced down at Jingyu, then descended gracefully into the grove, transforming back into his human form and standing merely a few steps away from Xiao. He wished to avoid any conflict with her companions that might cause her distress. Little female, I am Yiming. Thank you for saving me last time, he said, disregarding the threatening glares from the 2 males and offering a warm smile. Oh, so you are a beast man, Xiao exclaimed, peeking out from behind Mou to regard the man before her. It must be said, in terms of uniqueness, handsome men certainly characterized the beast world. The circumstances at that time were somewhat peculiar, which is why I did not disclose the truth. I apologize, Yiming continued to explain. It's quite all right. Everyone has their own circumstances, and you need not apologize, she replied graciously. Once healed, hasten back to your tribe and refrain from lingering around ours. Jingyu cast a displeased glance at the eagle beast before him. Little female, you have saved me, and I now bear the responsibility of safeguarding you. Your mates are few, and the snake beast will hibernate during the cold season at that time. A single beastman will not be able to protect you from the tiger beasts. I must return to my tribe to attend to some matters, and I shall return as swiftly as possible once they are resolved. It matters not whether we can protect you, but it seems the matters you need to attend to are considerable, he added, his expression cold as he gazed at the beastman before him. His strength surpassed theirs. Nearing a breakthrough to the 4th tier, yet should a conflict arise, they would not shy away. Thank you for your kindness, but do attend to your affairs promptly. Leaf Xiao interjected, sensing the tension among the three. Very well, I shall take my leave, and upon completion of my tasks, I will return. Please await me. Yiming replied, almost entirely disregarding the other 2 males as he took to the skies. Xiao, let us return and construct a dwelling, Miyu suggested. Looking at Leaf Xiao. Little Leaf, are you truly going to agree to him? Jingyu questioned, feigning a pitiful demeanor as he clutched Leaf Xiao's arm. Agree to what? I merely wish to prevent a quarrel between you. With so much on your mind, should you not go assist Miyu? Leaf Xiao replied, exasperated as she swatted his arm. It would be quite odd to accept a male outright, wouldn't it? Many females behave this way. Once they find someone appealing or of worth, they desire to mate. It is hardly surprising, Jingyu remarked. However, Little Leaf is different. She initially had no desire to bond with them. Xiao, as long as you are happy, you may seek other males, Miyu reassured her. The eagle beast spoke truthfully. Given Leaf Xiao's beauty, she indeed has too few mates to ensure her safety. Must I truly seek 5 mates? Can I just have you? Leaf Xiao questioned, grappling with the singular demand of the beast world regarding females. There is no rush. You may take your time to find those you truly desire. Miyu replied, though he felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of her considering other partners. Nevertheless, he embraced her gently, offering solace. But this seems unfair to you, Leaf Xiao said, gazing up at Miyu with concern. Meeting you has been my greatest fortune. With a smile, Miyu continued to offer comfort. Chapter 20. Fish Soup. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, the 2 males busied themselves with the construction of the house. Lacking experience in expansion, Xiao refrained from participating. Instead, she took the rattan that Jingyu had gathered the previous day and began weaving a fishing net. Having subsisted on grilled meat for the past few days, she found herself weary of it, despite having her own seasonings to enhance the flavor. On the first day of their arrival, she had spotted numerous fish in the river, unafraid of her presence as she approached. Today, she resolved to improve their meals. While dishes like sauerkraut fish and sweet and sour fish were beyond her culinary skills, grilled fish and fish soup were certainly within her reach given the current circumstances. The thought of a delectable fish soup quickened her hand's movements. What are you doing, Xiao? Miyu asked, passing by with a piece of wood. Noticing her weaving and smiling as he inquired. Hee, I'm preparing a delicious meal for you, Xiao replied cheerfully. Don't overexert yourself, Miyu said affectionately, ruffling her hair. In his eyes, it was merely a playful endeavor of his little female. Before long, Xiao observed the 2 already woven fishing nets nearby. Rising, she sought out a suitable bamboo stalk, deftly carving it into a fork with her dagger. Without calling for the others, she grabbed the fishing nets and made her way toward the small river. What is that little female doing? What is she holding? Why is she trying to catch a prickly beast? Hey, little female, stop catching that prickly beast. It's not tasty. If you're hungry, I can go catch some prey for you. Xiao disregarded the chattering males nearby, descended to the river, set up her fishing net, and successfully speared a large fish. Didn't your males feed you adequately? This prickly beast is quite pungent and can easily choke. We females avoid it altogether. Xiao glanced up to see 2 females approaching, followed by a group of males. What is the situation here? The females, seemingly youthful, possessed a healthy wheat-colored complexion. Yet perhaps due to a lack of exercise, their skin and muscles appeared somewhat saggy, lacking both delicacy and strength. The bulging belly between their tube tops and beast-skin skirts was jarring, hanging loosely at their waists, while the other female's bosom nearly sagged to her navel. Tightly constrained by her top, presenting a rather unflattering appearance despite ample flesh. With turned-up noses and squinting eyes. Their unconventional look seemed incongruous with the handsome males who cherished them as treasures, were it not for the tube tops adorning their upper bodies. Xiao would have hesitated to associate them with the females of their kind. Despite being natives of the beast world, the disparity between the females and males was stark. No wonder Miyu and Jingyu praised her beauty daily. Xiao silently felt a pang of sympathy for the males of the beast world for 3 seconds. Little female, did you hear our conversation? I'll send my male to fetch you some meat. Please come up quickly. One of the females, noticing Xiao's silence, continued patiently. Thank you, but I really don't need it. I can eat this. Although the 2 females spoke with a hint of arrogance, their words were laced with concern for her, and Xiao responded politely. This truly is quite fishy. It doesn't taste good. The females, seeing their persuasion failing, grew somewhat anxious. Oh, this is indeed edible. Otherwise, how about I prepare it for you to try later? After spearing another fish, Xiao tossed the catch onto the shore, responding to their remarks while deftly plunging her spear back into the water. Sometimes, during long outdoor camping excursions, they would forage for food themselves. Fishing was merely one of the skills she had mastered with ease. Little Yi, why are you in the river? Seeing Xiao playing for quite some time without returning, Jingyu followed her scent to the riverbank, where he found her catching the prickly beasts. I'm fishing, Xiao replied, tossing another fish onto the shore. If it's not tasty, why catch it? Jingyao, concerned she might fall ill from lingering in the water, waded in to retrieve her. You'll see soon enough. Aren't you unable to eat stimulating foods? I'll make you fish soup. I'll catch it. You go wait on the shore. Although Jingyao disliked the prickly beast, hearing the female mention preparing food for him filled him with delight. Without waiting for Xiao to decline, he lifted her onto the shore and then transformed into his beast form to swim back into the river. As Xiao reached the shore, she remained industrious, beginning to tend to the fish she had just brought ashore. Skillfully scaling the fish, cleaning the gills, and removing the entrails, she washed them thoroughly with river water, her adept movements leaving the nearby orcs in stunned silence. Is it not customary to simply catch and consume the? Two female orcs, intrigued by Xiao's meticulous process, squatted beside her. It is not that the fish is inedible if the scales are not removed. Rather, uncleaned gills impart a bitter taste, and the entrails must be discarded. At last, Xiao understood why they had previously deemed the fish unpalatable. Without cleaning these parts, it would indeed be a culinary travesty. Jingyao approached, damp from the river, bearing 5 or 6 fish, each significantly larger than those Xiao had caught. Little Leaf, do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can catch more. That should suffice. We have meat at home. If we find it lacking, we can always roast some more later. Xiao replied as she reached for the fish in Jingyao's hands. Crouching beside her, Jingyao handed her a fish, and after observing her technique, took on the task of fish preparation himself. May I visit your home? One of the female orcs inquired eagerly. I wish to try the fish you mentioned. If it is delicious, I would like my male to prepare it for me. Of course, but please call me Xiao, not little female, she smiled in response. Hey, I'm Huna, a female of the Tiger clan, she introduced herself, pulling in her somewhat shy companion. This is Lu Ling from the Deer clan. She just joined our tribe last year. Greetings. I hope we can become friends and meet more of our kind. Xiao felt a warmth in her heart at the prospect of new friendships. Chapter 21. Fish Soup 2. Once all the fish were cleaned, the group followed Jingyu back to the wooden hut. The males of Huna and Lu Ling observed their females preparing to visit another home for a taste test and decided to split off a few members to hunt, intending to bring their catch to Xiao's dwelling. Xiao, are you expanding your home? Huna asked, noticing the pile of timber scattered about. She found this knowledgeable and amiable female quite endearing. Yes, we are adding several new wooden huts and constructing a shelter outside. A shelter? Huna and Lu Ling exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, it will be built outside to prevent the smoke from the roasting meat from permeating the house. Wow, Xiao. You were so clever. I used to be quite troubled by the smoky smell in my house when cooking roasted meat, Lu Ling softly confessed. I want my male to build a shelter too. Me too. Huna chimed in enthusiastically, her personality contrasting with Lu Ling's shyness. All right then. Once MOU and Jingyu have completed it, you can invite your males over to see it or even teach them how to construct one. For now, let us focus on preparing the fish. Xiao moved out the stone pot that Jingyu had prepared 2 days prior. She then gathered 3 large stones and some timber, igniting a fire and skillfully arranging the stones around it to create a makeshift stove. Aren't you going to assist your female? One of the male tigers queried, observing the industrious efforts of Moyu and Jingyao as they expanded their workspace. If she requires our help, she will call for us. If we approach her now, she might be displeased. Mou replied with a resigned shrug after erecting a wooden structure. Their female was commendable in every aspect, yet her independence was unparalleled. She would never accept assistance for tasks she deemed manageable. If they insisted on helping, she would accuse them of finding her inadequate, leading to prolonged sulking, during which they would have to coax and apologize before she would relent and cease her displeasure. It seems our female wishes to dine at your abode. Let us assist you in your expansion. No need. Our little Yezi desires a wooden house, and we shall handle it ourselves. They had no intention of allowing their dwelling to bear the sin of other males, not even those with whom they had formed bonds. Be careful. Do not let yourselves fall. Xiao returned to the wooden cabin to fetch some seasonings, instinctively circling to the back of the house, where she advised the 2 individuals present. Upon hearing their affirmative responses, she took the seasonings and departed. You are indeed fortunate to have encountered such a beautiful and obedient female. The males observed Yu Xiao's actions with a tinge of envy. Although they were bonded with their own females and would not develop feelings for others, they still harbored a desire to be treated similarly by a female. In this beastly world, there is no female superior to my little Yu, Jingyao retorted without reservation. The other beastmen gazed at Jingyao's cheeky demeanor, wishing they could give him a good thrashing, albeit only if they stood a chance against him. As Xiao stepped outside, she glanced at the fire pit, arranged the stone pot, and added fresh water along with the diced fish. As the water gradually heated, lacking ginger, scallions, or garlic, she sprinkled a touch of salt. For the fish soup did not require overly complex seasonings. A subtle, delicate fragrance began to waft through the air. The moment the aroma reached the nostrils of Huna and Lu Ling, their eyes sparkled with delight. They had never imagined that boiling the prickly beast could yield such a delightful flavor. Xiao furrowed her brow slightly at the lingering fishy aroma of the broth. Her stock of spices was dwindling, indicating that it would be prudent to venture into the forest next time in search of ingredients such as ginger, scallions, and garlic to mitigate the fishiness. As the fish soup simmered to perfection, she took a bamboo skewer from her side to thread the fish and positioned them atop a pile of stones. With care, she spread her prepared seasoning while meticulously turning the fish to ensure even cooking. By the time Huna and Lu Ling's male companions arrived with their freshly cleaned game, Yi Zhao's grilled fish was nearing completion. The males, eyeing the roasted spiny beasts, realized it would not suffice. So they set up a fire not far away to roast their own catch. Mou, Jingyao, the fish is ready. It is time to feast. As Yu Xiao saw that the fish was perfectly grilled, she stood up to summon Mou and Jingyao. Upon hearing her call, Mou and Jingyao softly responded and instinctively ran to the riverbank to wash their hands before returning. This was one of the few rules Yi Xiao had established. Regardless of what they had been doing, they must wash their hands before meals. When they returned, Yi Xiao was seated with the other two females, engaged in lively conversation, while the eyes of the two females remained fixed on the spiny beast roasting over the fire. Come quickly, Yi Xiao joyfully beckoned them. Jingyu and Mou smiled as they approached and took their seats beside her. You may eat now, but be cautious of the fish bones. Yi Xiao presented 2 stone bowls, each filled with fish soup, to Huna and Lu Ling. Subsequently, she placed the freshly roasted fish upon clean leaves before them. With great care, Yi Xiao began to meticulously remove the bones from the fish. The tender flesh remained largely intact and was placed into the stone bowls. Jingyao, you cannot tolerate spicy food, so this one is free of chili powder for you to try, she said. As for Mou's dish, it contains cumin and chili powder. Feel free to add more if it is not sufficiently spicy, Yi Xiao said as she handed 2 stone bowls to Mou Jingyao. Mou also offered her the fish he had just prepared, having observed Yu Xiao's technique, though his skill was not as refined. Jingyao ladled some fish soup and gently blew on it before bringing it to her lips. The 3 of them shared a warm smile. She thought to herself, love is nothing more than this. When she thought of them, they too were thinking of her. Wow, Yi Xiao, this is delicious. I didn't know the prickly beast could be prepared this way. Yi Xiao, may I have my mate learn from you? I truly adore this soup made from the prickly beast. Huna and Lu Ling watched Yi Xiao while eating, their eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Of course, though it is missing a few ingredients. If you all are interested, I can teach you. Yi Xiao, observing their enthusiasm, readily agreed. It was already a generous gesture to allow them to partake. The notion of them wanting to learn was rather presumptuous. She thought of her little Yezi, who would undoubtedly grow weary of such demands. This dish was originally meant for her own enjoyment, and the desire of others to replicate it left Jingyu feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Next time, I shall prepare something different for you. I assure you I won't teach anyone else. Yu Xiao discerned that Jingyu was sulking and leaned closer, chuckling softly in his ear. Really? However, you instruct us, and we shall teach the other males. Jingyu was not keen on his female mingling with other males. How about this? We shall bring some to the chieftain later. If he likes it, let him gather those who wish to learn. She noted the abundance of fish in the river and the necessity for a spacious area given the number of people. Enough of that. Let us eat first and discuss later. Mou observed her incessant chatter while neglecting her meal and offered a piece of fish to her lips. Chapter 22. Rice. After Jingyao and Mou savored the grilled fish and fish soup prepared by Yi Xiao, they were both taken aback. Neither had anticipated that the spiny beast could taste so delectable, especially the fish soup, which bore a uniquely fresh flavor, sweet and delightful. What's wrong? Don't you like it? The girl inquired softly as she noticed both of them staring blankly at the grilled fish in their hands. Little leaf, this is extraordinarily delicious. You should have more. Jingyo eagerly held the stone bowl to her lips. I'm glad you enjoy it. Next time, I shall prepare something else for you. As they relished their meal, a male approached them, carrying a stone bowl. Ling Ling, your grain balls are ready, he said, handing the stone bowl to Lu Ling. Inside was a slightly charred spherical object, wafting a familiar scent that Yi Xiao recognized. Yi Xiao couldn't help but lift her gaze to the stone bowl in Lu Ling's hand. Xiao, would you like to have some? Lu Ling inquired softly, feeling the weight of Yi Xiao's stare. I was merely curious about this object, Yi Xiao replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she was caught in her intrigue. Here, this is for you, Lu Ling said, peeling away the charred exterior and then dividing it in two before handing a portion to Yi Xiao. Isn't this just rice? Yi Xiao gazed at the object in her hand. Although its exterior resembled a coconut, the interior revealed a multitude of tiny grains. Curiously, she picked up a piece with chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. Not only did it resemble rice in appearance, but its flavor was strikingly similar as well. Lu Ling, where did you pick this? She inquired, her interest piqued. It was a rare moment of curiosity for Yi Xiao, prompting Mo Yu to glance toward Lu Ling. To his surprise, Yi Xiao shared his fondness for the grainy fruit, and Lu Ling felt delighted to discover this commonality with her. Lu and I. Lu Ling called playfully to a nearby male. What is the matter? Lu and I rushed over upon hearing the call. Lu and I? Yi Xiao is asking about the grainy fruit. Do we still have some in our cabin? You should tell him where you found it. We still have a few in our cabin. The grainy fruit can be found north of the withered moon forest, where there are plenty of herbivorous beast men and numerous grainy fruit trees. Herbivorous beast men? If the grainy fruit is akin to rice, does that imply there might be certain vegetables as well? As Yi Xiao listened to Luni's explanation, a conjecture began to form in her mind. Jingyao, Mou, may I venture to the northern part of the withered moon forest? As Yi Xiao spoke, she gazed into the eyes of the two, both sparkling with anticipation. Little leaf, whatever you desire, I can bring it back for you. Regarding the fact that they were surrounded by herbivorous beast men, she insisted that it was best for her not to venture there. Upon hearing her desire to visit the withered moon forest, both individuals vehemently opposed. It was there, in the withered moon forest, that they had discovered her, and now, witnessing the excitement in her eyes at the mention of herbivorous beast men in the north, they mistakenly believed that her intention was to seek out friends among them. They had not forgotten her words. Once she found her friends, she would depart. I wish to find something. You are unfamiliar with it. So how can you assist me? Yi Xiao remained oblivious to their intentions and cheerfully explained, draw what you desire, and we shall bring it back once we see it. Yet, she was unaware of whether the vegetables in the beast realm resembled those in her own world, leaving her at a loss as to how to depict them. Why can't I go? Yi Xiao inquired, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at the two. We are also going tomorrow to gather the berry fruits for Lu Ling. If you wish to join, I can take you along, suggested Lu and I. Sensing a slight tension in the atmosphere. That sounds wonderful, but perhaps it's not feasible. Yu Xiaojiang cheerfully agreed, but Jingyo and Mou simultaneously declined. How about this? Tomorrow I will accompany Lu and I to familiarize ourselves with the northern surroundings. If all goes well, we shall bring you along next time. Observing Yi Xiao's displeased expression, Mou gently reassured her, very well, understanding that their concerns stemmed from a desire for her safety. Yu Xiao decided not to dwell on it, happily savoring the fruit in her hands. Not being a beast man, she knew that a diet consisting solely of meat would lead to nutritional deficiencies, and she eagerly anticipated the arrival of those verdant vegetables, her appetite noticeably improving. Chapter 23. The bathtub in the early morning. Yi Xiao rubbed her eyes awake, noticing the absence of the two masculine figures beside her. Jingyao Mou, she called out while donning her animal hide and climbing out of the grass nest, making her way towards the door. Little leaf, you're awake. Just wait until I finish here, and I shall prepare a meal for you, came Jing Yao's voice from behind the house. Yu Xiao entered through the side door and found that the newly constructed wooden cabin was nearing completion. He couldn't help but marvel at their speed. Although it lacked the aesthetic appeal of modern architecture, it excelled in sturdiness. Jing Yao cradled a bundle of enormous leaves in his arms, his lower body transforming into a serpentine tail as he swiftly ascended the roof. With meticulous care, he began to lay the leaves upon the rooftop, and then, using his tail, he coiled down to pick up two parcels wrapped in leaves from the ground. From within, he extracted a handful of mud, which he applied delicately to the leaves on the roof. Yi Xiao surmised that this substance likely served a purpose akin to that of modern-day cement. Has Mou ventured to the withered moon forest? Indeed, they departed early this morning, and seeing that you were still asleep, They chose not to disturb you. Little leaf. I shall wash my hands and return shortly. Xiao, having cleared the last bit of mud from the leaf, leapt down from the wooden house and bestowed a kiss upon Yi Xiao's forehead before dashing away. Yi Xiao entered the new wooden cabin with a smile, mentioning that it need not be overly large, yet each cabin still measured around 20 square meters. This was likely related to their beast forms, as they often slept in that shape, necessitating a certain degree of space. For the slightly smaller cabin, Yi Xiao had deliberately left a modest opening for ventilation. I could create a bathing tub, and perhaps even a bed, she mused joyfully. What brings forth that smile? Xiao inquired softly as he embraced her from behind. Xiao, I truly adore the wooden cabins you have crafted. I wish to reside in that particular one. Very well, my little leaf. You may inhabit whichever cabin you desire. Our stock of game has dwindled. You should eat some red fruits while I venture out to hunt. The male beastmen typically consumed but one meal, yet during this period of observation, Yi Xiao, though not gluttonous, required sustenance at dawn, noon, and dusk. Just as Xiao released her to embark on his hunt, her petite hand grasped his. Are you hungry, Xiao? Not at all? What's the matter? I can suffice with the red fruits. You needn't hunt. Let us rest and stroll to the bamboo grove. The girl gazed into his eyes, sparkling as if they concealed stars. What is it that you desire now? Xiao asked, affectionately tousling her hair and tucking the stray strands behind her ear. I wish to construct a bathing tub. I have been going to the river for my baths. Although you and the others guard me, I still worry that other beastmen might approach. And these two fellows often take the opportunity to tease me, she thought, but the last part remained unspoken. Very well, but my little leaf, it must be large enough. Xiao remarked with a mischievous smile directed at her. Yi Xiao fully understood the implications of his words. Let us maintain decorum. I am speaking of serious matters. Oh, but I too am addressing a serious topic. Would you have my little leaf think otherwise? His fingers lightly grazed her lips, and before she could respond, he leaned down to kiss her. Since their previous shared experience with Mou, they had been mindful of her well-being. Aside from affectionate kisses and embraces, they had refrained from further intimacy. Yet, their cherished one was quite the spirited soul. Having tasted her delights, both males found it increasingly arduous to restrain themselves, while she unwittingly stirred their desires. As Yu Xiao became momentarily lost in thought, Xiao effortlessly pried apart her lips, indulging in her breath, his hand trailing down her waist. Realizing his intentions, Yu Xiao grasped his hand with one hand while the other pressed against his chest. But her strength was insufficient to move him. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Xiao bent down to lift Yi Xiao, carrying her toward the grassy nest. He gently placed her within, cautiously unfastening her animal skin skirt, his eyes gleaming with warmth as he regarded her. Yi Xiaoshui's large eyes shimmered with shyness and anxiety, her long eyelashes trembling delicately. It was as if a playful little creature was gently scratching at his heart with its paws. Xiao leaned down to press his lips against hers, trailing kisses along her neck and continuing his descent. Yu Xiao's originally fair skin now bore a subtle, alluring blush. Her hand glided gently along her waist, gradually descending beneath her. Yi Xiao's body trembled lightly as she let out a soft moan. Xiao, gasping for breath, leaned down to gently kiss her forehead, gradually drawing his body closer to hers. Before long, Yi Xiao sensed something unusual. A discomforting sensation of swelling enveloped her, accompanied by an odd feeling. Lowering her gaze, she was taken aback. Xiao's legs had inexplicably transformed into a serpentine tail, coiling around her legs in mesmerizing spirals, accentuating the pallor of her skin. To her astonishment, he seemed to possess not one, but two tails. The last time, when he was with Mou, she had remained oblivious. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao's lips silenced her words. Their revelry continued unabated until the afternoon, leaving Yi Xiao utterly exhausted from his fervor. Xiao gazed at the blushing girl before him, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he enveloped her in his embrace. Such a mischievous rascal, displaying no shame in broad daylight. As Yu Xiao's breath steadied, she playfully pounded her fist against Xiao's chest, scolding him in a teasing manner. Who could resist the allure of such a captivating figure as little Yi? I found myself unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Yu Xiaojiang wished to retort. Yet before the words could escape his lips, his stomach audibly protested. Little leaf, I shall fetch some hot water and then go hunting. I will also bring back bamboo for you. You should rest in the den. With a smile, Xiao rose to don her fur skirt and stepped outside. Chapter 24. The Herbivorous Tribe, north of the Withered Moon Forest. Over there lies the grain fruit grove. Lu and I pointed at the cluster of trees before them and began to climb for fruits for his female companion. Mou also ascended the tree to gather fruits. Pick the ones with yellow spots. The green ones are not ripe yet, Lu and I cautioned as he observed the two fruits Mou had chosen. Both sizable, yet still unripe. All right, I understand, Mou replied. It seemed prudent to seek out an herbivorous beastman for advice. Xiao had a fondness for fruits. And perhaps he could also discover the vegetables she desired. He vowed to exert every effort to procure them for her, after they felt they had gathered enough. Both leapt from the trees. Lu and I, are there any vegetables among the herbivorous beastmen? Vegetables? What are those? The green ones that are edible. Mou recounted as per Yi Xiao's description. The herbivorous beastmen consume various grasses. Grain fruit is one among them. Occasionally, beastmen from that tribe come to barter with assorted goods. Shall we go take a look? All right. The two gathered their skins filled with grain fruit and made their way towards the herbivorous tribe. Upon entering the tribe, their bulging bags quickly attracted the attention of a few herbivorous beastmen. Hey, tiger beast, what have you brought? I have white mushrooms here. I possess many kinds of edible grasses. Would you care to take a look? How do I exchange for this? Upon hearing of edible grasses, Mou glanced up to see a goat beastman with a pile of vibrant green grass at his feet, some resembling what Xiao had described. A small piece of beast skin will suffice, the goat beastman grinned. I haven't brought any beast skin, but I can hunt for some now. Please hold on to your goods for me, Mou replied, preparing to turn away. Tiger beast, I see that rope in your hand is quite lovely. Would you consider trading it? I wish to give it to the female I am courting. Of course, I will add other items as well. The goat beastman blocked Mou's path, pointing at his left hand. This is not for trade. It was given to me by my female. Mou gently caressed the rope and smiled. Wow, did your female make this? Her craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The goat beastman, taken aback, gazed at the intricate rope on Mou's hand, marveling at how such a delicate creation could originate from a female. The little trinkets hanging from it produced delightful sounds with each of Tiger Beast's movements. Indeed, my female is quite adept at weaving. When it comes to Xiao, he is always filled with a sense of pride. By the way, may I inquire about something? Has your tribe recently lost any females? Certainly not. Our tribe has not lost any females. They are scarce, so they are usually accompanied by males when venturing out. If any were to go missing, we would certainly be aware of it. Very well, I shall go hunting. Please keep my belongings for me. What do you have in your hide? Freshly picked grain fruits. Then I shall trade you for 2 of them. All right, Mou said, taking 2 grain fruits from his hide and handing them to the sheep beast man, then bending down to carefully place a pile of grass into the hide. At that moment, Lu and I returned, holding an additional hide bag, presumably having exchanged for quite a few items. After a few beastmen gathered, they prepared to return to the tribe. Along the way, Mou noticed the clusters of fruits Xiao had picked during their first encounter and climbed the tree to gather 2 bunches. Realizing that placing them in the hide would ruin them, he picked 2 large leaves to wrap them instead. In the wooden house, after Xiao had eaten some rather tasteless roasted meat, she exclaimed her desire to visit the bamboo grove. As she was terribly bored and needed to find something to occupy her time, Jingyao, having tidied everything up, looked helplessly at Xiao, who was propped up on the table, gazing at him. The bamboo you wanted is outside, but it's hot out today. Let us not go to the bamboo grove. Shall we play at home instead? Humph, it's all your fault. Xiao pouted playfully and quickly walked outside. There, she saw a large pile of bamboo neatly stacked. One must admit, these 2 fellows truly pampered her beyond measure. Settling onto a small bamboo stool, Xiao picked up a piece of bamboo and began to contemplate the objects she wished to create. What is the matter? Jingyao stepped out of the wooden house and found Xiao lost in thought, staring at the bamboo. It seems a bamboo bathtub is not quite suitable. Let us look for some wood instead. Tell me what kind of bathtub you envision, and we shall craft it. Upon returning home, Mou overheard Xiao's words and spoke softly. You're back. What is this? Xiao inquired curiously, noticing the hide bag in Mou's left hand and a leaf bundle in his right. I picked some grain fruits. This is what I traded with the sheep beast man. I'm not sure if it's what you wanted, and this is the bunch of fruits I saw you picking last time. Mou opened the hide bag to show Xiao the green grass he had exchanged, then carefully unwrapped the leaves to reveal the greenish fruits within. Last time, Xiao looked quizzically at the grapes in Mou's hand. I recall someone saying they weren't following me? Xiao smiled at Mou. I truly wasn't following you. I found you just as you were picking the fruit. Mou hastily explained, shaking his head. Ha ha, look how flustered you are. Please give that to me. Xiao turned around and fetched a stone bowl, taking the grapes from his hand to wash them. After cleansing them thoroughly, she playfully popped one into his mouth before dashing over to Xiao to offer him a grape as well. Isn't it sweet? It's absolutely delicious. As Mo savored the she had fed him, he felt a sweetness in his heart that surpassed that in his mouth. I should craft a backpack. Carrying things in large and small bundles is quite exhausting. Please assist me in making a bathing tub. Xiao consumed a grape, smiling as she began to arrange her thoughts, then drew the shape of a bath barrel on the ground, ensuring it was well secured with materials to prevent it from breaking, opting for vines. The two individuals studied her drawing while she sat beside them, commencing the task of dividing bamboo. Chapter 25. The lesson. Ming returned to the tribe, making his way directly to his cave to gather the belongings he required. Ming, is that you back? A youthful orc called out from outside the cave. What is the matter? Ming stepped out, gazing at the young orc. Haha. It really is you. Where have you been these past few days? You wouldn't believe it, but Bei and the others have been lingering around your cave. Are you planning to bond with Ling? He had always regarded Ming as a benchmark for his efforts, and now that Ming was considering forming a bond, he felt genuinely happy for him. It seems they have no intention of letting me go. Ming's expression turned icy, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. I have no desire to bond with her. However, I have found a female I wish to bond with, and I shall soon depart the tribe to find her. You're not bonding with Ling? She is quite beautiful and seems to like you. I thought you were going to be with her. Xiong, trust me. Ling is not suitable for you. Do not entertain the thought of her. Furthermore, the female I wish to bond with is more attractive and far kinder than she. Do me a favor and spread the word of my return. Ming patted the young orc's shoulder, then transformed into his true form and soared towards the chief's cave. Wait, are you saying you rejected Ling, and now her male is hunting you? Feya, upon hearing Ming's words, looked at him in disbelief. I say you're old enough. Ling is quite lovely. Why not just agree? Now you've found yourself in a predicament, hunted by a female as partner. How awkward will it be to meet in the tribe later? As a friend from the same generation, the chief felt a bit exasperated. She is beautiful, but she is not my type, Ming replied coldly. I'm only here to inform you that I will be leaving the tribe. Why? If you feel awkward, I could mediate. Why leave? Do you believe she is worthy? I have found the female I wish to protect. As he thought of that petite figure, a faint smile graced Ming's usually stern face. This revelation was far more astonishing to Feiyu than the fact that Ling was pursuing him after being rejected. You're not doing this just to escape Ling, are you? Feiyu questioned him with a puzzled expression. He had only been away for 3 days. How could he possibly have found a female? Clearly, he was deceiving him. I have sworn an oath to her, vowing to protect her for a lifetime. Is what you say true? Where did you meet this female? The Eagle clan has always upheld their promises, and the fact that Wing Ming is willing to swear an oath indicates his sincerity. It is remarkable that this icy figure has been moved, and Feiya is filled with curiosity about this female. By the way, I have some matters to attend to before I leave. You may choose to remain oblivious. As Wing Ming spoke, he made his way outside the cave. Do not overstep your bounds. There are several capable suitors for Ling. Do not render them useless. Feiya cautioned, fully aware that Wing Ming would not fall victim to such folly. The males of Eagle North were bound to face a beating. His only hope was that Wing Ming would go easy on them and not incapacitate the few strong warriors left in their clan. And do not forget to bring the female back during the bonding ceremony. I shall officiate it, regardless of whether Wing Ming could hear him. Feiya called out to the diminishing figure. Wing Ming, have you returned? Have you considered becoming my male? Upon exiting from Feiya, Wing Ming sought a conspicuous grove to await Ling's arrival. Indeed, scarcely had he settled when Ling hurried after him. I heard that while I was away, you sought me out in the cave? He disregarded Ling and coldly regarded the males behind her with a derisive smile. Wing Ming, you shall henceforth be my male. They will not trouble you again, Ling asserted, reaching out to grasp his hand. Ling, do not approach, a male behind Ling interjected, raising his hand to restrain her, stepping forward to position her safely behind him. He understood the extent of Wing Ming's strength. The last encounter had been instigated by Ling's drugging him, and their combined efforts had barely managed to inflict any harm. Now, Wing Ming appeared prepared to exact revenge, necessitating their cautious approach. What's this, Eagle North? Were you not quite formidable back then? Wing Ming perceived the other's wariness, a mocking smile curling upon his lips. With a subtle leap, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches. The resounding thuds of his fist struck Eagle North, who gradually faltered. staggering backward until he collided with a great tree, letting out a muffled groan and failing to rise. Eagle North, are you all right? The sight of their mightiest male being so effortlessly bested by Wing Ming struck K-Ling with fear, causing her to scream in alarm. Observing the unfolding scene, the other males hesitated to confront Wing Ming, cautiously approaching K-Ling to offer her gentle reassurances. I am a female, you cannot harm me. As Wing Ming advanced toward her, K-Ling recoiled into the embrace of one of the males, yet her voice rang out fiercely. K-Ling, my decision not to kill you does not stem from fear. Rather, you are simply unworthy. And as for you, Eagle North, conceal your ulterior motives. I have no interest in K-Ling. Do not consider me your imagined rival. Soon, I shall depart the clan in search of my own female. With a cold voice, Yi Ming finished speaking, turned around, and transformed into his beast form, soaring into the sky. Chapter 26. As Yi Ming flew over the bamboo grove, he noticed a young female wandering among the bamboo, carrying a woven basket made of bamboo. She held a white fluff flower to her lips, playfully pouting, causing the flower's delicate petals to scatter in the wind, before she resumed her search for more fluff flowers. The distance between the eagle tribe and the white tiger tribe was considerable. Even with his swift flight, it took him an entire day and night to return. He was eager to see her again. Just 4 days apart had made him acutely aware of the pangs of longing. He realized that he had already been captivated by her from the very first glance. Seemingly fatigued, the young female found a spot to sit down, placing the stem she had been holding into the basket and taking out a red fruit to nibble on. Perhaps the fruit was exceptionally sweet, for with each bite, a smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth. She truly delighted in eating fruits. He recalled how, when he first met her, she had accidentally injured him while trying to reach for fruit, and the memory still brought a smile to his face. With a call, Yi Ming swiftly flew toward the red fruit tree. In his haste to return, he had prepared a gift for her. However, since she enjoyed fruits, he decided to pick some red fruits for her, planning to bring her something else next time. Hearing a somewhat familiar bird call, Xiao looked up at the sky but saw nothing unusual. She returned her gaze to the red fruit, her slender, pale legs swaying gently. Just as she was about to finish the fruit and rise, a pair of long legs suddenly appeared before her. With some experience, she hesitated to lift her gaze, fearing she might see something she ought not to. While she pondered what to do next, the legs before her transformed into a large leaf, perfectly blocking her line of sight. Xiao cautiously raised his gaze, only to behold a pair of elegantly long and beautiful hands cradling a handful of leaves, within which rested a cluster of vibrant red apples. Further up, he discovered a handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile. Are you a great bird? Xiao hesitated before speaking. After their brief encounter last time, she was uncertain. If she were mistaken, it would be quite awkward. My name is Yi Ming. How could you forget me in just a few days? Yi Ming chuckled lightly as he took a seat beside her. The gentle fragrance emanating from her feminine form mirrored her sweet demeanor. Oh, right, Yi Ming. Xiao repeated his name, feeling a twinge of guilt for not recalling it. Well, you certainly mustn't forget it in the future. Yi Ming noted her embarrassment without a hint of anger, merely smiling as he reminded her. In the future? Xiao looked at him in confusion. Yes, shortly I shall seek out the chieftain of the White Tiger tribe to join them. Ah, didn't you mention having a tribe last time? Is it possible to join another tribe? As Xiao finished speaking, she noticed the questioning look in Yi Ming's eyes. Alas, she had misspoken once more. Xiao couldn't help but want to slap her own mouth. Do you not wish for me to join the White Tiger tribe? Yet I have already severed ties with my original tribe. If I do not join the White Tiger tribe, I will be regarded as a stray beast. And a stray beast cannot remain by your side. Or is it that you do not want me to stay? Yi Ming spoke softly, his tone tinged with a sense of defeat. He considered his heart to be remarkably resilient, no matter what challenges he faced or wounds he endured. He had never entertained the notion of despair. Yet, merely contemplating the idea that the female did not want him by her side stirred a profound anguish within him, making him want to tear at his own flesh in an attempt to alleviate this torment. No, I merely inquired out of curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Xiao was startled and hurriedly began to explain. She had heard from Mou about the wandering beasts, a group of orcs rejected by their tribes, who would commit any wrongdoing for a mere gain. She certainly did not wish for someone to be coerced into crime due to her words, becoming an outcast. Xiao. We should return, Mou said, having come directly to the bamboo grove after leaving the withered moon forest. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the eagle beast but quickly accepted it, smiling as he approached them. He understood that the Eagle clan valued their reputation above life itself, and since the Eagle beast had vowed to return to protect Xiao, it would undoubtedly keep its promise, albeit sooner than he anticipated. Have you resolved your matters? Don't leave any loose ends that might implicate Xiao. Not at all. I have handled everything. What does it have to do with me? Xiao looked at the two of them in confusion. Little mud ahead, since he intends to protect you. He cannot bring along any factors that threaten your safety. What do you think this has to do with you? Well, you all enjoy yourselves. Today. She has spoken much, and erred even more. Xiao sighed wearily. She glanced at the two males, too fatigued to speak, and continued to nibble on the red fruit in her hand. Little Leaf, Yao had come joyfully to find Xiao, eager to inform her that he had completed the bathtub she desired. However, upon seeing Yiming, his smile gradually faded, and by the time he reached the group, his expression was one of disdain. Yiming's countenance also darkened upon encountering Yao. Chapter 27. Archenemies, did they know each other before? Do they harbor a grudge? Observing the tense atmosphere between the two, where it seemed they might devour each other alive, Xiao subtly leaned closer to Mou and whispered her concern. Should they come to blows, she would have a place to hide, and perhaps this great tiger would shield her from any collateral damage. After all, she had no intention of mediating. Besides, she lacked the strength to do so. They are natural foes, merely irritated by each other's presence. Let them fight if they wish. That's how males are. There's nothing that cannot be resolved through a good brawl. If that fails, then they can fight again. Whoever prevails shall have the final say. As Xiao quietly approached him, Mou smiled and explained, then bent down to lift her away from them. The two onlookers, witnessing Mou carry Xiao away, could no longer restrain themselves. Jingye was unwilling for Yiming to remain, while Yiming was compelled to stay. They were natural adversaries yet had chosen the same female, a conflict that was inescapable. Neither party resorted to lethal force, engaging in combat merely in their human forms. Yao unleashed a swift punch towards Yiming, the fist tracing an elegant arc through the air, initially believing it would land heavily against his face. Yet it was deftly evaded. Without allowing Yao a moment to react, Yiming retaliated with a blow aimed at his abdomen, which Yao narrowly dodged. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding, entangled in combat for an extended duration without a decisive victor. Upon returning to the wooden cabin with Mou, Xiao set down the basket and began to dry the dandelion roots, subsequently fetching a stone pot to boil water. Yesterday, Yao had informed her that the two injured beast men had now fully recovered and were ready to participate in the hunt. She couldn't help but marvel at the beastmen's extraordinary healing abilities, considering that their injuries had been severe enough to expose bone. And she had only provided Yao with a few anti-inflammatory pills. Adversarial relations? Surely they wouldn't resort to lethal measures? As time elapsed, Xiao began to feel a twinge of concern. Do not worry, they understand the limits, Mou reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Very well then. I shall prepare a meal. By the way, let me see the vegetables you brought. Mou unfurled the animal skin, and as Xiao beheld the vibrant greens, her eyes twitched in surprise. Is that really grass? She exclaimed. Oh, this leaf. She delicately parted a cluster of grass, revealing several small cabbages nestled within. Wow. Mou, look. It's cabbage. Xiao eagerly approached Mou with a small cabbage in hand. Is this edible? She inquired. Mou, delighted by Xiao's excitement, smiled back. Yes, this is indeed consumable, but the others are merely grass. Do not be deceived next time. Will you take me there next time? Runi mentioned that it is safe, so please take me along. They were only permitted to roam within the bamboo groves of the tribe, beyond the red fruit trees. She was not allowed to venture further. While he understood their concerns for her safety, the resources here were woefully scarce. Aside from the red fruit trees, she had yet to discover any other fruits. Very well, I shall take you next time, but you must not wander off. As he observed the female playfully appealing to him, Mou felt his resolve soften. The herbivore tribe had not lost their female. Xiao was not a herbivorous beast man. Thus his worries dissipated. Why should he cause her unhappiness? If she wished to play, he would oblige. Mou was the best, and Xiao, on tiptoe, planted a kiss on his cheek before joyfully scampering away. She had realized that if she were to be proactive in her affections and kisses, the two males could not possibly refuse her requests. With the cabbage cradled in her arms, she went to fetch water for washing. Once the water boiled, she asked Mou to bring her a piece of beast meat, sliced and placed into the bubbling pot along with seasonings, and eventually adding the vegetables, resulting in a delicious vegetable and meat soup. Mou prepared a fruit called lili gua to roast over the fire, but Xiao stopped him, requesting that he cut the fruit in half. She then fetched 2 bamboo stalks, each the length of her arms, split them in 2, and removed the nodes inside. Using the halves of the fruit that Mou had prepared, she poured the seeds into the bamboo tubes. Once both bamboo tubes were filled, she secured them tightly and bound them with a vine before placing them over the fire. Mou said nothing, merely observing how Xiao went about her culinary endeavors. His little female always managed to concoct delightful variations, and the flavors of her finished dishes consistently exceeded his expectations. Is it really Xiao who is preparing the food? Yiming mused as he discovered the wooden cabin, finding Xiao placing a bamboo shoot onto the fire while Mou sat idly beside her. He felt a twinge of anger, sensing that the little female was being taken advantage of. What I eat, Mou cannot prepare, Xiao replied, glancing up while searching for something behind him. Upon noticing the scars adorning his arms, she frowned slightly. The serpent beast went to fetch something for you. Noticing her gaze, Yiming discreetly hid his hands behind him. Though he had managed to protect his face, the serpent beast had still managed to injure his hand. But he had not gained much from the encounter either. A slight smirk graced his lips as he recalled the infuriating visage of the serpent beast. He sat beside her. By the way, do you eat fishbine beasts? The arrival of guests signifies the need to prepare dishes that they would relish. Xiao shifted the bamboo joint and glanced at Yiming. I sometimes indulge in it, but it's not particularly palatable, Yiming contemplated before suggesting. Why not catch a few fish? I shall prepare them for you to try, given that his true form was that of an eagle. It seemed plausible he would enjoy fish. I shall go, he declared, aware of his unfamiliarity with the tribe. Mou chuckled as he stood and made his way toward the riverbank. Is there anything I need to do? Upon hearing that the tiger beast intended to catch the spiny beast, Yiming did not object, for he preferred solitude with the petite female. Ah, you are the guest. Merely wait to eat. There is nothing you need to do. Though Yiming did not fully grasp the concept of a guest, the term struck him as jarring. I shall become your male companion, not merely a guest, Yiming asserted earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Xiao. Really? We have only met twice. And the words we exchanged could easily be counted on both hands. How could we possibly progress to such a relationship? Do not forget, we have met thrice. And once a male sets his heart, he does not easily waver. I, Yiming, proclaim my unwavering loyalty to you in the name of the honor of the Eagle clan. Should I betray you, let the beast god claim my life. Is it truly so resolute? The sudden confession left Xiao somewhat flustered. Chapter 28. Accept and stop right there. Just as Xiao pondered how to respond to Yiming, she noticed Jingyu stealthily approaching the wooden house, carrying a large piece of wood. Little leaf, I will place the bathtub inside first, then return to accompany you. Jingyao spoke in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with guilt. Very well, but if you do not return, do not speak to me today. Xiao lowered her head and turned the bamboo over once more, choosing not to look at him again. Jingyao, who sensed her thoughts, felt a twinge of distress. Earlier, a blow from the eagle beast had struck him squarely on the face, though it did not cause him pain. It left a bruise at the corner of his mouth. He wished to conceal this from Xiaoyi, not wanting her to perceive him as weak. Yet, she seemed to have noticed. Her silence, rather than the embarrassment, troubled him more deeply. Ah, well, she is my mate after all. If I must endure shame, then so be it. After placing the bath barrel in the somewhat smaller room, Jingyu hesitated before approaching Xiao. Little Yi, did you miss me? I have come to keep you company. Jingyao, not bothering to glance at Yiming, reached out to embrace Xiao, only to have his hands swatted away. She scrutinized his hands, and when her gaze finally met his face, her expression darkened slightly. It's nothing. Males inevitably get injured during fights, so do not worry. Jingyu replied cautiously, for it was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on Xiao. You too, go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Xiao was at a loss for what to feel and could only speak in a cold tone. She watched as Jingyao hastily made his exit. Yiming, though puzzled by the necessity of washing hands before eating, dutifully followed Jingyao's lead, for in a household, adhering to the female's directives was undoubtedly the right course of action. The urgency of managing their antagonistic relationship weighed heavily on her mind. With a resigned sigh, she observed them disappearing into the distance. The fish had been thoroughly cleaned. Mou returned with several large fish, although he had never witnessed Xiao preparing fish. He remembered that her dishes were always devoid of scales and entrails. Thus, he meticulously cleaned the fish according to his recollection before bringing them back, except for the gills. Everything was remarkably clean. Mou, you truly are clever. Yi Xiao took the fish, skewered it with a prepared wooden stick, and placed it over the fire to roast. Mou, a tiger and a member of the feline family, had an undeniable fondness for fish. The fish he caught was quite large, so much so that the fire he built could not accommodate the entire length of the fish for roasting. Yi Xiao can only gradually enlarge the bonfire using small pieces of wood. The condiments brought by Yi Xiao were finally exhausted after 6 days in the beast world. Mou, do we have any salt at home? Yi Xiao had always relied on her own seasoning. It was only after she ran out that she realized the significance of salt. While she could forego other ingredients, abstaining from salt for an extended period was simply untenable. It could lead to weakness in her limbs and complications within the nervous system. In her tribe, they would journey to the seaside to exchange for salt. Although the salt they acquired was far less refined than hers. When he first beheld Yi Xiao's seasoning, he was astounded by the snow-white, fine texture of her salt. A sight he had never encountered before. The adage comparison breeds discontent rang true, for when Yi Xiao laid eyes on the salt brought by Mou, she too was taken aback. Was this yellowish, large crystal truly salt? Yi Xiao carefully scraped some salt with a dagger and cautiously extended her tongue to taste it. Indeed, it was salty. It must have absorbed moisture, forming a clump. I seldom used it, as you have always utilized your own salt since your arrival, leading me to forget about it. I shall request some from the chief. No need, he replied. Just let it dry in the sun as it is quite warm. But why is it so yellow? Mou, may I use a bit of this salt? Perhaps I can purify it, though if I fail, it would be a waste. She had seen on television how salt was extracted from seawater, yet she had never attempted it herself. Of course, feel free to use it. It matters not if it goes to waste. When the time comes to procure more salt, I shall simply acquire a greater quantity. Then, could you assist me in crafting a smaller stone pot? I would like to experiment with boiling it first. All right, Mou agreed. Heading to the back of the house in search of stones to construct the pot. Little Leaf, is there anything you would like me to do? Not particularly. But there is a matter I wish to discuss with you all. Yi Xiao turned to seriously regard Jingyao and Deepening behind him. What is it? Both Jingyu and Deepening spoke in unison. Do you wish to become my partner? Yi Xiao inquired softly. Deepening responded earnestly, Jingyao is also my partner. If you were to join us, are you certain that the two of you could coexist harmoniously? If he does not overstep, I will make the effort to adapt. Deepening replied, casting a glance at Jingyao. Jingyu scoffed quietly, turning his face away. He had just lost, and he had relinquished even the right to intervene. Very well, I am willing to become your partner. Yi Xiao contemplated that since she was already seeking other companions and did not harbor any particular dislike for Deepening, and considering that Mou and the others seemed to have already accepted him, she might as well embrace this situation. However, she firmly declared that, as a family, they must never engage in quarrels again, especially Jingyao. Did he hear her? This last statement was directed specifically at Jingyao. Little Yi, why are you targeting me? Why not mention how he stirs up trouble? And what about Mou? Why do you not say anything about him? It's precisely because you despise Mou that he does not create chaos as you often do. Yi Xiao rolled her eyes at him in silence. Using a wooden stick, she pried the bamboo segments from the fire, inhaling the fragrant aroma of rice mingled with the essence of bamboo. With her eyes slightly squinted, she savored another breath of the delightful scent. Are you truly willing? Deepening was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Yi Xiao's swift acceptance. What? Are you unwilling? Then let us consider my words unspoken. Yi Xiao glanced at him briefly, then lowered her gaze to sift through the rice in the stone bowl. Suddenly, she found the large eagle to be somewhat foolish. It's not that. I'm merely overwhelmed with joy. Deepening stepped forward, intending to embrace the female. But it appeared that Jingyao had sensed his intention. A massive serpentine tail swiftly coiled around the female's slender waist. Deepening could only stand in place and attempt to explain. What are you doing? This immature fellow, witnessing the spiraling tail around her waist, made Yi Xiao wish she could deliver a couple of punches. Chapter 29. Boiling salt, is this all right, Xiao Xiao? Mou inquired, returning with a small stone pot and looking at Yi Xiao. Yes, it's fine, she replied, brushing aside Jingyao's tail as she rose to take the stone pot from Mou. She placed it over the fire, added half a pot of water, and then incorporated the halved salt crystals. Little Leaf, why are you putting all the salt into the water? Jingyao asked, observing her actions with curiosity. Well, to clarify, this particular grain is a bit large and requires boiling, she explained. Could you help me find a large leaf? The remaining salt needs to be sun-dried. Yi Xiao left the shed, clutching a block of salt, and sought a sunlit spot where she could spread the salt upon the leaves that Jingyu had brought. Concerned that the crystalline salt might not dry effectively in its block form, she meticulously scraped it down with a dagger, ensuring an even distribution. Has she always been this way? Yiming inquired, casting a glance at Mou. Yes, you will soon grow accustomed to it. Mou replied with a light chuckle. Since Xiao has agreed to become my partner, I wish to take her back to the Eagle tribe in a few days. That sounds good. She has longed to visit the herbivorous tribe located north of the Withered Moon Forest. If time permits, we could first visit the herbivorous tribe and then proceed to the Eagle tribe. There's no rush, but I must first take Xiao to the Eagle tribe before she can join the White Tiger tribe. I will require your assistance in informing the chief of the White Tiger tribe about this matter. Little Leaf, are you sunbathing? You should find some shade to avoid sunburn. Xiao was worried that the wind would blow the salt away, so she remained by the side, observing the fine beads of sweat forming on her fair forehead, which made Jingyu feel a pang of tenderness. It's all right. If not, could you fetch me a leaf? As soon as Yu Zhao's words fell, a shadow enveloped her from above. Yu Xiao looked up at the enormous wings overhead, and her gaze met a pair of gray-black eyes. Jingyu, upon noticing her discomfort from the sun, hurriedly went to fetch a large leaf to shield her. Yu Xiao took a leaf and rolled up both sides to create a cylindrical shape, covering the salt crystals, ensuring that the gentle breeze would not scatter them. Now, let us go and have our meal. Yu Xiao gazed at the two males beside her, who were smiling as they spoke. Returning to the warmth of the fire, she found the grains of fruit in the stone bowl to be at the perfect temperature. She lifted the vegetable soup and entered the wooden house, while Mou followed, carrying the roasted prickly beast. Jingyao also approached the fire and brought several stone bowls filled with grains of fruit into the wooden house. Yiming, come and dine with us, Yu Xiao called gently, noticing Yiming still standing outside. As he stepped inside, he saw the three of them gazing at him. Please, take a seat. Yu Xiao gestured to the bamboo stool opposite her, smiling. This was prepared by Xiao. Sitting here to eat is far more comfortable than on the ground. Mou, sensing Yiming's curiosity, began to explain. You are truly clever, Yiming complimented. Whether it be food or objects, the creations of Xiao are seldom conceived by the beast men in this world. Little Leaf possesses many talents, Jingyao declared proudly, as if the praise were directed at him. Ah, it's merely trivial, Yu Xiao replied, feeling a bit bashful from the compliments she frequently received from Mou and Jingyao. Now with Yiming joining in, she felt even more at a loss for words. Eat the prickly beast while it's hot. Here are the grains of fruit. Feel free to take whatever you like, she encouraged, gesturing to the food on the table. Is it customary to share meals in this household? He pondered, having assumed it was like other female-led families where the males waited until the females finished before preparing their own meals. What's wrong? Is there nothing you fancy? What do you enjoy eating? I can prepare it for you next time. Yu Xiao picked a piece of bok choy and placed it in the bowl, glancing at Yiming, who was still lost in thought, and looked at him with curiosity. Could it be that you don't know how to use chopsticks? Yu Xiao seemed to have a sudden inspiration. She leaped down from the stool, approached him, and picked up the chopsticks beside him, placing them in his hand. Her left hand rested on the back of his hand, which was so large that she could not support it with just one hand and had to grasp it with both. Do you understand now? Yu Xiao earnestly pressed down on Yiming's thumb and index finger. Unbeknownst to her, Yiming's attention was entirely captured by her delicate, fair face and slender fingers. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the fine fuzz on her porcelain skin. Have you got it? Yu Xiao looked up at him. I think I might, he replied. Then hurry and eat. The prickly beast must be enjoyed while hot, or it loses its flavor. Be careful of the thorns. With that, she walked back to her seat. Yiming gazed at his empty hands, feeling a twinge of disappointment, regretting that he had claimed to understand. Mou and Jingyao understood his sentiments. Both had experienced this treatment before. While Mou was relatively untroubled, having only required Yu Zhao's guidance twice, Jingyao had been more persistent, clinging to her for hands-on instruction when she had questioned his intelligence. Neither Mou nor Jingyao revealed their thoughts. They would let him claim he understood, indifferent to whether he could actually eat. Yu Xiao savored her dish of grain with vegetable soup, but when she noticed Yiming had yet to pick up his chopsticks, she discreetly observed him further. Ultimately, she discerned that he appeared to be entirely inept with chopsticks. Oh dear, what an honest fellow he is. Unable to admit his lack of skill, making me anxious just watching. Yu Xiao lifted her bowl and seated herself beside him, met with 3 bewildered gazes from the orcs. After deftly removing the bones from a piece of fish, she placed it in his bowl. Under the guise of partnership, she bore the concerns that even a mother would find exhausting. Without a glance at him, Yu Xiao focused intently on her own meal. Eat slowly. Imo, you seem to perceive Yi Xiao's thoughts, speaking with a hint of resignation. Once their meal concluded, Yi Xiao filled a bowl with soup and set it aside. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Rising from her seat, she approached Yiming and took his hand, guiding him with her movements. Yiming stared at her in a daze. Look at your hand. Yi Xiao noticed that he was gazing at her, his left hand gently cradling her face, directing her attention to his hand. I'm heading to the barbecue. Do you need anything? Yiming asked with a smile. Imo Yu looked at Yiming and replied, males have a hearty appetite. Whenever Yi Xiao eats, Imo Yu and the others always partake a little too. Tonight, they will handle the barbecue themselves. I don't need to watch your little hand, Yiming retorted playfully. Be mindful of the water in the stone pot while grilling. If it's running low, just call me. Yi Xiao called out to Mo Yu as she lifted her head. Once Mo Yu and Jing Yao stepped outside, Yiming suddenly grasped Yi Xiao's hand with his left, gently pulling her into his embrace. What are you doing? Although she had promised to be his partner, they were still in the unfamiliar phase of their relationship, and being suddenly in his arms made Yi Xiao feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles, instinctively wanting to escape. I'll take care of it. You just sit and watch, Yiming insisted, pressing her back into his embrace, his left arm softly encircling her waist to prevent her from moving restlessly. Yi Xiao felt his hand on her waist, and she dared not stir. Yiming made no further movements, earnestly using his chopsticks to pick up food, imitating the others as they mixed grains and began to eat. Observing the sparkle in his eyes as he consumed fish, Yi Xiao surmised that he must truly enjoy eating. She reached for her stone bowl and quietly began to sip her soup while nestled in his arms. Yiming glanced down at the petite female in his embrace, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. It must be said that the food Xiao Xiao prepared was indeed delightful. Even the dish made from grass was remarkably tasty, a flavor he had never experienced before. Xiao Xiao, the stone pot is out of water, Mou's voice called from outside. Ah, I'll be right there, she replied, tapping Yiming's hand to signal him to release her. You eat first. I'll clean up later, Yi Xiao said before dashing out of the wooden house. Watching Yi Xiao's retreating figure, Yiming quickly finished the contents of his stone bowl, then picked up the bowl Yi Xiao had left, finishing the soup she hadn't consumed. He had intended to spend more time with her, deliberately savoring his food, but now that she was no longer by his side, he naturally would not linger. After finishing, he began to tidy up. Chapter 30. The plan. As Yi Xiao beheld the steaming water in the bath barrel prepared by Jing Yao, she finally relished the pleasure of a bath in the beast world for the first time, since she had always washed her hair with plain water. No matter how clean she tried to keep it, her hair always felt somewhat greasy. What do they use to wash hair in the beast world? Yi Xiao pondered, wondering if it was akin to ancient methods. Leaning against the edge of the bath barrel, she began to contemplate. It seems to be soap ponds and rice washing water. Perhaps she should inquire about it tomorrow. She was uncertain how females in the beast world cared for their hair, but just looking at their frizzy locks was unbearable for her. 1 female, 2 houses, and 3 males naturally led to competition for companionship. Mou, Jing Yao, you have already bonded with Xiao Xiao today, so you cannot accompany her tonight. Jing Yao, what does it matter? Even if I spend time with Xiao Yezi today, tomorrow will be yours. Yiming, you are free to decide. But sharing a wooden cabin with the serpent beast on the very first day is out of the question for me. I would prefer to accompany Xiao Xiao. Jing Yao, do you think I desire to share a cabin with you? Do not forget, you have yet to bond with Xiao Yezi. Your aspirations are quite fanciful. Moyu, since Xiao Xiao has acknowledged him, a bond will surely be formed, yet Jing Yao's point remains valid. Yiming, what do you propose then? Moyu, perhaps we could alternate each day. That would be equitable. Do any of you have alternative suggestions? There were none. Jing Yao and Yiming exchanged glances, seemingly unable to conceive of a better solution, and ultimately nodded in agreement. I could have slept alone. Didn't they consider my opinion at all? Lying across the bathtub, Yi Xiao listened intently to the entire conversation among the 3 males, utterly speechless. It was as if his mother had opened the door to his speechlessness, and he had returned home to find it. Yi Xiao pondered whether it would be better to simply immerse herself in the bath and drift off to sleep. Yet, she could not escape the clutches of reality. As she continued to daydream, Yiming's voice echoed from outside, urging her to hurry and wash up to avoid catching a chill. How embarrassing indeed. Her thoughts were swiftly extinguished before they could manifest into action. With a resigned sigh, she responded softly. It was not until Mou came for the 3rd time that she reluctantly emerged from the tub, taking a large animal hide nearby to dry herself before donning a hide skirt and stepping outside. Mou beckoned her to sit in the wooden cabin and took the hide from her, gently drying her hair as Xiao and Yiming watched intently. The discomfort was truly a torment. Xiao feigned ignorance, turning her head to glance at the salt that had been boiled earlier. During the process, some impurities had been removed, and the originally yellowish salt crystals now appeared slightly whiter. Once Mou ceased his ministrations atop her head, Xiao approached the stone pot. She pinched a few salt crystals between her fingers, rubbing them together. Although they could not compare to the salt she had brought, the granules had become significantly finer. Surely, this was a success? She extended her tongue to delicately taste her fingers. The flavor was remarkably pure, though the addition of water during boiling seemed to have diminished it slightly. Little leaf, is this the salt that was just boiled? It has turned much whiter. Jingyu inquired with curiosity. Yes, while boiling the salt, I discovered some impurities and removed them, she replied. Finding a clean stone bowl, she poured the salt into it, filling it to more than half. We have discussed this earlier. From now on, we shall take turns accompanying you. The wooden house is complete, and Yiming will also join the hunting efforts. We will rotate in our hunting duties. Yiming mentioned taking you back to the Eagle clan to find a mate. At that time, we will set aside time to accompany you first to the herbivore tribe and then to the Eagle clan. Mou took the stone bowl from her, set it down, and sat beside Xiao, sharing the matters that the three males had just deliberated. Xiao felt akin to a boss, listening intently as his employees reported on their itineraries. The Eagle clan. Is Xiao going too? Will he be besieged? Heh, are you worried about me? Fear not, for I shall accompany you. They would not dare to harm me. Upon hearing Xiao's concern, Xiao chuckled lightly, though he was reluctant to visit the Eagle clan. The journey was exceedingly long, and bringing Xiao and the others would undoubtedly slow him down. If he chose not to go, it would mean a prolonged separation from Xiao, a thought that he found unbearable. Rest assured, no beast will trouble him. Yiming is well aware of Xiao's strength, and even if someone did cause trouble, he would emerge unscathed. Very well, I shall heed your arrangements. First, we shall visit the herbivorous tribe, and then proceed to the Eagle clan. It feels akin to a delightful excursion in the beast realm. And Xiao found himself filled with anticipation. Excellent. Then we shall set forth to the herbivorous tribe in 2 days. Well, I shall retire for the night now. Xiao spoke as she made her way towards the leftmost wooden cabin. Yiming, taking 2 steps back, reached out to prevent the door from closing too swiftly. Chapter 31. Embrace. Is there anything else? Xiao gazed perplexedly at Yiming, who stood outside the door. Today, I will accompany you, Yiming declared, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was rather sudden. She had not anticipated that the partner she had just agreed to would arrive that very evening to share her bed, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Are you unwilling? Yiming inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiao, who had fallen silent, a hint of anxiety creeping into his demeanor. If not, I could switch places with Mou and come tomorrow instead? He was willing to wait a day, after all. They were not yet bonded as partners. He merely wished to hold her as they drifted into slumber. It's fine. Just come in and close the door. Xiao replied. Ultimately, whether it was today or tomorrow held little significance. She perceived the situation clearly, no longer entangled in trivial matters. Since she had agreed to become his partner, this step was inevitable. Upon entering, Xiao discovered that all her belongings had been relocated, and even the grass nest had been newly crafted, adorned not only with animal hides, but also with fresh blades of grass. This was your doing, wasn't it? Xiao gazed at the verdant grass upon the animal hide, and then cast a glance at Yiming. Indeed, this grass is remarkably soft. The newly crafted nest, though slightly prickly at first, provides a great deal of comfort beneath her. It truly is delightful. Xiao rolled into the grass nest, and after tumbling to the innermost part, she stretched languidly before settling down, remaining still. Observing her endearing demeanor, Yiming tenderly covered her with the hide and lay beside her. After a moment of contemplation, he drew her into his embrace, murmuring that the night would be quite cold, and he would keep her warm as they slept. Xiao turned to face him, softly acknowledging his presence before nestling into his embrace. His warmth enveloped her, reminiscent of a cozy electric heater. She kicked off the animal hide that had covered her. It's so warm. If you're going to hold me, let us not use the hide, she said. Just as Yiming was about to drape the hide over her once more, she grasped his hand. Did he not realize the extent of his own body heat? Xiao glanced up at him, noticing the conflict in his eyes. Yiming felt a twinge of anxiety, since hatching. The Eagle clan had always been cared for by their fathers, and after learning to fly, the paternal care ceased. Having grown up, he had seldom interacted with females and possessed no experience in nurturing them. He merely wished to prevent the young female from catching a chill. How about we use the hide after all? You're quite warm. Perhaps you should refrain from holding me. The heat enveloping Xiao was truly oppressive, and being held by him while covered with a large animal hide felt akin to standing in a desert under the blazing sun. Thus, she began to negotiate with him. Let's not cover up. Let's just sleep. Upon hearing her suggestion to use the hide, Yiming instinctively released his embrace, responding almost reflexively. He even found the hide somewhat bothersome, fearing that the female might reconsider. With a calculated motion, he kicked it further away, ensuring that should the night grow chilly, she would have no choice but to draw closer to him. Xiao actually desired to curl up under a fur blanket to sleep, yet having vocalized her intentions, she found it unwise to retract her words, thus allowing Yiming to embrace her. As she observed him closing his eyes, she too followed suit, silencing her thoughts. Initially, she anticipated that the warmth might induce insomnia. However, perhaps due to the fatigue from being playfully exhausted by Xiao in the morning and engaging in numerous activities throughout the afternoon, Xiao surprisingly found herself succumbing to drowsiness. Enveloped by Yiming's comforting warmth, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing, Yiming cautiously opened his eyes, gazing down at the figure nestled in his arms. She truly was breathtakingly beautiful, and in her sleep, she appeared as serene as a young cub. Her long, delicate eyelashes formed graceful arcs beneath her gently closed eyelids, while her petite nose sat above a soft, rosy mouth. A gentle expression graced her features, as though she were lost in a delightful dream. He could hardly believe that he had encountered such a stunning and intelligent female, who had also agreed to become his mate, a notion he would have never contemplated in the past. Unconsciously, he tightened his embrace around Xiao. Xiao was suddenly embraced tightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She turned her back towards him. Yiming dared not to move her. Fearing that he might awaken her and provoke her ire, he could only carefully adjust his position, stubbornly wishing for her to face him. Gazing upon her adorable sleeping visage, he gently placed a kiss upon her forehead. As he lifted his head, he was momentarily taken aback. He had inadvertently stolen a kiss from her, only to discover that the little female was looking at him with her beautiful, wide eyes filled with confusion. Can't sleep? Her voice carried a hint of nasal tone. Did I wake you? I'm sorry, Yiming stammered awkwardly. It's all right, she replied, glancing at the person whom she had inadvertently pushed into the corner. However, she found it puzzling that their positions had switched. Feeling a bit shy, Xiao attempted to retreat, but Yiming swiftly grasped her hand. Where do you think you're going? He exclaimed, assuming she intended to leave. Aren't you uncomfortable like this? There is so much space here, why squeeze together? Xiao looked at him helplessly. I thought you were leaving, Yiming remarked, yet he did not relinquish his hold on her hand. Where could I possibly go at this late hour? Xiao Jiang moved a short distance away, but Yiming leaned closer to her, unwilling to be separated, as if fearing she might escape. Sleep now. Xiao found his expression amusing and gently pressed a kiss upon his lips before nestling into his embrace, closing her eyes in slumber without awaiting his response. How Yiming held her close, yet he did not clutch her tightly, contentedly shutting his eyes. Thus, the two drifted into a peaceful sleep entwined in each other's warmth. Chapter 32. Whittier the following morning, Xiao set out early with the hunting party towards the withered moon forest. Noticing that Xiao had yet to awaken, Mou and Yiming decided to seek out the chieftain first and rouse her upon their return. After securing the wooden door, Mou swiftly led Yiming towards the chieftain's wooden abode. Chieftain, I have brought Yiming, Mou announced as they entered the dwelling. I understand from Mou that you wish to join our tribe. We warmly welcome a high-ranking male such as yourself, the chieftain replied with a smile. Subtly observing Yiming, who, despite his youth, exhibited the prowess of a peak third-tier warrior. Casting a glance at Mou beside him, the chieftain felt a swell of pride and satisfaction at the exceptional capabilities of these young beast men. Chieftain, we plan to first visit the herbivore tribe tomorrow, followed by the Eagle clan to conduct the mate bonding ceremony for Xiao and Yiming. We may take some time due to the need to care for Xiao, but we shall endeavor to return before the onset of the rainy season. Very well, the chieftain acknowledged. I am familiar with the traditions of the Eagle clan, which involve the chieftain personally bestowing blessings during the ceremony. Take good care of your little female, and perhaps you could bring back a few formidable males for our tribe. The chieftain chuckled heartily. It's nothing. I shall return now. Xiao should be waking soon, Yiming stated. Feeling that Mou and the White Tiger Chieftain had addressed all necessary matters, he was reluctant to linger any longer. Mou, too, was eager to avoid further discussion regarding the inclusion of additional males for his partner and followed Yiming out. Upon awakening, Xiao discovered she was alone in the house. After a brief wash and refresh, she shouldered her small basket and ventured outside. Life in this beastly world lacked the deceit and treachery of the modern realm, allowing Xiao to live with a sense of ease and freedom. However, the monotonous routine of eating and sleeping, akin to that of other females, was something she, as a modern individual, found difficult to accept. She had crafted most of the small items needed at home, but larger projects remained undone in the absence of Mou and the others. It appeared that it had rained the previous night, as the forest path was somewhat muddy. Wearing the animal skin shoes made by Xiao, Xiao found it challenging to navigate without getting her feet dirty. To avoid muddy splatters, she stepped onto one stone and then jumped to another. As she hopped along, she found joy in her playful movements, much like a rabbit released from its cage. Unbeknownst to her, she meandered to the base of a red fruit tree, the rain-washed fruits glistening enticingly. Yet, her attention was captured by several umbrella-shaped objects beneath the tree. Mushrooms? Are they edible? Upon closer inspection of the brown plants, Xiao's first thought was whether they were safe to consume. If she didn't ascertain their edibility, she could very well meet a dire fate. Should she pick them? What if they were poisonous? But if she left them behind, a sense of unease gnawed at her. Ultimately, reason triumphed over her appetite, and she decided to move on. Soon, a piece of decayed wood caught her eye. While she might not recognize all mushrooms, she was certain that the thin, elastic, gelatinous, and translucent black plant was wood ear fungus. Imagining a dish of stir-fried meat with wood ear mushrooms for dinner, her spirits lifted. Carefully, she began to harvest. And before long, her basket was half full. Mou had advised her not to wander beyond the red fruit tree, warning that venturing further would lead her into the territory of the withered moon forest, where she would be unsafe alone. Gazing at the dense thicket, she felt a twinge of regret but obediently shouldered her basket and headed back, contemplating how to persuade them to accompany her next time. When Mou and Yiming returned, they found Xiao absent from the wooden house, accustomed as they were to her spirited nature, which differed from that of other females who preferred to remain indoors. As they prepared to search for her in the bamboo grove, Xiao appeared, her small bamboo basket slung over her shoulder. Mou, Yiming, I found something wonderful, she exclaimed, running towards them with a smile. What else have you discovered? Mou inquired, accepting her basket. Isn't this dark one usually found on decayed wood? Can it be eaten? Yiming asked, holding up a piece of wood ear fungus in perplexity. Absolutely, it's quite delicious. I'll prepare it for you shortly, Xiao replied. This is called wood ear, and it can be dried for long-term storage. As she introduced the wood ear to them, she laid out leaves on a stone outside the house and instructed Mou to pour the fungus onto the leaves. With ample sunlight in this beastly world, she anticipated that the wood ear would be dried by the following day. After hearing this, Yiming refrained from asking further questions, realizing that Xiao was likely familiar with this small delicacy. If she desired to eat it, then let her enjoy it. As Xiao glanced at the time, she was just about to commence her culinary endeavors when Xiao returned, carrying a deer. As Xiao gazed at him, she suddenly noticed that the usually cheerful male had grown somewhat somber. Upon meeting her gaze, his eyes displayed a clear sense of evasion. What troubles you? Who has offended you? After Xiao observed him set down the deer, he withdrew to a corner to sit alone. Xiao approached him and gently spoke. Hearing the soft inquiry from the female, Xiao felt increasingly distressed. It was entirely his fault. During the hunt today, they encountered a herd of deer, and the hunting team was filled with excitement. As the primary attacker among the beastmen, he swiftly captured a stag, when a fawn, in a panic, dashed towards him. He thought of the tender meat it would provide, certain that it would delight little Yi if he brought it back. Thus, he transformed his tail into that of a serpent, coiling around the recently caught stag, and quickly reached out to grasp the fawn. Unexpectedly, the previously still stag began to struggle violently. Xiao, with his right hand grasping the fawn, felt the stag's antlers scrape a deep gash along his serpent tail. Instinctively, he released the serpent tail and extended his left hand to seize the stag. Just as he reached out, he caught sight of the hand-woven bracelet that Xiao had crafted for him. He attempted to retract his hand, but it was too late. The struggling stag, noticing his outstretched hand, fought even harder. One of its antlers ensnared itself in the bracelet, and Xiao, fearing it would break, halted his hand just above the antler. He intended to wait until the stag calmed down before removing the bracelet, but the worst outcome unfolded before his eyes. The stag, perceiving his inaction and gripped by fear, intensified its struggles. By the time Jing Yao's serpent tail had fully coiled around it, and the stag finally breathed its last, the bracelet, caught on its antler, snapped under the strain. Jing Yu gazed at the broken bracelet on the ground, consumed by rage. His serpent tail remained tightly entwined around the stag. When the other members of the hunting team eventually found him, he merely stared blankly at the remnants of the bracelet in his hand. On the other side, a male beastman picked up the lifeless stag, only to discover its body was limp, devoid of strength as if it were boneless, with blood streaming from its eyes, fixed in a haunting gaze ahead. It was evident that the creature had endured immense terror before its demise. When the hunting team gathered, Jing Yao gloomily carried the fawn away without offering any explanations to the other beastmen, though they were puzzled by his sudden outburst. They reasoned that despite the shattered bones of their catch, the stag was substantial, and Jing Yao had exceeded expectations in fulfilling his task. Consequently, there was little contention among them. Chapter 33, Anger. So, is this the reason for your unhappiness? After hearing Jing Yao's words, Xiao glanced at the broken bracelet in his hand. This was a gift from Little Yi. I ought to have been more cautious. Jing Yu already felt distressed. And upon hearing Xiao's words, he felt even more aggrieved that the cherished trinket he had endeavored to protect seemed to mean so little to Little Yi. Please, Little Yi, do not be upset, Jing Yao implored, only to find her intently staring at the bracelet, cautiously retracting his hand. Why should I not be angry? Xiao glanced up at Jing Yao, her tone tinged with a hint of displeasure. I won't do it again, she said. Assuming her discontent stemmed from the damage to her bracelet, Jing Yao hastily interjected. As Mou and Yiming listened to their exchange and observed Xiao's displeased demeanor, they quickly approached the pair. Upon noticing the object in Jing Yao's hand, a flicker of reproach appeared in Mou's eyes. This item was something he had first seen when Yiming encountered the serpent beast, as Jing Yao had been holding it then. Mou possessed a similar one, originally believing it to be from the tiger tribe, yet upon observing other beastmen, he found none shared this adornment. Coupled with the exquisite craftsmanship of the bracelet, he soon realized it originated from Xiao. A pang of jealousy washed over him, although he was now regarded as her partner. He felt unable to request such a precious gift from her. Yet, Jing Yao had carelessly damaged this coveted treasure. Igniting a surge of anger within Mou's gaze directed at Jing Yao, Xiao suddenly spoke, rising to stride toward the wooden cabin. Emerging with her waist pouch in hand, she seized the hand rope tightly gripped by Jing Yao and brandished a dagger toward the junction of the rope. Little Yi, please don't sever it. It can still be worn, Jing Yao exclaimed, hastily reaching out to intervene as he watched Xiao begin to cut the previously intact section of the cord. It can no longer be worn. Are you not also unhappy because of this? He continued. It is but a trivial object. I can always recreate it. Why should I allow myself to be disheartened over such a thing? Yet, I still feel anger toward Jing Yao. In comparison to this trinket, I genuinely care more for your safety. However, just moments ago, you were injured for its sake, and appeared saddened by it. Thus, I shall dismantle it instead. Xiao brushed off Jing Yao's hand, lowering her head to continue her actions. Though her expression remained concealed, her voice carried a tinge of grievance, effortlessly penetrating the hearts of the three males. What they initially believed to be unreciprocated love turned out to reveal her own feelings for them. Jing Yao looked at Xiao with excitement, only to realize that her words were merely a facade. She did not truly intend to sever the bond of his wrist string but was, in fact, readying it for him. Once it was secured, she angrily pulled his hand to adorn it with the string once more. Observing the regained string, now imbued with a sense of feminine affection, Jing Yao's lips curled into a radiant smile. Just as he intended to embrace her, Xiao reached for Yiming's hand instead. Yiming, apprehensive, watched as her delicate fingers traced a segment of string around his wrist. Was it as he feared? Even though it was his hand being measured, he refrained from asking. Terrified of misinterpreting her intentions, his heart racing and his arms growing somewhat rigid, Xiao raised her head and quietly glanced at Yiming. She recalled a moment when she had seen Yiming lost in thought, staring at the hand bracelets worn by Jing Yao and Mou. At that time, she had yet to determine whether she wanted to become his partner, so those thoughts were set aside. She had originally intended to make one for him, but had never found the opportunity. In a soft voice, Xiao began to rummage through her waist pouch. The same colorful cord, the same little bells, yet woven in a distinctly different manner. The three males stood quietly to the side, observing her earnest demeanor, their eyes fixated on her, their hearts equally captivated. Once the hand bracelet was completed, she took Yiming's hand and adorned it with her creation. I offer you this gift not with the expectation that you will cherish it immensely. My sole intention is to bring you joy. If it breaks, it can simply be remade. However, if this object prompts you to disregard your safety, then what significance does my gift hold? Xiao pondered how a mere fall had transported her to an unfamiliar realm. After much struggle, she had finally resolved to settle down. Yet the male she regarded as family showed little regard for their own well-being over a simple bracelet. Frustration bubbled within her, directed not only at them but also at herself, her tone unwittingly laced with a sense of grievance. All right, it is all my fault. Please do not be upset. We shall never act this way again. Yao, unable to bear seeing Xiao in such a state, swiftly embraced her, repeatedly offering apologies and words of comfort. We will be more cautious next time, Mou remarked, gazing with concern at the figure nestled in Yao's arms. Little Yao has caught a fawn. I will take care of it. Were you not intending to prepare some woodier mushrooms for us? Yiming gently inquired, bringing forth the fawn. Oh, please go ahead. Xiao sighed softly as she spoke. At that moment, she felt disinclined to cook and simply wished to surrender to her emotions. Yet, she did not want to cause them any concern. It was only when Yiming went to handle the venison that she rose from Yao's embrace. She grabbed a handful of mushrooms, rinsed them in clear water, and prepared to cook as soon as Yiming returned with the meat. Mou and Yao observed her sitting quietly beside them, refraining from conversation, seemingly sulking. Unsure of how to comfort her, they could only remain silently by her side. Xiao, we shall depart for the herbivorous tribe tomorrow. Yiming has yet to return. Do you need me to gather anything? Oh, Xiao responded, rising to head towards her room. Mou hurried after her, entering the wooden cabin and enveloping her in his arms. Xiao struggled briefly, but upon realizing her efforts were in vain, she ceased her resistance and allowed herself to be held in tranquility. Please do not be upset. Mou's voice came softly from above. I am not angry with you, Xiao replied gently, her tone muffled. Xiao, I know you worry about us. With you here, we would never act recklessly. We could not bear to leave you alone, Mou reassured her, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. If you continue like this in the future, I shall no longer want you. Xiao lifted her gaze, looking at Mou with a hint of grievance. I assure you, I will not, and neither will they, he responded. We shall heed your every word, but please, do not say you do not want us. That thought would be unbearable. Xiao buried her head in his embrace, neither looking at him nor speaking, merely holding him tightly. Chapter 34. Flight in the early morning. When Xiao woke, she realized she was in motion. Puzzled, she removed the animal hide that covered her, and a gentle breeze caressed her face, gradually bringing her out of her dazed state. Xiao, you are awake, Miyu said, glancing down at her with a soft smile as he sensed her subtle movements. The little female always appears so dazed and languid upon waking. Are we heading to the herbivorous tribe? Xiao rubbed her eyes and yawned, her voice and demeanor soft and gentle. You stayed up late last night. If you're tired, sleep a little longer. I will hold you, and I'll wake you when it's time. She couldn't help but think, who was it that kept her up so late? Were it not for him, she would not have been so oblivious to being carried along the way. As she recalled how Mou had clung to her last night, claiming he wanted to make it up to her, she realized she had foolishly believed him, resulting in her current aches and pains. She shot him a fierce glare, clearly displeased with his words. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Mou paused, looking down at her in his arms. At that moment, her round, sparkling eyes and pouting lips were far from fierce. He simply found her adorable. Little leaf, you're awake. I picked some purple grape-like fruits. Would you like to try them? Yao, having upset Xiao the previous day, dared not disturb her while she slept. Even though he was accompanying her today, he refrained from competing with Mou for the privilege of holding her. Instead, he had gone out early to gather some of her favorite fruits, washing them thoroughly and keeping them close, waiting for her to wake up to cheer her up. All right, Xiao said, noticing his careful demeanor, and her heart softened. She stretched out her arms toward him. Yao, thinking she wanted to eat, quickly offered her the fruit. However, before his hand could reach her, Xiao unexpectedly grasped his hand and, using a bit of force, leaped into his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, this sudden action startled both males, who thought she might fall, and they hurriedly leaned forward to catch her. Unfortunately, as they bent down, their heads collided with a loud thud, leaving all three of them momentarily dazed. Haha. Xiao was the first to recover, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. What happened? Yiming, observing from above, heard her laughter and swooped down towards them. He saw the two males looking helplessly at the laughing female. Curiosity piqued. Ha ha, Yiming, save me. They're going to make me die from laughter. Upon seeing Yiming descending, Xiao squirmed a little and easily jumped down since neither Mou nor Jingyo had a firm grip on her. She then hid behind Yiming, unable to contain her melodious laughter. Although Yiming had witnessed what had transpired, seeing Xiao so joyful lifted his spirits. He turned to smooth her hair, and then took her hand, leading her forward. There are some fruit trees ahead. I'm not sure if you'll like them. But let us go take a look. All right, let us hurry. Mou, Jingyo, you two come on. Xiao exclaimed, pulling Yiming as she dashed ahead. Don't rush. I'll take you there. Noticing her eagerness, Yiming released her hand, took a few steps forward, and transformed into his true form. Extending one of his wings in front of her, inviting her to climb aboard. Are you going to take me flying? Wow, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, apart from flying on an airplane, she had never imagined ascending to the heavens in such a manner. Xiao gazed with palpable excitement at the majestic black eagle before her, its feathers as dark as if dipped in ink. Its powerful wings exuding an aura of unrestrained freedom as it soared through the heavens. Upon receiving the consent of Yiming, she cautiously stepped onto its wing. Climbing onto Yiming's back. Hold on tight, Yiming advised, turning his head slightly, his enormous beak brushing against Xiao. He urged her to secure her grip, wishing for her first flight atop him to be devoid of fear. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao was overwhelmed with exhilaration, having often partaken in thrilling activities. Being carried aloft by Yiming was an unparalleled experience that sent every cell in her body into a jubilant uproar. As Yiming adjusted his stance, she hurriedly clutched at the feathers on his back, mindful not to hurt him, then gently caressed his back before carefully grasping the sturdier feathers. I am about to fly, Yiming announced, unfurling his massive wings. With a couple of gentle flaps, he ascended into the sky. The eagle soared, head held high, and even at a reduced speed. The rushing wind filled Xiao's ears. She felt as though she could reach out and grasp the clouds floating beside her. With her eyes half closed, she savored the unique sensations of this flight, an experience that could never be replicated by any aircraft. Soon, the fruit tree that Yiming had mentioned came into view. With a single cry, he dove towards the orchard, his speed akin to that of a released arrow. Once Yiming landed steadily on a branch, Xiao remained momentarily dazed. Extending one of his wings, Yiming tilted slightly, allowing Xiao to slide down. As she settled onto the branch, Yiming transformed into his human form, donned a leather skirt, and carefully lifted her down from the tree. Stay here in the shade and wait for Mou and the others. I will gather some fruit for you, Yiming instructed. Ensuring Xiao was comfortably seated beneath the tree's canopy before climbing to the other side, he felt fortunate. This sweet fruit tree was one of several in the Eagle clan's territory, and the females often requested the males to gather fruit for them. Thus, he was confident that Xiao, who enjoyed fruits, would also appreciate this offering. As he presented the sweet fruit to her, her face lit up with delight. Xiao found this fruit somewhat reminiscent of ginseng fruit, yet it was wider and larger than the ginseng fruit. Yiming vigorously rubbed one of the fruits against his leather skirt and then held it near Xiao's mouth. Xiao took the fruit and took a bite. Its flavor resembled that of a peach, with a rich juiciness and firm flesh. Each bite was crisp and refreshing. What is this fruit called, Yiming? It is truly sweet. This is a sweet fruit. If you enjoy it, feel free to pick a few more for the journey ahead. Observing her lips puffed from chewing the fruit, Yiming found her adorable and instinctively leaned closer. Xiao believed he desired fruit as well, so she brought the fruit to his lips. Yiming chuckled softly, evading the offering, and leaned down to gently brush against her soft, feminine lips, a fleeting kiss. As ephemeral as a dragonfly's touch. So sweet, Yiming lifted his head, lightly licking his own lips, and spoke with a smile. One cannot deny that Yiming possessed a remarkable charm. Xiao felt her cheeks flush crimson at his double entendre, staring at him in astonishment. Wait here for me. I shall gather more fruit for you. Under Xiao's gaze, Yiming felt a hint of embarrassment. He had not anticipated his sudden kiss. Considering he was acknowledged as her partner, he hoped she wouldn't be angry. Cautiously observing her expression, he noted no signs of anger, which eased his heart. Chapter 35. Yin Che. When Mou and Jingyo caught up with the pair, they found Xiao seated beneath a tree, surrounded by a pile of sweet fruits. She was diligently weaving something, her progress significantly hindered by the absence of her dagger. Xiao, the two called out as they approached and settled beside her. Xiao looked up and offered a smile to the two individuals before presenting them with two fruits. The two males never declined what she offered. They accepted the fruits and began to eat them immediately. Upon seeing Mou and the others approaching from the tree, Yiming plucked several fruits and leaped down. After placing the fruits neatly, the three males sat quietly together, gazing at Xiao. The basket woven from vines was quite soft yet remarkably resilient. To tighten the joint, she had to pull the vines with considerable force, employing some skill to successfully thread the joint into the basket. There, it was done. Xiao joyfully shook the basket she carried and, upon rising, gathered a few leaves to place within it before adding the sweet fruits. Once her companions had rested sufficiently, they set off once more. Yao attempted to lift Xiao into his arms, but was gently rebuffed. Instead, she carried a smaller basket, meandering through the forest as the three males closely followed her. As they approached the herbivorous tribe, the abundance of edible vegetables indeed increased. In no time, Xiao discovered small cabbages and garlic sprouts, and ultimately, on the outskirts of the tribe, she also found ginger and chili peppers. Be careful with that fiery fruit. It can easily irritate the eyes, and only the beastmen use it when they are cold. Do not pick it, warned Yiming as he observed her harvesting the chili. It's fine. This can be used for roasting meat. If you doubt me, ask Mou, she replied confidently. Although Yiming had never tasted Yu Zhao's chili-infused roast, Mou had, and upon receiving Yiming's inquiring glance, he subtly nodded in affirmation. Yao, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. Knowing he would not consume it and trusting that little Yi would ensure his sustenance with other delicacies, he felt assured that she would not come to harm, and thus allowed her to enjoy her endeavors freely. Before long, both baskets woven by Xiao brimmed with bounty, one filled with sweet fruits and the other laden with the freshly gathered vegetables, with the roots of the garlic and ginger tenderly preserved. Xiao intended to bring them back to plant outside her wooden cottage, if they thrived. She would no longer need to scavenge for such resources. Oh my, how radiant and beautiful is this female! As the four of them strolled into the herbivorous tribe, an exclamation from one of the beastmen caught the attention of others, who turned to gaze curiously at Xiao. Soon, she and her companions found themselves encircled by the herbivorous beastmen. Little female, which tribe do you belong to? Little female, what do you wish to exchange with our tribe? Little female, I have many offerings. Allow me to present them to you. Xiao felt that the enthusiasm of these herbivorous beastmen was not diminished compared to that of the tiger tribe beastmen. Although they were physically weaker than the carnivorous beastmen, their numbers were overwhelming. Mou embraced Xiao, while Yiming and Yao walked beside him, exuding the pressure of formidable warriors. Yet, instead of causing the beastmen to retreat, the crowd only grew larger. Please make way. We wouldn't want to frighten the young female. Just as Yiming and Yao were on the verge of taking action, a melodious voice resonated from behind. The chief has arrived. Upon hearing this, the herbivorous beastmen immediately parted, creating a path for the figure behind them. Yin Che, who had been drying herbs in a wooden cabin, was startled by the commotion outside. Upon listening intently, he realized that a beautiful female had come to their tribe. He understood well the allure that a female held for the single males in the tribe. Given that herbivorous beastmen were physically inferior to their carnivorous counterparts, the chances of being chosen by a female were quite scarce, prompting every tribe member to eagerly seize the opportunity to bond with a female. Dear young female, please do not be afraid. My kin harbor no ill intentions. Yin Che spoke softly, gazing at the female who was nestled within the embrace of a male. Xiao raised her head slightly, nodding in acknowledgement to the approaching figure. Before her stood a gentleman of refined demeanor, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. His speech and mannerisms were both appropriate and gracious. The clarity of his eyes, reminiscent of tranquil waters, held a warmth akin to jade, seemingly imbued with profound affection. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips, evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth. On the other hand, Yin Che was profoundly struck upon witnessing Yu Zhao's appearance. The petite female, distinct from others, possessed a delicate, alabaster complexion and exquisite features. Particularly captivating were her large, expressive eyes, brimming with vitality, as if they harbored immense power that drew one in irresistibly. Though perhaps startled moments ago, she nestled quietly within the embrace of the tiger beast, responding to his apology with a polite nod. Are you done staring? Quickly usher your kin away. We merely came to observe, not to barter, Yao remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort as the dear beast continued to scrutinize Xiao. Yin Che, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized he had been caught in a daze, gazing at the female, and hurriedly spoke to his kin, urging them to clear the way for her passage. Once the crowd had dispersed sufficiently, Mou led Xiao away. Thank you, Xiao said, looking up as she wrapped her arms around Mou's neck. Directing her gratitude towards Yin Che behind them. Was the petite female expressing her thanks to him? Observing her retreat into the male's embrace. He felt he had done nothing deserving of gratitude. Yet, the sound of her voice was melodious, and Yin Che found himself captivated. Unable to divert his gaze from the departing figures. "Little Leaf, you haven't developed a fondness for that dear beast, have you?" Jingyo remarked with a hint of jealousy. Casting a look at Xiao akin to that of a spurned lover. "What nonsense! When did I ever take a liking to him? I am utterly unaware." Xiao nearly choked on a sweet fruit, gazing speechlessly at Jingyo. "Why are you being so courteous to him?" Jingyo maintained an expression of disbelief. The two males beside him also regarded her with inquisitive eyes, leaving Xiao utterly speechless. "For heaven's sake, I don't even know his name. How could I possibly be interested in him? Moreover, isn't it quite normal to be polite to others? Xiao, if you have no romantic feelings for them. Refrain from smiling at the males so frequently, otherwise, they might misunderstand," Yiming said, offering a reluctant explanation to Xiao. "Oh, very well, I shall heed your advice." After finishing her sweet fruit, Xiao noticed that no one was bothering her, so she began to meander through the exchange market of the herbivorous tribe. Chapter 36, The Cave. Xiao wandered around the herbivore tribe twice, only to discover that many of the items exchanged by the herbivorous orcs were of no use to her, thus diminishing her interest. For she was not truly one to graze. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Yiming suggested they visit the Eagle clan. Mu Yu and Jing Yao had no objections, so the group departed from the herbivore tribe, with Yiming leading the way to the Eagle clan. Xiao wished to explore the forest in search of other vegetables and fruits, thus she declined to be carried. The three males, feeling helpless, could do nothing but acquiesce to her desire. Feeling bored, Xiao nibbled on sweet fruits, and when she could no longer consume them, she offered them to Jing Yao and the others. The several males showed no reluctance to accept the fruits she had already tasted. In no time, the sweet fruits were entirely devoured, most of them finding their way into the stomachs of the three males. The basket, once filled with sweet fruits, had now transformed into an assortment of unidentified fruits discovered by Mou, alongside the dandelions and honeysuckles that Xiao had foraged. To accommodate Xiao's pace, the males deliberated briefly and decided that Yiming should scout for a resting place for the night, intending to continue their journey the following day. For safety, Yiming chose elevated mountains, ultimately locating a cave on one of the peaks. The entrance was obscured by numerous vines, making it hard to discern without a keen eye. This location was inaccessible to wild beasts, providing them with a suitable temporary refuge. Yiming landed outside the cave, cautiously inspecting the surrounding area for any anomalies. Upon confirming that all was well, he stepped inside. The cave, though not large, extended deep within and was remarkably dry. After a brief tidying up, Yiming flew back out, returning with an armful of dry grass. He repeated this several times until the cave was sufficiently stocked with enough grass for everyone to sleep on. In the forest, Mou discovered traces of a wild wolf. Jingyo lifted Xiao into his arms, and together they began tracking the wolf. Xiao felt a surge of excitement. It was her first time witnessing the hunting grounds of Mou and Jingyo. Her eyes were fixed intently on the wild wolf, which was bent down drinking from the river. After lapping up a few sips, it cautiously raised its head to survey its surroundings. Ever vigilant in a forest fraught with peril, Mou transformed into a white tiger, stealthily approaching the wild wolf. His soft paw pads allowed him to move silently. Xiao, feeling a rush of tension, instinctively held her breath, fearing that any sound might alert the wolf. Jingyo, sensing her anxiety, glanced down at her. She was utterly focused on Mou, her eyes not daring to blink. "Rest assured, he is not so weak as to require you to hold your breath." Jingyo teased with a smile. "Is that so?" Xiao whispered, turning her head to look at Jingyo. "Indeed." "Just observe how Mou is about to make his move," Jingyo replied, gesturing with a grin. Xiao, filled with anxiety, turned her head just in time to catch sight of a white tiger concealed within the grass, poised to pounce, with a subtle push of its powerful hind legs. The tiger lunged towards the wolf. The wolf, alerted by the rush of wind, was about to flee, but before it could take a single step, the white tiger seized its neck with a ferocious bite. In the next moment, a cool hand gently covered Xiao's eyes. She was able to witness the hunting process. But when the moment came that the prey's blood vessels were severed, the scene became too gruesome, and Jing Yao had no intention of allowing her to see it. Xiao was aware of the unfolding events, recognizing that the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was an immutable truth. Yet, She was touched by Jing Yao's attentiveness. "As long as it is you, I shall not fear." Gently removing his hand that shielded her eyes, Xiao smiled at him. He wished to conceal their cruel and bloody side from her, hoping that she would neither see nor hear it. However, she still felt compelled to express her thoughts. Jingyu had always found Xiao to be remarkable. Her beauty, kindness, wisdom, and everything about her captivated him. Now, he was particularly moved by her understanding nature. "Let us go," said Mou, who returned with a wild wolf, unaware of the exchange between the two. He observed Jingyao tightly embracing Xiao, and she offered him a resigned smile before patiently patting Jingyao's back, waiting for him to regain his composure before they continued on their journey. One wild wolf was insufficient to feed the 3 males, so Ming went in search of a cave, while Mou and Jingyao took on the responsibility of procuring food for the entire family. Perhaps fortune favored them, for it was not long before they encountered 2 wild tigers engaged in a fierce struggle. Jingyao set Xiao down and swiftly transformed into his true form, darting towards the tigers. In an instant, the 2 battling tigers were ensnared by his massive serpentine body. Jingyao gradually tightened his grip, and within mere seconds, the tigers, gasping for breath, succumbed to suffocation, collapsing limply onto Jingyao. Xiao personally experienced what it means when the snipe and the clam struggle, and the fisherman benefits. Their luck was extraordinarily fortuitous. With their quarry sufficient, Jingyao and Mou were both stained with blood, while Xiao had no choice but to walk. After a short distance, they heard Ming's bird call. Ming led them to a cave, then carried Xiao into the entrance, while Mou and Jingyao, having learned the cave's exact location, began searching for a water source to clean their catch. Knowing they would be roasting meat, Xiao found a clean stone, took out garlic sprouts and ginger, and chopped them along with some chili for later use. When Jingyao and Mou returned with their prey, they instructed Ming to escort Xiao back down into the cave. They did not plan to roast the meat inside the cave, as it would cause the smoke to linger within, making it difficult to dissipate. They also refrained from roasting beneath the cave due to the dense vegetation, fearing it might lead to disaster, and the aroma of roasted meat would attract wild beasts. Ultimately, they took Xiao to a location farther from the cave's entrance to start a fire and roast the meat. Xiao was also concerned about the risk of a forest fire. Should such a calamity arise, they would be ill-equipped to combat a blaze of that magnitude. Adhering to the principle of prevention, while Mou ignited the fire, Xiao instructed Jingyao and Ming to gather several large stones to encircle the fire pit. Jingyao and Ming deemed this method effective, believing the stones would serve to contain any sparks and prevent accidents. Mou set the wolf upon the spit to roast. He and Jingyao had already shared a portion of an old tiger while cleaning, leaving another tiger and the wolf to be enjoyed together with Xiao. Xiao applied the prepared chili paste onto one of the wild wolf's legs. As the temperature increased, the enticing aroma of the chili began to waft through the air, causing Ming, seated nearby, to feel an itch in his nose. Noticing his furrowed brow and his attempt to shield his nose, Xiao chuckled and suggested he step back a bit before flipping the wolf over. Once the meat was perfectly grilled, Xiao first handed the portion without chili to Jingyao, before offering the spicier piece to Mou. "Would you care to try?" "There is also a non-spicy option here," she said, glancing at Ming. Observing Mou relishing his meal, Ming was tempted to sample it as well. He tore off a strip of the spicy meat and placed it in his mouth. The moment he began to chew, he was engulfed by an unfamiliar yet compelling flavor that surged like a raging fire, pressing against his throat and stimulating the roots of his tongue. This sensation was intoxicating, compelling him to indulge repeatedly. "It seems you can handle it," Xiao remarked, observing Ming's reaction, as she playfully offered him another piece of grilled meat. Chapter 37. The Eagle Clan. After enjoying the grilled meat and tidying up the fire pit, Ming took Xiao back to the cave, soaring through the night sky. Mou and Jingyao, well aware of the location, began their ascent as well. Inside the cave, the night was quite chilly. Xiao, flanked by Mou and Ming, felt protected, while Jingyao, slightly displeased yet concerned about her catching a chill due to his cold constitution, had to settle for sleeping at a distance. Xiao gazed at his pitiable expression, reached out to grasp his hand, and offered him a gentle smile before closing her eyes. She knew her little Yi was the best. Observing Mou Ming drifting into slumber, he dismissed any thoughts of boasting. In the depths of the night, Xiao felt a chill creep over her, and instinctively, her body sought the warmth emanating from beside her. It was akin to lying on an electric blanket, enveloped in a cozy embrace, soft and plush, continuously radiating warmth. As Xiao found comfort, The moment she stirred, Yiming and the others awoke. Observing the figure nestled within his wings, Yiming cautiously tightened his embrace. And Xiao instantly felt a warm sensation enveloping her body. Before long, she completely relaxed, seeing her drift into a deep slumber. The three males finally allowed themselves to close their eyes and rest. The following day, Xiao had lost the joy of exploration, coupled with the late-night rain, which made her apprehensive about potential showers later. The group decided to hasten their journey. Yiming led the way in the sky, while Mou and Jingyu followed closely on the ground. Lacking their swift pace, Xiao was comfortably cradled in turns by the three males. One moment she was held by the imposing white tiger, the next by the majestic black eagle, and then by the serpent-bodied, human-faced Jingyao. After half a day's travel, just as Xiao was about to doze off on Mou's back, Yiming let out a call from above, signaling their arrival at the eagle tribe. A few patrolling black eagles, hearing the call, flew toward Yiming, soaring in synchronized circles before descending with him toward the cliff below. Surely their tribe isn't situated atop this steep cliff? Xiao wondered, gazing up at the towering precipice. The tribe was indeed above, and it was said that ordinary beastmen found it difficult to ascend. Their kin were known for their unity, which earned them the title of the safest tribe. Mou explained with a smile. Unity, you say? Wasn't Yiming injured last time? I don't see such unity among them, Jingyo interjected nonchalantly. Upon reaching the eagle tribe, Jingyao's adversarial instincts appeared to resurface. Yiming, is this your female? She is stunning, more beautiful than Kei Ling and Tu Duo. Look at her skin, so fair, akin to frost in the cold season. She is surrounded only by the tiger beast and the serpent beast. Is that serpent also her mate? Are you bringing her back to reside here, Yiming? May I pursue her? Several black eagles landed not far from Xiao, and as Yiming transformed into human form, the males behind him began to chatter. Had Yiming not been leading, they might have rushed forward. We are not entering the tribe. We are merely here to complete the bonding ceremony. The serpent beast is a small companion. He means no trouble, so do not provoke him. We shall depart tomorrow, and do not harbor any designs on her. Yiming then turned to Xiao, his earlier cold demeanor melting away, replaced by a gentle smile. What about Jingyo? Can you take him with you? I feel uneasy leaving him with others. To be honest, their natural enmity posed a risk, and placing Jingyo, a venomous tongue, in the presence of eagles felt akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. If his sharp tongue irritated the eagle tasked with taking him up the mountain, there was a real possibility of being unceremoniously dropped from the sky. I understand. I will ensure he accompanies me. Not to mention that he originally intended for someone to take him up, even if no one was willing to assist. He would still find his own way to the tribe. Now that Xiao has requested his help, he would certainly not refuse. Yiming arranged for a hawk beast to carry Mou, while he transformed back into his original form, crouching before Xiao. Once Xiao had a firm grip, he extended his claws towards Jingyao, indicating that he should hold on. Jingyao, not one to waste words, found the prospect of interacting with other members of the eagle tribe far more intolerable than dealing with Yiming. Upon receiving notification that Yiming had returned with a female, Feiyo waited outside the tribe along with several other beastmen. His curiosity about the appearance of the female Yiming had chosen was insatiable. Thus, when he learned that Yiming had returned with her to complete their mating ceremony, he promptly set aside his tasks and hurried over. As he witnessed Yiming soaring into the tribe, he quickly approached. Just before Yiming was about to land, Jingyao leaped down from his claws, and upon Yiming's descent, he immediately gathered Xiao into his arms, inhaling the scent at her neck. The entire mountain was permeated with the aroma of hawk beasts, driving him to the brink of madness. He desperately craved Yao's scent to cleanse the unpleasant odors surrounding him. Chapter 38. Retention. Xiao noticed that Jing Yao's brow was furrowed, displaying a countenance of impatience. Were it not for her own interests, it was likely that Jing Yao would never have set foot on the territory of the Eagle clan in his lifetime. Constantly frowning may very well lead to an appearance of agedness. Xiao gently prodded Jing Yao's brow with her fingertip, then delicately glided her finger up and down, soothing the furrow of anxiety etched upon his forehead. It matters not. When I grow old, little Yi will grow old too. As long as little Yi does not disdain me then, she mused. Ah, that is not guaranteed. If you become too unsightly, disdain may indeed be forthcoming. Feiya, I have brought back the little one. Please expedite the arrangements for our betrothal ceremony. Yi Xiao playfully joked with Jing Yao, while Yiming observed several males from Feiya who were momentarily frozen upon seeing Yi Xiao. Yiming stepped forward, positioning himself before them, and spoke. All right, I understand. I'll go prepare now. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. This lovely female is truly beautiful. Take her directly to the square later. Feiya patted Yiming on the shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yiming furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Feiya, and returned to Yi Xiao's side after he departed. Why do you look troubled as well? Is something the matter? Yi Xiao inquired, noticing Yiming's expression as he approached. It's nothing. MOU has arrived. Let's head to the square. I don't want her to worry, Yiming replied with a light-hearted smile. Upon reaching the square, Jingyao placed Yu Xiao upon a higher platform and stood beside MOU, waiting. Yiming took Yu Xiao's hand and walked towards the spot where Feiya stood. His heart racing, he instinctively tightened his grip around her delicate hand. Yu Xiao, surprised by the sudden firmness of his hold, looked at Yiming with curiosity before smiling and returning the gesture. Feiya had been observing this exquisitely beautiful female intently, and their subtle exchange did not escape his notice. This young female had always remained composed, displaying only lively expressions in the presence of her partner. Even when confronted by cold-blooded beastmen like the snake beast, she treated them with tenderness, her smile appearing genuine rather than feigned. If she were to choose to remain in the tribe, or if other males had the chance to be accepted by her, would that not be splendid? Feiya swiftly calculated how to retain the female, his gaze fervently fixed upon the approaching pair. Yu Xiao felt the penetrating gaze upon her since the moment she arrived at the square. Casually scanning the crowd, her eyes eventually returned to the platform, where she discovered that the one who had been fixated on her was none other than the chief of the Eagle clan. Yu Xiao was perplexed by his unwavering attention. In her recollection, they had never exchanged a word. Had she perhaps inadvertently spoken something amiss? Yet, that seemed unlikely, for she had yet to converse with any of the Eagle beastmen aside from Yiming. Yi Xiao's puzzled gaze lingered on Feiya for 2 seconds. Upon realizing his scrutiny, he did not avert his eyes. Instead, he smiled at her with a slight upward curve of his lips. Had it not been for the overly conspicuous intent behind his actions, Yi Xiao might have deemed him quite courteous. Yi Xiao furrowed her brow and averted her gaze. No one relishes the sensation of being manipulated. Yet, they found themselves on another's territory, and this orc was none other than the former leader of Yiming's clan. Regardless of the perspective, she could not afford to display her displeasure. With a mind swirling with countless thoughts, Yiming had already led her to the edge of the precipice, where he knelt before her on one knee. The precipice seized Yiming's hand and pierced it with a feather, mixing the flowing blood with the pigments from the lotus leaves in his grasp, painting Yiming's forehead. It became evident that the Eagle clan incorporated their blood, explaining their insistence on having the clan leader arrange their unions. A rather awkward race, yet Jingyao dismissed MOU's words with indifference. I vow to the vast skies. My loyalty to you shall endure throughout this life, even if it means breaking my wings or sacrificing my life. No one shall deter my resolve to protect you. Stepping back 2 paces after completing the painting, the precipice allowed Yiming to rise and take Yi Xiao's hand, placing a gentle kiss upon her knuckles as the vow unfolded slowly. From the ends of the earth to the corners of the sea, I willingly accompany you on this journey. Yi Xiao gently caressed the finger that had been pierced by Yiming, responding with a bright laugh. After a familiar sting, a faint glow emanated from both Yi Xiao's left index finger and Yiming's forehead simultaneously. Yiming, already holding her hand, watched as the beast mark on her finger gradually came into focus, revealing the form of a small black hawk. In that moment, something within Yiming settled into a sense of calm. Little female, your bonding ceremony with Yiming has been completed. Our tribe boasts many remarkable males. Would you not consider exploring your options? Upon hearing Feiya's words, both Yiming and Yi Xiao instinctively frowned. Yiming could not prevent her from accepting other partners, so he merely gazed at her in silence. Yet, Yi Xiao harbored a suspicion that the leader of the Eagle clan might be operating a matchmaking service. Having just completed the bonding ceremony with Yiming, she found it rather disconcerting that he was now busy promoting others to her. Was this truly acceptable? No, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I am not considering adding any partners at this time. Yi Xiao always felt a certain resistance to the notion of being surrounded by others. Little female, my name is Feiya, and you may call me by it henceforth. The Eagle clan is a safe haven for females. Would you not contemplate staying? Feiya had anticipated Yu Xiao's refusal, thus he remained unfazed, continuing to speak with a smile. I'm feeling a bit weary, Yiming, Yu Xiao called out sweetly, reaching for Yiming to embrace her. The artifice of the White Lotus was something she maneuvered with ease, being a woman of the modern age. Since the little female is fatigued, Yiming, why don't you take her back to your cave for some rest? I shall bring roasted meat to you shortly. Feiya suggested, casting a glance at Yu Xiao before addressing Yiming. Yiming regarded Fei with a hint of confusion, sensing his overly eager demeanor, yet chose not to voice his concerns. He lifted Xiao and proceeded towards Mou and the others. Chapter 39. Finding fault. Yiming returned to his cave with Xiao, which had been uninhabited for several days and might have become somewhat untidy. Little one, please wait here. I shall tidy up before you enter to rest. He gently placed Xiao outside the cave and prepared to step inside. Let us clean together. It has been some time since you last visited, and the grass nest may no longer be usable. Jingyu and the others are unfamiliar with this place. Why not search for hay while I tidy up the cave with Mou and the others? Xiao grasped Yiming's hand, softly proposing a plan. All right, I shall go now. Mou, please keep an eye on Xiao. The elevation here is considerable, so do not let her fall. Yiming chuckled as he ruffled Xiao's hair, offering a few reminders to Mou before taking flight. Am I a child? I can walk without falling. Xiao exclaimed, her innocent eyes blinking in confusion as she looked at Jingyao. With a gentle laugh, Jingyao remained silent, guiding her into the cave. Yiming's cave was not particularly deep, and he had brought everything needed when he came to find Xiao, thus the interior was devoid of anything requiring tidying. Save for the bedding of hay and a thin layer of dust, Mou removed the old hay from the cave, while Xiao gathered some twigs and bound them together with vines, fashioning a makeshift broom to sweep away the dust within. After placing the beast skin pouch he had brought into the cave, Jingyao handed Xiao a fruit, taking the broom from her hands, and advised her to sit and enjoy the fruit instead of wandering outside the cave. Xiao took a bite and then cheerfully extended her hand towards Jingyao. With a hint of reluctance, Jingyao took a bite as well. Since meeting Xiao, he had noticed a marked increase in the frequency of his fruit consumption. Only after seeing Jingyao eat the fruit did Xiao smile contentedly and dash outside to find Mou. Regardless of their previous circumstances, she wished to ensure that all three of them maintained a balanced diet, insisting that they consume both vegetables and fruits. Upon witnessing her approach with a piece of fruit, Mou had grown accustomed to her antics. When she extended her hand, he smiled and took a small bite from the fruit. At that moment, Fei arrived with grilled meat and happened upon the scene of the little female feeding the tiger beast fruit. After the tiger beast consumed the fruit, the female gleefully sat down nearby, obediently nibbling at her own piece of fruit. Chief of the Eagle clan, do you require something? Mou, having heard the commotion, turned to Fei, feeling somewhat displeased by his persistent gaze on Xiao. Your little female must be hungry, right? Eating only fruit is insufficient. I have brought grilled meat. Let her come and enjoy it, Fei said with a smile as he unveiled the leaves that covered the freshly cooked meat, the steam wafting upwards as the leaves were parted. Xiao, the chief of the Eagle clan has brought grilled meat. Would you like to eat now? As they were on the hunt, it would still be a while before Xiao could have meat, and Mou wished to prevent her from going hungry. I am currently eating fruit. However, since the chief has kindly offered it to us, let us save it for later. You can have some if you feel hungry. Xiao replied with a smile as she walked towards Mou. How amusing that this grilled meat, which I had intended for her, is now being claimed as a gift to her family. She neither accepts it outright nor dismisses it, indicating that she is not only beautiful but also a clever female. Fei thought, growing increasingly intrigued by her. Little female, so your name is Xiao. May I call you that? Fei inquired with a grin. I am called Xiao. The chief may address me directly by my name. She was disinclined to engage in any meaningful interaction with Fei, who seemed to have ulterior motives. The cave for Little Leaf is ready. You should rest now, Jingyao said as he emerged from the cave, his face etched with displeasure. Thank you for the grilled meat, Chief, Mou replied with a smile as he accepted the offering from Fei. Hearing Jingyao's comment, Xiao hurried over to pull Jingyao back into the cave, fearful that he might say something inappropriate out of frustration. Bring the female inside. I wish to see what she looks like, Fei remarked as he observed the little female entering the cave, losing interest in lingering further. He intended to wait for Yiming's return to discuss the possibility of having the female remain in the Eagle clan. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed Kai Ling approaching with several males, conversing with one of them as they neared Yiming's cave. Mou, upon hearing her words, stepped forward to block the entrance, frowning at the approaching male. What is happening here? Fei observed Kai Ling's fierce demeanor and felt a sense of displeasure. Chief, I have heard that Yiming has returned with a female to form a bond. I merely wish to see what kind of female he has chosen to entertain, she replied. As Kai Ling overheard other males discussing the female's skin like snow, her beauty, and her charming demeanor, she felt a surge of displeasure. She believed herself to be the most beautiful female of the tribe, and would not allow her status to be shaken. Determined, she donned her partner and rushed over, contemplating that if her own beauty were lacking, she could at least use the opportunity to mock the newcomer. However, if the newcomer surpassed her in beauty, she would find a chance to smear the fiery fruit she held onto the female's face, silencing her arrogance forever. You look more like you're here to pick a fight than to socialize. Do not frighten the little female, Feiya scolded. Casting a stern glance at the orcs behind Ling, embarrassed, the males lowered their heads, well aware of their female's temper. They knew they could not stop her and could only follow. While they would not resort to violence, they could protect Ling from harm if necessary. Chief, why are you siding with the outsider female against me? Ling looked at Feiya, feeling wronged. What is happening? Why all the commotion? Mou asked, blocking the entrance of the cave while Xiao grasped his arm and peeked outside. She had been idly sitting on a beast's skin within the cave when the sudden uproar piqued her curiosity, prompting her to drag Xiao out to witness the excitement. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Upon seeing Xiao, Ling was momentarily stunned. In contrast to Xiao's fair and delicate skin, her own appeared dark and coarse. The exquisite features of Xiao captivated not only the males but also Ling herself, who found herself deeply enamored. How infuriating it was to encounter such a stunning female. In comparison, Ling felt utterly inadequate, clenching the fiery fruit tightly in her hand. Jealousy burned in her eyes as she fixated on Xiao's elegantly blushing cheeks. You all, bring her to me. I have something to discuss with her. Ling murmured. However, after a while, none of the males responded, and turning around in confusion, she realized that they were all entranced by the newcomer. Rage surged within her, and she shouted, glaring fiercely at her males. What is wrong, Ling? Bei, hearing Ling's outburst, snapped back to reality and noticed her intense gaze. Feeling a bit guilty for having been distracted, he could not help but admire the beauty of the outsider female. Even though he was already mated. Bei, go bring her to me. I need to speak with her, Ling commanded, her voice laced with fury. Ling. The chief is still here. Do not act recklessly, Bei hesitated, eyeing the fiery fruit in her hand. What? Are you concerned for her? Ling shot him a cold stare, her anger distorting her features. Of course not. You are my female. You know that I would never betray you. Bei quickly asserted his loyalty. Very well, then go and fetch her. Upon hearing Bei's words, Ling felt a slight sense of equilibrium restored within her. Chapter 40, Chaos. Foreign female, my female wishes for you to come and speak a few words. Bei, with no choice but to comply, approached Xiao to convey Ling's message. Why can't she express herself directly? Why does she require my female to go? Could she possibly be of such significance that our little you must pay her a visit? Yu cast a disdainful glance at the eagle beast before him. Bei, stung by the serpent beast's mockery, found himself unable to retort, for even the most reckless male would deem it inappropriate to summon a female in such a manner. No, please do not misunderstand. My Ling simply wishes to befriend the foreign female. Her shyness compelled me to relay the message. Noticing Yi Zhao's gaze upon him, Bei hastily clarified. Yet her tone moments ago bore no semblance to that of a bashful individual. Mou blocked Yi Zhao's attempt to escape, gently shaking his head before turning back to Bei. A misunderstanding, indeed. Ling is merely young and often speaks and acts rather impulsively. Feiya, observing the tiger and serpent beast's cautious efforts to prevent Yi Zhao from leaving the cave, fearing that Ling might jeopardize his plans, promptly interjected, Yes, foreign female. My Ling harbors no ill intentions. Please do not misconstrue. Seeing the clan leader also aiding in the explanation, Bei seized the opportunity to add, Bei, why have you not brought her over yet? Truly a disappointment. While Feiya and Bei tirelessly worked to ameliorate Ling's unfavorable impression, Ling, growing increasingly impatient, pushed aside the male who held her back and rushed to confront Bei, pointing at him and exclaiming loudly. This action caused Mou and Yao to furrow their brows. They were well aware that females of the beast realm could be tempestuous and unreasonable. Yet since their acquaintance with Xiao, they had discovered that gentleness and humility could indeed exist within the female kind. Although Xiao could not clearly discern the appearance of the female outside, she was profoundly shaken by her words. Hearing her yell at her partner, who offered no retort and displayed a demeanor of acquiescence, left Xiao wondering if all females in this beastly world were so formidable. She felt a twinge of sympathy for the males, seemingly at the mercy of females who had become so unruly from being excessively pampered. Truly, It echoed an old adage: those who elicit pity often possess qualities that inspire disdain. Feiya gazed helplessly at the oncoming Ling, pondering how she had never noticed just how irksome Ling could be, despite their efforts to salvage her image. Ling's abrupt approach and her revealing words felt like a slap in the face. "What are you all doing here?" Wing Ming approached, carrying a bundle of hay, casting a fierce glare at Ling before striding towards the cave. "I heard that you brought back an outsider female, so I came to see. Please, do not be angry with me. Do not bond with her. Let us become partners instead." Ling had just returned from an outing with her partner when she overheard members of the tribe discussing Wing Ming's beautiful newcomer. On her way, she had listened to others extolling the female's beauty and fair complexion. Initially, she had taken people to the square, but finding it deserted, she had pursued Wing Ming to his cave, believing he had yet to commence the bonding ceremony. "Get lost. Do not force my hand against you. Besides, I am already bonded. Do not disturb my female." Wing Ming did not spare her a glance, stating his piece before dismissing everyone to enter the cave. Inside, he saw Xiao standing behind Mou and gently took her hand, leading her further in. After setting down the hay, he noticed her quietly seated to the side and quickly joined her. "Xiao, do not heed her words. I have never considered bonding with her. Last time, when I spurned her, she resorted to drugging me and incited Eagle Bay and the others to hunt me down. Having chosen you, I shall take the time to understand you, rather than entertain doubts from mere hearsay." Xiao gently grasped his hand and spoke softly, then crouched down to tidy the hay. Feiya, observing that the individuals who had entered the cave showed no signs of returning, decided he did not wish to linger any longer and stepped away. Ling, unaccustomed to such treatment since her birth, felt a swell of grievance and tears began to fall. Yet, with a stubborn resolve not to let the other beastmen witness her distress, she reached to wipe her tears, only to forget that she held a fiery fruit in her hand. As soon as it touched her eyes, the intense heat rendered them unopenable, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, covering her eyes and screaming. Ling, what has happened?" The males surrounded her with concern. Ling Bei attempted to pry her hands away, only to be met with her frantic avoidance. The more she recoiled, the more frantic they became, unable to soothe her, resulting in a chaotic scene. "What on earth is happening?" Xiao inquired with curiosity, peering toward the cave entrance. "Little one, ignore her and keep your distance. She is quite troublesome." Yiming expressed his utter disdain for Ling. "How noisy. Are we to allow her to create a ruckus at the cave entrance? Little Yezi needs her rest. If you cannot handle it, I have no qualms about stepping out to shoo her away." Upon hearing Jingyao's words, Xiao instinctively grasped his hand, determined not to allow this fellow to instigate trouble. "Perhaps I should take a look," Mou suggested with a smile as he rose to his feet. Yiming preferred to avoid involvement, believing Jingyao would only stir up trouble, while Mou seemed the more reliable choice. "Then go quickly, just observe, and be cautious," Xiao cautioned Mou, aware of the female's dubious character. "Understood," Mou replied, heading toward the cave exit. Chapter 41. Punishment. As Mou stepped out of the cave, he encountered a cluster of beastmen, with the distressed female at the center, covering her eyes in apparent agony and emitting a continuous, pained wail. "What is wrong with her? If she is unwell, take her away quickly, or Xiao needs to rest." One male spoke anxiously. "Ling's eyes are injured, she cannot open them and is in distress, yet refuses to let us see," another male interjected, his voice tinged with worry. "She seemed fine just moments ago. How could she have been injured so suddenly?" Mou furrowed his brow at the speaking male, perplexed by the female's antics. Her piercing cries were quite unsettling. "Injured eyes?" Xiao peeked out from behind Mou, observing the group of gathered orcs. Xiao, why did you come out?" Mou turned around to face Xiao, his expression tinged with displeasure as he glanced at Yiming and Jingyao, who were following closely behind her. "I just wanted to take a look. With all this commotion, I couldn't possibly sleep." Xiaochong stuck out his tongue at Mou, then took 2 steps forward to gaze at the group of orcs. "Oh, you useless lot, my eyes are in agony. I feel as though I might perish from the pain. Hurry, think of a solution. Ling, dear, do not be afraid. Let go of your hands so we may see," he urged. "Indeed, Ling, do not cover your eyes. We must ascertain what is ailing them. Quickly, lower your hands." "I cannot. My eyes are tightly shut, and it hurts so much." Thus, amidst one cry and a multitude of coaxing voices, they spent a considerable time without arriving at a resolution. "What if I take a look for her?" Xiao felt somewhat irritated by her incessant shouting and suggested to the group of males surrounding Ling, who were at a loss. Upon hearing a melodious voice behind him, the male turned to look. You? Ingbei gazed curiously at the beautiful female. Yes, it is I. If she continues to call out like that, her eyes will suffer, and her throat will become hoarse. It would be better for me to take a look. Perhaps she will feel a bit better. With a smile, Xiao gazed at the female cradled in Ingbei's arms. She had already noticed the chili pepper discarded on the ground, appearing as if it had been crushed. Considering the sudden pain in the female's eyes, Xiao could surmise that she had inadvertently touched her eyes with her hands, which had been used to crush the pepper. The contact would surely evoke an unbearable stinging sensation. Ordinarily, shedding a few tears would suffice, yet the female, fearful of further injury, kept her hands pressed against her eyes. If you could help Ling Ling feel a bit better, I would greatly appreciate it, Ingbei quickly interjected. The surrounding males, upon hearing Ingbei's words, parted their formation to allow Xiao to step forward. Xiao Yi, with disapproval, tugged at Xiao's sleeve as she approached. It's fine, if you're worried. You can accompany me, she reassured. Mou, please fetch me some clean water, and remember to add a pinch of salt. Jingyao, could you bring my basket from the cave? After finishing her arrangements, Xiao took Yiming's hand and walked towards the crowd. I refuse her help. She will undoubtedly lead me astray. I do not want her. Ingbei, please let her go. Heh, she truly is quite the clever one. Xiao beamed as she gazed at Yiming, who looked back at her in confusion, uncertain why she had suddenly begun to praise Kei Ling crouching before Kei Ling. Xiao reached out, attempting to pry her hands apart, yet she had underestimated the strength of the female in this beastly realm. Despite exerting her utmost effort, Kei Ling's hands remained steadfastly unmoved. Hey, someone, pry her hands apart. How can she see anything with them covered? Xiao called out to Ingbei. Ling Ling, you must release her, Ingbei gently coaxed. I refuse. It hurts so much, and if you remove them, it will hurt even more. Ingbei, do not listen to her. She intends to harm me. However, Kei Ling remained motionless, continuously reiterating that Xiao wanted to harm her. Hurry up. Do you wish for her to be blinded? If you do not pull her apart, I shall have my Yiming take action. Xiao was speechless. How could she claim to harm her when she hadn't even touched her? Of course, that might change once they met. This female was exceedingly willful, so perhaps it would be wise to intimidate her a little. Otherwise, tears would soon wash away the spiciness of the chili. Indeed. Upon hearing the command for Yiming to take action, both the female and the male holding her were taken aback. The male coaxed her for a moment before gently removing his hand. Mou and Jingyao meandered over with water and a basket. Xiao felt somewhat exasperated. The disdain was evident on their faces. Find a small piece of animal skin, dampen it with water to wash her eyes, and while you're at it, clean her hands. Crush that herb and apply it to her eyes once it's ready. As Xiao busied herself with organizing the assembled males, she cast a watchful gaze upon her surroundings. At that moment, the area around her eyes had become swollen and red. When Kei Ling slightly opened her eyes, she found Xiao staring intently at her. Had she not approached, she would not have been injured by the fiery fruit. Thus, she attributed her misfortune solely to the presence of this foreign female. The more she pondered, the more her anger escalated, and she raised her hand to strike Xiao's delicate, fair face. Xiao sensed her movements, and behind her stood Jingyao and the others. She had no time to step back and could only hurriedly raise her hand to shield herself. A sharp gasp escaped her lips. Although she protected her face, several crimson marks marred her fair arms, revealing the considerable force exerted by Kei Ling. What are you doing? Xiao was supported by Jingyao as she staggered backward, glaring at her in anger. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been injured, Kei Ling shouted, standing up to strike Xiao. You seek death. Yiming kicked her to the ground, looking at her with fury. Yiming, do you dare hit me? I will inform the clan leader, Kei Ling cried out in pain, curling up. I am no longer a member of the Eagle clan. Even if I kill you, Feiyu cannot do anything to me. Ingbei stepped forward to embrace Kei Ling, refraining from speech, as the outsider female had only intended to help her, yet Kei Ling had treated her with contempt, which seemed rather ungrateful in his eyes. Does it hurt? Mou gently grasped her hand. Fortunately, there is no bleeding, but I need some dandelion. It is not good for the wound to be exposed. And she could ascertain that the female's nails were long and dirty. Infection could lead to suppuration. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Jingyao dashed out, seizing the orc holding the dandelion, snatching the leaves from his hand, and delivering a punch that sent him flying several meters. Little leaf, hurry and apply it. Jingyao crouched down, anxiously observing Xiao. I am fine, merely taking precautions, do not worry. Little female, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. But Kei Ling is also injured. Do you still have that herb? Bei, noticing that the previous herbs had all been applied to the outsider female's hand, quickly spoke up. There is none. Hurry and take Kei Ling away. Ming roared in anger. His only desire at that moment was to eliminate them. Wait a moment. I can search for some. Xiao tidied her arm, prompting Mou to find a clean animal skin to wrap it, without waiting for Ming's objection. She tugged at him to lead her down into the cave. She treated you like this. You should disregard her. Ming voiced his disapproval as he carried Xiao down from the tribe. That cannot be. If I ignore her, then my injury would have been in vain. She deserves some punishment. Chapter 42. Lacquer Tree. Xiao recalled having seen a lacquer tree nearby when she arrived. Thus she began her search guided by memory. The sap of this tree induces an unbearable itch, and in some cases, it can lead to swelling, rashes, and severe headaches. She found it. Xiao handed the dandelion she had found to Ming and came to a halt in front of a tree. Is this the tree you were seeking? Indeed. Ming, do you know the significance of this tree? I am unaware. What purpose does it serve? Upon hearing Ming's words, Xiao contemplated that if he was unaware, it was likely that the other beastmen were equally uninformed. This substance is known as lacquer tree sap. Contact may provoke an allergic reaction. Mild cases result in discomfort and itching, while severe instances may lead to rashes and headaches. You must exercise caution during your next hunt. Refrain from direct contact with your hands. Do you understand? Suddenly, Ming grasped the implications of Xiao's mention of punishment. I shall not present it directly to her. However, whether she might take it upon herself remains uncertain. Xiao carefully collected the liquid that oozed from the incision made by the dagger using a broadleaf. That's enough. Let us proceed, she said, gently wrapping the leaf and accepting the dandelion from Ming's hand. Little one, I see you've only gathered a small amount. Is that sufficient? Moreover, you should not have treated her eyes. As Xiao climbed onto her back, Ming voiced his disapproval. Her eyes would heal without the dandelion. It is merely a matter of time. I only wish for her to have a brief period of limited mobility when applying the dandelion. Do you not often speak of the rarity of females? I do not wish for her life to be endangered, as long as she does not overstep. These 2 drops of lacquer tree sap will not be necessary. However, if she does misbehave, let this serve as a lesson, though not a fatal one. Now, do not be upset. I promise to exercise more caution in the future. After all, this is your former tribe, and I would hate for you to depart with any lingering resentment. That would be truly regrettable. Xiao symbolically patted Ming's back, offering him a comforting smile. I understand. I shall heed your words. A warmth enveloped Ming's heart as he let out a long call to the sky, spreading his wings and soaring towards the tribe. Upon their return to the cave, they found Feiya, who had previously departed, now back. Seated at a distance from Kei Ling, struggling to suppress laughter as he gazed at her. Mou observed Xiao approaching and reached out to take the items from her hands, only to be playfully evaded by her smile. Oh, the foreign female has finally returned. Our Ling Ling is in great pain. You must assist her at once. Xiao approached with a dandelion in hand. Unable to stifle her laughter at the sight of Kei Ling, she finally grasped the expression on Feiya's face just moments ago. Indeed, Kei Ling's current appearance was utterly ridiculous. Initially, there had only been slight redness and swelling around her eyes, likely a result of excessive pampering from the male, who could not bear to see her in any discomfort. After crying and fussing for far too long, the swelling had now more than doubled. She resembled a walnut, looking utterly absurd. How do you mock me? Kei Ling exclaimed upon hearing the laughter, struggling to leap from Bei's embrace. Xiao carefully placed the items in her basket, then crushed the dandelion with a stone before laying it upon a leaf. Ignoring the struggles of the female, she squatted before her, holding the basket, and offered the leaf to the male who embraced her. Bei hesitated, glancing at the herbs in her hand. Xiao understood his concerns. She tore a piece from the beast's skin she wore, removed part of the dandelion from her grasp, and reapplied the herb onto the wound. Realizing that his doubts had been perceived by the foreign female, who proceeded to demonstrate her intentions, Bei felt a twinge of shame as he accepted the leaf containing the dandelion. Ling Ling, do not move. I shall apply the medicine, Bei spoke softly, gradually applying the remedy to her eye, and finally, as Xiao instructed, he found a piece of beast skin to bind over her eye. This can be removed by tomorrow. You may leave once it is secure. Xiao yawned and stood to lift the basket, only to discover that one side was firmly grasped by Kei Ling. What do you mean? Xiao frowned at her. I am injured now. Since your herbs are so effective, I shall take these, Ling declared arrogantly. What if I refuse? Are you intending to seize them? Yi Zhao's gaze swept across several males before she inquired. Jing Yao, Mou, and Yi Ming, who were closely watching from behind her. We're ready to intervene should anyone dare to act out of line. Fei approached upon hearing the commotion. No, please do not misunderstand. We are not acquainted with the herbs, several males hastily clarified. Little female, we are willing to exchange our prey for your assistance. So might you provide these to Ling? Eagle North quickly interjected. This binding can remain until tomorrow. No further applications are necessary, Yi Xiao remarked. Her patience beginning to wear thin. But why engage in such lengthy discourse with her? Ling interrupted, her dissatisfaction evident as she clutched the basket tightly. Her other hand rummaging through its contents. Upon retrieving something, she beamed with triumph. One must not be overly greedy. Since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. As there is nothing you require within, and misusing it will not serve you well. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, Ling angrily discarded the items she held onto the ground. Upon spotting the leaves wrapped in lacquer tree sap, Yi Xiao discreetly stepped back 2 paces. And do remember to bring the prey, the clan leader shall bear witness. Yi Xiao glanced around before breaking into a smile. Well, Fei was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. The young female smiled at him, and in that moment, she appeared even more beautiful and enchanting. By the way, regarding my injury, if you intend to use the prey as compensation, do remember to bring it along. If I find it unsatisfactory, I wouldn't mind inflicting a cut or 2 on her hand. I believe the few of you wouldn't object to that, would you? Yi Xiao rose with a basket in hand, her spirits exceptionally high. She grasped Jing Yao's hand and departed, leaving no opportunity for the other beastmen to react. Chapter 43. The Effect Little Leaf. Are you truly so agreeable? He remarked. It is merely prey. We are certainly capable of hunting. He cherished Little Leaf's kindness. Yet Jingyu was not inclined to let that female escape so easily. Why not utilize free labor? Why should you toil unnecessarily? Furthermore, I have not let her off lightly. It won't be long before you witness my retribution upon her, and the results will be quite effective. Just moments ago, it was confirmed that Ling had indeed captured leaves infused with lacquer tree sap. She had waited a while before kindly reminding Ling that those herbs were of no use to her. Yi Xiao whispered to Jing Yao, then yawned and entered the cave, lying down in the soft grassy nest. She had already surpassed her usual sleeping hours. The habits of the biological clock can indeed be rather frightening. Since there was no need for hunting, allow me to accompany you for a midday slumber, dear Yi Xiao. Jing Yao held little interest in the matter of the female. Seeing Yi Zhao's heavy eyelids, he also lay down, drawing her into his embrace. Well, Jingyu was refreshingly cool, making it quite comfortable to be held in this weather. Yi Xiao wrapped her arms around his waist, seeking to maximize her exposure to the soothing chill, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Mou and Yiming observed Jing Yao entering the cave to join Yi Xiao. Mou fixed his gaze on the few individuals still outside the cave, preparing to send them away, while Yiming stood by, watching Ling with curiosity about the lacquer tree sap Yi Xiao had mentioned and its effects on her. Oh dear, Bei, my hands and body are so itchy. Please help me see what's wrong. Is there a bug biting me? Ling's words heightened the tension among the males, prompting Bei to grasp her hand and examine it closely. Ling, there are no bugs on your hands. Nor anything else. Oh, but I am so itchy. How could there be nothing? Ling scratched her hands, and then her back, unable to quell the relentless itch. Initially, it was just her hands, but now the sensation had spread throughout her entire body, becoming intolerable. Watching Ling frantically scratch herself, applying increasing pressure until her skin bore marks of blood, Yiming couldn't help but smirk. Ah, I must have bugs on me. Bei, please take me to bathe. I feel dreadful. What is wrong with her? Did your female do something? Fei observed Yiming's amused expression, suspecting he had anticipated something would happen to Ling. You were just standing here. Did you see what my little one did? Yiming teased, looking at Bei. His words left Bei momentarily speechless. Indeed. Throughout the entire process, the foreign female had not touched Ling at all, from applying the medicine to binding the animal skin. It was all done by Ling herself. Even the medicinal herbs had been personally tested by her, indicating that the herbs were not the issue. Could it be that Ling was truly bitten by bugs? Are you all done? Hurry and leave. My female is resting. Don't make a racket here. Mou finally expressed his displeasure at the noise created by the female still clamoring about. As for the scratches she had inflicted upon herself, he chose to remain indifferent. Lacking evidence that the foreign female was to blame, Bei had no choice but to carry Kei Ling towards the river, with one male holding her hand to prevent her from scratching herself further, while the others closely followed behind. Your little female is quite intriguing. Let her stay in our tribe. The Eagle clan is safer than any other tribe. Feiya smiled mischievously at Ming, reiterating his recent suggestion. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Whether you choose to stay or leave hinges upon Xiao's own will. Moreover, this place does not seem as secure as you claim. She sustained an injury within a mere day of arrival. Were it not for her benevolence in intervening. Do you believe that the tiger beast and serpent beast would have so easily spared Kei Ling? After speaking, Ming disregarded Feiya and strode into the cave. Acknowledging the futility of the situation, Feiya realized that this incident was indeed his oversight. He had not anticipated that so much would transpire during his brief absence. Had he not whimsically returned to converse with the female, he would have remained unaware of her injury inflicted by Kei Ling. With a resigned sigh, he too departed. It appeared that her partner would not permit her to remain within the Eagle clan. The circumstances surrounding Kei Ling were rather peculiar. Ming, judging by his demeanor, undoubtedly understood the reasons behind her transformation. Yet, as Ming stated, the young female had not engaged with Kei Ling at all. What, then, had she done? His curiosity regarding this outsider female only deepened. Have they left? Ming and Mou entered the cave, prompting Jing Yao to open his eyes and regard them. That female's condition was caused by Xiao, was it not? Indeed, Xiao applied a substance known as lacquer tree sap. Merely 2 or 3 drops can induce intense itching throughout the body. You ought to be more vigilant in the future, he remarked with a chuckle. Little Leaf is quite astute, possessing knowledge that many other beastmen lack. Keep your voice down. Do not awaken her, Mou cautioned, observing her serene slumber. Jing Yao gently drew her closer into his embrace. That minor injury. Ming coldly regarded the bothersome beast hide on her arm, crouching before her to inspect the wound. I inquired earlier. Xiao assured me that she was not severely harmed, and I have not detected any scent of blood. In the future, we must be more vigilant. Though Xiao is intelligent, she is vulnerable amongst other females and could easily be bullied. Jing Yao and Ming nodded in tacit agreement, acknowledging the fragile nature of Xiao and vowing to safeguard her well-being. Since you have completed your mating ceremony, we shall return to the Tiger clan tomorrow. The 3 males discussed the plans to return to their tribal home, entirely unaware that the unsuspecting Xiao was peacefully sleeping in Jing Yao's arms, until suddenly, she furrowed her brow. Chapter 44. Estrus, a familiar, sharp pain surged through her lower abdomen, causing Xiao to abruptly awaken, pushing away Jing Yao as she hurriedly sat upright. The 3 males were startled by her sudden movement, only to witness her curling up while clutching her stomach. Xiao, what is wrong? Little Xiao, is your belly unwell? Did I inadvertently crush you, Little Leaf? Let me take a look. No, please don't move, Jing Yao, Xiao exclaimed, pushing away the hand that Jing Yao had extended towards her. The moment she made the motion, a surge of discomfort overwhelmed her. Each monthly cycle was a painful ordeal. A faint metallic scent lingered in the cave, which was small enough for all 3 males to detect the sweet, yet acrid aroma. Little Leaf, are you in heat? You smell delightful, Jing Yu said, his excitement palpable as he grasped Yu Xiao's hand, a grin spreading across his face. You are the one in heat. And your entire family as well. Yu Xiao shot him an irritated glare. Xiao, you truly are in heat, Mou remarked, his gaze fixed upon her, pondering whom she might wish to bear offspring after this cycle. Even if the offspring were not his own, he would still find joy in it. Is this what you refer to as being in heat? Yi Xiao remarked, her expression one of exasperation. Little Leaf, after going into heat, the act of merging easily leads to conception. Who do you wish to bear for first this time? Jing Yao eagerly inquired, rubbing her palm with anticipation. I would like to say I do not wish to conceive, Yi Xiao thought to herself, but upon seeing the eager expressions of the 3 males, the words lingered on her lips, unspoken. Could I possibly refrain from bearing offspring this time? I am not yet prepared for motherhood. Yi Xiao, in pain, was drenched in a cold sweat and began to softly converse with them. If you do not wish to conceive, then do not. There is no rush. We can contemplate it again next year. You need to rest. Mou observed her as she continuously clutched her abdomen, gently massaging her belly with his warm hand. After a while, Yi Xiao felt considerably more at ease. Next year? Why wait until next year to reconsider? She found Mou's earlier words somewhat perplexing. Females come into heat once a year. Since you do not wish to conceive this year, it is only natural to consider it again next year. You silly girl. Xiao affectionately tapped Xiao on the head, speaking with a tone of endearment. However, the rainy season has yet to arrive. This heat has come a bit early. Is your body truly unwell? Yiming observed her already pale complexion, which appeared even more ashen due to her heat, and felt a twinge of concern for her health. Wait, are you implying that females only come into heat once a year? Is that the case? Xiao expressed her profound envy. For someone like her, who felt as though she were being repeatedly crushed by a vehicle during her relative's monthly visits, what a dream it must be. Indeed, what is so peculiar about it? Could it be that you are unaware due to your first experience of desire? Xiao, observing her face adorned with shock, couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. The velvety texture was irresistibly endearing. If I were to say that I experience desire every month, would you find that strange? After Xiao finished speaking, she cautiously observed the reactions of the three males. As she had anticipated, they were all taken aback by her words, with Xiao even forgetting to retract his hand from her cheek. Xiao, please do not disclose this matter to anyone else in the future. Yu said earnestly after a prolonged silence. Why? Xiao asked, puzzled. Your monthly heat indicates that you possess strong reproductive capabilities. If other beastmen, especially males, were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly devise means to capture you, coercing you into bearing their offspring, Yiming explained softly as he squatted before her. Are you suggesting that I would be treated as a mere breeding tool? I refuse. I do not wish to bear children for those I do not care for. She was acutely aware that she was not a beast woman, and her situation was more complex than merely visiting relatives once a month. Aside from those few days, she could conceive at any time. Clutching her body anxiously, she curled up tightly, thinking that if she were forced into such a role, she would rather choose death. Little Leaf, do not be afraid. We would never treat you that way. You are our female, and we will protect you, Xiao reassured her tenderly, pulling her into his embrace as he noticed her fear. But don't you also desire offspring? Xiao cautiously looked up at them. Indeed, we wish for children, as we long to share our bloodline with you. However, we would never compel you, they replied solemnly, and seeing their earnest expressions, Xiao gradually allowed a smile to emerge. Wait, has she forgotten something? The sticky sensation beneath her and the discomfort in her abdomen prompted Xiao to hastily extricate herself from Xiao's embrace, kneeling on the grass nest. I am a bit indisposed at the moment. Could you help me find something necessary for my heat? I will ask the elder female of the eagle tribe for assistance. Mou, please keep an eye on Xiao. As Yiming spoke, he swiftly exited the cave, inhaling deeply the fresh air outside. The potent scent of Xiao and heat stirred a restlessness within him, urging him to draw closer. Once his emotions settled, Yiming quickly transformed into his beast form and soared towards the tribe. Chapter 45, Cotton Yiming, where are you going? Upon seeing Yiming's silhouette, Xiang called out urgently, only to see him flying back towards his home a moment later. Is Aunt Linghua around? I would like to ask her for a favor. Linghua was Xiang's mother, and since Xiang had yet to take a mate, he often brought prey to share with her. Mother, Yiming needs your help with something. Could you come out and assist him? Xiang called out as he approached the cave. Little Yiming, what brings you to me? She inquired. I heard you brought a female back today to bond with. Why haven't you introduced her to me? As soon as the words were spoken, a slightly plump, older female emerged from the cave. Aunt Linghua, my female is in heat and is experiencing severe abdominal pain. Could you please assist her? At this moment, in heat, is her health compromised? Linghua, who had watched Yiming grow up and regarded him almost as her own child, felt a twinge of concern upon hearing his words. Namu, go to the entrance and fetch the white cotton. Namlin, lead me to Yiming's cave. Without objection, Nama swiftly returned to the cave, cradling a bundle of white material. Upon his return, Namlin transformed into his true form and crouched before Linghua, allowing her to climb onto his back. Uncle, what is this for? Yiming inquired, eyeing the item in Namlin's possession. This material is useful when females are in heat. Since your females have begun their cycle, preparations should commence. The white cotton matures before the rainy season, so it is best to gather it before the rains arrive, or it will become unusable. Where did you find this? Could you share the location? Considering the unique constitution of Xiao, if it becomes unusable after the rainy season, he needed to gather more promptly. It is easily found on the back mountain. When you reach the back and see a vast expanse of white, that is the white cotton. The group conversed, and soon they flew outside the cave. Xiao, I am back. Yiming called into the cave before entering with Linghua. Xiao, this is Aunt Linghua. I brought her to help you. Observing the female curled up in her grassy nest, her pale complexion had not improved since his departure. and Yiming felt a pang of sorrow. Ah, what a beautiful little female. Yiming, you truly have an eye for quality, Linghua exclaimed cheerfully as she approached, allowing Mou to move aside, and she boldly sat next to Xiao. Hello, Aunt Linghua. Xiao politely greeted the approaching female, and upon noticing the items she held, he understood the situation. I heard from Yiming that you are in heat early, he remarked. I've brought some cotton for you. Place it beneath you and refrain from wandering about for the next few days, lest the other males become overly agitated. Just look at your lovely face. Even I find it quite endearing. Dear female, surely you do not have only these 3 companions? Such a small number cannot adequately care for you. I have a young one at home who is yet to find a mate. Shall I send him over to assist you? If you find him suitable, you may take him in. Linghua grew increasingly animated as she spoke, reaching for Yi Zhao's hand to earnestly advocate for her offspring. Oh, that won't be necessary. With Yiming and the others looking after me, I am quite fine without troubling Aunt Linghua. Yi Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on how these orcs, regardless of gender, were perpetually intent on promoting the unbonded males in their vicinity. Linghua's actions reminded her of the chieftain of the Tiger clan, who had nearly extolled the virtues of Jingyao and Mou to the point of exaggeration. Let me tell you, my eagle Xiang may have just reached adulthood, but his hunting and grilling skills are exceptional. That Aunt Linghua, my stomach aches. Perhaps you should head back first? Observing her enthusiasm growing, Yi Xiao hastily interjected. Oh, then you rest. I shall take my leave, and do come visit when you have the time. The young female's face had turned pale, presenting a frail appearance. In her current state, she found it hard to contemplate anything else. You all should depart as well. Yiming escorted Linghua out of the cave and swiftly returned. Seeing the 3 of them gazing at her, Yi Xiao felt an intense wave of embarrassment. She lacked the courage to expose her predicament before them. Yiming, you know where to find the white cotton, right? Let us gather some more for Xiao. Her constitution is different, and we ought to collect as much as we can when we encounter it during our hunts. Jingyao, we will gather white cotton. You stay outside and ensure no one else intrudes. Mou, aware of Yi Zhao's tendency to blush, quickly organized the plan. Mou exhibited considerable leadership qualities, articulating her current situation with a few words, alleviating her embarrassment while garnering the approval of Yiming and Jingyao, who were also willing to heed his guidance. Watching the 3 depart, Yi Xiao felt an immense sense of relief. Once they had exited the cave, she swiftly rose. The leaves Yiming had laid beneath her were already damp, and her legs felt sticky. Finding a leather pouch, she retrieved a clean leather skirt and undergarment, quickly changing before placing the prepared white cotton inside. Though it was not as comfortable as a sanitary pad, Yi Xiao dared not complain. She could not remain nestled in her nest indefinitely. Once everything was arranged, Yi Xiao gathered the soiled leaves from her grass nest along with the discarded leather and carried them outside the cave. Little Leaf, where are you headed? Quickly return and rest. Jingyao approached Yi Xiao as she emerged with the leather, blocking her path. I just need to take care of these items. Yi Xiao glanced down at the object in her hands. Let me handle this. You should rest. Before Yi Xiao could protest, Jingyao swiftly snatched the item away from her. She thought it utterly unacceptable for him to wash the soiled hide, stained with menstruation. Thus, she attempted to reclaim it. We are partners. Besides, it's not dirty. Washing hides for a partner is something many single beasts yearn for. If you do not wish to enter, then stay here and wait for me. Jingyao placed the hide on a stone, dug a pit beneath a nearby tree, discarded the soiled leaves into it, and then carefully covered the pit. He could not allow any other male beasts to catch a whiff and come over. Chapter 46. The past. After confirming there were no leaves left behind, Jingyao rose and walked over to Yi Xiao, lifting her up and returning to the cave. You should lie down comfortably. I won't hold you while I sleep since I'm cold. Jingyao, imitating Yiming's method, gathered a variety of soft leaves to line the grassy nest before allowing Yi Xiao to lie down, concerned that he might wander while guarding her. He turned his back to her and sat nearby, keeping watch. Jingyao, I can't sleep. Will you keep me company and chat for a while? Yi Xiao, unable to sleep due to menstrual cramps, poked Jingyao's back in an attempt to sit up. You need to rest. Females are particularly vulnerable during their estrus. Just lie down quietly. We can talk about anything you wish, Jingyu said, gently pressing her back into the nest. Actually, I'm quite curious. Don't you have any kin in the tribe? Although the Tiger clan consisted of various beast men, it seemed that Jingyao was the only serpent beast. You are wondering how a serpent beast came to be in the Tiger clan, aren't you? Jingyao observed, speaking softly to Yi Xiao. It's merely curiosity. If you prefer not to share, that's perfectly fine. Sensing the hint of sorrow in his crimson eyes, Xiao anxiously sat up and took his hand. Serpent beasts are cold-blooded and generally unwelcomed by females. Some can form bonds, yet their partners often refuse to bear serpent eggs. Even those fortunate enough to gain their partner's acceptance, and thus conceive, often find their hatchlings abandoned by the male, left to fend for themselves. Those serpent beasts who cannot attain female affection resort to capturing their desired partners by force, leading many beastmen to categorize them as vile creatures. When I was young, I was injured while hunting and was discovered by the passing chieftain who brought me back to the tiger clan for treatment. He disregarded my lineage, soothed the tribe, and chose to let me stay. Mou and a few other beastmen grew up alongside me, and we all transformed around the same time, so the tribe did not shun me. Xiao tenderly caressed Yi Zhao's small hand as he explained, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He feared that upon learning of his past, Yi Zhao, like other females, might come to despise and abandon him. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder you fear the chieftain so much. If you ever dare to bully me, I will inform the chieftain, Yi Zhao declared, looking at Xiao with a sense of pride, as though she had uncovered a significant truth. Is that all? Yu questioned, puzzled. Was that the conclusion she had drawn from his revelations? Is there more? By the way, if you ever dare to abandon my serpent offspring, I will ensure that Mou and the others teach you a lesson. Do you hear me? Yi Zhao seemed to recall something, her expression turning fierce, as if she would devour Xiao should he dare utter a word of dissent. Little leaf, do you mean you are willing to bear my serpent eggs? Xiao momentarily paused, his excitement causing him to grip Yi Zhao's hand tightly. Ouch, be gentle. I never said I wouldn't bear them for you. I merely wish to take my time. However, I believe in going with the flow. If I become pregnant, I shall certainly see it through. Yi Zhao gently brushed aside his hand, tenderly massaging her fingers which had been pinched. The thought that little Yezi will bring me snake eggs fills me with joy. Xiao exclaimed, excitedly embracing Yi Zhao. Is it truly such a delight? Since I have chosen you, I shall certainly bear offspring for you, Yi Zhao queried. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Yiming and Mou returned to the cave, each carrying an abundance of white cotton, and upon hearing Yi Zhao's earlier words, their hearts swelled with exhilaration. They exchanged knowing smiles and approached Yi Zhao. You have returned. As Yi Zhao heard footsteps, she raised her head to glance at the two individuals. She intended to rise and offer assistance, but alas, Xiao held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Xiao, please let go. A surge of warmth enveloped her, and she felt utterly unwell. The white cotton fabric she had just donned became completely soaked. What is it? Observing Yi Zhao's forlorn expression and her disregard for him, Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Xiao, from now until tomorrow, I forbid you from holding me, Yi Zhao declared, her gaze filled with indignation. Eh? Why? Yu responded with a hint of grievance, unable to comprehend why little Yi would suddenly utter such words. Until he witnessed Yi Zhao abruptly rise to her feet, pushing them out of the cave without waiting for their response. At the rear, Mou noticed the soiled leaves in the grassy nest. He bent down to gather them and carried them out of the cave. The little eagle clan lacks grains. Shall I prepare roasted meat for you? Yi Ming proposed, having already kindled a fire outside the cave. Earlier, while they were gathering the white cotton, they had discovered a gugu beast and a nest of eggs. The gugu beast, with its abundant fur, would leave behind a considerable amount of fluff even when roasted, which the beastmen typically found unappetizing. However, considering that Yi Zhao seldom consumed meat, they decided to bring the entire nest to her for a change of flavor. Gugu. It seemed the gugu beast understood that the beastmen did not relish its flesh. After a brief struggle upon capture, it ceased its resistance. And upon seeing its nest being returned, it nonchalantly waddled back to its abode to begin incubating the eggs. Chapter 47. Chicken Soup. Yi Zhao heard the faint sound of a rooster crowing outside the cave, piquing her curiosity. Could it be that the beastmen also raised chickens? After quickly donning her white cotton attire, she ventured toward the entrance of the cave. Following the sound, she soon spotted a large hen adorned with a coat of gray and white feathers. Beneath its plump body, a few unfeathered white eggs were visible. Initially, the hen appeared relaxed and languid, almost dozing off, but upon sensing the unwavering gaze fixed upon it, it opened its round eyes. In an instant, a shiver coursed through it, as it instinctively sensed a hint of danger. Yi Zhao observed the hen before her, vigilant and protective of the eggs beneath her. A broad smile spread across her face as myriad culinary possibilities for chicken began to dance in her mind. Mou, did you catch this? She inquired, her gaze unwavering as she worried the hen might flee. Yes, we caught it. It has eggs underneath, meant to nourish you, Muyu replied. Noticing Yi Xiao's unwavering focus on the hen and believing she must be pleased. I'll roast it for you, Jing Yao interjected, eager to seize the hen. Having been rebuffed by Yi Xiao moments earlier, he sought to make amends. Is this hen difficult to find? Yi Xiao pressed, gently pushing Jing Yao's hand away. Not at all. The feathers of the hen are abundant, and when roasted, a multitude of down clings to the meat. Few beastmen enjoy it. Only some cubs and elder beastmen, when food is scarce, will catch it to eat. Thus, the hens one encounters are generally quite plump and do not struggle when captured. Jing Yao explained, somewhat puzzled by her question, yet providing the information she sought. Today, we shall not roast it. I will prepare something different for you, Yi Xiao said with a cheerful gaze directed at the hen. She had contemplated allowing the hen to hatch its chicks for easier access to food later. However, since they were in the Eagle clan's territory and would not remain there indefinitely, transporting them back would pose a challenge. Now that Jing Yao informed her they were easy to find, she resolved to have them catch more in the future. At that moment, she craved a warm bowl of chicken soup. Muyu, please boil some water for me. Jing Yao, once the water reaches a boil, let the hen bleed out. There's no need to pluck its feathers. A quick scalding will cause the feathers to come off easily. Little one, what shall I do? Yiming asked, observing Yi Xiao directing the others while neglecting to assign himself a task. Ah, right. Yiming, please make a few stone bowls. We haven't found any in the cave, and we will need them shortly. Under the guidance of Yi Xiao, 3 males busied themselves with their tasks. Mou fetched water and placed it over the fire, diligently adding wood as instructed by Yi Xiao. Soon, the water began to boil. Jing Yao approached with the cuckoo beast, and fearing he might struggle, Yi Xiao gently took it from him and placed it into the boiling water, stirring it with a wooden stick before retrieving the hen. The process was executed swiftly and efficiently, leaving scarcely a trace of feathers, prompting Jing Yao to marvel at the feat next time you wish to eat. Do it this way, Yi Xiao chuckled, plucking the feathers with ease. Once the feathers were removed, she took a dagger to slice open the cuckoo beast's abdomen, meticulously extracting the entrails and setting them aside. Observing her work, Muyu went to fetch some river water for her. After the entrails were cleaned, Yi Xiao began to wash the cuckoo beast with the water he brought. Once it was thoroughly cleaned, she carried the hen back to the fire, where the flames quickly singed away any remaining down before she washed it once more. Finally, on a clean stone, she chopped the cuckoo beast into pieces. Not long after she completed this task, Yiming returned with several prepared stone bowls. Yi Xiao instructed Mou to add water to the stone pot before placing the chicken pieces inside. After removing a few logs, she settled down beside it to let the dish simmer gently. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to rise once more and approach the hen's nest from earlier, where she carefully retrieved the eggs. Lacking oil, she could not prepare fried or scrambled eggs, so she decided to make baked eggs instead. She sent Jing Yao to fetch a few leaves, and with great care, Yi Xiao wrapped each egg in the leaves. Then, using a stick, she cleared some earth from beneath the fire, placing the eggs within and meticulously covering them back with soil. Little Xiao, did you often do these things before? Whether it was plucking feathers from the gugu beast now, or the previous task of gutting fish, her adeptness at these various activities suggested a familiarity born from experience. It was remarkable to witness how independently she managed these tasks, evoking a sense of admiration from the 3 males, who speculated that she must have endured considerable hardship in the past. Oh, I learned by following others. Yi Xiao was somewhat perplexed. Why did the gazes of the 3 males upon her reveal a hint of compassion? If she were to discern their thoughts, she would undoubtedly find it amusing. Once, she had been utterly inept, until a chance encounter with her friends at an outdoor camping event ignited her passion for exhilarating extreme sports. Gradually, she acquired numerous outdoor survival skills. She ought to be grateful for that early obsession, for without it, she would have surely struggled to survive upon entering this beastly realm. In the future, we shall handle these matters. Mou gently tousled her hair and spoke softly. There's no need for you to concern yourself with such trivialities. Idleness would merely lead to boredom. Boredom would have me lying around in slumber, just like the other females, she retorted. Indeed, remain reclined and you shall grow plump. Then we shall see who regrets it, they countered. You cannot be serious. I refuse to succumb to that fate. I shall only undertake tasks within my capability. And if I find myself unable, I shall request your assistance. Observing the eager glances exchanged among them, as if they were about to physically compel her to recline, Yi Xiao hastily interjected. Amidst their banter, The chicken soup in the stone pot began to boil, releasing a subtle, aromatic fragrance into the air. Xiao skimmed the surface to remove any impurities and added a few slices of ginger to mitigate the odor. Disliking the taste of ginger, she used it sparingly. Xiao believed the eggs should be well roasted by now, so she used a wooden stick to extract them, one by one. The eggs enveloped in leaves were carefully retrieved. Once the steam dissipated, she skillfully peeled each egg and placed them into individual stone bowls. It turned out that the eggs of the gugu beast transformed in form when roasted. Jingyu curiously observed the tender white eggs in Xiao's hands. Chapter 48. The vinegar jar. There are numerous simple methods to prepare eggs. They merely require heat to solidify. You may not have tried them before, but I will prepare others for you in the future. For now, let us begin with this one. After adding salt to the chicken soup, Xiao included the stewed chicken and broth in each stone bowl, smiling as she offered them to the three. Concerned that Yiming, being avian, might not accept it, she watched him attentively. When he merely picked up an egg, examining it for a few seconds before consuming it without hesitation. Xiao then began to sip the broth from her own bowl. I truly enjoy this flavor, Jingyao exclaimed, astonished by the smooth texture in his mouth. He had always loved eggs, but this method, as opposed to swallowing them whole with the shell, provided an entirely new experience. I am glad you like it. With a smile, Xiao carefully peeled another egg for him, this time splitting it in half and placing it into his bowl filled with chicken soup, allowing the egg to soak up the savory essence of the broth before consuming it. The infusion of the chicken soup imbued the eggs with a delightful flavor, rendering them even more delectable. It was not just Jingyao who relished this taste. Both Mou and Yiming found themselves equally enchanted by the exquisite texture. Each time Xiao prepared a new dish, it never failed to astonish them. Just then, as they enjoyed their chicken pieces amidst laughter and chatter, a strange voice emerged from behind Yiming. Xiao lifted her gaze and encountered a youthful orc who was holding a white creature and observing them intently. We do not require it. You may take it back to Aunt Linghua, Yiming stated, upon recognizing the voice of Xiang, as he lowered his head to sip his soup and bluntly declined the offering. After a prolonged silence with no response from Xiang, he curiously glanced over, only to find the lad lost in a trance while gazing at Xiao. Initially, Xiang harbored a hint of displeasure. He had intended to pursue a bond with Kei Ling and had already devised a plan of action. However, upon his mother's return from Yiming's cave, she had incessantly praised the beauty of Yiming's female, asserting that Kei Ling could not possibly compare. Now, with the female in a state of early estrus, she urged him to accompany her to enhance his chances of forming a union. Reluctant at first, he ultimately yielded after his mother tugged at his ear in reprimand, observing that none of the other male orcs came to his aid. Thus, he begrudgingly brought along the long-eared creature he had captured that day. Upon seeing Xiao, he realized that his mother had indeed spoken the truth. This young female was undeniably exquisite, particularly her fair, delicate skin, which he had never before encountered, and her bright, expressive eyes seemed to convey unspoken words, captivating him entirely. Hey, little hawk cub, have you had your fill of staring? Jingyao placed the soup before Xiao, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Xiang. Do not frighten her. Upon hearing the name Linghua, Xiao realized that this orc must be the unbonded offspring mentioned by Aunt Linghua earlier. Observing that the individual was carrying a catch, she felt it inappropriate to treat him harshly. Thus, she gently tugged at Jingyao's hand and spoke softly. However, as soon as her words escaped her lips, she noticed Jingyao looking at her with a face full of sorrow. Not just him, but both Yiming and Mou also turned their gazes towards her. What on earth are you three thinking? Judging by their reactions, it was evident that these three had misunderstood something. All three were possessive. Xiao chuckled in exasperation, then proceeded to peel the remaining eggs, placing them one by one into their bowls. Since her words seemed to invite misunderstandings, she decided to remain silent and let them handle the situation. I am here to deliver food for the little female. Eagle Xiang noticed that the beautiful female had merely halted the serpent beast and showed no intention of speaking further. He raised his hand, hoping she would take a look at the gifts he had brought. Take it back. We do not require your food. We can sustain our own female. Xiao. Jingyao and I are going hunting. Make sure to eat well, Mou said with a smile after finishing the food in his bowl and standing up. All right, just be careful, and don't bully anyone here, she replied. After Xiao savored a warm bowl of chicken soup, she felt considerably more at ease. She picked up the egg from her bowl and presented it to Jingyao. Aren't you concerned that someone might take advantage of me? Jingyao chuckled, opened his mouth, and swallowed the egg Xiao offered in one swift motion. He then playfully tapped her petite nose and remarked, "Just make sure you don't become a victim." Xiao followed suit and began to tidy up the stone bowl. Suddenly, she was lifted into the air and carried towards the cave. "You should rest." "I will take care of this," Yiming said softly as he cradled her in his arms. "Humph, are you planning to fatten me up for a feast? Always making me eat my fill and then sleep." Xiao embraced Yiming's neck and asked in a delicate tone, "You lie down first. I will tidy up outside and come to keep you company." Yiming gently placed Xiao in the nest, caressed her cheek, and softly reassured her, all right. Xiao felt as if she were but a child in their presence. Yiming emerged from the cave, commencing the task of gathering the stone bowls. While Jingyu and Mo prepared to venture to the outskirts of the eagle tribe for hunting. Suddenly, Jingyu recalled something and returned to a tree. Unearthing a pile of animal hides to take along. "We shall discard this hide and bury it somewhere," he suggested. "Carrying what hides is cumbersome. And since we are to hunt shortly, I intend to craft something new for little Yi. Indeed, it is time to fashion a new hide skirt for Xiao. Find a more secluded spot to bury it, lest the eagle tribe catch a whiff of it and come searching for Xiao, he added. Mo glanced at the hide skirt in Jing Yao's hand and nodded in agreement. "What must I do?" Eagle Xiang inquired, observing that the males disregarded him. As Yiming had already tidied up the stone bowls and was preparing to return to the cave to accompany the little female, he hastily interjected. "You need not do anything. Xiao shall not bond with you. Take your prey and return," Yiming retorted. Though Yiming bore no particular animosity toward Eagle Xiang, the moment the matter of Xiao arose, he found it impossible to engage in amiable conversation, wishing only for him to vacate his line of sight. He feared that should Eagle Xiang persist, he might be compelled to resort to violence. Without waiting for a response, Yiming strode into the cave, dismissing Eagle Xiang entirely. Chapter 49. Hibiscus leaves. Upon entering the cave, Yiming beheld Xiao seated in her nest, tugging at her hair. "Yiming, do you know what females use to cleanse their hair?" she asked. "Washing with plain water never seems to suffice. My once well-cared-for tresses are now in disarray," she lamented, contemplating whether to trim the ends of her hair. However, she soon reconsidered. It was impractical to cut the ends every time her hair became unruly. For how could her length endure such frequent shearing? Some females use a certain foaming leaf. I have heard other males mention it before. I shall inquire about it shortly. Yiming replied thoughtfully. "Since we have time, why not take me along?" Xiao crawled out of her nest, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze upon Yiming. "Little one, you are in heat. You must not wander off. Once Mo and the others return, I shall fetch easy." Yiming stepped forward, gently pressing Xiao back down into her nest, and lay beside her to keep her company. "Oh!" Xiao let out a cry, turning away in silence, ignoring him. Xiao, please do not be upset. Once your mood settles, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, all right?" Observing her displeasure, Yiming felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly sought to soothe her. "This is your promise. You cannot back out now." Xiao turned to him with a cheerful smile, her earlier anger seemingly vanished. "Well, now you can rest. I believe you did not sleep well earlier." Yiming extended his arm, allowing her head to rest gently upon it, while the other enveloped her in a tender embrace. Xiao was instantly enveloped in that familiar and warm embrace, gradually relaxing and slowly closing her eyes. When Mo and Jing Yao returned, they found the cave empty, with the gentle sound of the females' breathing resonating within. Realizing that Xiao had fallen asleep, they set about their tasks to process the game they had caught. Mo took the intact hide to clean it, returning to hang it on a branch to dry after it was washed. Meanwhile, Jing Yao built a fire and placed the game upon it to roast. Once everything was completed, they entered the cave, sensing their presence. Yiming cautiously rose from his grassy nest. Suddenly bereft of the warm embrace, Xiao slightly curled up before turning over to continue her slumber. "Little one is feeling a bit chilly. Mo, keep her warm while I go fetch something she desires," Yiming whispered before quietly leaving the cave. Mo transformed into a white tiger, gently moving to occupy Yiming's previous spot, using his massive form to provide warmth to her. Xiao felt the warmth of a soft body against her back. Comfortably, she turned over and embraced it tightly, surrendering to a deep, contented slumber that lasted until dusk. It was only then that Jing Yao quietly entered the cave to gently rouse her from her dreams. Xiao slowly opened her eyes, still feeling a bit dazed. It dawned on her that the soft, warm plush toy she had been embracing in her dreams was, in fact, Mo. "Oh my, is it already this late?" Xiao was led out of the cave by Jing Yao, and as she gazed at the darkening sky, She couldn't help but lament how long she must have slept. The four of them settled around the campfire, and Jing Yao handed her a stone bowl filled with strips of meat that he had torn apart. "When are we going back?" Xiao asked, receiving the bowl and looking at the three others as she ate. "Little Leaf, it's inconvenient for you right now. We have discussed it and decided to stay here a few more days until your heat subsides before returning to the Tiger Clan. Does that mean we have to wait 3 days?" The mere thought of being confined to such a small space for the next 3 days made her uneasy, and even the roasted meat in her hands lost its appeal. "The journey back is long, and you will be uncomfortable in your current state, so it's best to stay a little longer. I will only be in pain on the first day. After that, it will be fine. Otherwise, we should just go back tomorrow. It's so dull here." However, seeing Yi Zhao's pitiful expression softened the hearts of the three males. "Since Little Leaf wishes to return, we shall go back tomorrow." Jing Yao was always unconditionally supportive of Yi Zhao's requests. "Are you certain you want to feel uncomfortable tomorrow?" Yiming and Imo looked at Yi Xiao, and Yiming asked earnestly. Yes, I promise." Yi Xiao hurriedly assured them, eager to alleviate her current predicament. "Here. This is a leaf from the hibiscus tree. See if it's what you need." Yiming handed her a handful of fresh leaves. "Hibiscus leaves?" "Yes. It seems this could indeed be used for washing hair, though I'm unsure how." Yi Xiao took the leaves from Yiming and began to examine them. "How do you use this?" Unable to figure it out, she looked up at the three. This question also stumped the three males, as they had never used such a thing. Whenever they got dirty, they simply jumped into the river, transforming between their animal and human forms in a matter of moments to clean themselves. The three exchanged glances, ultimately at a loss for how to respond. "I will go ask the other beastmen," Yiming said, rising to leave. No, I will figure it out myself. Please don't run around." Yi Xiao quickly grabbed him as he attempted to depart. "It must be the juice from the leaves, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to wash your hair directly with them." Yi Xiao pondered as she began to knead a few leaves in her hands. Before long, she felt a sticky residue forming, and to her astonishment, foam emerged after further manipulation. It was indeed remarkable. She decided to apply the foam to the ends of her hair, massaging it gently. After a thorough wash, she rinsed her hair with clear water, and it surprisingly became much cleaner and smoother. "This is quite effective," Yi Xiao remarked with delight as she admired the tips of her hair. From the moment Yi Xiao crouched down to rub the leaves, the gazes of the three men remained fixed upon her. Only when they saw her joyous expression did they release the tension in their hearts, for their female companion was exceptionally clever, and they often worried she might disdain them. Chapter 50. Refusal. With the hibiscus leaves at hand, Yi Xiao insisted on going to the riverbank to wash her hair, lamenting that it had been far too long since her last cleansing. "If I don't wash it properly soon, I might have no choice but to cut my hair short," she confessed pitifully. The three males attempted to dissuade her, but her determination to wash her hair remained unshaken. Eventually, Yiming conceded and led her to the river. Were it not for her current state, she would have leaped into the water to frolic about. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Yi Xiao obediently washed her hair before being escorted back to the cave. She indulged in a lengthy slumber during the afternoon, and by evening, she felt particularly invigorated. Noticing Jing Yu seemingly preparing to craft her a new skirt from animal hide, she eagerly joined in, enthusiastically sketching and discussing various styles with the others. Jing Yao measured a sizable piece of animal skin against Yi Xiao and, adhering to her request, extended the length of the skirt. When he began to sew the hide, Yi Xiao was taken aback to find that the needle in his hand appeared to be a fishbone. After a moment of shock, she acquiesced, realizing that in their world, needles and thread were simply non-existent. As it was the first time Yi Xiao had requested a skirt, Jing Yao took great care in his work. Once completed, he scrutinized the garment for an extended period before finally presenting it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao gazed contentedly at the long dress in her hands, lavishing compliments upon Jing Yao. In return, he took advantage of the moment, claiming it was a reward. Yi Xiao was oblivious to the extent of her allure to the three males surrounding her at that moment. The carefree young girl maintained an equitable demeanor, bestowing a kiss upon each masculine visage before retreating to sleep in her first skirt. Meanwhile, the three males stood frozen in place, striving to exercise restraint. The following day, Yi Xiao was roused by the sounds emanating from outside the cave. Emerging from her nest, she found herself alone within the cavern. She donned her fur garment and ventured forth into the world beyond. As Yi Xiao stepped out of the cave, an immediate hush enveloped the surroundings. Yi Xiao gazed perplexedly at the orcs outside the cave. Linghua, noticing Yi Xiao, hurriedly pulled over Xiang, who was standing nearby, and rushed to her side. "Aunt Linghua, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Xiao unconsciously took a step back and softly spoke. Little female, I have heard that you are leaving the tribe today. I have brought my cub with me. Would you kindly take him back with you? Ah, does he wish to join the tiger clan? Then, Aunt, you must seek out Mou. Mou, please come here. Aunt Linghua is looking for you. Yi Xiao feigned ignorance and quickly called out to Mou for assistance, hastening to the side to freshen up. Is there something you need? Mou approached, gazing at Linghua. Nothing. I'm not looking for you, Linghua replied, noticing Yu Zhao's pretense of misunderstanding and walked towards Yiming. Upon hearing Linghua's words, Yiming furrowed his brows and remained silent for a long while. Hey, I was just looking for you. Come help me with the heights. They're too high for me to reach, she exclaimed, and as soon as she finished speaking, a small hand took his and led him away. Aunt Linghua, if you want to enter the tiger clan, Yiming cannot assist. I'll take him with me, Yu Xiao said with a cheerful smile, pulling Yiming away swiftly. Little female, if you need anything, I can also help, Feya interjected, a smile on his face, which resonated with the chorus of males behind him. No need. My mail is right here, so no trouble for you all, she declined, her refusal clear and straightforward. Several males opened their mouths to protest, but they saw her hastily drag Yiming into the cave. Xiao, what do you need to fetch? Yiming asked, puzzled as he noticed there was hardly anything left to take inside the cave. Nothing much, but if I had called you. Would you have agreed to Aunt Linghua taking her cub along and let me pair with him? Yu Xiao retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. I hadn't considered agreeing. I was just worried you might take a liking to Xiang, so I thought I'd ask for your opinion before replying to her. Look, Jingyu and the others are ready. Let us set off. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Yu Xiao felt a surge of irritation and fell silent. Lowering her head to rummage for the white cotton to tidy up. I'll help you, Yiming, oblivious to her mood, offered assistance. No need. I want to change the cotton. You go outside and keep watch for me. All right. Although the Eagle Clan's sense of smell wasn't particularly keen, he still worried that Yi Xiao's scent during her heat would attract other beastmen, completely unaware of her discontent. He agreed and made his way to the cave entrance. What a blockhead. Could I have been any clearer in my rejection? How does he think I would be interested in Xiang? Watching Yiming cheerfully exit the cave, Yi Xiao's anger flared further. I'm ignoring you today, she mentally raged. Don't be angry. It's futile to let it consume me. In the next moment, she picked up the cotton she had tossed in her nest out of frustration, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, patting her chest to self-soothe. Chapter 51. Regulations. Little Leaf. We can set off now. Jing Yao entered the cave and picked up the items Yi Xiao had organized. Yi Xiao gently responded and rose to tidy her fur garments, clutching a bag made of animal hide filled with white cotton as she followed him out of the cave. Is your stomach still hurting? Mou inquired, observing the once composed individual now wearing a somber expression, causing a flicker of concern to cross his face. It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, Yi Xiao replied, lifting the corners of her mouth in a reassuring smile to indicate her well-being. Yiming, speak to your female companion and invite us along. We all hold her in high regard. Indeed. She is so beautiful, she requires more males to safeguard her. Yes. We have grown up together. Choose us, and we shall look after one another in the future. Yiming, say something. Surely you do not wish to prevent the female from finding a mate? That is strictly forbidden, and females do not favor such males. Surrounded by a throng of males, Yiming initially intended to remain silent, but was taken aback by this remark, ultimately opting for silence. He harbored selfish desires. Reluctant to allow Xiao to return with others, yet he understood that such matters were beyond his control. Moreover, as they pointed out, he did not wish to incur Yu Zhao's disdain. If I must prevent it, so be it. Why should I allow your mere words to cultivate animosity towards her? Upon emerging from the cavern, Yi Xiaojiang immediately noticed Yiming surrounded by a throng of admirers. It was no wonder that Jing Yao had ventured inside to summon her. Initially somewhat displeased, she soon grasped the reasoning behind Jing Yao's silence regarding her intention to bond with Yiming, despite his possessive nature as an orc. In the pursuit of procreation, males are bound by the unyielding rule that they cannot impede their females from forming bonds with other males, a decree that every male must adhere to. Feya, observing Yi Xiao quietly lingering at the edge of the crowd, cast a curious glance her way. Upon hearing her inquiry, he instinctively interjected with an explanation. It became apparent that they were all constrained by the laws of the beastly realm, while she had been sulking in ignorance of these conventions. Given the immutable nature of such rules, it seemed futile to attempt alterations. However, I prefer a more relaxed approach. Thus, This regulation shall henceforth be rendered obsolete in our household. Should anyone wish to bond with me, as long as the three of you consent, I shall defer to your arrangements." As soon as Xiao's words fell, the orcs fell silent, only to erupt into a more fervent discussion shortly thereafter. The young female expressed her willingness to bond with us, provided that Ming and the others consented. Ming, you are in agreement, are you not? Serpent Beast, Tiger Beast, you two must have no objections. Before long, not only Ming but also Mou and Jing Yao found themselves surrounded by the other males. According to the female's earlier statement, she herself had no objections. As long as her partner consented, they could all form a bond with her. Furthermore, her male partner could not refuse. "Little Yi, are you truly serious?" Jing Yao, momentarily perplexed, could not comprehend why Little Yi would suddenly say such a thing. By her reasoning, did it not imply that all males could potentially bond with her? With her beauty? It was nearly inconceivable that any male would decline the opportunity to be with her. "Indeed, did we not leave the decision in your hands? Do remember to choose one that I favor." As Xiao spoke, Mou was intently observing her. Noticing her expression remained composed and devoid of any anger, he began to reflect on her words repeatedly. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he grasped her hand with a surge of excitement. It appeared that Mou was in agreement. Xiao chuckled softly as she regarded him, although her words posed a question. It was evident from his demeanor that he had grasped the essence of her statement. "I concur," Mou replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Xiao's hair. At this moment, Jing Yao found himself utterly perplexed. While Mou had no right to dissent, his prompt agreement was disconcerting. He cherished the idea of keeping the delightful little Xiao all to himself, yet she urged him to select a male suitor of her liking, which stirred uncomfortable feelings within him. Wait, are they actually choosing for her? While they cannot oppose, as long as it is someone she does not favor, they can blatantly refuse, can't they? Ha ha ha, my little Xiao is indeed clever. I too am in favor, Jing Yao eagerly proclaimed. "I have no objections," Ming remarked. Observing that Mou and the others had consented, although somewhat bewildered, he refrained from contesting the decision. "Since you all have no objections, it is settled. Let us embark," Xiao declared as she stepped before Ming, meeting his gaze. "Very well, Tiger Beast, take us along." "The little female has consented," Ming said, preparing to lead Xiao away, which caused several males to become restless. "Why should you be included when you are not the one she favors?" Jing Yao smirked, his voice barely above a whisper yet clear enough for all present to discern his rejection. Fei was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Xiao had emphasized the importance of her male suitor being one she favored. Initially, he had perceived nothing amiss, but now the implications dawned upon him. What an intriguing female, he mused. Her clever strategy not only subverted the customary rules expected of males but also preserved her chosen male's honor while effectively dismissing the advances of other beasts. He found himself somewhat envious of Ming. Chapter 52. Rain Xiao, you and Jing Yao wait for me here. I shall escort Mou down the mountain and return for you, Ming instructed, glancing at the relentless kin who had followed him from the cave. Due to Xiao, he chose not to seek assistance from other beasts this time. A mere additional flight was all that was required, an endeavor that posed no great inconvenience. All right. Xiao obediently responded and led Jing Yao to a nearby tree, while the pursuing beasts were completely disregarded by the group. "Little female, do you truly not intend to remain in our tribe? Our tribe offers great safety for females, free from the perils of beast tides and stray beasts." Fei also approached the tree, eager to persuade Xiao to stay. "It is indeed a lovely place, yet there are many inconveniences for us. If Ming ever wishes to return to the tribe, I shall accompany him back," Xiao politely declined. "Little Leaf may leave now." As Ming's figure came into Jing Yao's sight, he grasped Xiao's hand, unwilling for her to continue the conversation. Ming landed not far from them, and Jing Yao lifted Xiao, placing her upon him, waiting for him to ascend before seizing hold of his massive claws. "Ming, we are headed back to the tiger tribe. Would you not like to bid farewell to your acquaintances?" Xiao gently inquired, patting the feathers on Ming's back. "No need. There is nothing to reminisce about. I have already bonded with a mate and will formally join the tiger tribe upon my return. Wherever you are is where my home shall be," Ming softly replied, tilting his head slightly. "Very well. Should you ever wish to return, let me know, and I shall accompany you back for a visit," Xiao said, leaning gently against his back, smiling. "All right." Ming turned his head. Were he not in his beast form at that moment, everyone would have seen the joy upon his face. With a flutter of his wings, Ming's body gradually lifted into the air, Once he reached a certain altitude, Yao deftly leaped and securely grasped his enormous claws. Soon, they reunited with Mou at the foot of the mountain. After Xiao was set down, Yiming transformed back into his human form, and the group commenced their journey. The previous night, the three males had conferred. Xiao was still in her estrus period, and they worried about her health should the rainy season arrive unexpectedly. Thus, they needed to hasten their return to the tiger tribe, ensuring Xiao's comfort along the way. In the beast world, the weather changes swiftly. After setting out from the eagle tribe, the three, along with Xiao, had been traveling under a clear sky for the entire morning. But suddenly, the weather turned gloomy. The rain began as a light drizzle. Yet the wind was stronger than anticipated. The fine rain danced upon the ground, creating small puddles, and soon the downpour intensified from a mere sprinkle to a torrential cascade. Xiao was tightly wrapped in animal skin by Mou, with only her pair of obsidian eyes visible, watching the increasingly uncontrollable downpour. Yiming held a large leaf to shield the two from the rain, while ahead, Yao swiftly glided along, searching for a place to escape the deluge. From the very beginning, they had harbored concerns about an early rainy season, which is why they had not paused to rest along the way. The cave where they had previously stayed was now behind them, and returning was no longer an option. As the animal skin on Xiao became drenched, the anxiety among the males grew palpable. Xiao, we will soon reach the herbivore tribe. Please hold on a little longer. Mou lowered his head to check on Xiao's condition. Upon hearing his words, the curled-up figure in his arms gave a slight nod. What a dreadful weather, she mused, feeling the sudden drop in temperature as the rain began. The exposed areas of her skin instantly broke out in goosebumps, and she instinctively hugged her arms to warm herself. It wasn't until Yiming anxiously inquired whether she was cold that she realized her body was subtly trembling. Heaven help me, I am still on my period, and my immunity is at its lowest. Please don't let me catch a cold. My medicine is still with the tiger tribe, Xiao silently lamented. After witnessing the plight of those two injured beast men, she held no illusions about the primitive medical standards of this world. Yet, as fate would have it, just as she finished her lament, she felt an itch in her nose and couldn't help but let out a great sneeze. The rain was so heavy that the animal skin enveloping Xiao began to absorb water. What initially felt merely chilly now left her feeling thoroughly uncomfortable as the damp skin clung to her. Yiming, take Xiao, Mou said, passing her to Yiming before turning to transform into his true form. He gestured for Yiming to hold her securely and mount up. They needed to hasten their journey to the herbivore tribe. To the herbivore tribe, Mou called back to Yao as he ran, who quickly followed suit. Sprinting to keep up with the swift-footed Mou, Xiao was tightly embraced by Yiming, while Mou ran swiftly. Before long, a sense of dizziness enveloped her. Could it be that her non-beastman nature rendered her more susceptible to this sudden cold? It was too long before all the symptoms began to manifest. And Xiao felt a pang of bitterness, somewhat regretting her modern background. Chapter 53, Birth of Ginger. Uncertain of how long Mou had been running, he finally came to a halt just as Xiao was on the verge of drifting into slumber. Our female has caught a chill and wishes to seek refuge from the rain in your tribe. Mou addressed a passing beastman. Little one, we have arrived at the herbivore tribe. Xiao vaguely heard Mou conversing with someone. Subsequently, Yiming gently lifted Xiao from Mou's back and softly patted her back as he spoke. Xiao struggled to open her eyes, yearning to perceive her surroundings. Alas, Yiming had moved rather swiftly, and all she could discern were a few wooden huts and the incessant patter of raindrops. The chieftain, accompanied by 3 males and a female seeking refuge from the downpour, noticed that the female appeared to be suffering from a chill. I have brought them here. Please take a look, the leading male exclaimed as he halted before a wooden door, knocking and calling out. The illness of a female was no trivial matter, and although he was already mated, he could not help but feel a sense of concern. Before long, the door to the wooden hut swung open. Yanche stared at the several males standing behind his kin, momentarily taken aback, before hastily ushering them inside. Yiming cradled Xiao, finding a clean spot to gently lay her down, and began to untie the animal hide that enveloped her. Are you not the chieftain here? Do you possess medical knowledge? Yao and Mou inquired as they entered the abode, immediately detecting the aroma of herbs. Inside, numerous shelves were neatly lined with various medicinal plants. I have some understanding of herbs, having studied under the old clan doctor. After his passing, I began to gather the herbs I learned about, just in case. Yanche replied, glancing at the unwrapped animal hide, noting that the female's hair was thoroughly drenched. He closed the wooden door. Responding to Yao's question before retreating to the inner chamber, When he emerged, he was cradling a pile of animal hides. As a herbivorous beastman, the hides he held were rather small, but in such a situation, having something was certainly better than nothing. Place the female in the grass nest. Do not wrap her in the wet hides, as it will cause her discomfort. Provide her with a clean animal hide. I shall return shortly to check on her condition. Yin Che instructed Yiming, gesturing towards the nearby grass nest. After speaking, he handed the hides in his possession to Jingyao and then entered the inner chamber alone. Xiao had initially intended to change her beast's skin herself, but merely sitting up had already exhausted all her strength. She couldn't help but wonder if she had contracted the flu or some infectious disease from the beast realm. Her health had always been robust. Yet this time she was gravely ill. It was no surprise that her mind wandered into such thoughts. Enough already. Just change it. It's not as if I've never seen it before. To her astonishment, 3 males were embroiled in a dispute over who would assist her in changing the beast's skin. In the end, they decided that all 3 would lend a hand, justifying their collective effort by claiming it would be faster. As Xiao could not afford to catch a chill, Xiao looked on helplessly as the 3 males hurriedly assisted her in shedding the damp beast's skin, only to promptly replace it with a dry one. To her astonishment, Jingyao took advantage of her weakened state and thoughtfully dressed her in a fresh white cotton garment. Embarrassed, Xiao turned her head away to avoid their gaze. Once Xiao was cleaned up, the 3 finally donned their own dry beast skins. And Mou stepped into the inner chamber to summon Yin Che. Is the little female in heat? As Yin Che emerged from the inner room, he was greeted by a scent distinct from herbs. After discerning the source of the aroma, he realized it was the fragrance of a female in estrus. My Xiao Xiao's heat has come early. She caught a chill in the rain. I kindly ask you to examine her. After the rain ceases, we shall hunt to cover the medical expenses. Mou succinctly conveyed the situation to Yin Che. Upon hearing this, Yin Che offered no further commentary. The rainy season was indeed the time for female estrus. He had previously encountered the petite little female, soft and delicate, and it was reasonable for her to experience an early heat given her frail constitution. Approaching to assess the little female's condition, he noted her reddened nose and the beautiful eyes that met his gaze. Do you feel any discomfort? Yin Che, with his gentle demeanor, inquired softly. I feel dizzy, weak, somewhat chilly, and I have sneezed, Xiao replied, reaching to touch her forehead. My temperature is not high at the moment, but I cannot rule out the possibility of a fever later on. Yin Che was taken aback by the clarity with which the female articulated her symptoms. Unlike others who might lament and blame their males for not caring for them properly during illness, she had not uttered a single complaint since they entered the room. Your symptoms indeed suggest a chill, compounded by the weakening effects of your estrus. I shall prepare some medicine for you. It will provide considerable relief. Do you have any ginger here? Upon hearing that the other party intended to brew medicine, Yi Zhao's expression changed dramatically. She was genuinely apprehensive about consuming potions concocted by orcs and quickly interjected. Ginger? What sort of fruit is that? Yin Che inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yi Zhao hurriedly clarified that ginger is not a fruit, but rather a yellow, segmented rhizome. May I send my male companion to examine your herbs? She had discovered the ginger on the outskirts of the herbivorous tribe and wondered if this knowledgeable orc would also recognize it and bring some back. Although ginger possesses a pungent flavor, she would prefer to consume ginger water over unfamiliar herbs. After receiving Yin Che's consent, Mou Jingyu began rummaging through the nearby shelf and ultimately returned with 2 pieces of ginger. Is this sufficient for you, Xiao Xiao? Mou inquired, presenting the ginger before her. Yes, please place it in water and boil it together. This will dispel the cold. There's no need for other herbs, she replied. Oh. So you were referring to the yellow rhizome, Yin Che remarked, surprised as he glanced at Xiao. He had initially thought it was his male companion who understood herbal medicine, only to realize that it was this lovely female who possessed such knowledge. Moreover, it seemed that her male companion had great confidence in her. After borrowing a stone pot from Yin Che, Mou collected some rainwater and, following Yin Che's guidance, found a corner to ignite a fire. Chapter 54. The charm of ginger. The aroma of ginger soon permeated the air, a scent that Yi Xiao dreaded the most. Upon catching a whiff, she quickly covered her nose with a piece of animal hide. Do you dislike this aroma? Yi Ming observed Yi Xiao's subtle gesture and chuckled, affectionately ruffling her exposed head. I absolutely detest this smell, Yi Xiao lamented, casting a pleading glance at Yi Ming, wishing he would tell her that if she disliked it, she need not drink it. Dislike it or not, you must drink it. You are unwell, little leaf, so be obedient, Yi Ming responded. Before he could elaborate further, Jingyao, concerned that Xiao would refuse the medicine, interjected. While he too found the scent unpleasant, he would not indulge her when it came to her health. Xiao merely pouted without uttering a word. After all, it was she who had instructed Mou to prepare the ginger tea, and it would be rather unseemly for her to retract her request. Moreover, she was apprehensive that a change of heart might result in the beast man offering her some other herbal concoction. However, when Mou approached with the ginger water, Xiao felt a deep-seated reluctance. Yiming helped her to sit up, while Mou gently handed her the ginger tea, cautioning her to be wary of its heat. Xiao cradled the cup, blowing on it for an extended period, yet she still did not take a sip. Suddenly, a white fruit was presented to her, and upon looking up, she saw Yanche smilingly extending his hand, signifying that she could cleanse her palate with it after drinking the ginger tea. Xiao looked helplessly at the males in her household, all three of whom were gazing at her with encouraging eyes. Xiao, resigned to her fate, pinched her nose with one hand while swiftly pouring ginger water into her mouth with the other. Once she finished drinking, she quickly seized the fruit handed to her, taking a few bites and chewing without swallowing, waiting for the sweet flavor to completely mask the pungent taste of the ginger. All right, let the little female rest. It would be best to find someone to keep her warm, Yanche remarked, chuckling lightly at her actions, finding this little female rather endearing. Though it was evident that she truly detested the taste of ginger, Yiming gently placed Xiao into a grassy nest, transforming into his true form. He crouched beside her, opening one wing to shield her with his warmth. Among the three, Yiming possessed the highest body temperature, with one wing unfurled. He could entirely envelop Xiao's petite form, and thus, the other two had no objections. Xiao swallowed the sweet fruit and directly extended her hand, presenting the delectable morsel to the beak of Yiming. Without hesitation, Yiming opened his mouth and consumed the sweet fruit from her hand. Xiao smiled and clapped her hands before beginning to climb onto Yiming's wings. As she approached his body, his wings instinctively enveloped around her. Xiaojiang sipped on ginger water, and gradually, warmth enveloped her body, complemented by the comforting heat radiating from Yiming. She adjusted herself into a cozy position and quietly closed her eyes to rest. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and her makeshift grass nest was now occupied. Yanche persisted in sorting through the herbs he had yet to finish. Upon encountering the yellow stem, he deliberately set it aside, aware of its efficacy in warding off the cold, though the young female despised its scent. Fortunately, he still had a few sweet fruits in his dwelling. Mou. Keep an eye on little Yezi while I fetch her some other fruits. Jing Yao's low body temperature prevents him from accompanying Xiao, and the rainy weather facilitates my movement, he declared, intending to venture outside. After receiving a response from Mou, Jing Yao transformed into his half-beast form, unfastened the hides, and stepped through the wooden door into the rain. Mou approached Yanche, noticing the set-aside yellow stem, contemplating whether to add it to the stone pot they had prepared earlier. The young female disdains that aroma. If you were to include it, she might refuse to consume anything else once she detects it. The previous quantity was already sufficient, he advised. Mou, do not add any more ginger. Xiao, who had not yet succumbed to slumber, suddenly interjected. Startled, she peered out from beneath Yiming's wing, her gaze fixated on the ginger in Mou's hand. Her unexpected voice caught the males off guard, including Yiming, who had assumed she was fast asleep. Turning around, Mou and Yanche discovered her watching them with an expression of vigilance concerning the ginger. Mou quickly tossed the ginger aside and approached her with a smile. All right, I won't add any. You just drank your medicine. Rest well, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Noticing her hair had dried and her body temperature remained stable, he finally felt a sense of relief. You wouldn't secretly add it while I sleep, would you? Xiao questioned, her eyes narrowed in suspicion as she regarded Mou. The beast, caught off guard by her inquiry, sheepishly scratched his head to mask his embarrassment. I knew it. Xiao curled her lips and reached out to pat Yiming's wings. Yiming, initially reluctant to engage in this conversation, was well aware of the reason for her summons. Thus, when she first tapped him, he feigned ignorance and turned his head away. Yiming's indifference left me at a loss. With Mou wanting to increase the amount of ginger and Jing Yao absent, I found myself without assistance. Xiao murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet clear enough for the two males beside her to hear. I didn't mean to ignore you, Yiming said, nervously turning to gaze at Xiao beneath him. With her head bowed, her expression remained obscured. He simply wished for her to recover swiftly, thus, he averted his eyes from her pleading gaze. However, he did not anticipate that this would render her feeling so wronged. Yiming hastily attempted to clarify his intentions. but you seem unwilling to assist me. Xiao idly toyed with the plush fibers at her side, her voice a mere whisper. I will do anything Xiao asks of me. Yiming hurriedly interjected, feeling a slight itch in the places where her delicate hand had brushed against him. A sensation that resonated deep within his heart. But you promised, if I fall asleep, you would keep an eye on Mou. If he secretly adds ginger. You must tell me, all right? Xiao looked up, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. Her innate sweetness, combined with her charmingly coquettish demeanor, made it impossible for any male to deny her requests, and Yiming was no exception. He had been worried about her happiness. And now that she had made a request, he would have readily obliged, whether it meant watching over Mou or even confronting him if necessary. Chapter 55. Scaled Beast Xiao, do you not trust me so much? You would have Yiming keep an eye on me? Upon hearing Xiao's words, Mou also sensed her reluctance to drink the ginger water, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Thus, he mimicked her tone, saying, humph, in this matter. I have no trust from you. Even your charm will not sway me. Yet, Xiao saw through his intentions at a glance and was not deceived. After speaking, she withdrew into her wings of destiny, her resolve firm, unwilling to continue the conversation. Alas, what could one do when one's mate is too astute? All that remained was to continue showering her with affection. Yanqei witnessed the dynamics of their family. There existed an intimacy between them that was incomprehensible to outsiders. With her striking appearance, the female could easily command more attention and care if she desired. He recalled being captivated by her beauty upon their first meeting. Yet he now realized that she was not only lovely but also unspoiled, showing great respect towards her male companions. Observing the indulgent gazes exchanged between the two males, he understood that they genuinely relished this life. As he watched the males surrounding her, a twinge of envy and longing stirred within Yanqei. Perhaps he too could vie for her affection. However, he quickly dismissed this notion with a wry smile. He was uncertain of the number of her partners. Yet these three were formidable beastmen of the third tier or above. As a mere second-tier herbivore, how could she ever find interest in him? Yet, what Yanqei did not anticipate was that once a thought took root, it would sprout in his heart, disregarding his will. When he sensed the dangerous glances from the two males opposite him, he realized he had been staring for quite some time and hurriedly turned away, feeling embarrassed. After a while, as Xiao's breathing steadied, Mou transformed back into his true form and lay beside her. In regard to Yanqei's earlier gaze, both Mou and Yiming tacitly refrained from commenting, fully aware of the allure of their female. As long as this male did not take further action, they would not disrupt the current situation. Besides, they were concerned that Xiao might choose a herbivore, fearing for her safety in their absence. Once the rain subsides, we shall return to the tribe. It is not far. You will take her back first, Mou suddenly spoke. Yiming gently nodded his massive eagle head and cautiously opened his wings a fraction to glance at the slumbering Xiao before folding them back and closing his eyes to rest. Upon hearing Mou's words, Yanqei felt a flicker of disappointment but recognized he had no right to impede their departure. Upon awakening, Xiao felt a considerable lightness in her body and climbed out from beneath Yiming's wing. Before she could utter a word, Mou approached with a bowl of ginger water. Xiao felt reassured, knowing Yiming was watching over her. Observing her furrowed brow, Mou chuckled and teased her. Why hasn't Yao returned yet? Is something amiss? After finishing the ginger water, Xiao handed the stone bowl back to Mou. Disregarding the sweet fruit that Yanqei had offered, she couldn't shake the worry. Yao had been gone for too long this time. He might have ventured into the forest. There is no need for concern. The rain has begun to lessen. Soon, Yiming will escort you back to the tribe. But Yao hasn't returned yet. Shouldn't we wait for him? Look, his mark is perfectly intact. He will find his way back to the tribe following your direction. Mou indicated her hand, drawing attention to the mark on her index finger. So this mark serves such a purpose, Xiao exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the small serpent on her right hand. Yes, if he cannot locate you, we will all follow our beast marks to find you. Hee, with all of you watching over me so closely, I cannot possibly stray. Xiao, upon realizing that Jingyu was unharmed, beamed at them with glee. At this moment, none of them could foresee that soon she would nearly part ways with the three due to an unforeseen incident, but that was a matter for another time. As the rain began to taper off, Yiming was preparing to escort Xiao back to the tribe when Yao fortuitously returned. Upon seeing Yao, Xiao hurriedly leapt down from Yiming's back and rushed towards him in concern. What happened? Why are you bleeding so much? Observing the bloodstains on Yao's arm, Xiao felt as though her breath might cease altogether. Little Yezi, don't worry. This is merely the blood of my prey. I captured a substantial quarry and took a bit longer than expected. As Jingyo spoke, he reached out and pulled Xiao aside, subsequently flicking his serpent tail with a forceful sweep, dragging forth a colossal creature. What? What is this creature? Xiao swallowed hard as she gazed at the lifeless entity before her. It was enormous, resembling a dinosaur from the Jurassic period, and if it were to stand, it would easily reach 7 or 8 meters in height. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a thin layer of scales covering its body, reminiscent of fish scales, albeit with notably short legs. How could such a massive body be supported? How did you manage to capture a scale beast? Did you venture into the heart of the forest? Mou reproached, expressing his displeasure. Little Yezi is so worried about me, but I didn't go into the center. This scale beast happened to emerge, and I encountered it. Such an opportunity is rare, so of course, I had to catch it for you to taste. I'm not eager to taste everything. Remember, safety is paramount. Judging by Mou's tone, this creature must have been difficult to capture. You all must not take risks next time, understand? Xiao insisted. Understood. Are we preparing to return now? Yiming, you take little Yezi ahead. Mou and I will follow with the scale beast. As Jingyao observed Yiming transform into his beast form, he realized they were indeed heading back to the tribe. Yiming nodded, unfurling one of his wings, which brought Xiao a sense of relief as she quietly climbed onto his back. As Mou and Jingyao watched Yiming soar into the distance, Jingyao coiled his serpent tail around the scale beast and, with a flick of his hand, tossed the wolf beast he had been holding to Yen Che, who stood at a distance. This is for my little Yezi's medical expenses, he stated, turning his back without a glance and departing with Mou. Yen Che was left feeling helpless. He understood that they were deliberately distancing themselves from him, leaving him with no opportunity to approach Xiao. Chapter 56. The grievance Yiming brought Xiao back to the wooden hut. Given the tight schedule for the return trip to the Eagle tribe, they had not lingered long, and since they had tidied up before leaving, the hut was not excessively dirty, save for a bit of dust. Xiao picked up a stone basin to fetch water for cleaning, but Yiming swiftly intervened, taking the basin from her and urging her to rest indoors. Yiming, do you intend to treat me like a pig? Is it just eat and sleep every day? I am beginning to suspect you all are growing weary of me. Not at all. Little Xiao, how could we ever grow weary of you? It is advisable to refrain from contact with cold water, even though your illness has just abated. I promise, apart from avoiding cold water, I shall not hinder you in any other way, if that is agreeable. Observing that Xiao appeared discontented, Yiming hurriedly interjected with an explanation. Let us venture to the backyard to till the soil, and subsequently plant the roots and rhizomes we have brought back. If they thrive, we need not search far and wide for such resources in the future. After pondering for a moment, Xiao took Yiming by the hand and led him to the rear of the wooden cabin. There, she procured a stick and knelt down to excavate the earth. Fortunately, the soil in this realm is relatively loose, unlike the concrete-laden surroundings of the contemporary world. In no time, she had turned over a mound of earth measuring over 1 meter in length. Initially, Yiming merely observed her efforts. However, it was not long before he had, with his bare hands, successfully turned over 3 similar mounds. Xiao, in astonishment, grasped his hand to examine it, pondering whether such a method of digging would render his fingers useless. However, upon closer inspection, she found no signs of bleeding, aside from the mud that clung to his skin, which alleviated her concern slightly. Little one, although my nails may not possess the resilience of Mou's claws, I assure you that digging in the soil does not lead to injury, Yiming remarked with a gentle laugh as he observed Xiao's anxious scrutiny of his hand. Well, you all tend to bend the rules, but it is sufficient now. There is no need to continue digging. Once Mou and the others return, they can handle the planting. After a while, let us construct a fence to enclose the entire house and plant some flowers and greenery. That way, our home will be truly perfect. Xiao had long yearned for a tranquil existence, far removed from the clamor of the world. She envisioned a quaint little dwelling where she could leisurely cultivate flowers, herbs, and vegetables, accompanied by a small cat or dog, embracing a serene pastoral life. It was not that she suffered from social anxiety. Rather, she simply cherished the tranquility. However, the harsh realities of competition and pressure in contemporary society rendered this idyllic dream merely a figment of her imagination. To her astonishment, fate intervened, allowing her to realize what she had only dared to dream. 3 devoted males were eager to pamper her, ensuring that all her desires and preferences were fulfilled. What materials shall we use for the fence, wood or bamboo? Wing Ming inquired, eager to bring Xiao's vision to life. having just experienced a rain shower. Both options were viable, yet the necessary vines would ideally be dry. Observing Wing Ming's impatience, Xiao chuckled and halted him. "Little Leaf, I am back," she announced, embodying the essence of a phrase that suggests one can sense the presence of another through sound alone, as was the case with Jingyao. One moment, Xiao was conversing with Wing Ming, and the next, she found herself enveloped in Jingyao's embrace. 3 days had passed since Little Leaf entered her cycle, during which she had either been on Wing Ming's back or in Mou's arms. Following her illness, she had taken refuge beneath Wing Ming's wings to rest. He could only watch from the sidelines, enduring the discomfort of her condition to prevent her from catching a chill. Now that she was recovering and back in the tribe, he anticipated once more holding the fragrant, soft Little Leaf as she drifted into slumber. However, along the way, Mou informed him that Xiao was fine and that he would no longer take turns sleeping with her in the coming days. His heart brimming with reluctance. He knew Little Leaf had a unique constitution that caused her to enter heat monthly. If he acquiesced this time, it would mean relinquishing his right to share her bed during her cycles henceforth. Yet, he could not bear the thought of Xiao falling ill again due to her condition. Torn by conflicting emotions, he ultimately failed to arrive at a decision and, in a fit of frustration, flicked his tail and abandoned the scaled beast, hastening back to the tribe. What had transpired? Had she suffered some injustice? Xiao felt that Jingye was strangely quiet. They had seemed perfectly normal when they parted just moments ago, yet now he simply held her in silence. Such a swift change in mood. Could it possibly be related to her? Thus, she tentatively spoke up, "Please don't disdain me, all right?" Upon hearing her words, Jingyu felt even more aggrieved. "When have I ever looked down on you?" Xiao, puzzled, raised her gaze to meet his. "Mou is worried that my constitution might expose you to the cold, so he hasn't allowed me to sleep beside you these past few days." "Oh, is that it? You needn't worry about me. Look, I recover quickly from my ailments, don't I? I'm not like the females in the tribe. Aside from the pain on the first day of my period, my health is quite robust. Besides, if worse comes to worst, I have medicine. I can treat minor illnesses myself. You all know that, right? There is no need for such excessive caution." After listening to his words, Xiao caught sight of Mou returning with the scaled beast. As he approached, she began to explain to them. Chapter 57, The Finch Xiao, Tiger Na, and Lu Ling have come to visit you. Mou led the 2 females, Tiger Na and Lu Ling, into the wooden cabin, while the males they brought stood dutifully outside. "Oh, how did you come here?" Xiao hurried out from the back room. After the incident with the Eagle Clan female, she found the 2 Tiger Clan females to be even more endearing, as they seemed genuinely sincere. "We were playing outside yesterday and happened to see Jingyao. We inquired about you, and he mentioned you were resting due to a cold. So, Lu Ling and I decided to come and check on you today. Are you feeling better?" It appeared that Jingyao had concealed his own condition, merely informing them about her cold. Xiao chuckled softly as she gestured for the 2 females to sit down, assuring them of her recovery. "Hee, what were you doing behind the house just now? Surely you weren't engaging in intimacy with a partner, were you? Look at all that sweat. We didn't interrupt anything, did we?" Tiger Na teased with a grin. "Huh? What are you saying?" "Of course not. We were working on the fence because we planted some vegetables behind the house. We started there first. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see," Xiao replied, noticing Tiger Na's knowing expression and Lu Ling's silent smile. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. She quickly got up, pulling the 2 females toward the back of the house, eager to clear her name, as she would need to explain herself if they encountered each other again. "Wow, Xiao, is this the fence you mentioned? What is its purpose? Are you planning to enclose the house?" Lu Ling observed as Ming crossed 2 wooden planks into the ground and secured them with vines, with a row of wood already prepared nearby. She felt a bit puzzled, but remembered Yi Zhao's cleverness, recalling how useful the small shed she had learned to make was. It eliminated the smoke smell from the house, and on sunny days, they could sit in the shed to enjoy the shade. Hence, she assumed this fence would be equally beneficial. "Yes, once completed, I plan to plant some flowers and herbs. It will not only occupy our time, but also beautify the house," Yi Xiao explained with a smile. "You're so clever to think of this. Just imagining how beautiful your house will be fills me with excitement. Unfortunately, I don't know how to plant flowers. Otherwise, I would love to make one too." Tiger Na remarked boldly. "Could you teach me? But the rainy season is approaching. Will we be able to plant anything?" Lu Ling asked softly. "Not to worry. As long as you wish to plant, I can teach you when the time comes. Moreover, even if they don't bloom this year, they can still flourish next year." Yu Xiao reassured them. Upon hearing this, Huna and Lu Ling were both captivated, standing attentively by as Yiming began to assemble the fence. Meanwhile, Xiao crouched beside Yiming, offering him another piece of wood as he drove one into the ground. "Little Leaf, I have returned with game. How shall we feast today?" Xiao exclaimed, having just returned from a hunt and rushed into the house to find guests present. "You're back. You must be exhausted. Please take a moment to rest." Xiao responded with a smile upon hearing Jingyao's voice. "Hee, look what I found for you." Jingyao proudly presented the treasure he held to Xiao. "Is this a morning glory?" Upon recognizing the delicate pink flower in Jingyao's hand, Xiao expressed her excitement. "I spotted its blossoms entwined around a grand tree and thought to myself, if it were to grace our fence, you would surely adore it. Thus, I brought it back. You mentioned that leaving the roots intact is essential for its survival, and I was meticulous while digging it up, ensuring not to damage it in the slightest. Jingyao, you truly are remarkable. I was pondering what to plan after we fixed the fence, and here you are, bringing back this splendid specimen. It's quite easy to care for, and I am absolutely fond of it." The three young men relished the praise from Xiao, a wave of profound satisfaction washing over them. Noticing their delight, Xiao generously seized every opportunity to commend them, finding joy in this effortless act that brought them happiness. "I have already loosened the soil along the fence. Where would you like to plant it?" Upon hearing this, Yiming set down the wood and began to aerate the soil. By the time Xiao finished speaking, the designated area around the fence had been thoroughly prepared. Xiao then took the flower from Jingyao's hand and hurried over, planting the roots into the soil and gently entwining the flower vines around the fence. "Ah, it truly looks beautiful," Huna exclaimed, admiring the newly adorned fence. Unable to contain her admiration, she then rushed over to grasp Xiao's hand, making plans to search for more flowers together the following day. After her menstrual period had concluded, Xiao felt refreshed and rejuvenated. For the past couple of days, she had been confined indoors, unable to venture outside. The first day was overcast, but fortunately, the sun emerged the following day. Yiming returned with firewood and began constructing a fence, while she assisted by passing him the wood, trying to alleviate her restlessness. Thus, when she received an invitation from Huna, she readily accepted. Chapter 58. Exchange that evening. After a satisfying meal, Xiao luxuriated in a warm bath, relishing the moment as if to celebrate the departure of her monthly visitor with a jubilant rendition of Little Apple. She took pride in her cleanliness. For the past few days, she had only been able to wash with a basin of water, lacking the comfort of a proper bath. Xiao, have you finished your wash? You should come out soon. The water will grow cold, and if you linger, you might catch a chill. Xiao had been pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. The three of them began to grow concerned for her, leading them to adopt a strategy of taking turns to call out to her. "All right, I will be out in a moment." Xiao sighed, rising to retrieve the hide set aside to wipe away the water stains. She donned her leather skirt and, balancing a piece of hide atop her head, opened the wooden door. If she lingered any longer, these individuals would undoubtedly come knocking. "Little Yi, let me help you dry your hair," Jingyao said, ever attentive since Yu Zhao's fervent explanation of her own resilience during their last encounter. "I can manage on my own." "Jingyao, do you have something you wish to discuss with me?" Yu Xiao inquired, pulling him aside with a hint of curiosity in her tone. "Hiki, little Yi, allow me to accompany you to sleep tonight. It has been ages since I held you," Jingyao replied, embracing her and whispering with an undertone of longing. "Well, you all can negotiate amongst yourselves," Yi Xiao said, glancing at Mou and Yiming, whose gazes were fixed upon them. She dared not disrupt the established order between them. Before Jingyao could react, she gently patted his shoulder, casting him a helpless glance before swiftly retreating into her wooden abode. "Jingyao, are you intending to break the rules? Today is not your turn to be with Xiao. You all have had your share of holding little Yi in recent days. Is it too much to ask for a turn today?" As Mou and Yiming approached him slowly, Jingyao stood his ground. "Absolutely not," Yiming retorted with a slight smirk, striding directly towards Yi Zhao's room. He had only just completed the bonding ceremony when he encountered Yi Xiao in heat, and today, the sin of her desire had faded. It was his turn to be with her, and he would have to be insane to agree to switch with Jingyao. "Don't look at me. I won't switch tomorrow either," Mou chuckled before walking towards another room. "Humph, I suppose I can endure a few more days," Jingyao muttered, glaring at Mou's retreating figure before returning to his quarters. Upon entering the room, Yiming found Yu Xiao organizing her pouch. "Why aren't you resting? What are you doing?" he asked. "Oh, I was just tidying up my bag. Look, I made a small pouch to conveniently carry my dagger when I go out." Yi Xiao picked up a small leather pouch beside her and showed it to Yiming. The pouch was unremarkable, merely connected by 2 long straps on either side. Hee. This is how it's used, Yi Xiao remarked as she slung the pouch across her body. Well, my dear, you were quite clever. But it is time for you to rest. Tomorrow, Jing Yu and I will go hunting, and upon our return, we shall continue constructing the fence. You may enjoy your day tomorrow. All right, but do take care, she replied. Yi Xiao carefully set aside her bag and obediently nestled into her cozy nook. Outside the room, a flickering bonfire glowed, yet as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the interior would soon succumb to obscurity. While Yiming and the others possessed the ability to see in the night, she did not share this gift. They would only extinguish the fire after ensuring she had drifted into slumber. Each time they extinguished the flames and approached her, Yi Xiao felt an odd sensation. After encountering the eerie sight of glowing green eyes slowly drifting towards her on several occasions, her survival could only attest to her resilient spirit. Following the extinguishing of the fire, she no longer instinctively sought their presence, as she knew they would inevitably find her. Yiming lay down beside her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Although the sin of her estrus had completely dissipated, she still emanated an inexplicable allure. Breathing in the fragrance of her hair, Yiming instinctively called out to her. What is it? Yi Xiao raised her head in confusion, but after a while, Yiming remained silent. Yi Xiao initially thought she had misheard, but the sensation of the arms around her waist tightening slowly suggested otherwise. Is this all right? Yiming inquired cautiously, striving to suppress the desires stirring within him, fearful that Yi Xiao might harbor aversion. However, Yi Xiao was particularly sensitive to tickling. When Yiming's fingers inadvertently brushed against her waist, she flinched and instinctively shifted slightly in his embrace to evade his touch. This movement led Yiming to misconstrue her actions as reluctance, causing him to pause, a flicker of discomfort washing over him. Yet he refrained from imposing his will upon her. Yiming, please don't touch my waist. I am ticklish. Yi Xiao's soft voice resonated, shattering a thread known as reason. She lifted her chin, and unlike her, Yiming clearly perceived the blush on Yi Xiao's face and the helplessness in her eyes. He suddenly pressed his lips against hers. Although Yiming often held her while sleeping after their bond was formed, such intimate contact was rare. Unlike Mou and Jing Yao, who were less cautious, Yiming always delicately managed his emotions, while Yi Xiao had grown accustomed to teasing him, resulting in his repeated concessions. Recalling what Hu Na had said, that consummation was necessary for the male's reassurance, Yi Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for Yiming. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to him actively. Encouraged by her response, Yiming excitedly lifted Yi Xiao, deepening the kiss. Gradually, he found himself unsatisfied with mere kisses, turning to press her beneath him. Yet, he was uncertain about the next steps, and it was Yi Xiao, with her modest experience, who gently guided him. Chapter 59. The Gathering in the Early Morning. Yi Xiao rubbed her eyes and slowly opened them, staring blankly at the ceiling. The soreness in her waist reminded her of the wildness of the previous night. She vowed never to trust the words of those men in bed again. Yiming had exerted himself for what felt like an eternity, his energy seemingly boundless. She recalled waking up and finding him still relentless, and though she felt pleasure, she worried that if this continued, she might suffer from exhaustion. Xiao, you're awake. Yiming entered with water, finding Yi Xiao lost in thought. When he awoke, she had still been asleep, her delicate face nestled against his chest, her even breaths warming his heart. Last night, he had finally possessed her entirely. She was now his everything. Aware that he might have overdone it, he gently kissed her forehead and quietly rose to prepare some hot water for her. Though he had intended to go hunting, he couldn't resist stealing another glance at her, only to discover she was already awake. Pick me up, she pouted, extending her arms as she saw Yiming approaching. Hearing her somewhat hoarse voice filled him with guilt, and he quickly gathered her into his embrace, her fair skin contrasting starkly with the marks he had left from the previous night. This is all you're doing. Quickly find me a longer animal skin skirt. I will definitely be the subject of Hu Na's laughter again today. She playfully pinched Yiming's arm, declaring, this is your punishment. Her voice, though raspy, carried a hint of allure, and her feigned annoyance quickened Yiming's heartbeat. I promise, Xiao, I won't be like this again. It's all because you're too beautiful that I couldn't help myself. In that moment, they were in sync, and he understood that Yi Xiao was not genuinely angry, yet he chuckled softly to appease her. Well, seeing your sincerity, I suppose I will reluctantly forgive you. Haha, their little one is truly adorable. Observing her haughty expression, Yiming's lips curled into a smile, his spirit soaring. Hey, we should be heading out, he remarked. Outside the door, Xiao watched the playful exchange between the two with irritation. Last night, that wretched eagle beast had kept Xiao up far too late, depriving him of restful sleep. Now, fully aware of his presence just outside, they continued to hold onto Xiao as if he were invisible. Xiao, Xiao greeted him while dressing. Xiao, have you awakened? Are we ready to leave? At that moment, Huna's voice resonated from outside the door. I'll be ready shortly. Please wait for me. Xiao responded with a quickening pace, hastily tidying up. After completing her morning routine, she planted a gentle kiss on Yiming's cheek and, as she stepped outside, bestowed another kiss on the doorframe where Xiao lingered before finally exiting the room. Her hair was elegantly styled into a high bun, secured with a slender twig she had picked up beneath a nearby tree. Today, she donned a grayish-white animal skin dress, which, paired with her hairstyle, accentuated her gentle demeanor. Xiao, your hair is so smooth, unlike mine. What shampoo do you use? Huna exclaimed as she rushed to seize Xiao's arm upon her emergence from the room. Who could possibly dislike beauty in any form? Huna, in particular, cherished her interactions with this petite female. It's the hibiscus leaves that Yiming found for me. If you have time, perhaps your male could gather some for you. Using them will make your hair much smoother, Xiao replied. All right, I knew asking you was the right choice. Huna joyfully enveloped Xiao in a tight embrace. Spinning them both around, Xiao marveled once again at the strength of her female companion. Aren't you all supposed to be going out? Mo softly interjected, extending his hand to rescue Xiao from Huna's grasp, pulling her into his arms. Xiao gently kissed his cheek and whispered her gratitude in his ear. Ultimately, the group divided into two, with Xiao and Huna walking ahead, engaged in cheerful conversation, while Mo, Xiao, and Yiming trailed behind them. They then converged with the males brought by Huna outside the main gate, before parting ways at the tribe's entrance. As Yiming and Xiao joined the hunting party. Xiao, the gathering is approaching. Have you heard? Huna suddenly inquired. What gathering? I am unaware. Xiao replied, intrigued. It sounds quite interesting. It occurs every year around this time. Last year, I overheard one of the males in my family mention it. This year, it seems to be hosted in our tribe. Orcs from neighboring tribes will attend, and if you encounter a suitable male, you must seize the opportunity. You see, you only have 3 partners. Among the females I know, you have the fewest companions, Huna remarked quietly, casting a glance at Mo and the others behind her, unaware that the males were eavesdropping on their conversation. This matter is not urgent. I will heed Mo's advice. However, I am quite curious about this gathering. Xiao responded. Upon hearing this, the males regarded Mo with envious glances, to which he returned a smile. Xiao had always been this way, ever since she openly declared her intention to follow the opinions of the 3 males in front of the Eagle tribe, no matter who mentioned it. She consistently maintained that stance. Xiao, Huna, wait for me, came the voice of Lu Ling from behind as she hurriedly approached, carried by her partner. With Lu Ling's arrival, their group had grown significantly. Chapter 60. Thin Lotus. The 3 females ventured out together, capturing the undivided attention of the males. Each time Huna spotted a flower in the woods, she would eagerly tug Xiao to admire it. Every time, Xiao patiently instructed them to seek out long-stemmed vines that entwined themselves around other plants, advising them to observe the trunks of various trees closely. Ultimately, neither of the 2 managed to locate the plant Xiao had described. However, Xiao herself reaped a bountiful harvest. While her knowledge of herbs was limited, the dandelion was etched firmly in her memory. Along the path they traversed, the most abundant sight was indeed dandelions. In no time, she had gathered a small basketful. To her delight, while accompanying Huna to a riverside for a drink, she stumbled upon a cluster of petite mint plants. Huna bent down, cupping her hands to drink from the water, while Xiao gently plucked a mint leaf and placed it in her mouth, instantly experiencing a refreshing sensation that spread throughout her palate. Haha, we have truly found something wonderful. Xiao gazed with joy at the mint plant, her mind racing with thoughts of its myriad uses. Her hands moved with gentle care, and once she successfully unearthed its roots, she let out a sigh of relief. Xiao, is this truly useful? You seem so cautious, Huna remarked, having just finished her drink and noticing Xiao squatting in the dirt. Her meticulous manner inducing a sense of unease in Huna until the delicate green plant was finally revealed. Indeed, this is what we call mint, infused in water. It can alleviate heat and has certain insect-repelling properties. A leaf can also provide considerable comfort for a sore throat. Look how vibrant this one is. It must have sprouted not long ago. Is it really that remarkable? Had you not mentioned it, I would have assumed it to be merely an ordinary weed. Huna exclaimed. However, you should refrain from planting it for now. Your mating season is approaching, and consuming mint water would be detrimental to your health. All right, I shall heed your advice, Huna replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Do not be disheartened. Once your mating season has concluded, and if you have not conceived, you are welcome to visit my home for some mint tea. I shall even prepare your favorite fish dish. Xiao reassured her with a smile. Really? Huna's expression brightened at the mention of fish. Ever since she had tasted Xiao's culinary creation of spiky beast at her home, she had developed a fondness for that flavor. Her partner had attempted to replicate it multiple times, yet none could compare to Xiao's artistry. Xiao, Huna, have you finished yet? Came the voice of Lu Ling from behind. Earlier, when Huna desired a drink, she chose not to partake. Allowing Huna to take Xiao along while she rested with her partner beneath a tree, waiting for their return. All done, Huna exclaimed, rising to join the others. Mou approached Xiao, seemingly intrigued by the mint she held. His gaze unconsciously drawn to it, even before she had plucked it from the ground. Oh dear, how could I forget? Cats are quite fond of mint, she mused. Observing the curious expression on Mou's face, which suggested he too was captivated by the allure of the mint, Xiao gently swayed the mint in her hand. Observing how Mou's gaze followed the herb with unwavering attention, a mischievous laugh escaping her lips as she savored the delight of teasing. Ahem, upon hearing Xiao's laughter, Mou cleared his throat twice to mask his momentary lapse. Does Mou have a fondness for this scent? Yet, one must not indulge excessively, for this herb can lead to addiction. Xiao found this plant quite peculiar. Despite it being her first encounter, she felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Is this what you refer to as addiction? Is there any danger in holding it? There is no peril. In fact, it poses no harm. Merely holds a certain allure for the tiger and lion clans among the beastmen. However, just moments ago, Huna was with me, and it seemed to have no effect on her. Xiao inquired with a puzzled expression directed at Mou. Perhaps it is due to her not being of pure tiger lineage. Huna's father is a tiger beast man, while her mother is of the wolf clan. Mou explained with a smile. Oh, Mou, you mentioned that if the races differ, the offspring might not be healthy, and they may even be unable to reproduce. Hearing Mou's words, Xiao fell into contemplation, her beautiful apricot eyes reflecting a flicker of anxiety. Xiao, there is no need for concern. Look at Huna. She is thriving, is she not? Many partners do not restrict themselves to their own kind. Females often choose mates from various races, and the resulting cubs are generally robust. Is that so? But I am not a beast man. I am human. Will that not pose a problem? As Xiao listened to Mou's explanations, a profound sense of discomfort enveloped her. The chasm between their races was far too vast, a consideration she had never truly entertained until now. It was only upon this discussion that she recognized her own irresponsibility. What if she were incapable of bearing their offspring? Or if the children were afflicted with invisible ailments? She was acutely aware of their deep affection for her. Yet she harbored a fear that this love might ultimately transform into an unbearable burden for both parties. At that moment, Xiao felt a piercing pain in her heart, so intense that it rendered her breathless. Xiao, what is troubling you? Are you unwell? Mou observed the shift in her emotions, his gaze filled with concern. It's nothing. Let us proceed. Huna and the others have already ventured quite far ahead, she replied. Xiao smiled gently and then proceeded forward. Perhaps it was time to confess to them. If they could not accept it, she ought to grant them their freedom as much as possible. Although she was unaware of how to dissolve the bond, she might inquire with the clan leader or Huna. She was willing to do whatever she could. Xiao, appearing composed, hurried to catch up with Huna and the others. Mou stood frozen in place, sensing something amiss with Xiao, yet unable to discern the cause. After all, just a moment ago, she seemed quite cheerful. Alas, his mate harbored unspoken troubles, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 61. Resolution of Companionship. Xiao, burdened by her thoughts, wandered through a haze, either lost in reverie or engaged in conversation, yet her responses were either absent or completely irrelevant. Did you upset Xiao? Even the carefree Hunan noticed something amiss and discreetly pulled Mou aside to inquire. I don't think I said anything wrong. Mou replied, feeling aggrieved as he reflected on their earlier exchange, struggling to recall any words that might have offended Xiao. Humph. A gentle soul like Xiao wouldn't behave this way unless you misspoke. Reflect on your words. While I go and speak with her, you needn't follow. I appreciate your help. Observing Xiao's demeanor, Mou felt a surge of anxiety. Whenever he asked her, she would smile and insist she was fine. Yet her face betrayed her discomfort as she forced a smile. Be careful, Lu Ling, not one for many words, noticed Yu Xiao's preoccupation and chose to remain silent. As they walked in silence, Lu Ling caught sight of some pink flowers in the distance and turned to urge Yi Xiao to look, only to see her nearly collide with a tree while distractedly staring at the ground. Quickly, she reached out to catch her. Yi Xiao gazed at the tree before her in astonishment and murmured a soft thank you. What has happened to you? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How could it suddenly change like this? Share with us. If Mou has been bullying you, I shall assist you in confronting him. Huna dismissed the males, ensuring they kept their distance. As she approached the two, she also witnessed the earlier scene. She gently pulled Yi Xiao to sit beneath the tree, convinced that Yi Xiao must have faced some injustice. If it turned out that Mou was at fault, she would undoubtedly take it upon herself to deal with him, knowing full well that males could not strike females, and he would be unable to retaliate. No, it is not his fault, Yi Xiao hastily clarified. Then what exactly has transpired? Please, tell us. Lu Ling chimed in softly. Do you know how to dissolve a partnership? Yi Xiao bit her lip, pondering for a moment, before finally addressing Hu Na and Lu Ling. Hu Na and Lu Ling exchanged glances, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. Haven't you always had a good relationship? Why would you want to sever it? Moreover, Mou is considered your primary partner. It stands to reason that you wouldn't want to end things with him. It seemed evident that he had mistreated you, hadn't he? I shall confront him immediately. No, you misunderstand. It's merely that I am a bit curious. Yi Xiao hurriedly stopped the departing Hu Na, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Is that truly the case? Indeed. If the matter at hand is not of great import, many females typically refrain from severing their bonds with their partners. Once a male has been cast aside, he is unable to form new pairings until another female expresses her willingness to have him by her side. Even if he engages in copulation, he remains unaccepted by the other males in the household, relegated merely to the status of a laborer. Lu Ling softly interjected. However, I seem to recall my mother mentioning a certain herb that, when consumed, can eradicate a male's affection for a female. Once love dissipates, he no longer receives the blessings of the beast god, and consequently, the beast mark fades, rendering them strangers henceforth. Hu Na pondered for a moment before responding, strangers. You say? Yi Xiao murmured Tiger Na's words, pondering whether they would feel sorrow if they forgot her, yet she recognized that such selfishness was unwarranted. Did Tiger Na know what kind of grass it was? Its name or characteristics would suffice. Could she enlighten her? I am uncertain. Perhaps I shall inquire with the clan leader. He might possess the knowledge. Xiao, shall we return home? The dialogue among the three females was overheard by Mou, who failed to comprehend why Yi Xiao inquired about the means to sever their bond. An inexplicable anxiety gripped him, compelling him to wish for her to refrain from further questioning. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall take my leave. Yi Xiao cast a glance at Mou, exchanged farewells with Tiger Na and Lu Ling, and proceeded in the opposite direction. Mou swiftly followed her, grappling with his desire to speak, yet remaining silent. The journey back to the tribe was marked by an uncomfortable silence between them. Xiao, do you wish for some fruit? We have sweet fruit at home. Shall I fetch it for you? Upon returning to the wooden dwelling, Mou finally broke his silence. I do not wish to eat. I shall rest indoors first. When Yiming and Jingye return, please inform me. I have matters to discuss with you. After Yi Xiao spoke, she entered the house. Why are you standing at the door? You startled me. Shortly thereafter, Jingyao and Yiming returned from their hunt, spotting a male figure at the entrance. They hastened towards him. Upon realizing it was Mou, Jingyao expressed his displeasure with a complaint. You have returned? Xiao asked us to find her. She has something to discuss with us. Upon hearing this, Jingyao dropped the prey and cheerfully made his way to the backyard. What has transpired? Yiming noticed something amiss in Mou's tone and regarded him with curiosity. Xiao may wish to dissolve our partnership. Initially, Mou was unsure, but the more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Otherwise, how could he explain all he had overheard? Since Yi Xiao entered the wooden house, he had ruminated for an extended period, meticulously recalling every detail. Everything had seemed well until they had stepped out to gather that particular plant. Where had things gone awry? What do you mean? Why would Xiao wish to sever our bond? Have you inadvertently displeased her in some manner? As Jingyao prepared to enter the house, he heard Mou's words and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed up to him and delivered a punch. Mou, caught entirely off guard, was sent flying. Silently, he picked himself up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, brushed off the dust from his clothes. But his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of whether it was indeed his fault and if he deserved the blow. He pondered whether apologizing would earn him Xiao's forgiveness. For he could not bear to part from her. As long as their bond remained intact, he would acquiesce to anything she desired. Seeing Mou's expression of resignation, Xiao felt a surge of anger. Who could comprehend his pain? He had merely gone hunting as usual, only to return and learn that he was to be severed from the beloved female he cherished. Just as he raised his fist to strike Mou again, he was stopped by Yiming. Yiming had also been taken aback by Mou's words. Having just formed a bond the previous day, he was now faced with the prospect of its dissolution, an unbearable situation for anyone. In his moment of distraction, Xiao had already acted, and it was too late for him to intervene. Did Xiao herself tell you that she wishes to end our relationship? Yiming inquired, his tone laced with caution, betraying his anxiety over Mou's potential confirmation of the distressing news. It was during a conversation with Xiao and Huna that I overheard it, Mou replied, his heart igniting with a flicker of hope upon hearing Yiming's question. Step aside. I need to clarify this myself, Xiao declared, pushing Mou aside as he strode towards the wooden cabin, only to pause once he reached the door. Chapter 62. Humanity. Xiao pondered over this matter for quite some time within the confines of her room. Rarely did she find herself entangled in any dilemma. Yet for the first time, it was her emotions that caused her such unrest. After much contemplation, she ultimately realized that she could not let go of Mou and the other two. Upon understanding her own heart, Xiao felt a significant lightness envelop her. She resolved to be candid with all three of them and was eager to see the choices they would make. Anticipating that Xiao and Yiming would soon return, she decided to step outside to await their arrival. However, upon opening the wooden door, she was greeted by the sight of Xiao standing there, utterly motionless. You're back, Xiao exclaimed, her spirits lifted, and she smiled brightly. Oh no, Mou, how did you get hurt? Xiao moved aside to allow Xiao to enter the room, but her gaze fell upon Yiming and Mou standing not far away. Mou's left cheek was slightly swollen, and the corner of his mouth bore a hint of bruising. They had seemed perfectly fine when they returned just moments ago. Did you get into a fight? Xiao gazed at the three individuals with a sense of perplexity, her attention drawn solely to the injuries adorning Mou's face. The other two appeared unscathed. Could it be that two were ganging up on one? When did Yiming and Xiao's relationship become so amicable? Why would they resort to violence against Mou? Lost in contemplation, Xiao pondered. I am the one who fought. Have you truly abandoned us? Should you still be concerned about our brawls? Xiao awkwardly averted his gaze from Xiao. When did I ever claim I would forsake you? Xiao disregarded him and strode directly towards Mou and Yiming, lifting her gaze to examine the injuries on Mou's face. Did you not inquire about the method to sever the bond with Huna? She recalled him mentioning that he would share matters with them upon their return, and she noticed Mou's anxious gaze fixed upon her. You heard that, did you? I did consult Huna about the remedy. She mentioned a certain herb capable of inducing amnesia in males regarding their female counterparts, and it is painless. Initially, I intended to seek it out, as it might prove useful. Why? Do you truly wish to dissolve our bond? Have I done something to upset you? Please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. Do not sever our connection, I beg you. Mou embraced her tightly, his tone almost pleading. No, Mou, I have not yet finished speaking. Please, let me go, and let us discuss this at home. Sensing the tremor in Mou's embrace, Xiao hurriedly offered an explanation. She cursed herself for inadvertently causing them pain. Mou gently released her, his gaze falling upon the wounded expressions of the three, and he struck his own head in frustration, blaming it for its errant thoughts. Xiao, do not harm yourself, Yiming urged, grasping her hand tightly, while Mou held her other hand firmly. Together, they led her towards the wooden cabin, while Jingyu lagged behind, unable to grasp her hand, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he stood alone. Hurry up, or I shall not repeat myself, Xiao teased, sticking out her tongue at him. Dream on. You shan't leave me behind, Jingyu declared, dashing forward to scoop her up in his arms, glaring at the two beside her in irritation. Once inside, Xiao was seated upon a stool, and the three sat nearby, their eyes fixed upon her. As long as it did not entail severing their bond, they were willing to do anything. Your unwavering stares are rather awkward. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. Xiao. You do not intend to dissolve our bond, do you? Then why seek out that herb capable of severing it? Do you wish for me to forget you? Did we not discuss the issue of purebreds today? You may have noticed that I am not an orc. I lack a beast form. For a while? You often remarked that you could not discern my lineage, correct? My quest for that herb stemmed from the thought that perhaps our differing races might affect you. Should I find that herb, it might rectify some errors. I had inquired with Na and the others, but they were unfamiliar with it. I intended to consult the chieftain, but Mou insisted I return home first. I can seek the chieftain later. Did you fabricate the tale of being separated from your friends? Jingyo interjected, only to receive 2 exasperated glares, prompting him to sulkily close his mouth. I did not deceive you. I genuinely lost my friends. I fell from the slope and ended up here. The day I encountered Mou, and you was merely the second day of my arrival in this world. I often ponder if I had not met you. I might have perished. What race are you, Xiao? What impact do you have on us? Ah, I am human, devoid of any racial distinctions. In truth, I am uncertain of the implications my existence may hold for you, and I cannot assure you that I would be capable of bearing your offspring. Nor can I guarantee their absence of defects upon birth. Is that why you wish to sever our ties? Are you contemplating the clandestine use of that herb after locating it? If, as you suggest, we were to forget you, what would you do then? Would you seek out other males? I am unsure. My only thought was that I could not be so selfish as to hinder you. Under the intense gaze of Xiao, Xiao averted his eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. Xiao, did you just say you were human? At that moment, Yiming interjected. Ah, yes. What is it? Xiao gazed at Yiming with a puzzled expression, taken aback by his reaction. Could she truly be human? A purebred human, and a female at that. Little Leaf, do you comprehend your own rarity? The offspring you bear will not only be devoid of defects, but will also possess greater strength than those born of ordinary females. Is that so? I had assumed you would wish to dissolve our partnership. Is it truly so advantageous to be identified as human? Humans are nearly extinct in the beast realm. I have heard the elders speak of the value of purebred human females, for possessing one grants access to the beast realm. Such a prominent identity is rather conspicuous. Aside from us, it would be prudent to keep this information from others for the time being. Do you not desire to embrace the beast realm? Xiao inquired with curiosity. Little one, I only wish to be with you. I desire nothing else, nor do I require anything more. Little Leaf, should you need anything, I will strive to fulfill it. Xiao, promise me that you will not entertain thoughts of dissolving our bond in the future, all right? Might I inquire with the clan leader about that herb? I find myself quite intrigued. No, absolutely not, the 3 males replied in unison, vehemently opposing the idea. Regardless of whether the clan leader was aware or not, they were determined to keep Xiao away from that herb. Chapter 63. Jealousy in light of the dissolution of partnerships, and to thwart Xiao's inclination to seek the dissolution herb. The 3 males seemed to have conspired to keep her so occupied that she could scarcely rise from bed, severely deprived of sleep. Xiao could only catch up on rest during the day. She felt a pang of bitterness each time she mustered a hint of resistance. The 3 would gaze at her with sorrowful eyes, and she recognized that her actions had stripped them of their sense of security. The moment she encountered their gaze, guilt would swell within her, leading her to comply with their wishes. Finally, on the 5th day, Xiao could no longer endure, and after repeatedly assuring them that she would not seek the dissolution herb, she was permitted to venture outside. Upon stepping out once more, Xiao noticed a plethora of unfamiliar faces in the tribe. Observing groups of individuals engaged in leisurely conversation, she recalled the gathering tiger Na had mentioned previously. Her presence swiftly drew attention once again, as she found herself surrounded by numerous males who seemed to casually pass by her. Xiao observed their subtle antics and couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing that those who had sneaked away to see her could still blush with embarrassment. Little Leaf, you mustn't smile at other males. There are too many people around today. Otherwise, shall we go home? As some males began to assert their presence more frequently before Xiao, Jingyao grew displeased. He had intended to remind his little female to stay close to him. Yet he found Xiao smiling at that group of males, which stirred discomfort within him. Why are you angry again? Did you grow up in a vinegar jar? You seem so fond of jealousy, Xiao teased while gazing at Jingyao with amusement. I am indeed jealous. You said that jealousy signifies care. And I care for you. So much so that I wish to hide you away in a place known only to me. However, as a serpent beast, I must hibernate. And during that time, I cannot protect you. Hence, I must relinquish that notion. I only desire for your well-being. All right, I won't smile at them. I will only smile at my Jingyao, okay? No more unwarranted jealousy or anger. Listening to his words, Xiao felt a warmth enveloping her heart as she playfully swayed while holding Jingyao's hand. Your relationship remains so wonderful, it truly evokes envy. As the leader of his clan, Feiya was acutely aware that this year's gathering was to be held in the White Tiger tribe. Initially, he paid little attention. But once Ming departed with Xiao to conduct the ceremony, her bright, charming visage frequently surfaced in his mind. He contemplated concocting an excuse to visit the Tiger tribe when the thought of the gathering suddenly struck him. After swiftly organizing matters within the clan, he hurriedly set forth with more than a dozen tribesmen towards the Tiger tribe. The mere thought of that person being present there spurred Feiya to quicken his pace. Only realizing how absurd his urgency was when one of the accompanying males inquired about his haste. Upon arriving at the Tiger tribe, he discovered he was the first outsider to arrive. The Tiger tribe leader had already made arrangements, and after explaining the reason for his visit, the guards promptly allowed him entry. After meeting the Tiger tribe leader, he deliberately mentioned Ming, and was somewhat surprised to learn that Ming's family had yet to return. However, considering they were accompanied by a young female, he felt a slight relief, patiently anticipating a chance encounter with her. Yet, after several days of waiting, when he finally encountered Mou, he subtly expressed his desire to visit their home, only to receive the reply that the female was ill and temporarily unavailable. Although Feiya felt a pang of anxiety, he refrained from saying more, ultimately resigning himself to waiting. As other tribes began to arrive one after the other, he still did not meet the person he longed to see. After discussing measures to prevent beast tides from assaulting the tribe with several leaders, they exited the Tiger tribe leader's abode. The Tiger tribe leader warmly introduced the recent changes within the tribe to the younger leaders. Along the way, the most frequent whispers from the males were about how adorable and beautiful the young female they had just seen was, while the other leaders took little notice. Feiya and Yanche felt a surge of excitement. There were many females that could capture the attention of males, but few could linger in their thoughts as this one did. The enchanting female described by the males quickly overlapped with the image in his mind. Indeed, it was not long before they spotted a radiant young female playfully charming the male beside her. The males were momentarily entranced by her smile, unable to avert their gazes. Jealousy welled up within Feiya, and before he could fully comprehend his emotions, he found himself striding towards the pair, blurting out the thought that occupied his mind. "Young female, has your health improved?" Yanche, upon seeing Xiao, quickened his pace, noting her rosy complexion and lively demeanor as he greeted her with a smile. "Ah, you are the leader of the herbivore tribe. Last time, I was in such a rush to return to my tribe that I didn't get the chance to thank you in person. I'm just glad you're well." "There's no need to thank me, for I did nothing, and besides, your male provided me with some game." This young female remained as courteous as ever, revealing that her previous apparent disregard for him was unintentional. Yanche felt a flutter in his heart. When had these two become so familiar? How could Yanche be aware of her illness? Feiya stood aside, observing the delightful conversation between the two, yet felt isolated and overlooked. Chapter 64. Insufficient Perception. Noticing that several orc gazes lingered on Xiao, Xiao displeasedly pulled her behind him. It was astonishing that the chieftain of the Feiya tribe would envy the companions of others. If that were the case, why not seek a partner? Could it be that the Eagle tribe has no worthy females? It is uncertain who uttered such astute words, drawing attention to Feiya's current single status, while simultaneously mocking the Eagle tribe for lacking commendable females, to the extent that even their own chieftain finds them unworthy. Xiao curiously peeked from behind Xiao, eager to catch a glimpse of the valiant speaker. Beside the precipice stood a youthful lad, strikingly handsome, with eyes as clear as a tranquil spring. Beneath elegantly arched brows lay a pair of deep violet irises, subtly upturned at the corners, accompanied by a faintly visible reddish mole that added a touch of allure. Mu Qin refrained from speaking carelessly, promptly apologized to the chieftain of the Feiya tribe. A male voice emerged from behind them, delivered in a calm tone that suggested a lack of sincerity in his request for an apology. The man possessed exquisitely chiseled features, embodying an extraordinary beauty that exuded an almost otherworldly charm. His innate elegance was juxtaposed with a strikingly cold gaze, rendering his grace nearly indifferent. The slight upward curve of his blood-red lips, enchanting yet perilously sharp, sent a chill to the bone. The orc, called out, dismissively shrugged and turned, only to find the young female observing them with a look of amusement. He flashed her a smile, expecting perfection, but to his surprise, she retreated behind her male companion, choosing to ignore him entirely. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are trivial matters. We, the males, shall not take offense," the chieftain of the Tiger tribe interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere among the group. "Xiao, these are the chieftains of various tribes gathered for the assembly. You are familiar with them, and they pose no threat to Xiao." The chieftain gently called out to Xiao, "Come, let me introduce you." Were it not for his status as a bonded male, the stark contrast in his demeanor towards Xiao and Jing Yao might have led others to believe he harbored an interest in the young female as well. Xiao gracefully emerged from behind Jing Yao, taking his hand as they approached the clan leader. This petite female had recently joined our tiger clan, currently having only Mou, Jing Yao, and the Wing Ming from the Eagle clan as her companions. This is the leader of the Silver Wolf clan, Yin Xian. And beside him stands his brother, the fox beast Mu Chen, as well as Yin Che, the leader of the herbivorous tribe, and Fei Ya, the leader of the Eagle clan, whom I trust you are already acquainted with, so I shall refrain from further introductions. Ah, leader, it is not imperative to know everyone. We may not have the chance to meet again. Why such thorough introductions? It feels as though she is being paraded for a matchmaking event, which is rather mortifying. Xiao thought to herself, silently cringing at the leader's words, her mind brimming with unspoken grievances. Nonetheless, the stark contrast between the two brothers was striking. One possessed a charming, flirtatious gaze, while the other bore a breathtakingly enchanting visage. Ah, leader, I still wish to enjoy some time with Jing Yao. If you have matters to attend to, we shall not impose any longer, Xiao interjected, eager to seize the rare opportunity for an outing without letting it slip away due to the leader's lengthy discourse. With a brief exchange of pleasantries, she promptly pulled Jing Yao away. Xiao has only 3 companions? Yin Che questioned incredulously, casting a puzzled glance at the Tiger Clan leader. Hee, this little female is indeed a rarity. She treats her males exceptionally well. When Mou and Jing Yao brought her back, they were eager to bond with her, but she took quite some time to consider, claiming that emotional connections require familiarity. I have a fondness for such females, which is why I introduced her to you esteemed leaders. If any of you have suitable males at your side, do consider her. Her temperament is impeccable, yet she seems rather indifferent towards the matter of companions. If this continues, she may face the wrath of the beast god due to her insufficient partners. The leader's concerns seemed never-ending. He previously fretted over the pairing of the single males, Mou and Jing Yao, and now, with a female accepted into their ranks, he was once again anxious about the lack of companions for her. In his eyes, Xiao appeared obedient, charming, and courteous. The tribe was not lacking in males who admired her, yet she habitually chose to disregard them. He speculated that perhaps she simply did not favor the males within the tribe. If he were to present her with suitors from other races, she might be more inclined to accept their advances. How intriguing this little female is, he mused, chuckling softly, surveying the entire Beast World continent. He pondered which female was not raised in pampered indulgence. He had never heard of a female who would actively refuse the conveniences and protection offered by males. They invariably enjoyed the benefits while simultaneously expressing disdain, all the while seeking out even more formidable companions. Mu Chen, have you taken a liking to Xiao? The leader of the Tiger clan regarded him with curiosity. Although this male was handsome and capable, having achieved the pinnacle of the second tier at a young age, his overly profound thoughts caused the leader to harbor reservations about him. Yun Xian glanced at his younger brother, noting the smirk on his face and the eagerness in his demeanor. He understood Mu Chen's intentions, recognizing that beneath his brother's outward joviality lay a cold indifference. Who knows? It's merely a fleeting interest, Mu Chen replied nonchalantly. If you are not fond of her, do not provoke her, Yin Che admonished, his gaze stern as he expressed his discontent with Mu Chen's attitude. Leader Yin Che, do refrain from making baseless accusations. I have yet to do anything, and you hastily label me as a threat to the female. Furthermore, if I were to pursue her, her current partner would have no say in the matter. What grounds do you have to speak? Mu Chen replied with a light chuckle, though his eyes glinted with frost. Oh, but I recall Xiao stating that her future partner must obtain the consent of her current mate, and a frivolous male like Mu Chen may not pass muster. Fei Ya retorted, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Mu Chen's earlier remark, especially regarding Xiao. How amusing. It seems this female possesses exceptional qualities, even unsettling the typically mild-mannered Yin Che when it comes to her affairs. Enough of this nonsense, Yin Xian interjected abruptly, halting the discussion. Meanwhile, Xiao, blissfully engaged in gathering fruit, remained oblivious to the fact that she had become the subject of conversation among several individuals. Nor did she realize that she had caught the attention of the clan leader. Chapter 65. Rejection. Jing Yao, there are too many fruits to carry back. Why don't you fetch some bamboo? I will weave a basket for us to carry them home. I will go back and retrieve it. You stay here and don't wander off, Jing Yu said, glancing at the green fruit on the ground, aware that it would soon become warm. And he did not wish for Xiao to suffer in the heat outdoors. Little Leaf, perhaps I should take you back first. I can come back for the fruit later. Jingyu stepped forward, then hesitated, returning with a look of concern. It's all right. I will wait for you here. It would be a hassle to go back and forth, and I promise I won't stray, she reassured him. Xiao wished to see if there was anything else of use, so she instructed Jingyao to return first. Jingyao, suddenly struck by a thought, swiftly scooped Xiao into his arms and ascended the towering tree, placing her delicately upon a sturdy branch. He then gathered a handful of green fruits and set them beside her, ensuring the surroundings were secure before he felt at ease. He certainly did not want to worry about other thoughtless males harassing his dear Xiao during his absence. Aren't you afraid I might fall? Xiao glanced down at her feet, calculating the distance to the ground. If she were to fall from this height, she would likely meet a grim fate. Little Leaf, be good and don't move around too much. That way, you won't tumble down, she mused. Jingyao considered the implications of Xiao's words and felt a tinge of apprehension. Perhaps it would be best for him to escort her back directly. All right. I was just teasing you. I'll wait here for you, so hurry back, he urged, offering a few more words of caution before reluctantly leaping down from the tree and making his way home. Xiao gazed helplessly at the diminishing figure before her. She picked up a green fruit and took a bite. It bore a resemblance to a modern green jujube, albeit significantly smaller. Although it was juicy, it lacked flavor. Yunxian, having finally extricated himself from the incessant chatter of the Tiger Clan's chief, felt ill at ease communicating with such beastmen. He abandoned his conversation with Mu Qin and wandered aimlessly through the Tiger Clan territory. Just as he was nearing the edge of the clan's domain, he noticed a fruit pit falling from a tree, followed by another, and then a third. Initially, he thought nothing of it, assuming it was merely a small animal. But as more pits rained down, his curiosity was piqued. What creature could consume such an abundance of fruit? Yunxian tread lightly towards the tree, narrowly evading a falling pit. As he looked up, he beheld a pair of slender, fair legs. Following those legs, a delicate and beautiful little face peered down from the tree. Its expression etched with panic, and a pair of striking apricot eyes widened in surprise as they met his gaze. Ah, Xiao's mind was flooded with exclamations of disbelief. How could she always manage to hit someone with falling fruit? What on earth was this bizarre scenario? Last time it was Yiming who, out of embarrassment, had never explained the incident, and now she had nearly injured someone else. She had merely intended to toss the pits beneath the tree for easier cleanup later. I am truly sorry. I didn't notice there was someone below. Did I hurt you? Seeing the perplexity in the other person's gaze, Xiao mistakenly assumed that they were upset and hurriedly began to explain. What race are you? Are you of the avian, rodent, or primate lineage? Glancing at the fruit core on the ground and the fruit beside her, while holding a partially bitten piece in her hand and her mouth stuffed, Yunxian found her demeanor somewhat endearing and couldn't help but inquire, if we were to categorize it this way, I suppose I would belong to the primate lineage. Xiao felt somewhat speechless. As a member of the human race, could she truly speak? However, considering that humans evolved from monkeys, perhaps that assertion held some truth. No wonder they had such a penchant for fruit. Yunxian pondered this internally but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Accustomed to silence, Yunxian found himself in a moment of quietude, while Xiao, not one to engage easily, also succumbed to the stillness after their brief exchange. Xiao awkwardly continued to consume the fruit, no longer daring to carelessly discard the seeds once finished. She reached out to pluck a leaf and placed it on her lap, the seeds now resting upon it. How did you end up in the tree to eat fruit? Do you require my assistance to descend? Yunxian observed her quietly eating, seemingly at a loss for words. However, noticing that her supply of fruit was dwindling, he contemplated offering her help should she wish to come down, and thus he spoke again, albeit rarely. No need, she replied. Jingyao was concerned for my safety, which is why he brought me up here. He has gone back to fetch something and will return shortly. Xiao swallowed the fruit as she explained. Who would climb so high just to eat fruit? That would be quite mad, wouldn't it? Brother, why did you leave me behind? You have no idea how verbose clan leader Hu Xiao can be. Mu Chun, Yin Che, and Feiya had been dragged around by Hu Xiao, and they finally found relief when he was called away by his clansmen. As they walked along the path, they unexpectedly spotted Yunxian, who had run ahead. They were puzzled as to what could possibly captivate him so, for he repeatedly glanced upwards. Mu Chun took several steps forward, expressing his discontent with a complaint directed at him. Be careful with your words about our clan leader. I might just inform him, and then you'll be in quite the predicament. As Xiao perched upon the tree, She observed the youth's face contort with aversion at the mere mention of the clan leader, an amusing sight that elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. "What on earth are you doing up there?" she called out. Hearing her voice, Muqin glanced up, only to find the little female gazing at him with a playful smile, an expression that triggered a twinge of embarrassment as he raised his voice considerably. "Well, standing high allows one to see further, not only to behold more splendid scenery, but also to indulge in the fruits above. How delightful." Yu Xiaozhen was reluctant to reiterate her explanation, so she casually fabricated a reason. "Is that so? Then I must behold the splendid scenery you perceive." The trunk beside her swayed slightly as Fei Yi settled gracefully beside her, his wings gently transforming into hands. Yi Xiao unconsciously shifted to the side, increasing the distance between them. The intention of the Eagle clan to approach her last time had been all too evident, and she instinctively wished to maintain her distance. "Xiao Yi, don't move recklessly. Be careful not to fall," cautioned the three males beneath the tree, their eyes fixed anxiously upon her movements, ready to catch her should she stumble. Yin Che even raised his voice to implore her to remain still. "Oh, you are here as well. Allow me to treat you to this." As Yi Xiao recognized Yin Che, she playfully tossed a few fruits in his direction. Observing the unmistakable joy on Yin Che's face as he caught the fruits, Yun Xin felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He had discovered her long before others. Yet she chose to share her bounty only with Yin Che. Fei Yi's expression was equally grim. He could not fathom what he had done to provoke such aversion from this female. His deliberate attempt to create distance only intensified his unease. Chapter 66. Envy. When Jing Yao returned with Yi Zhao's little basket, he spotted several beastmen gathered beneath her tree from afar. Uncertain if she was in distress, he hurriedly called out to her while quickening his pace. "Yi Xiao," Jing Yao exclaimed, and she responded with a smile. Yet, inexplicably, the atmosphere around them grew tense. Just as she pondered how to extricate herself from the situation, Jing Yao reappeared. "Let me take you down," he offered. Fei Yi had witnessed many times how this female interacted with her partner. All her defenses crumbled in his presence, in front of her mate. Even a simple smile conveyed a trust that was profoundly different from her demeanor with others. "No need," she replied. "It's quite all right." Yu Xiao and Jing Yu spoke simultaneously, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. Without a glance at the few males nearby, Jing Yao swiftly ascended the tree. As he approached Yi Xiao, he found her with arms outstretched towards him. "Little leaf, I shall set you down first. Hold tightly to my tail." With a tender caress on her small nose, Jing Yao gently coiled his serpentine tail around her and slowly descended towards the ground. Ever since that last time he jumped from the tree hollow with Yi Xiao in his embrace, startling her, he had refrained from engaging in such daring acts again. Yi Xiao had grown accustomed to it. When Jing Yao's serpentine tail coiled around her, she leaned against him obediently. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she began to fill her backpack with the green fruits Jing Yao had just gathered. The bounty was so plentiful that her small backpack was soon overflowing. Jing Yao descended from the tree and approached her, one hand lifting the backpack while the other took hold of her hand. With a smile, Yu Xiao offered a fruit to his lips. It was not sweet. After taking a bite, Jing Yao slightly furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction with the flavor. He was aware that Yi Xiao preferred sweet fruits, and this green fruit lacked any notable taste. "Well, at least it is crisp and juicy. I ate a lot while waiting for you," he remarked. "As long as you enjoy it," he added, finishing the fruit in her hand, and smiling as he led her away. Behind them, for males were completely disregarded, watching as the little female's eyes were solely fixed on the male beside her, joyfully sharing the fruit and occasionally bursting into melodious laughter. A hint of envy stirred within the males towards the serpent beast standing next to her. "Little Yi, last time I saw you seemed to know a bit about herbs. I noticed some herbs had ripened while I was coming over. Would you like to take a look?" Yin Che said, tightening his grip on the fruit, seemingly making a decision, and hurriedly catching up with the two ahead, nervously addressing the female. "Really? Well, I don't know many herbs, and even if I passed by them, I wouldn't recognize them." Yu Xiao responded with newfound interest. "That sounds great. But I'm not sure if I should ask if Chief Yin Che has time to take us over to see them." "I have time. Let us go now," Yin Che replied, delighted by the female's swift agreement to his suggestion. Jing Yao glanced at him with a silent exasperation, thinking that if he were not aware of little Ye's interest in herbs, he would not want to witness Yin Che's pleased expression. The three males behind them were puzzled by the female's eagerness to accept Yin Che's invitation, not considering that she might actually understand herbs. They assumed it was merely a pastime, yet they saw no harm in it. "Little female, you only gave fruit to Yin Che. What about mine?" Muchen interjected. When did it become customary for everyone to share? Besides, there were plenty of fruits on that tree earlier. Can't you pick some for yourself? Xiao, glancing at the approaching young man and then at the tree laden with green fruits, found herself at a loss for words upon meeting his eager deep purple eyes. Ultimately, she retrieved a few fruits from her backpack and handed them to him. Receiving the fruits, Muchen smirked slightly at Yanche, adopting a victorious demeanor. Yanche, however, chose to ignore him, finding Muchen's behavior somewhat childish. Since the little female was interested in herbs and he knew many, perhaps they could share a common topic, thus presenting him an opportunity. Despite contemplating surrender, he finds himself irresistibly drawn to her once again upon their reunion. Perhaps he should make an effort, for the first time. Yanche has awakened a yearning within him. He longs for her smile, craves her playful antics, desires her affectionate coquetry, yearns for her trust, and seeks her love. If fate has destined someone for him, he truly hopes that person is her. Chapter 67. Sweet Potato with the invaluable assistance of Yanche. Xiao has experienced a bountiful journey. Not only has she discovered numerous obscure herbs, but she has also unearthed several sweet potato vines. Unsure if the sweet potatoes are ripe, she carefully takes a twig and begins to dig along one of the vines. What are you digging for, little lady? Seeing her earnest demeanor, Muchen, resembling a curious little tail, cannot help but inquire. He pushes aside Yanche, who stands nearby, and squats beside her, showing no intention of offering assistance. I want to see if the roots are mature. If they are, these will be delicious. Without lifting her head, Xiao continued to dig while explaining to Muchen, as a faint purple hue gradually emerged from the soil. Xiao excitedly discarded her wooden stick and began to carefully uncover the sweet potatoes nestled beside the earth with her hands. With a gentle yet firm tug, several sizable sweet potatoes were uprooted along with their stems. Can this be eaten? And it's buried in the ground? Muchen regarded Xiao with skepticism, glancing at the freshly unearthed sweet potatoes still caked in dirt. He found it perplexing that this petite female would get her hands soiled for such things, yet wore an expression of sheer delight. Jingyo, come quickly and see. This plant has an astonishing 7 sweet potatoes. Yet, Xiao paid no heed to the fleeting disdain in Muchen's eyes. With a joyful spirit, she clutched the sweet potatoes and dashed towards Jingyao, who had been assigned to search for other sweet potato vines a few steps away. With a proud expression, she exclaimed, "Look at you. You've turned into quite the little clown. Why didn't you call me when you found them? Just look at the state of your hands." Jingyao rose to his feet, taking the sweet potato vines from her grasp with one hand, while the other tenderly caressed Xiao's fair, delicate face. His fingertip gently grazed the non-existent dirt upon her cheek, and he chuckled affectionately, "Hee hee, am I really that dirty?" Xiao remained oblivious to Jingyao's true feelings, mistakenly believing that she had inadvertently smeared dirt on her face at some point. Thus, she stood there obediently, awaiting his assistance to clean her up. Witnessing their intimate interaction, Muchen felt a pang of sorrow, as his previously uplifting mood shattered into fragments. Today, he had finally been granted the opportunity to accompany Xiao, only to find their solitude disrupted by a few bothersome interlopers. If it weren't for the sight of Xiaoye's joyful demeanor, he would have whisked her away home early, sparing her the company of these covetous males. All done, Jingyao said, lifting her chin and bestowing a lingering kiss upon her lips before smiling and releasing her. "Humph, you've taken advantage of me again. I can't be bothered with you." Xiaojiao let out a playful huff, placing the sweet potato into Jingyao's hands before blushingly fleeing the scene. Observing the despondent gazes of several males behind Xiao, Jingyao could not help but smile smugly, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. How audacious of Jingyao to express such affection audibly, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of others, and to involve himself in her embarrassment. The more Xiao pondered over it, the redder her cheeks became, the warmth lingering as she sought refuge by burying her head between her arms while digging up sweet potato vines. Yanche, noticing her predicament, sighed helplessly and gradually moved aside to search for other herbs. The distance that had grown between him and the person who had been squatting beside him moments earlier only deepened Muchen's displeasure. As he inched closer, he realized that the shy female, with her head down, had even her earlobes flushed with crimson, rendering her somewhat endearing, making it difficult for him to avert his gaze. His fingers, betraying his will, reached toward her plump earlobe. "What are you doing?" As Xiao was digging for sweet potatoes, he suddenly sensed a disturbance beside him. He swiftly turned his head and beheld a delicate hand suspended in midair. Had he not been alert, that hand might have landed squarely upon him. Could it be that he intended to strike me? Surely, I have done nothing to provoke him. Xiao scrutinized the outstretched hand and then glanced at its owner, feeling a swirl of confusion within. What is there to dodge? I bear no ill will towards females. There is merely a clump of dirt upon your head that I wish to remove. Muchen let out a light scoff, his hand pausing for merely 2 seconds before continuing its ascent towards Xiao's head. After a few gentle rubs, he withdrew his hand, revealing a small clod of earth resting in his palm. Oh, thank you. Upon discerning the clod in the other's hand, Xiao hastily expressed his gratitude, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he awkwardly patted his own head a few times. Realizing his hands were dirty, he quickly shook his head, anxious that the dirt from his hair might adhere to his hands. Muchen retracted his hand and tucked it behind his back, his fingers rubbing together, lingering on the soft sensation of the little female's hair, much like her essence, gentle and inviting, drawing one closer. How have I not noticed this side of Muchen before? The stones in the female's hair were clearly his doing. Fei glared at Muchen, who was closely positioned to the female, feeling a wave of displeasure. He had observed Muchen's subtle actions from behind, and yet the little female had so readily placed her trust in him. If you have grievances, address them with that female. What purpose does it serve to complain to me? Yunxian, unaware of Muchen's thoughts and perplexed as to why he had followed, stood at a distance. Each time he contemplated departing, his gaze would unconsciously drift towards that petite figure, his legs feeling as if they were no longer his own, immobilized. After hearing Fei's words, he coldly replied, his demeanor unyielding. Before arriving at the Tiger Clan, he had received news of Mou and Jing Yao simultaneously forming a bond with a female. The notion that two formidable rivals, whom he regarded as opponents, would hastily choose to pair for the sake of reproduction both astonished and shamed him. Now, to find himself so preoccupied with a female he had only met twice. Previously, he had perceived the irony of their situation. Now, he could only see the absurdity of his own. After casting one last lingering glance at the female ahead, Yunxian turned and departed. Fei watched Yunxian leave, indifferent to the matter, and donned a cheerful expression as he approached a few others. Chapter 68. The Scapegoat Clan Leader Xiao Yi. Over there are some hemostatic herbs. Would you like to take a look? As Xiao carefully unearthed the remaining sweet potato vines, she discovered that the two rootstocks bore only a few nascent sweet potatoes. Concerned that transplanting them home might jeopardize their survival, she gently replanted them. Meanwhile, Yin Che, upon discovering the hemostatic herb, sought her out, patiently waiting until she completed her task before speaking softly. Is that so? I am still unfamiliar with the appearance of the hemostatic herb. Upon hearing Yin Che's words, Xiao joyfully turned around, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at him. Follow me, she said, captivated by the delight sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Yin Che felt a stirring in his heart, a desire to take her hand and lead her towards all the wonders she cherished. Yet, reconsidering, he hesitated. The hand he had raised fell gently to his side. With a subtle shift of his body, he smiled and gestured in the direction she should go. Muchen observed the female darting away from his side, frowning slightly. Suddenly, he found her rather foolish. How could she be so easily swayed by a mere handful of hemostatic herbs? Wouldn't that mean anyone could easily lead her away? To make matters worse, the male beside her seemed rather carefree, neglecting her in his pursuit of the vines she desired. When he heard that Yin Che had come looking for her, he merely glanced up briefly before returning to his tasks. Forget it, Muchen thought. Jing Yao won't intervene, so I might as well keep an eye on her. After all, I am a good male. Having resolved this in his mind, he stood and cast a disdainful glance in Jing Yao's direction. Perhaps Muchen was unaware of how much he cared for this little female. How ridiculous, Jing Yao noted, sensing the hostility in Muchen's gaze. As their eyes met, he struggled to decipher the meaning behind Muchen's expression. However, he was not one to be intimidated and shot back a fierce glare, shouting in response. Muchen, infuriated, clenched his teeth, astonished that his good intentions had been met with such a furious outburst. The two locked eyes, their expressions heated, each reflecting a similar coldness, unmasking the animosity brewing within. They stared at one another, as if clashing swords, the air thick with tension. Both were no longer children. Could they not cease this childish behavior? If they truly could not stand each other, why not settle it like males, with a fight? Fei passed by, witnessing the two glaring at each other with exasperation. It was disheartening to see such juvenile antics displayed by two grown males. Don't you think he speaks just like someone we know? Upon hearing Fei Ye's voice, Xiao turned, feeling a sense of familiarity in his demeanor, though she could not quite place who it reminded her of. After a moment's contemplation, She looked to Yin Che and spoke. He resembles the leader of the Tiger Howl tribe. Yin Che, upon hearing Yi Xiao's inquiry, also looked towards Fei Ye, pondering for a few seconds before offering his response. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to our tribe's leader. Yes, he truly does resemble the leader of our tribe, Yi Xiao exclaimed with a smile. This version of Fei Ye not only reminded her of the Tiger Howl leader, but also of a stern director from her school days, as well as a captain from a camping trip, all of whom shared that peculiar trait of being relatively young yet perpetually wearing a serious expression while reprimanding others. Xiao, I do not resemble the Tiger Howl leader at all. I hatched in the same year as Yiming. While the Tiger Howl leader is significantly older than I, Fei Ye overheard the conversation between Yi Xiao and Yin Che, casting an irked glance at Yin Che beside her before turning her attention to Yi Xiao. While the chief of the Xiao tribe was affable towards people, his tendency to ramble could extend for quite some time. Recalling how she had hastily concocted an excuse to evade him earlier, she found herself perplexed by his aversion. Did he truly believe she was akin to him in her propensity for loquacity, or perhaps misconstrue his advanced age? If that were the case, how unjust it would be for him. It was imperative to clarify the misunderstanding. I merely perceived a resemblance in your energies, not suggesting anything regarding your age. Please do not misconstrue my intent, Yi Xiao quickly explained upon sensing the discontent in his demeanor. Not at all similar. He is indeed quite the chatterbox. Fei Ye blurted out in a moment of urgency. Ha. It seems you have also endured the chief's relentless discourse in the past, Yi Xiao remarked, chuckling at Fei Ye's expression, which reminded her of the time the chief had reprimanded Jing Yao, who wore an expression of utter despair. She felt a pang of sympathy for Fei Ye and cast her a compassionate glance. Suddenly receiving the female's sympathetic gaze, Fei Ye felt compelled to clarify that, while she had indeed faced the chief's reprimands during her childhood escapades with peers in the withered moon forest, she had wings and had always flown away before the chief could finish his admonitions. Unlike Jing Yu and Mo, who stood there, obediently accepting their scolding, she had never been so submissive. Yet, confronted with the female's beaming smile, Fei Ye found herself disinclined to explain further. It was a rare moment where she felt less resistance from her, and she did not wish to create distance through unnecessary explanations, especially as the one being misunderstood was the chief. Why bother clarifying so much? At that moment, the chief Xiao, who was engaged in discussions with the tribe members, suddenly sneezed loudly. Chief, are you all right? Have you caught a chill? Inquired a nearby male with a chuckle. I am not so fragile. Carry on, Xiao replied nonchalantly, rubbing his nose. Chapter 69. Misunderstanding Little Leaf. It is warming up. We should head back, Yin Che informed her, noting that the roots would soon sprout new leaves. With Yin Che's assistance, they swiftly gathered a pile of hemostatic herb leaves. After searching for quite some time, they found no other useful items. As the temperature began to rise, Jing Yao approached Yi Xiao, intending to escort her home. All right then, Yiming and the others will be returning soon. Let's go back and prepare roasted sweet potatoes for you all. Yi Xiao glanced up at the sun overhead, feeling little desire to linger outdoors any longer. Brushing the dirt from her hands, she turned to prepare for her return home with Jing Yao. I assisted as well. Do you not intend to let me savor it too? I am quite curious about the flavor of this root. Mu Chen observed the female's intent to depart. His pale lavender eyes filled with displeasure. Pray tell, what assistance have you rendered me? Yi Xiao cast him a speechless glance, utterly bewildered by the assistance he seemed to refer to. If merely squatting beside her while she toiled in the earth constituted help, then she truly had no words left to express her incredulity. The one who genuinely offered assistance, Yin Che, remained silent, while Fei Ye, who arrived later, at least had the decency to pluck a few leaves for her. How could he dare to open his mouth? Regardless, all I ask is for a humble root to eat. Must he be so stingy? At worst, I shall bring him other game next time, treating it as a mere exchange. Yu Xiao's words rendered Mu Chen speechless. However, he was reluctant to concede defeat. After a moment of contemplation, he finally conceived the idea of an exchange. Very well, although it may take some time. Would you care to come to my home to sample the flavor of sweet potatoes? Yi Xiaoke did not wish to be labeled as stingy over a mere few sweet potatoes. Moreover, the 2 sweet potato plants she had just seen would soon reach maturity. Given that the orcs nearby were unfamiliar to her, she felt assured that they would not be unearthed in the near future. Thus, she graciously extended an invitation to Fei Ye and Yin Che. Very well, she said. Yi Xiao merely intended to engage in a bit of pleasantry. Little did she know that as soon as she spoke, Yin Che and Fei readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Heh, then let us depart. Yi Xiao was evidently taken aback by their swift agreement. After a brief moment of surprise, she realized that since it was her invitation, it would be impolite to counter. Observing Jing Yao's increasingly gloomy expression, she managed a wry smile and took his hand as they made their way home. Yi Xiao, I was just about to look for you. Were you playing in the forest? As Yi Xiao and her companions stepped into the tribe, they encountered the approaching figures of Huna and Lu Ling. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but Yi Xiao sensed that the number of individuals venturing out today had notably increased. So, we have just returned. Are you planning to go out? She gazed upward at the sun, now fully visible in the sky, and sincerely admired their audacity to venture forth at such a time. We came to find you at your home, but since you were not there, we thought to go out and gather some flowers, Lu Ling explained. Huna and Lu Ling exchanged knowing smiles as they noticed several males accompanying Yi Xiao. In the next moment, Yi Xiao found herself being playfully dragged aside by the two. You certainly have a knack for this. A simple outing and you return with 3 males. Huna remarked with a grin. Indeed, even our esteemed leader Yin Che is among them, Lu Ling chimed in. Oh, please, do not speak so frivolously. I merely discovered some sweet potatoes, and they came along to sample their flavor, Yi Xiao responded. Hearing the words of Huna and Lu Ling, Yi Xiao hurried to clarify. After the incident with the love grass, she had gained a newfound understanding of the hearing abilities of beast men. I think they seem quite nice. Didn't you find anyone appealing? Huna, not comprehending why Yi Xiao was deliberately lowering her voice, expressed her disappointment. Would you two like some sweet potatoes? Yi Xiao, realizing her explanation was inadequate, decided to shift the topic instead. Are these roots tasty? Huna, completely captivated by Yi Xiao's culinary skills, was instantly intrigued at the mention of food she had never tried before. I used to enjoy them quite a bit. I wonder if you all will like them. Yi Xiao felt a quiet sense of relief at successfully diverting the conversation. Otherwise, given Huna's personality, she would undoubtedly have asked questions that would make everyone uncomfortable. Let's go quickly, Huna exclaimed, pulling Yi Xiao along. Yi Xiao exerted all her strength to keep pace with her, noticing how effortlessly Lu Ling kept up beside them. For the first time, Yi Xiao felt acutely aware of the disparity in physical abilities between herself and the others. Among the males, reactions to the female's conversation varied. Some were delighted, while others were disheartened. Jing Yao glanced at the male beside him and, smiling, followed after Yi Xiao, concerned she might be tripped up by Huna. Fei and Yin Che exchanged silent looks, both feeling an unusual irritation due to their exceptional hearing. The affection the two felt for the young female was all too evident, and witnessing their crestfallen expressions, Mu Chen's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with mockery. Chapter 70. Speaking of media, Yi Xiao was almost dragged home by Huna, and before she could catch her breath, Huna insisted that Yi Xiao prepare sweet potatoes for her. Hold on, you both should drink some water first, Yi Xiao remarked as she ushered them into the house. She then took 2 bamboo cups and filled them with water before handing them to her companions. Isn't this the leaf you picked by the river last time? Huna inquired as she received the bamboo cup, noticing 2 small leaves floating within. Didn't I promise to let you try it? Let us see if you like it. If not, we have river water at home, Yi Xiao chuckled, passing the other cup to Lu Ling before pouring herself a glass. A refreshing chill enveloped her throat, bringing a soothing sensation. After taking a sip, Lu Ling looked at Yi Xiao with delight. If you enjoy it, you can take some home later. It's nice to have a bit when drinking water or eating meat. It can soothe your throat. After Yi Xiao finished speaking, she set down her bamboo cup, stood up, and took a small bamboo basket before stepping outside. The sweet potatoes were still with Jing Yao, and they had not yet returned. Yi Xiao speculated that they must have been delayed by some matter. Unbeknownst to her, Jing Yao had not encountered any issues. After confirming that Yi Xiao was safely taken away by Huna and Lu Ling, he took a few steps in pursuit but soon slowed his pace. Having no desire to bring any other males home, Yin Che and the others recognized his intentions, but chose not to expose them, merely accompanying him on a leisurely stroll. Knowing that following him would eventually lead them to his abode. Yi Xiao, do you truly not intend to accept those 3 males from earlier? When women gather, they inevitably engage in endless gossip, a phenomenon that persists even in the beast world, with the predominant topic often revolving around males. Upon Yi Xiao's return to the house, the bored Huna pulled her over to sit beside her, once again becoming the focal point of conversation. Yi Xiao, feeling somewhat resigned, offered a faint smile in response. Hoping to conclude the topic, Yi Xiao, if you do not wish to take in clan leader Yin Che, may I? Lu Ling inquired. Why are you asking me? Shouldn't you be asking him directly? Xiao looked at Lu Ling with confusion. Actually, I have liked clan leader Yin Che for quite some time. But I feared he would refuse. Could you possibly help me inquire about his feelings? Haha, since you're going to ask. Why not include that Fox clan male as well? Or perhaps the Eagle clan would suffice, Hu Na chimed in, playfully patting Yi Xiao's shoulder. Weren't you just paired with Hu Ming? Yi Xiao recalled how Hu Na had proudly informed her of acquiring another partner just days ago. And now Hu Na still appeared eager to join in the excitement, considering she must already have at least 7 or 8 males at home. Was she not satisfied? Who would ever find too many males undesirable? Besides, judging by their appearances today, they all seem quite promising. If I don't take in other females, others will, Hu Na remarked, with Lu Ling nodding in agreement. The two exhibited an air of entitlement, perceiving the addition of a few more partners as a trivial matter. Questioning why Yi Xiao was overthinking it. Understanding that her worldview differed from theirs, Yi Xiao chose not to engage in a debate about right or wrong. Fine. I will inquire on your behalf shortly. If they are willing, it would be a good deed on my part. For the first time being asked to play matchmaker, Yi Xiao felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. Little Leaf, I'm back. Even though Jingyu had slowed his pace. It wasn't long before the wooden cabin came into view. He called out the female's name loudly, seeking to alleviate his current vexation. As Yi Xiao and her companions were engaged in cheerful conversation, they were greeted by Jing Yao's voice. With a smile, Yi Xiao took a cup of water and stepped outside to welcome him. Upon seeing Jing Yao approach, she handed him the bamboo cup and accepted the sweet potato from his hands. First, let's have a sip of water to refresh ourselves. Then, could you help me stoke the fire? Observing Jing Yao's demeanor, Yi Xiao sensed his moodiness and, on tiptoe, placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, smiling as she spoke. Instantly, Jing Yao's mood lifted from gloom to brightness. After finishing the water, he happily rushed off to tend to the fire. Why are you all standing outside? Yi Xiao inquired, noticing Yin Che, Feiya, and Mu Qin, who were staring blankly at her house. The trio had initially been captivated by the surrounding fence, and upon entering, they were intrigued by the arrangement inside. They noticed the items brought back by the two females. They appeared to be constructed from segments, looking both clean and convenient. Such innovations could not have been conceived by the males, Mo Yu and his companions, which led them to conclude that these ideas must have originated from the clever little female. They couldn't help but admire Yi Xiao a bit more. Little Yi Zi. The fire has been stoked, Jing Yao called out. Upon hearing this, the two females rose and made their way outside. It was perhaps their imagination, but they felt that both females wore a knowing smile as they glanced in their direction. Chapter 71. Mutual affection. As the group exited the wooden house, Yi Xiao and Jing Yao were crouched beside the fire pit, sifting through the soil. After digging a hole with a wooden stick, Yi Xiao placed a sweet potato inside and covered it with earth. This process was repeated several times until all the sweet potatoes were buried. Jing Yao. We can increase the fire now, Yi Xiao stated after inspecting the area where the sweet potatoes lay. Upon hearing this, Jing Yao tossed a wooden stick into the fire, which quickly expanded in size. The males of Hu Na and Lu Ling approached, carrying 2 freshly processed game animals to leave at Yi Xiao's doorstep. Whenever their partners visited Yi Xiao's home, they would directly bring their catches, alleviating their worries about ensuring their partners had enough to eat whenever Yi Xiao was present. Nana, we've brought the game. Today, it's your favorite mooing beast, Hu Ming said, eager to impress his newly bonded partner. Spotting Hu Na, he quickly dashed toward her. Hu Na raised her brow in concern. She had never noticed before how clingy Hu Ming could be. Every time he saw her, he would rush over. And fearing he might crash into her, she instinctively stepped aside to avoid him. However, in her haste, she neglected to pull Lu Ling, who was trailing behind her. As Hu Ming lost his balance, he barreled straight toward Lu Ling. Get out of the way, Hu Ming shouted. Panicking as he realized he was about to collide with Lu Ling, startled by the sudden turn of events, Lu Ling stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Caution, Yin Che, Feiya, and Mu Qin stand not far behind Lu Ling. Upon witnessing the predicament of the two, Yin Che swiftly approached and pulled Lu Ling aside. Upon seeing Lu Ling being moved, Hu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, only to collide with a tree in the next moment. He quickly regained his composure, casting a guilty glance at Hu Na before obediently positioning himself behind her. Hu Ming was thoroughly startled. Fortunately, everyone present recognized this as merely an accident. Otherwise, given his newly established relationship, if he were to collide with other females, Hu Na would undoubtedly misconstrue his intentions, leading to her anger and disregard, which would be utterly unjust for him. Thank you, Chief Yin Che. Lu Ling gazed at the hand upon her arm, joy swiftly replacing her initial fright. The thought that Chief Yin-che might harbor feelings for her made her cheeks flush crimson, and she bashfully expressed her gratitude to him. No need for thanks. Yin-che, noticing the flustered demeanor of the female, hurriedly released his grip from her arm. The amused expressions of Fei Ye and Mu Chun were all too evident. He had merely acted out of concern for the female's safety, instinctively intervening, and had momentarily overlooked his own status. Now, no explanation could adequately clarify the situation. Fei Ye and Mu Chun exchanged knowing glances with Yin-che before making their way towards Xiao. They were not unwilling to assist. Yet this was the abode of the young female. The mere thought of her misinterpreting their relationship with other females deterred them from taking the risk. Yin-che, too, became aware of this apprehension and uneasily directed his gaze towards Xiao. Xiao was also drawn by the resonant voice of Hu Ming and, upon witnessing the imminent collision with Lu Ling, anxiously stood up to offer assistance. However, her worries dissipated once she observed Yin-che pulling Lu Ling away. The expression on Yi Zhao's face was devoid of any emotion but concern. Thus, Yin-che found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. "Oh, it seems this female shall soon acquire an additional mate," Fei Ye remarked with a gentle smile as he observed Xiao. The male's willingness to assist the female signifies an affection towards her. Given that Yin-che has aided Lu Ling, it appears she is also inclined to form a bond with him. Noticing the perplexed gaze directed at him by Xiao, Jingyo took her hand and sat down, offering an explanation with a smile. "So that is how it is. Just moments ago, Lu Ling asked me to inquire about the chieftain Yin-che's intentions. It seems they are mutually enamored, thus sparing me the need to intervene," Xiao said with a cheerful smile, although she had not yet had the chance to speak. She couldn't help but feel delighted at the sight of a pair of lovers blossoming before her. What does it mean for two hearts to be mutually attracted? Although Mu Chun was unfamiliar with this term spoken by the female, he felt an inexplicable fondness for it. Leaning closer to her, he sought her clarification. "It means to mutually like each other, just like how I feel about Jing Yao and the others." Xiao felt that the distance between herself and the male figure was somewhat ambiguous at that moment, although Jing Yao was making every effort to maintain his composure. A palpable chill emanated from him, ready to burst forth. When she raised her gaze, she found Fei Ye looking at her with an expression of eager curiosity. With a flicker of inspiration, Xiao smiled and said, "The first statement is an explanation for Fei Ye and Mu Chun, while the second is directed at Jing Yao, in hopes of soothing him. Indeed, we are mutually affectionate." Jing Yao beamed at Xiao, his heart and eyes brimming with immense satisfaction. In the entire beast realm, nothing could compare to the response and affirmation of love from a female towards him. For males who had formed a bond, this was a tremendous honor. Chapter 72. Do not misunderstand, almost forgotten. As Xiao conversed with Jing Yao, she inadvertently raised her head to find Huna fervently winking and gesturing towards her. Suddenly, it dawned on Xiao that her matchmaking endeavors had not ceased. With a smile gracing her face, she turned to face Fei Ye and Mu Chun. Typically, if a young female smiled at them, they would be delighted. However, today, her smile bore an inexplicable oddity that left them somewhat apprehensive. Xiao, if you have something to say, please be candid. I will assist you in any way I can," Fei Ye remarked, sensing that she had something important to discuss. In truth, she merely wished to inquire whether the two had considered the prospect of coupling, which filled her with an exhilarating anticipation, causing her smile to broaden. Evidently, the three males were taken aback, staring blankly at Xiao, caught off guard by her inquiry. "Little Yi, what were you about to say?" Jing Yao began, yet ultimately fell silent, lowering his head to continue adding wood to the fire. "Not yet coupled," Fei Ye interjected with a chuckle, preemptively answering. "Indeed," Mu Chun added softly after contemplating Fei Ye's words. "Xiao, how did it go?" Huna glanced at the Clingy Hu Ming beside her, then at her other males. Before observing the trio standing with Xiao, a swift comparison in her mind revealed that the two males were far superior to her own, both in appearance and capability. If she did not seize the opportunity, she would undoubtedly lose them to other females. However, as she awaited Yi Zhao's response, impatience began to swell within her, prompting her to hasten towards Xiao. Upon hearing her inquiry, a wave of inexplicable doubt washed over Mu Chun and Fei Ye, prompting them to simultaneously direct their gaze toward Xiao, hoping that the matter at hand was not as they feared. They are still single, without partners. Yi Zhao's next words shattered the flicker of hope that had lingered in their hearts. Jing Yao lifted his gaze to his female companion, affectionately ruffling her hair, dispelling the earlier gloom as if his previous discontent had merely been an illusion. Why are you tousling my hair? Be mindful of the fire. You added too much wood earlier. No need to add more, lest the meat on top burns while the sweet potatoes below remain uncooked. Xiao brushed away the hand causing mischief above her head and, after offering a few words of caution to Jingyao, adopted the demeanor of an onlooker. Observing the three individuals engaged in a silent standoff. I am Huna. Would you care to be my mate? Huna's forthright nature could not endure the silence under their scrutinizing gazes, prompting her to lift her chin and address them directly. I apologize. But I already have a female I wish to bond with, Feiyu responded, yet his gaze remained fixated on Xiao, seated nearby. A flicker of ire evident in his eyes, erasing the usual upward curve of his lips. Ah, so he has a female he favors. Xiao realized, having innocently attempted to play matchmaker without ascertaining the emotional circumstances of the parties involved. She had hastily assumed the absence of a partner indicated openness, and now, under Fei Yu's piercing gaze, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, forcing her to lower her head. And what of you? Do you also have a female you wish to bond with? Huna pressed on, undeterred, turning her attention to Mu Qin. No, I do not. And I have no interest in you, Mu Qin replied bluntly, his mocking laughter piercing Yi Zhao's heart like a dagger. She understood that her well-meaning intentions had inadvertently gone awry, causing her embarrassment to deepen. However, she took solace in the fact that, at the very least, a couple had emerged from the day's events. Her thoughts turned to Lu Ling and Yin Che, bringing her a measure of comfort. Before Xiao could revel in her joy for even a brief moment, the sound of approaching footsteps, one light and the other muffled, drew her attention. Lu Ling had just broached the idea of forming a partnership with her, and Yin Che had explained that his offer of assistance stemmed solely from a concern for her well-being. They belonged to the same clan and had previously cohabited in the same tribe, yet Yin Che had never entertained feelings for her beyond that of kinship. Upon learning that he had developed affections for another female, Lu Ling ceased to pursue the matter further. The two returned to the fire in silence, only to find the atmosphere around them somewhat peculiar. Jingye remained silent, intently gazing at the flames, while Feiyu and Mu Qin were fixated on the downcast Xiao. Little Yi, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of forming a partnership with Lu Ling. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired, Yin Che was now more eager than ever to clarify the misunderstanding with Xiao. Ah, I see now. My apologies. It was my mistake. Xiao felt a pang of discomfort and a touch of grievance. The scenario of a devoted goddess and an indifferent king was being portrayed with exquisite clarity by a select few. Yet, while the goddess sought her assistance, the king came to her for explanations. In the end, this outsider found herself unjustly cast as the villain. Sigh. It seems that matchmaking indeed requires the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people. With the first two factors in place, the lack of harmony among people renders it futile. Xiao seethed internally, vowing never again to engage in such thankless endeavors. If it is we who beseech Xiao for help, then any grievances should be directed at me. What kind of bravado is it to bully her? Upon hearing Xiao's apology, Huna, embodying the demeanor of a big sister, pulled her up and shielded her behind her. Jingyu was utterly speechless. His own female companion was so easily whisked away by another. Observing his hand suspended in midair, Jingyao had already mentally berated Huna countless times. Chapter 73, An Exception. Xiao had never anticipated that after she had mishandled the situation, Huna would still stand by her side so fiercely. Gazing at Huna, alongside Lu Ling, who, despite her introverted and timid nature, bravely approached her after hearing Huna's words and gently took her hand in an attempt to offer comfort. A pang of sorrow unexpectedly welled up within Xiao. She hurriedly lowered her head to conceal her emotions. In this different scenario, yet under similar circumstances, she discerned the shadow of her dear friends in both Huna and Lu Ling. It was evident, without needing to ponder, how deeply they must have worried about her during her absence. 2 tears fell silently before Xiao could even react. A sharp pain coursed through Jingyao's heart. And upon further reflection, she realized that this inexplicable emotion did not originate from herself. It was only then that Jingyu belatedly recognized that this sentiment stemmed from Xiao, prompting her to hastily rise and rush to her side. What is troubling you? Xiao lowered her head, and Jingyao gently cupped her face. Only then did the crowd notice the slight tremor of her eyelids, glistening with tears that seemed poised to cascade down at any moment. It was merely a bit of dust that had found its way into her eyes. Xiao felt somewhat flustered, promptly turning her gaze away. She exerted every ounce of strength to suppress her tears, causing her entire body to tremble. In a state of panic, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, and only after wiping away the tears did she face the crowd with a light laugh. Xiao remained silent, taking her hand and leading her toward the fire, never once releasing his grip. He could sense her emotions through her beast mark, although he was unaware of the specifics. It was evident that her distress was not merely due to dust in her eyes. Yet, as she chose not to speak, he decided not to confront her about it. Yin Che, Fei Ya, and Mu Chen, upon witnessing the tears in her eyes, felt as though they had been struck with a heavy blow to the heart. The pain almost unbearable. They had forgotten the earlier discomfort caused by Xiao's mismatched pairings, and the remnants of their grievances and irritations gradually faded, replaced by a profound sense of guilt as they began to reflect on their recent words, questioning if any had been too harsh. Xiao, are you all right? Huna and Lu Ling rushed to her side, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. The sweet potatoes should be nearly ready. Jingyu, could you please fetch some leaves for me? Xiao did not wish for her emotions to cast a shadow over others. She gently patted Jingyao's hand, which he had yet to release, and with a smile, she spoke. Jingyu gazed intently at her face, reassured of her well-being. Before he rose to gather leaves for her, once Jingyu had departed, Huna pulled Lu Ling down beside Xiao, watching her as she deftly retrieved the roasted tubers from the fire, one after another. The sweet potatoes, charred and encrusted with earth, elicited a hint of disdain from Huna. However, upon inhaling their enticing aroma, her mouth watered profusely, drawn by the captivating scent of the sweet potatoes. Huna and Lu Ling, along with others, settled around the fire, with Huna eagerly reaching out to grasp the tubers resting on the ground. Be careful. They are hot. Upon witnessing her actions, Xiao was taken aback and hurriedly grasped her hand, carefully wrapping a sweet potato with a leaf that Jingyu had placed aside. After deftly peeling away the skin, she presented it to her. Following this, she attended to Lu Ling and Jingyu in turn. When Xiao offered the meticulously wrapped sweet potato to Fei Ya and the others, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of displeasure at her evident favoritism. Yet they were left with no choice but to obediently mimic Xiao's method of peeling the skin themselves. Ah, the delightful flavor of the soft and sweet delicacy. Observing that everyone now had a sweet potato, Xiao prepared one for herself as well. As she peeled away the skin, the golden, steaming flesh was unveiled, instantly igniting a subtle craving with its faint sweetness. Delicious, exclaimed Huna, taken aback by the exquisite taste after a hurried bite. After swallowing, she eagerly tugged at Xiao's hand. Beside her, Lu Ling could not help but continue eating, nodding in agreement with Huna's sentiments. How wonderful! This crop grows rapidly, and there are still some left in the patch we picked from. We can return to harvest them next time. Soon, I can bring you males over to identify the leaves. Truly, no female could resist the allure of roasted sweet potatoes, Xiao remarked, her heart swelling with joy as she observed the delight on their faces. Xiaoyi, don't just talk. Look at Huna and Lu Ling. They've devoured their sweet potatoes in mere bites and are eyeing yours with envy, she urged, somewhat discontented that Xiao was taking her time. Xiao, we're back. Upon returning from their hunt, Yiming and Mou found several males outside their home preparing a fire for roasting meat. They had grown accustomed to Huna and Lu Ling occasionally joining them for meals, and they thought it was rather pleasant for Xiao to have female company, thus refraining from further comment. However, upon entering the small shelter, they were surprised to find not only Huna and Lu Ling but also several familiar males present. Welcome back. Come here. Xiao greeted with a smile, waving at the two. She handed the sweet potato to Jingyu, then dug out the remaining sweet potatoes from the fire, peeling another as Yiming and Mou approached. Thank you, Jingyu said, eyeing Xiao with a displeased expression as she disobeyed him by offering the sweet potato back to her. Xiao remained silent but accepted the sweet potato from Jingyu's outstretched hand, taking a small bite before smiling and expressing her gratitude. Females are often perceived as selfish. They would command their males to procure their favored foods and items. Yet, this petite female not only exhibited discretion and resourcefulness in foraging for food, but also lived independently, without relying on any male, treating her males with equality, respect, and affection. It seemed that the beast god, in bestowing life upon her, had stripped her of the arrogance and stubbornness typically associated with females, endowing her instead with independence and kindness, rendering her a remarkable exception among her kind. How could such a genuine and benevolent female not captivate the hearts of the males? Che and Fei Ye observed their daily interactions, which further solidified his desire to be with her. Little female, I shall go and catch some prey, Muchen said. Casting a casual glance over the group, he tossed the last piece of sweet potato into his mouth, then rose to his feet, clapped his hands, and with a parting remark, strode away. Xiao had never contemplated this matter. When Muchen first mentioned the idea of an exchange, she merely dismissed it with a laugh, considering it a jest. Who would be so petty as to fuss over a sweet potato? However, before she could voice her objections, Muchen had already vanished from sight. Reflecting on the customs of the beast world, she decided not to dwell on it. At worst, she would wait for his return. And if the prey was excessively valuable, she would simply refrain from accepting it. Chapter 74. Beast Tide. A troubling situation arose as a horde of scaled beasts was advancing towards the tribe. Everyone, quickly, must escort the females and young to safety. As Xiao and the others had just finished roasting their prey and were preparing to indulge, they were suddenly interrupted by the shouts of several orcs outside. Mou, Yiming, Jingyao, are you there? The chieftain instructed that the females be escorted to the rear mountains of the tribe to seek refuge from the impending beast tide, while the rest would assist in halting the onslaught outside the tribe. A white tiger rushed into the wooden cabin, and upon seeing those it sought gathered together, relayed the chieftain's orders before hastily darting back outside. Upon hearing the tiger's words, the previously dissonant males, who had been somewhat at odds with one another, now wore furrowed brows and grave expressions. In contrast, the two females nearby remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of unshakable calm amidst the brewing storm, continuing to eat and drink with carefree abandon, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil around them. Xiao had encountered the scaled beast before, not long ago. Jingyao had captured one. He recounted that what he had caught was merely a juvenile creature, and if it were an adult scaled beast, he could not guarantee his own safety while hunting alone. The thought of contending with even a single small beast was daunting. How much more so was the prospect of facing a whole pack? Xiao could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Little Xiao, we shall first lead you to the back mountain. There is no need for fear. Yiming observed the worry etched in the eyes of his little female and offered her a reassuring glance. Little Yi, I must seek out the females of the tribe. Please be vigilant and prioritize your safety. Xiao, there are several females from the Eagle clan who have also come to the Tiger tribe. I will first ensure their safety before searching for you. At that moment, Fei Ye and Che were also reluctant to leave Xiao, but they bore the responsibility of protecting the females of the tribe. Thus, they exchanged a few words with Xiao, and without waiting for her response, they swiftly transformed into their beast forms and departed. Though Xiao was somewhat taken aback by the conversation between the two, she quickly attributed their words to the concern of friends and did not dwell on it further. Accompanied by Hu Na and Lu Ling, they were escorted by their respective males towards the back mountain. Upon arriving at a large cave in the rear, they found several females already inside, engaged in laughter and lively conversation. The newcomers were merely acknowledged with a glance before the group resumed their discussions. Before long, more females were escorted in one after another. Xiao, stay close to Hu Na and the others and don't wander off. Jingyu and I will check on the situation with the scaled beasts. And Yiming will stay here with you, Mou said, having arranged a clean corner for the three of them to sit down. He looked at Xiao and spoke softly before preparing to leave. No need, I want to wander off. You need to worry about me. Go ahead and assist. Xiao gently stopped Mou and Jingyao as they attempted to depart. That is not acceptable. All the other females have their males with them. If we all leave, who will protect you? Jingyu replied sternly. We're all females. What could possibly happen to me? Besides, if you resolve the situation quickly, you can come back for me sooner. Don't waste so many resources here, Xiao urged, pushing Mou and Yiming towards the exit, while also signaling to Jingyao to hurry up. Very well, we'll finish as quickly as possible. Hu Ming and Lu and I are outside the cave. Seek their assistance if needed. After considering Xiao's reasoning, Mou agreed, recognizing that with Yiming's combat prowess, they could expedite the process. Moreover, as long as Xiao remained within the cave, she would be safe, especially with Hu Na and the others around her. Once Xiao had successfully urged them out of the cave, she approached Hu Ming and Lu and I to relay a few instructions before transforming into her beast form and letting out a roar towards Jingyo behind her. Be careful not to get hurt, all right? I'll be waiting right here for you, Xiao softly encouraged, observing Jingyao's reluctant demeanor. As the figures of the three disappeared from sight, Xiao turned back into the cave to rejoin Hu Na and Lu Ling. What bad luck. Just arrived at the tiger tribe, and already encountered a pack of scaled beasts. Had I known, I wouldn't have come, she lamented. Exactly. I was just about to trade for that tiger skin I saw at the market, but the chief interrupted me. It's infuriating. With nothing else to do. Xiao was explaining various ways to prepare sweet potatoes to Huna when their conversation was abruptly interrupted, prompting all three to look up towards the cave entrance. Xiao, upon closer inspection, felt an unsettling familiarity with one of the shadows. After a brief moment of contemplation, she unearthed a corresponding memory from her mind. Given that their shared recollections were far from pleasant, Xiao had no intention of engaging with her. Once she confirmed that the figure was not approaching her direction, she lowered her head and resumed her conversation with Huna and the others. Look who I found. You managed to escape last time. Let us see how you evade this time, Clingy declared as she entered the cave and swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Upon noticing a distant corner that was far cleaner and tidier than her chosen spot, she arrogantly approached the trio, intent on displacing the female seated there. It was only as she drew nearer that she realized the loathed female was among them, the one who had caused her considerable distress previously. How could she possibly forget? With a condescending glare, she fixed her eyes on Xiao, her tone dripping with provocation. Huna observed the unfamiliar female approaching her, clearly with ill intent. She glanced at Lu Ling, who wore a bewildered expression, and then at Xiao, who did not even lift her gaze, seemingly indifferent to the confrontation. No one here recognizes you. You've mistaken your quarry, Huna remarked, her displeasure evident as she regarded the hostile female. I am not looking for you. What does it matter to you? Clingy sneered, interpreting Xiao's bowed head as a sign of fear, and she reached out to grasp her. It seems you have forgotten the lesson from our last encounter, Xiao countered swiftly, seizing Clingy's hand with a cold smile. Let go of me, Clingy exclaimed. Xiao's words instantaneously provoked a visceral reaction in Clingy, as a tingling sensation began to spread throughout her body in the direction of Xiao's grasp. The memory of her previous injuries, where not a single part of her body remained unscathed, resurfaced, causing her to feel a lingering sense of trepidation. In an instant, she disregarded her image and shouted out loud. It is good that you recognize your fear. Do not prance in front of me, Xiao remarked. Noting that her intimidation had proven effective, and she promptly released her grip. Ling, what is the matter? Upon hearing the cries of her partner, a throng of males surged into the cave, anxiously glancing at Clingy. Ouch, who stepped on me? Ah, it hurts. Don't crowd. It's so painful. Little one. Don't run around. Come to your mother. The cave, which was merely a temporary refuge, was already cramped with over 20 females and several young cubs. The sudden influx of males pushed some females and cubs further into the cave, transforming the interior into utter chaos. Chapter 75. She is unwell. Ouch, my hand hurts. The cave, already in disarray, became even more tumultuous as the cries and screams of partners echoed within. More males rushed in to protect the females, eagerly pushing forward to ascertain the safety of their companions. In the farthest corner of the cave, Xiao found herself facing off against Clingy. Just as she steadied herself after being lightly nudged from behind, she caught sight of Xiao seated calmly before her. An idea blossomed in her mind. A scheme to humiliate her opponent. Why not simply fall backward? After all, Xiao would cushion her descent, mitigating any potential injury, while the latter would be left in a most undignified state. If questioned later, she could easily claim that it was the orc behind her who had pushed her. With this plan firmly in her thoughts, Clingy swiftly shook off the supportive grasp of Yingbei and lunged toward Xiao. A triumphant smile spreading across her face at the thought of Xiao's impending embarrassment before the gathered orcs. Meanwhile, the recent chaos had made Xiao acutely aware that remaining in the corner was no longer safe. Rising to distance herself from the crowd, she looked up and was met with the sight of Clingy hurtling toward her, an unsettling smile etched upon her face. Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile as she discreetly nudged Huna beside her, swiftly retreating to the side. The space where she had been seated was suddenly vacant. Xiaoling, caught off guard, lost her balance and fell to the ground. The sound of her tumble instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. It was only when her cries echoed that a few of Yingbei's companions hurried over to assist the sobbing Xiaoling, who remained sprawled on the floor. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the previously boisterous females fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into laughter shortly thereafter. Are you all right? Huna inquired with a smirk at the now upright Xiaoling. I'll kill you. Xiaoling, detecting the mockery in Huna's tone amid the unabashed chatter surrounding her, felt her face redden with indignation. Her brows knitted together, and her eyes flashed with a piercing intensity as she shouted, How absurd. Are you angry because I failed to catch you? Do you wish for your male to confront me? Do you think I am easy prey simply because my male is absent? Who granted you such audacity? Liang Jingru. Indeed, while my male fights valiantly to protect our tribe. You take advantage of the numerous males around you to wreak havoc without a care, as if the eyes of others are mere decorations. Xiao cast a cold glance at the male beside Kei Ling and then addressed her directly with a chilling tone. Everyone clearly saw that you fell on your own. How is that any of Xiao's concern? Lu Ling interjected softly from the side. Indeed, as an outsider, how dare you act so arrogantly within our tiger clan? Do you believe us to be easy prey? Most of our males are out fighting the scale beasts, and you, an outsider, not only refuse to assist but also bring a multitude of males here to seek refuge, showing no shame whatsoever. Females inherently lack a strong sense of solidarity. As long as their own affairs are untouched, even those who had gathered just moments ago to converse would remain unmoved by insults. However, upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, the females of the Tiger clan began to express their dissatisfaction. Upon reflection, it was indeed as the younger female had stated. This outsider was excessively arrogant, and such arrogance instilled a sense of crisis among them, prompting a chorus of voices aimed squarely at Kei Ling. The other outsider females observed the unified stance of the Tiger clan females with a detached interest, neither intervening nor offering comfort, merely watching the unfolding drama. Kei Ling, still unclear about who Liang Jingru was, found herself at a loss for words as the surrounding females chastised her, feeling a suffocating sense of grievance. What are you doing in the cave? Fei arrived with the recently discovered female, only to find the cave teeming with beast men. To her astonishment, not only were there females, but a significant number of males, most of whom belonged to the Eagle clan. Anger surged within her. It was the gathering period, and they had suddenly been attacked by a horde of scale beasts. Many males were engaged in battle outside the tribe to prevent the beasts from entering the Tiger clan. If other races discovered that so many eagle males were congregating in a cave meant for female refuge, wouldn't it be a source of mockery for their kin? As the inquiry echoed from outside the cave, everyone turned, startled by Fei Ye's icy gaze, and a rare silence enveloped the cave once more. Chief, I am injured. Look at this. You must help me seek justice, Kei Ling exclaimed, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she pushed through the crowd to approach Fei Ye, thrusting her bloodied and dirted hands before her. What happened? Fei Ye stepped back, her eyes scanning the cave until she spotted the figure she sought. However, upon briefly locking eyes with her for 2 seconds, the figure promptly disregarded her, leading Fei Ye to quickly deduce that such an attitude must be related to Kei Ling. Feeling an uncomfortable association due to Kei Ling, Fei Ye's demeanor towards her became somewhat colder. Chief, it is she who caused me to fall like this, Kei Ling complained, her displeasure at Fei Ye's attitude evident. Yet, in her pursuit to tarnish Yi Zhao's reputation, she held back her grievances, directing all her fury towards Yi Xiao, pointing at her from behind the crowd. Yi Xiaolong smiled lightly, choosing to disregard the situation, and returned to her previous spot. Yi Xiao, do clarify, Lu Ling remarked, observing Yi Zhao's nonchalant demeanor with growing concern. She is unwell. I shall not engage with her. You all should pay her little mind as well, for such maladies are easily contagious. Yi Xiao tightly held back Hu Na, who was eager to confront her, and smiled as she spoke. Is it really contagious? I certainly do not wish to become like her. Hu Na trusted Yi Xiao implicitly, but upon hearing her words, she hesitated about whether to approach. Yi Xiao found Hu Na's demeanor endearing and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Initially, she had no particular thoughts, but the other females in the cave, upon hearing her laughter, almost unanimously concluded that Kei Ling was indeed afflicted. The nearby females instinctively distanced themselves, creating a considerable space around Kei Ling. Very well, if there is nothing else, leave 1 or 2 males to accompany Kei Ling. The rest of you, go outside the Tiger tribe and assist. Fei Ye gathered some understanding of the situation from the conversations and the attitudes of those present. It seemed that Kei Ling had instigated trouble, only to come out worse for wear, and now sought to complain to him upon his arrival. Chapter 76. Invasion. I refuse to remain here. Take me to another cave. A female voice resonated, prompting a chorus of agreement from others. There is another cave ahead. I will lead the way. Those who wish to leave should let the males guide them. The males, noticing the discontent among the females, requested to change caves. After futile attempts at persuasion, several males from the Tiger tribe conferred and addressed the beast men within the cave. Many females summoned their males, expressing a desire to depart. It was evident that they were wary of the contagion associated with Kei Ling, instructing their males to avoid her as they passed. Watching the other beastmen shun her due to Yi Zhao's remark, and even demanding to switch caves to avoid her presence. While even the tribe leader was not coming to her defense, Ling's frustration mounted. In her exasperation, she was rendered speechless, merely glaring fiercely in Xiao's direction. Xiao, why did Ming and the others not stay to accompany you? Fei approached Xiao slowly as he observed the females being taken away one by one. I have no need for their company. They have gone to assist. Xiao replied coolly. All the other females have moved to different caves. If you wish to go to another cave, I can take you there, Fei suggested. Noting her indifferent demeanor and realizing it was unsafe for her to remain in the same cave as Ling. No need. I promised Mou and the others that I would not wander. I will wait for them here. If you have matters to attend to, Chief Fei, please do not trouble yourself on my account. Xiao, have I offended you in some way? Were we not getting along quite well just a moment ago? Fei had grown weary of Xiao's seemingly polite demeanor, which masked a dispassionate indifference. He found himself tormented by the question of when he had offended her, an answer that eluded him and stirred his irritation. In a moment of resolve, he fixed his gaze upon her, hoping to elicit clarity on the matter. Xiao, caught off guard by the inquiry, momentarily faltered, realizing that, indeed, he had not transgressed against her. Initially, her aversion stemmed from his strategic decision to remain within the Eagle clan, wishing for her to bond with other males. However, upon reflection, such a calculation seemed reasonable, as he, as the clan leader, was merely acting in the interests of his male kin. Subsequently, it appeared that Ling had sought his assistance, mistakenly believing he favored her. And now, it was clear that Xiao's animosity was intrinsically linked to Ling. As Xiao organized her thoughts, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Fei, who had unjustly endured her disdain. The apology that slipped from her lips seemed to entangle the innocent in unnecessary guilt. What did I just hear? Xiao is apologizing? Huna stared in astonishment at Lu Ling. You heard correctly, Lu Ling replied, equally incredulous. Females were generally forgiven for their actions when had one ever apologized to a male. Their bewilderment was palpable. No need for apologies. Just refrain from harboring unwarranted hostility towards me in the future, Fei responded, equally surprised. He had merely sought to understand the situation and avoid repeating past mistakes. Never did he expect Xiao to directly apologize. Hearing the change in her tone stirred emotions within him, prompting him to grasp her hand in excitement. Was such fervor truly warranted for a simple apology? Observing the expressions of those around her, Xiao withdrew her hand awkwardly, managing a sheepish smile. Why should I go to another cave? I refuse to leave, nor will I venture to that cave. Did you not see the way they looked at me? Do you wish for me to be driven to despair by them? Ling exclaimed angrily upon hearing Bei suggest she relocate to another cave. Bei, noting Fei's demeanor towards Xiao, recognized her feelings. The young female had not instigated any trouble with Ling, yet there was no guarantee she would not provoke her in the future, concerned that the clan leader might reprimand Ling for her behavior. He had intended to escort her to another cave, not anticipating her vehement resistance. I implore you, leader of the Eagle clan, to manage your females properly. One is ill yet still causes a ruckus in our territory, even threatening to kill Xiao. How terrifying. She falls and blames Xiao for not catching her. It is an embarrassment to all females. Huna and Lu Ling exchanged glances when they witnessed Fei grasping Xiao's hand, both recognizing Fei's unspoken affections for Xiao. I see now. Are you all determined to stay? Fei listened to their conversation and felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao, just as he had anticipated. Lu Ling replied with a smile. Yes, we shall remain here to accompany Xiao. As the leader of the Eagle clan, you must ensure my dear Xiao's safety. Being without her male companion, she is susceptible to bullying. Therefore, it is imperative that we stay. Huna subtly directed her gaze towards Ling, who remained outside the cave. No one shall harm her while I am present, Fei proclaimed, his words escaping his lips before he could contemplate their implications. Did he even realize how easily his statement could be misconstrued? Xiao cast a bemused glance at the two females beside her, who wore expressions of delight as if they were witnessing a spectacle. Not receiving a response from Xiao, Fei chose not to elaborate further and approached Ling and her companions, the nature of their discussion remaining a mystery. He soon led them away from the cave, while Ling expressed her dissatisfaction at being taken, glaring intently at Xiao. Yet, under the pressure exerted by Fei, she dared not voice her anger. Fei was eager to find a secure cave for Ling before returning to seek out Xiao. Meanwhile, the males left behind with Ling busied themselves with appeasing her ire. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of cold, sinister eyes lay hidden in the shadows, observing their every move. Why are the females being taken? Have they discovered us? A lean, sharp-faced male inquired anxiously, watching as the females were escorted one after another. They had exerted considerable effort to lure the scaled beasts to this gathering of the tiger clan, hoping to seize a few females in the process. They had been lying in wait for a long time, and as they watched one female after another being brought into a cave not far from their position, their spirits soared with anticipation. Just as they were about to make their move, a male guard rushed into the cave, emerging with yet another female in tow. Let us assess the situation. There are still several males guarding the entrance, and the cave must contain more females, remarked the beast man, a long scar marring his face, deep enough to expose bone, as if he had been struck with a blunt object, rendering him fearsome and grotesque. Upon hearing him speak, the other beast men, who had initially harbored concerns, fell silent, biding their time for the opportune moment. Chapter 77. Encounter. It has been quite a while since a female has emerged. Shall we check other caves? A few individuals waited for an extended period, yet none emerged from the cave. Finally, the sharp-faced orc, unable to endure the suspense any longer, spoke up. Mouse 3, your small stature allows you to scout ahead and assess the situation, he suggested, eager to avoid further delays. The orc named Mouse 3 felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he dared not provoke the scarred visage of his superior. Hesitantly shifting into his original form, he transformed into a nearly half-meter-long, grayish-black, scruffy rat. Swiftly, he darted into the underbrush, utilizing his size to navigate swiftly through the foliage. To avoid detection by the vigilant male tigers, he occasionally lifted his beady eyes to gauge their movements. When the male guardians were caught off guard, Mouse 3 finally approached the cave where the female was temporarily sheltering. Pressing his ear against the stone wall, he detected the unmistakable voice of a female within, prompting a surge of delight in his heart. With a swift motion, he scurried back to his companions. It seems the Eagle clan leader has taken an interest in you, Tiger now remarked with a gossiping gleam in her eyes as she observed you, Xiao. I sense that clan leader Yin Che might also be fond of you and wishes to bond, Lu Ling added with a smile as she leaned closer to Yi Xiao. Weren't you both just discussing wanting to bond with them? Why are you now dragging me into this? Yi Xiao queried, puzzled by their sudden inclination to play matchmaker after moments ago expressing desires to pursue those very males. He's merely a male. If he does not wish to bond with me, so be it. There are other males. Why should I be troubled? Tiger now retorted. All right, perhaps I am overthinking it. Yi Xiao jested. Upon returning to his companions, Mouse 3 excitedly shared the news he had gathered. You mean to say there are females in the cave? One of the waiting males exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, and from the sound of it, there are more than 2 females, Mouse 3 replied eagerly, glancing at the scarred face, awaiting his command. Despite the terrifying appearance of the scarred orc, the males who had accompanied him were awed by his intellect and bravery, instinctively heeding his counsel. All right. Mouse 3, you shall enter the cave first and keep the female steady. Meanwhile, we will circle to the back of the cave and deal with those females left behind. If we have the opportunity, even if we can capture just one female, we will not consider it a loss, the scarred orc said with a cold smile, exuding an aura of menace and danger. Understood. Upon hearing the arrangement made by the scarred-faced one, Mouse 3 trembled with excitement, his body quivering at the thought of finally encountering a female after such a long time. The mere anticipation of pinning her beneath him, to do as he wished, made him involuntarily extend his tongue to lick his lips, accompanied by a deep, eerie chuckle that resonated from his throat. Capture the female and depart swiftly from the tiger clan, the scarred face intoned coldly, perceiving Mouse 3's intentions. Understood. No need to be angry, Mouse 3 momentarily paused, then, eager to please, swiftly turned and departed. What is happening? Tiger Ming and Lu and I were engaged in conversation when suddenly, several beastmen leapt from the nearby thicket. The leading scarred beastman, realizing he had been discovered, transformed into his beast form with a powerful leap. A robust male lion surged toward Tiger Ming, raising its strong forepaws as if to tear through everything in its path. Caught off guard, Tiger Ming hurriedly attempted to evade the lion's assault, narrowly escaping a fatal strike. However, his arm was not spared, brutally clawed by the beast, leaving it a gruesome mess. A howl escaped Tiger Ming as he clutched his injured arm, letting out a fierce roar before transforming into his beast form to engage in combat with the lion. Yet, the adversary possessed a higher beast rank and a reckless demeanor. While Tiger Ming, having just endured a sneak attack, could not exert his full strength with his right hand. It was not long before he found himself overwhelmed in the struggle. In the cave, Yi Xiao and her companions heard what seemed to be a commotion outside, initially dismissing it as the return of the mischievous sparrow spirit. However, the noise soon escalated into a cacophony reminiscent of tigers roaring and deer calling. While Xiao was unable to comprehend animal language, Hu Na and Lu Ling understood perfectly. Hu Ming and Lu Nai were warning them of impending danger and urging them to flee. Momentarily taken aback, Hu Na quickly regained her composure. Grasping the trembling Lu Ling with one hand while the other clutched the bewildered Xiao as they dashed towards the cave's entrance. Just as they emerged, they were confronted by a repulsive orc with a pointed face and a lewd grin, blocking their path. "Ha ha ha, 3 females," exclaimed Shu San, who had already arrived outside the cave, ready to seize the females. To his surprise, they had come out on their own upon hearing the commotion, sparing him considerable effort. His beady eyes roamed over Hu Na, and he lewdly licked his protruding canines, emanating an unbearable stench that evoked revulsion. "Who are you? How disgusting! Stay away from us!" Hu Na shouted angrily, feeling cornered by such an unsightly male. "Ah, what delicate little females," Shu San chuckled as he approached Hu Na, extending his hand towards her. With a sharp crack, his hand was forcefully swatted away. Shu San was momentarily stunned, not from the pain of the blow, but rather from the unexpected softness of the touch that left him momentarily dazed. As Xiao observed the orc reaching out towards Hu Na, she discerned a shadowy glint in his eyes, quickly realizing that he might not be an ordinary male. It is well known that males typically shower their females with affection. Even Yiming, who held disdain for Kei Ling, had never truly harbored murderous intent. Yet, the palpable malice in this orc's gaze was unmistakable. Shu Sin glanced at the back of his hand, a cold smirk curling his lips as he raised his head and violently grasped Hu Na, intent on teaching this audacious female a lesson for daring to challenge him. With a single forceful motion, he flung Hu Na aside, thereby exposing Xiao and Lu Ling to his gaze. Shu Sin paused for a brief moment, then a lewd, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. Chapter 78. Captured. "You are truly beautiful," Shu San sneered as he approached Xiao, raising his filthy hand to grasp her chin, his eyes betraying an unmasked desire. Xiao turned her face away in disgust, utterly ignoring the other party, her stomach churning with revulsion. Unfortunately, she had been brought here in great haste and had not brought her dagger. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a swift strike to this brutish orc, not hesitating to sever his filthy hand. She had never anticipated that the seemingly simple world of beasts would harbor such a myriad of vile faces. Mouse 3 appeared undeterred by her dismissal, his smirk widening as he felt her smooth skin glide past his fingertips. One hand seized her arm while the other grasped the trembling deer girl beside her. With no hesitation, he kicked Tiger Na's calf, causing her to stumble back 2 steps before regaining her balance, her leg now marked with a dark footprint. "What are you doing?" Tiger Na, who had never been kicked before, felt her temper flare as she rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the orc's nose. "Hey, be a little more compliant. I am not as patient as your male companions," Mouse 3 retorted, releasing the deer girl and tightening his grip around Tiger Na's neck, lifting her off the ground while narrowing his eyes and speaking coldly. "Let her go." As Tiger Na struggled for breath, her eyes rolling back from the suffocation, her hands weakly beat against his arm, Xiao shouted, desperately slapping at Mouse 3 with her free hand. Mouse 3 found the feeble punches striking his body neither painful nor bothersome. In fact, he perversely found them somewhat pleasurable. "This time, I shall let you off. But next time, you will not be so fortunate," he declared, flinging Tiger Na aside. Tiger Na collapsed onto the ground, gasping as air rushed back into her lungs, her throat emitting hoarse coughs. Trembling, she fought to dispel the fear instilled by her earlier suffocation. "Mouse 3, what are you dawdling about?" A cold voice echoed from outside the cave. "They're coming," Mouse 3 replied to the voice, delivering a kick to the still-sitting Tiger Na. "Get up and come outside." Seeing Tiger Na's previous arrogance evaporate, she stood up obediently, though her steps were shaky and slow. Impatiently, he shoved the deer girl, urging her to support Tiger Na and hasten their pace. As Xiao gazed at the hand that had not relinquished its grip on her arm, her mind began to ponder the identities of these orcs. Having only recently arrived, she had encountered predominantly amiable orcs, with the occasional cunning female like Kei Ling. Yet, this malevolent orc was a first for her. In contrast to the formidable strength of the male orcs, the trio of women appeared exceedingly fragile. Furthermore, having overheard the earlier commotion, it was apparent that there were more of their kind lurking outside the cave. She needed to devise an effective strategy to minimize harm and facilitate a successful escape from these orcs. Just as Hu Na, supported by Lu Ling, stepped out of the cave, the sight before her caused her to scream in terror. Xiao was pulled out of the cave by the orc, and upon witnessing the scene outside, She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to scream at the sight of the gruesome spectacle. The remaining 7 or 8 orcs were the male companions of Huna and Lu Ling, all lying on the ground in a state of near death. Crimson blood gushing from their bodies, either from bites or claw marks. A white tiger lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Desperately trying to gaze in their direction, a massive male lion pressed its powerful forepaws down on the tiger, rendering it immobile. Xiao recognized this white tiger as Hu Ming, who had recently bonded with Huna. Behind them were over a dozen unfamiliar orcs, clearly part of the same group. Their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty excitement at the sight of such carnage. Let go of Hu Ming. Huna's voice trembled, despite having just endured a terrifying ordeal. Huh. There are actually 3 females. The lion turned its head upon hearing her voice. A ghastly scar ran from its forehead to the corner of its mouth, and its sharp fangs dripped with blood. As it spoke, a cruel smile twisted its face, rendering it all the more terrifying. Aru. Hu Ming, seeing Huna's fearful expression, roared and struggled to rise. The lion glanced down at him and sneered, lifting its massive paw, revealing its sharp claws, which it then drove into his body. Once Hu Ming lay still, the lion approached Xiao and the others, casting a cold glance at Huna and Lu Ling without pausing in its stride. It had noticed Mouse San's furtive movements. 2 females were being pushed forward by him, yet he deliberately shielded one with his body, revealing only her delicate hands and feet. Terrified, Huna and Lu Ling hurried to their male's side, just as they leaped into their embrace. Still unable to discern the extent of their injuries, several grinning males approached, seizing them by the arms. Hey, I'll take this female. And I guarantee I won't contend with you for the other 2, Mouse San said, retreating slowly while trying to ingratiate himself with the approaching lion. Pulling Xiao behind him. Who gave you the audacity to claim a female for yourself? Seeing Shusen still in a state of evasion, the lion's curiosity intensified. He cast a disdainful glance at Shusen before transforming into human form, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen. The lion had no intention of showing mercy. Their alliance was merely temporary, and he was indifferent to the consequences. With a forceful swing of his fist, Shusen was sent flying, and the unfortunate Xiao, who was clinging to him, was not spared either, as inertia propelled her to the ground with a heavy thud. Xiao felt an overwhelming pain coursing through her body. Every exposed inch scraped and bruised, and a painful lump blossomed on her head from the impact. Shusen, clutching his wounded abdomen, attempted to rise but, before he could steady himself, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed, soon devoid of life, transforming into a large, dark gray rat. Witnessing the vibrant spark of life extinguish before her eyes, Xiao stood frozen, staring blankly at the rat, momentarily forgetting the need to flee. It was once such a beautiful female, no wonder Shusen was reluctant to part with her. Suddenly, she felt her chin grasped firmly, forcing her to make eye contact with the scarred visage of the lion, whose cold smirk reflected a cruel amusement. Take the female away, commanded the scarred lion to the orc behind him. Before Xiao could regain her composure, she found herself hoisted roughly onto a shoulder. The hard bones pressed uncomfortably against her stomach, causing waves of nausea. Having consumed only a few bites of sweet potato, her stomach was nearly empty, and she could only feel the bitter churn of acid rising as her face swiftly drained of its healthy color, replaced by pallor. Chapter 79. Conspiracy. Xiao and the 2 others were hoisted like cargo upon the shoulders of the orc, who strode forward with brisk determination. The orc's shoulder pressed against her abdomen, forcing her upper body into an inverted position, swaying in accordance with the orc's stride. Initially, she felt a slight discomfort in her stomach due to the pressure, but as time elapsed, the prolonged inversion began to induce a lack of blood flow to her brain, accompanied by intense dizziness and nausea. Xiao made a determined effort to lift her head and gaze at the equally burdened Huna and Lu Ling behind her. The 2 pampered individuals, suddenly subjected to such treatment, found themselves in a predicament that was hardly better than her own, lethargically draped over the beastman's shoulders, devoid of their former vitality. Let me down. I feel unwell. Xiao expressed her concern for the pair, straightening slightly to press her head, gently massaging it in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort, her words escaping her lips with a sense of feebleness. To her surprise, the beastman carrying her not only disregarded her plea but, as if oblivious to her words, squeezed her legs and jostled her up and down. At that moment, Xiao could no longer restrain herself, struggling vigorously with her hands and feet against his shoulder. Do not move recklessly, or I shall slay you, the scarred lion beastman warned, having lost his patience in the face of her resistance. Confronted with the lion beast's life-threatening threat, Xiao felt no fear. However, the humiliation inflicted upon her by a stranger was intolerable. As the old adage goes, a gentleman may be killed but not insulted. With no fear of death, she had nothing left to dread, and thus, her cheeks flushed, she intensified her struggles. Anger flared in the lion beast's eyes. They were on the verge of leaving the tiger tribe's territory, and he deemed it necessary to pause temporarily to discipline this disobedient female. Suddenly halting, the lion beast grasped Xiao's legs firmly. Taken aback, Xiao recalled a similar scene from a film she had once watched and thought, "Surely he does not intend to throw me down?" Her suspicions were soon confirmed as the lion beast, true to her expectations, lifted her high by her legs, preparing to cast her away without hesitation. In the fleeting moment before being thrown, Xiao swiftly reached out and grasped his hair. A sharpness escaped both their lips simultaneously as Xiao was flung far away. The lion beast showed no mercy, disregarding her as a female, exerting all his strength. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao's grip on his hair caused him to be pulled along as she was cast aside, nearly tearing his scalp in the process. Xiao staggered to her feet, a wave of metallic sweetness surging in her throat, which she forcibly suppressed. She offered a serene smile, revealing a handful of freshly torn hair clasped in her hand. The lion beast, massaging its scalp, gazed upon the exquisite visage of the female before him, feeling a fervent rush of blood coursing through his veins, clamoring to devour the delicate creature before him. "Ha ha, Li Yi. How amusing it is that you find yourself at a disadvantage with this little female. She is truly stunning. I have yet to encounter a female more beautiful and fair than she. Li Yi, do not dwell on the little female, do not waste time. Once we reach a safe place, she will be at your mercy, will she not?" The beastmen behind witnessed this spectacle, their expressions a mix of astonishment, infatuation, and raucous cheers. Fear not, they were all engaged with the scaled beast, and could not return promptly. The lion beast, with a cold smirk, interrupted the clamor of the beastmen and stepped closer to Xiao, one deliberate stride at a time. Xiao cautiously retreated, her gaze fixed intently on her opponent, while her mind pondered the implications of his words. From his tone, it was evident that the males were contending with the scaled beasts, and he confirmed their inability to advance for now. It appeared that the sudden assault on the tribe by the scaled creatures was no mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated act. Although the method behind the beastmen's actions remained obscure, they were undoubtedly implicated. It seemed that the fearless lion beastman had approached, seizing Xiao's arm and effortlessly lifting her. "Do you think I would be released simply because I fear you?" Xiao retorted with sarcasm. "If carrying you is uncomfortable, then you may walk." Li Yi found this female rather intriguing and did not take her sarcasm to heart, resolutely pulling her along the path they had traversed. Feia, having settled the sparrow spirit, hastened back to the cave, thinking of Xiao's lack of male guardians, which quickened his pace. What transpired here? Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he found all the remaining males gravely injured and sprawled on the ground. Feia rushed forward to assist one of them, anxiously inquiring, but the individual had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "The females have been captured," Lu and I coughed, struggling to stand by leaning against a nearby tree, only to falter again. "What did you say? Who was taken?" Feia's heart raced with concern. "Lu Ling, Hu Na, and Xiao have all been seized." Lu and I managed to say through gritted teeth despite his injuries. "Who did this?" Upon hearing that Xiao was also captured, Feia's eyes ignited with fury, and he was deeply troubled for the safety of Xiao and her companions. "A group of rogue beastmen ambushed us while we were unprepared. We must hurry to find the females." They headed in that direction, Lu and I panted, gesturing towards the way he indicated. "I'll go ahead. You rest and inform the other beastmen," Feia instructed before transforming into a giant eagle and soaring towards Luni's indicated path. Chapter 80. She is not foolish, brother. "How did you end up in the tree?" Mu Chun had been searching the forest for quite some time when he spotted 2 snow-white short-tailed rabbits, inexplicably feeling that such pelts would suit the young female perfectly. "Did you go hunting?" Yun Xian replied with a question, observing his brother from the branches above as he held the rabbits. Having departed earlier with nothing to occupy his time, he had wandered aimlessly, deliberately avoiding the entrance of the tiger clan to evade detection by the clan leader. Remembering the young female's words about standing tall to see far and enjoy a better view, he had impulsively leapt into the trees, leaning back against a trunk to gaze into the distance. Time passed unmeasured until he heard Mu Chun calling from below. "Hee. After enjoying the food made by the young female, I thought to catch her 2 short-tailed rabbits as a gift," Mu Chun replied honestly. "She can cook?" Yunxian lifted the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, his eyes narrowing slightly as a group of orcs approached from a distance. The leading orc was dragging a reluctant female forward. There were quite a few of them. A female from the tiger tribe and another from the deer tribe often visited her home for meals. However, the dish she had prepared today was rather unpalatable, sweet and soft, which did not appeal to my taste. By the way, her home is filled with many things I have never seen before. Perhaps you should visit next time. I will ask her to prepare something different for us. Brother, are you listening to me? Yukin chattered on, yet there was no response from Yunxian, who curiously gazed up at the tree trunk. I recall the chief of the Tiger Howl tribe mentioning that she only had 3 companions, Moi, Jingyao, and Yiming from the Eagle tribe, correct? As Yunxian discerned the orcs in the distance, a puzzled frown creased his brow. Indeed, what are you looking at? Yukin turned, confused, to follow Yunxian's gaze. Do not speak, hide. Yunxian swiftly leaped down from the tree, pulling Yukin to jump into the nearby thicket. I cannot move any further. Either let us rest for a moment or end my life right now. Just as the two concealed themselves, they heard the voice of the female nearby. This fellow, covered in wounds, is still being stubborn. How foolish. At this moment, Yukin also recognized the approaching orcs. The 3 females who had just shared a meal were among them. The leading male continued to drag Xiao forward while surveying the surroundings, while the other 2 were hoisted over the shoulders of other males. Xiao's arms and legs were covered in scrapes. Her once fair skin now appeared soiled. In contrast, the other 2 females, aside from their pallid complexions, seemed relatively unscathed. At least they bore no injuries. Given this treatment towards the females, Muchen could hardly remain oblivious. They had been captured by the feral beasts, whose audacity was astonishing. They had infiltrated the tiger clan's gathering with such boldness. She was not foolish, she was merely stalling for time. Yunxian spoke softly, acknowledging Mu Chen's observation that this little female possessed a certain intrigue. With that, he swiftly seized the short-haired rabbit from Mu Chen's grasp and hurled it towards Yi Xiao and her companions, while simultaneously restraining Mu Chen to prevent him from rushing forward. The short-haired rabbit, startled by its abrupt departure, leaped aimlessly before colliding with the approaching beastmen. Ah, just as I was feeling famished. You shall capture that for us to eat. Yi Xiao was troubled, unable to find a reason to procrastinate, when she noticed a rabbit bounding towards her. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow just as sleepiness struck. Filled with delight, she recalled how she had repeatedly tested the limits of the lion beast man. She had feigned fatigue, requested water, and even resorted to the ruse of needing to relieve herself. The lion beastman's expression grew increasingly dark. Yet the male beside him urged understanding, asserting that this was simply how females behaved. Consequently, he tolerated her antics time and again. Well then, if he could endure such behavior, she might as well embrace her role as the headstrong female in their eyes. Come, let us be placed there, she beckoned. Yu Xiao pointed towards a distant grand tree and then indicated the rabbit that had already leaped far away, adopting a commanding tone. Do not go too far. Liu could no longer contain his frustration. He had discerned that despite the relatively short distance from the cave where they had captured them to this place, they had taken an inordinate amount of time. How have I overstepped? I haven't caused any ruckus. I merely expressed my hunger and desire for food. Is that so unacceptable? Yi Xiao gazed in bewilderment at the furious orc before her. Go catch her a rabbit. I have already dispatched someone to do so. You need to rest immediately. If you do not comply, I shall truly slay you. Li Yi, stung into silence, arranged for someone to fetch the rabbit while casting a fierce glare at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had grown accustomed to the threats from the other party. Upon seeing Hu Na and Lu Ling finally released, she could not be bothered to engage him and hurriedly ran toward them. Are you both all right? Yi Xiao inquired softly as she approached Hu Na and Lu Ling. I'm fine, just felt a bit dizzy from being carried for so long, Hu Na replied, alleviating her discomfort, while Lu Ling nodded in agreement, indicating she was also unharmed. Now that the males are outside the tribe, I'll find a way to buy you some time. When you have the chance, make a swift escape, understood? Yu Xiao whispered urgently to the two. What about you? Hu Na and Lu Ling exclaimed in surprise. Every one of you that can escape should do so. Remember to run towards the tribe's main gate. Yi Xiao reassured them with a smile. The females were placed in a resting area, while the lion beasts scattered, each finding a spot to sit. Here's the short-haired beast you wanted, little female. Enjoy. A male approached, carrying the rabbit he had caught earlier, leering at Yi Xiao. Raw? How can I eat that? My male always cooks it for me first, right? Yi Xiao frowned, and then exchanged a glance with Hu Na and Lu Ling. Yeah, I don't eat raw meat. Huna quickly grasped Xiao's meaning and shouted angrily. Exactly, no raw meat. Lu Ling chimed in. Eat it if you like, the male shrugged. Growing impatient as the three females began to bicker. Unsure of how to handle the situation, he chose to walk away, leaving the rabbit behind. He was a wandering beast man. Why should he concern himself with the whims of females? He had no intention of partnering with them. Indeed, conventional methods of dealing with males proved ineffective. Xiao mused as she watched the rabbit attempt to flee once more. Why are you pushing me? Huna exclaimed, falling to the ground. Looking up at Xiao in confusion. It's all your fault, and yours too. Xiao did not refute. Instead, she tugged at Huna and Lu Ling. Standing up swiftly. While playfully patting the two, she cast a quick wink at them and then shouted in exasperation. Huna and Lu Ling exchanged glances. Although Xiao's playful slaps were not painful, they truly could not comprehend why she would choose to strike them when everything seemed perfectly fine. Xiao felt a surge of anger and urgency, yet she could not articulate her desire for them to flee. As the orcs turned their gaze towards them, she resolutely pushed one forward with each hand, all the while vociferously berating the two. It was quite evident that she possessed a domineering demeanor. Yunxian observed Muchen with a chuckle, commenting on the scene. Hidden among the foliage, Yunxian and Muchen witnessed the entire spectacle. Momentarily perplexed as to how the three females had gone from being perfectly fine to suddenly embroiled in conflict. Just moments ago, things were not like this. Muchen, equally astonished, gazed at Xiao from a distance, taken aback by her dual nature. She had appeared harmless at home, yet now displayed a capricious and willful side. The pride of lion beasts among the orcs were equally bewildered. They had just seen her express concern for the other two females, yet now she was pursuing them in anger. This was troubling. They had to run. As the three females fled further away, Li Yi abruptly realized something was amiss and stood up, roaring in anger. Li Yi, do not panic. Females are like this. Their moods shift rapidly. One of the orcs remarked with a chuckle. Nonsense. Get up and chase after them. Li Yi commanded, transforming into a lion and sprinting towards Xiao. The other orcs, recognizing his tone, hastily followed suit, transforming into their beast forms to pursue her. Brother, we should hurry as well. Otherwise, that fool will surely get hurt, Muchen urged, watching the wandering orcs rush forward. What? Are you developing an interest in her? Yunxian inquired, observing the departing orcs with a smile. Who has any interest in her? I simply think she is rather foolish. I am merely lending assistance. Muchen quickly denied. Very well, then let us not rush to her aid. What if she becomes attached to us? Yunxian lazily remarked, brushing off the grass from his pelt. We should still hurry. If you wish to wait here, I will go ahead, Muchen spontaneously replied, taken aback by Yunxian's words. Cawing loudly, a majestic eagle swooped down from above, heading in their direction. The eagle, soaring high, could clearly observe the orcs below. Have you seen the wandering orcs? They have captured a female, it called out, hovering in midair in its half-beast form, addressing Yunxian and Muchen. Brother, I cannot concern myself with you any longer. Muchen exclaimed, growing more anxious upon hearing the eagle's words, and dashed forward. Although he had never contemplated forming a mate bond, the mere thought of another orc rescuing that young female left him feeling unsettled. Yunxian, surprised to find that Fei was aware of the situation, followed suit. He had initially intended to wait a moment longer before rescuing the female alongside Muchen, but it appeared that the interest in the young female extended beyond just a few males. Disinterested in answering Fei's inquiries, he transformed back into his original form and pursued her. Fei, observing the two impolite orcs from above, suddenly had a thought and soared higher into the sky, following their path. At the outskirts of the tribe, a spotted deer stumbled into the crowd in a panic. Deer and I, what has happened to you? Standing at the rear to provide support, Lu Chuan swiftly recognized him. As a male of the same lineage, he hurried forward to steady the faltering Luni. We must find the clan leader. Lingling and the others have been captured by the wandering beasts, Luni declared, transforming into human form and grasping Lu Chuan's arm. Which wandering beasts have intruded? Which females have been taken? Upon hearing Luni's words, the bonded males expressed their concerns for the safety of their mates. Speaking in a cacophony of voices, the quiet faction promptly dispatched individuals to account for the number of females. Chief Hushi was soon summoned by the beastmen. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of the injured and unconscious Luni and the murmurings of the other beastmen. Having already heard of the incident on his way, he felt a growing discomfort, his brow furrowed as he bellowed at the gathered crowd. Chapter 82. Pursued. Upon hearing Chief Hushao's orders, the beastmen did not hesitate. Quickly dividing into two groups, one to continue monitoring the scale beasts, and the other to hasten back to the cave to tally the females. Howling with realization that Xiao's males had come to assist, and knowing that Luling and Huna often spent time together, Xiao let out a roar. Up front, Moyu, hearing the chief's call, felt a tinge of confusion but rushed towards him nonetheless. Chief, what has transpired? Upon reaching the chief, Moyu beheld Luni lying on the ground. Wandering beast men have infiltrated the tribe, and some females have been captured. You must swiftly ascertain the safety of your young female, Xiao urged. I will go. Yiming, along with several members of the Eagle clan, circled in the sky, observing the movements of the scale beasts. Since earlier, he had noted that the scale beasts were congregating towards the southwest corner of the tribe, seemingly drawn by something. Driven by curiosity, he led the beast men in that direction. After much searching, they discovered a concealed tree hollow containing several enormous eggs, one or two of which showed signs of hatching. These are the eggs of the scale beasts. Should we take them back to present to the chief of the tiger clan? One beastman inquired, wrapping an egg in a large leaf. Why would the eggs of the scale beasts be found within the tiger clan? Another beastman questioned, perplexed. Let us take them back, but be careful not to break them. Yiming instructed, gazing at the eggs nestled within the leaves. The beastmen would never harm the young. It was a rule of the beastly world. Since these eggs were nearing hatching, they too could be considered young, and thus, they were bound by their principles. As the group returned to the tribe and located the chief, Yiming overheard the conversation between Xiao and Moyu. While still airborne, he called out, Chief Xiao, we have found several scale beast eggs in a tree hollow in the southwestern corner of the tribe, and then soared directly towards the cave. How did the tribe come to possess scale beast eggs? Moyu questioned, gazing quizzically at the eggs within the leaves. It appears the scale beasts were drawn here by the eggs. You four, take the eggs to the dry moon forest. Be cautious. And upon reaching the center of the forest, lay the eggs down and return. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao made his arrangements. As the egg was carried away by the Eagle clan's beast men, the group of scaled beasts came to a halt, sniffing the air. The leading scaled beast let out a roar and then began to change direction, swiftly pursuing in the opposite way, with the scaled beast retreating. A sense of urgency filled the air as they noticed several eagle beasts flying overhead, prompting a shift in their pursuit. Jingyao, filled with excitement, dashed towards the direction of Mou. Mou, Jingyao, and Xiao were not present in the cave. Before Mou could utter a word, Yiming hurriedly returned, his anxious demeanor alarming both Mou and Jingyao. What did he mean by that? Xiao had mentioned not to wander off. Jingyao remarked coldly as he gazed at Mou. Just moments ago, Lu and I had informed us that stray beasts had infiltrated our tribe. You should use your marks to pursue them. They ought to be nearby, Xiao reminded, observing several young males losing their composure over the presence of females. Mou, Jingyao, and Yiming were momentarily taken aback, recalling their partner marks, and hurriedly searched their minds for their respective symbols before transforming into their beast forms and racing towards the direction indicated by the marks. Xiao felt utterly exhausted. Despite the fact that Huna and Lu Ling were evidently stronger than her, their stamina proved to be surprisingly poor. Once she had pushed the two of them out of the orc's line of sight, she urged them to run swiftly. Although the three of them had started on equal footing, after a short while, she realized that their figures were no longer beside her. When she turned back to search for them, she discovered that they had fallen significantly behind. With no choice, Xiao had to run back and drag them along to continue their flight. Xiao, I can't run any longer. Let us take a break, Huna gasped, her breath heavy. I can barely catch my breath, Lu Ling said, her face pale as she looked at Xiao. No, we cannot afford to stop. They will soon discover that we have escaped, Xiao insisted. Both of them had become accustomed to a life of luxury and had seldom engaged in physical exertion. It was evident that forcing them into such intense activity was ill-fated. However, at this moment, running was their only option. Let us find a place to hide, Lu Ling suggested, glancing at her companions. They will smell our scent and will find us quickly, Huna said coldly. You two hide first. I will draw them away, Xiao declared. Xiao dragged the two individuals along, exerting herself more than them, rather than risk being caught while escorting them. She concluded it was wiser to hide them away. By diverting attention away from them, she stood a greater chance of ensuring at least one could escape to seek help. Having made her decision, she thrust the two into a hollow of a tree, concealing the entrance with leaves, and then swiftly dashed off in another direction. Yet, fate had other plans. Unfamiliar with the terrain, she had barely taken a few steps when the beastmen, having picked up their scent, were already in pursuit. Chapter 83. The camp rescue Xiao was acutely aware of the swiftness of the beast's men, having exerted every ounce of her strength in her flight. However, when the imposing figure of a mighty lion emerged behind her, drawing ever closer, she profoundly sensed the insurmountable disparity between herself and her pursuer. Her legs had grown weary and weak, rendering her unable to continue. Convinced that she would ultimately be caught, she surrendered to her fate and sank down onto the ground. "Why have you stopped running? Get up and continue." A chilling voice emanated from above as Xiao turned to see Yi Huan, now in human form, standing beside her. Yi Xiao, disinterested in engaging with him, gently patted her chest to calm her racing heart from the vigorous sprint. Where were the other two females? Li Yi, noticing her silence, experienced a flicker of anger in his eyes. When he had first found her, the absence of the other two females had been evident. He abruptly stood up, gripping Yi Xiao tightly, and coldly tightened his hold around her neck. "I have no idea where they've gone. I can't find them." Yi Xiao clutched his hand, her exhaustion nearing the point of collapse, and now being choked left her utterly powerless. Just as she believed her fate was sealed, the lion beast released his grip, placing one hand on her shoulder while the other pressed firmly against her, preventing any movement. "Let me go. This is unbearable." "Don't you know?" Yi Xiao protested, struggling to raise her voice as she pressed her hands against the lion's back. Li Yi chose to ignore her. This female was too cunning, and a moment of inattention could lead to her escape. He hastened back, carrying her swiftly. "Li Yi, we've only located one female." A gray wolf approached, carrying the deer-like Ling, and spoke. "Never mind, one is better than none. We must leave the tiger clan as soon as possible." Li Yi replied coldly, his previously flawless plan now marred by the actions of a few females, his anger simmering beneath the surface. The other beastmen, observing Li Yi's foul mood, dared not contradict him and encircled the gray wolf, ensuring that no similar incidents would occur again. Yi Xiao noticed that only Lu Ling had been captured. Despite her worries, she felt a sense of relief knowing that Huna had likely escaped. The weight of exhaustion washed over her, compounded by the discomfort of being suspended upside down and firmly restrained, leaving her utterly incapacitated. She could do nothing but dangle limply over the shoulder of the lion beast, waiting for Huna to summon Mou and the others to rescue her. Sensing that the female on his shoulder had become compliant, Li Yi's previously agitated mood began to ease slightly. If the situation had involved a male or another female, he might have already resorted to violence. However, when he tightened his grip around the young female's neck and observed her suffering expression, he found himself reluctant to inflict harm. Such a beautiful and intelligent female was rare. Perhaps once they departed from the tiger tribe, he could find a place to conceal her, keeping her by his side, away from other males. He envisioned a future where, as long as she did not disdain his status as a stray beast, he could treat her well, protecting and caring for her. With the path to escape the tiger tribe just ahead, Li Yi felt a sense of relief, believing that even if the female's companions pursued them, they would struggle to locate her outside the tribe. His mind unwittingly began to construct a vision of the days to come with the female at his side. "Stop. Who are you?" "Put the female down." Mu Chen and Yun Xian managed to intercept them just before the strays could leave the tribe. Noticing that the two females did not react to their voices, Mu Chen frowned, anxiously observing the individual slung over the lion beast's shoulder. Chapter 84. The rescue. The exit from the tiger tribe lay just ahead. But a shadow fell over Li Yi's eyes upon seeing the two males who suddenly appeared. "Our female is feeling unwell. Let us take them back to the tribe." A somewhat frail male smiled as he approached, attempting to bluff his way through. "A stray is still a stray. No matter how much you try to disguise yourselves, you cannot mask the stench that clings to you. Enough talk. Put the female down, and I'll ensure you remain in one piece." Mu Chen regarded the orc speaking with a hint of sarcasm. Yun Xian's icy gaze fell upon Li Yi, or more precisely, upon the female slung over his shoulder. The once neat and tidy little female now appeared grimy, her exposed skin coated in a layer of dust, and her formerly well-kept hair now tousled and unkempt. Numerous glaring scratches marred her arms and legs, indicating the hardship she had endured, causing Yun Xian to instinctively furrow his brow. Li Yi steadied the female with one hand and took 2 steps back. At a signal, the orc swiftly transformed into its beast form and lunged toward Mu Chen and Yun Xian. The two faced the approaching threat in their human forms. Mu Chen easily sidestepped the attack from a leopard, kicking it away with a swift motion. Meanwhile, Yun Xian, with a cold demeanor, swiftly seized a lion beast by the neck, applying pressure until it snapped with a resounding crack. Even in the face of such fierce orcs, they did not retreat. For these wandering beasts, life and death were commonplace, and their desperation to secure a female drove them to abandon all caution. As one fell, another charged forward without a hint of pain. Li Yi, along with the wolf beast carrying Lu Ling, observed as their companions engaged the newcomers. Their tenuous alliance, forged out of necessity, showed no hesitation as they retreated with the female, leaving no trace of their departure. When Feiya caught up, he beheld the entangled orcs and, not far off, one beast carrying two females. His heart raced, and disregarding the skirmish, he dove from the heights. Sharp eagle claws aimed at the females in an attempt to rescue them from above. Sensing a shift in the air currents, Liu deftly tightened his grip on the female and jumped back a few paces, kicking the wolf beast beside him. The force of his kick was uncalculated, and the wolf beast, taken by surprise, was flung away along with the female it carried. In contrast to the wolf beast that quickly regained its footing, Lu Ling rolled twice upon hitting the ground before coming to a stop. Wincing at the pain from the stones beneath her, she sat up, gazing at the battling males with a mixture of confusion and dismay. Before she could collect her thoughts, she was pulled to a nearby tree. Recognizing the person, she refrained from crying out. Reluctantly, Mu Chen was assigned by Yunxian to rescue another female, unleashing his pin-up fury upon the gray wolf. Once the wolf could no longer rise, he guided Lu Ling to a tree behind Yunxian, instructing her to remain there until the other orcs arrived. Before plunging back into the fray without a backward glance, Feiya, seeing that Xiao remained ensnared by the lion beast, launched another attack. His massive beak aimed at the lion's head. Observing that the orcs he had brought along were now restrained, Liu chose not to linger any longer. With the female in his possession, he felt no fear of the eagle beast's assault, disregarding its attacks as he quickened his pace, eager to find a safe place to assess her condition. Little did he know, the seemingly inactive female was simply exhausted, having been suspended upside down for too long, leading to slight blood flow issues. Aside from a mild dizziness, she felt no discomfort and, having finally settled a bit, succumbed to slumber. Soon, Yunxian and Mu Chen concluded their battle as well. The wandering beasts were predominantly of second-tier strength, and initially, Yunxian had believed they were merely engaging in bluster due to their numbers. However, their reckless tactics proved somewhat troublesome, consuming more time than anticipated. Once the last leopard was subdued, Yunxian impatiently glanced at the fleeing lion beast, unable to quell the anger simmering within his chest. "Brother, are you angry?" Mu Chen distinctly sensed the anger emanating from Yunxian. They were not mere cubs, yet in his recollection, Yunxian had always been a composed and taciturn elder brother, rarely revealing such overt emotions. "You wouldn't be." Mu Chen furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering something. Yunxian cast a puzzled glance at the hesitant Mu Chen before turning decisively towards the direction of the lion beast, striding forward with purpose. "Brother, wait for me." Upon realizing that Yunxian might also have taken a liking to the young female, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, he felt a surge of happiness for his brother and readily embraced this newfound truth. Chapter 85. Let her go. Liu disregarded the pursuing beastmen behind him, quickening his pace from a brisk walk to a light jog, ultimately transitioning into a full sprint. As his speed increased, his previously steady form began to jolt. At that moment, Li could not afford to think of Xiao. His sole focus was on evading the beastmen trailing him. Xiao was abruptly roused from slumber, supporting his dizzy head as he lifted it. Initially believing he might have been mistaken, he vigorously shook his head. Once his senses returned, he dared to gaze ahead. And indeed, a wolf and a fox were pursuing him from behind, while above, an eagle circled ominously in the sky. Xiao felt somewhat bewildered, her rationality gradually returning. She had never witnessed the beast forms of Yunxian and Mu Chen, thus she mistakenly regarded them as companions of the lion beast. However, the enormous eagle soaring above appeared somewhat familiar. Assuming it was a beastman come to rescue her, Xiao, lacking clarity on the rescue operation, dared not act recklessly. Instead, she blinked her eyes and fixated on the sky, hoping not to miss any glance conveyed by the other party, striving to cooperate with their actions without causing any disturbance. From the moment there was a commotion, Feiya and his companions could not tear their gaze away from Xiao. She did not scream or shout. Instead, she waited quietly, her obedient demeanor evoking a sense of heartache. "Xiao, do not be afraid. I will undoubtedly rescue you." Although Feiya had the advantage in the air, the wretched beast had managed to evade his strike and had firmly pinned Xiao against its shoulder. Her fragile form obstructed the beast's back, leaving Feiya unable to make a move without the risk of injuring her. He could only soothe the female's emotions with his voice. Is he your mate?" Upon hearing the words of the eagle beast, Li recalled the mark he had seen on the female's finger earlier, one of which indeed bore the eagle emblem. A surge of anger welled within him. Why were they able to bond so easily while he had to fight desperately to claim a female? It was utterly unjust. Casting a glance at the female resting on his shoulder, Liu suddenly lost the desire to flee, since they were so affectionate. If he were to kill her mates before her eyes, would that not sever her aspirations? Having made up his mind, he gradually halted his steps and turned to face the approaching beastmen, gripping Yi Xiao's neck with one hand and positioning her defensively in front of him. Rage clouded his judgment, and this time his grip was fierce, the sensation of suffocation enveloping Yi Xiao entirely as she weakly beat against his hand. Release her. Seeing Yi Xiao's throat constricted, her complexion shifting from pale to purple, Mu Qin shouted in fury. Huh, you are not her partner. What are you then? A suitor? Li grasped Yi Xiao's hand with his other hand, and upon noticing the 3 marks on her delicate fingers, he raised his gaze to Mu Qin and Yun Xian. Sneering coldly, let her go, and I will allow you to leave. Fia descended from the sky, transforming into human form as he spoke in a chilling tone. It matters not. With such a beautiful female by my side, what fear is there in death? Li remarked dismissively, as if he had heard a jest. While caressing Yi Xiao's cheek, Yi Xiao felt a deep anguish, for the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Now, with her throat grasped tightly, a mere exertion from the lion beast could extinguish her life at any moment. It appears you still possess the energy to struggle, Li remarked with an even broader smile at the sight of the female's furious gaze. However, the moment he smiled, the scars on his face were accentuated, and Yi Xiao could find no words to describe such a visage except for perverse and terrifying. What do you desire? Yun Xian clenched his fists, striving to suppress his fury while maintaining an air of indifference. I want her, and you are not to pursue us. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end her life. Li continued with a mocking grin. His words momentarily stunned the onlookers. What, are you reluctant? Observing the expressions of Feya and the female, Li became increasingly convinced of their bond. If he could first sever their connection, his escape from the tiger tribe would be markedly more secure. As for the female's other partner, he was likely still preoccupied with the scale beast. Once Li had fled, he could devise a means to dissolve her relationship, leaving her solely reliant on herself. I do not possess the severing herb. Do you wish for Xiao to sever her fingers? Feya swiftly countered, sensing the lion beast's misunderstanding of his relationship with Yu Xiao, and he inquired coldly. That is unnecessary, but your death would yield the same outcome. Liu laughed heartily, his smile akin to a sharp blade, slicing through his terrifying visage, revealing the madness and distortion within. Very well, release her. You may take my life instead. Feya noticed Yi Xiao's complexion deteriorating, leaving no room for further contemplation, and he replied resolutely. No, do not. Yu Xiao turned her head towards Feya in disbelief. What on earth was happening? How could her actions implicate others? She attempted to voice her dissent, yet her words emerged as mere fragments, rendered incoherent. Fearful that he might act recklessly, she disregarded the pain in her neck and struggled fiercely. Xiao, don't move recklessly, Feya exclaimed in a state of urgency, observing her desperate struggle. At that moment, Liu suddenly reached out, seizing Yi Xiao by the neck and lifting her off the ground, leaving her feet dangling in the air. Yi Xiao's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson as she desperately clawed at her assailant's iron-like grip, her toes futilely kicking in a frantic attempt to escape. Yet she found herself on the brink of suffocation. At last, her captor relented, and she tumbled back to the ground, curling up in a disheveled heap, erupting into a fit of coughing more violent than that of choking on water. I have warned you to behave. Yu Ye's dwindling patience evaporated upon witnessing Yi Xiao's struggle. Fraught with fear for the eagle beast, his gaze now shrouded in shadows of despair. In that moment of near death, Yu Xiao was enveloped by the chilling shadow of terror, experiencing for the first time the ruthless cruelty of the beastmen. As Yu Xiao coughed, an indescribable anger and fear surged from the depths of her heart. Suppressing her unease, she slowly straightened her body, forcing herself to regain her composure. At this moment, one might say she was merely a burden to Feya and the others. Having witnessed the earlier incident, she knew she could not afford to panic, for such a reaction would only burden Feya and his companions further. Since you choose not to act, then let me assist you. Li glanced at the female creature on the ground, ultimately unable to strike her down. He abandoned her and swiftly transformed, charging towards Feya and the others. At this moment, Feya, Yun Xian, and Mu Qin were all focused on Yi Xiao, oblivious to Li's intentions. This feral beast, possessing a high rank and incredible speed, launched a sudden attack, forcing the 3 to retreat in haste. Xiao gazed at the individuals locked in combat, striving to rise to his feet, just as a fleeting thought of escape flickered through his mind. He had yet to take a step when he caught sight of the lion beast turning its gaze towards him, then charging in his direction. Have you suddenly developed keen eyesight behind me? As Xiao lamented, she recklessly sprinted forward. Yunxian never anticipated being outmaneuvered by a stray beast. Seizing the opportunity when they were unguarded, he launched a surprise attack, only to turn and pursue the female when they became alert. He certainly did not regard himself with any seriousness. With narrowed eyes, Yunxian cast a cold gaze upon the wretched lion beast, his face betraying an uncontainable fury. With a howl, he briefly instructed Mu Chun before transforming into a silver wolf and emitting a piercing wolf howl as he darted away. In comparison to the lion beast, the silver wolf was swifter and more agile. As he neared his adversary, Yunxian unexpectedly lunged, sinking his teeth into its hind leg. Although the lion beast was momentarily taken aback by this sudden assault, it quickly evaded with surprising agility, its massive frame darting away like a cat escaping over a fence. Due to this evasion, Yunxian was unable to decisively sever its bones. However, as the lion beast turned to address the attack on its hind leg, it inadvertently exposed its vulnerable neck to Yunxian. In that fleeting moment, he summoned all his strength and pounced ferociously, clamping his jaws around its neck. With his sharp canines penetrating deeply into the tendons, he exerted all his might to pierce the lion's taut muscles. Startled, the lion leaped with force, tearing away a chunk of flesh and blood. Li took a slight step back, glancing at the injury on his leg. Despite the gruesome sight of flesh and blood, he remained unfazed, his eyes ignited with a fervent, bloodthirsty flame. After the two engaged in a fierce skirmish, Xiao paused in her tracks. Not far from her, they clashed with great fervor, and she turned just in time to witness their bodies collide with a deafening thud. Their teeth grazed the air, producing a piercing sound, while their eyes burned with fury and zeal. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Don't just stand there, Mu Chun urged, having received a subtle cue from Yunxian. As Yunxian entangled with the lion beast, he rushed towards Xiao. Observing her dazed expression as she watched the two beasts fight, his mood inexplicably lifted. He instinctively drew her into his embrace. Unbeknownst to Mu Chun, the softness of her form was surprisingly comforting, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. This sensation was peculiar yet profoundly reassuring, filling him with a unique happiness. It was only upon feeling the warmth of his embrace that Xiao realized she was firmly held in his arms, appearing particularly petite against his solid frame. I can walk on my own, she said softly, feeling a bit embarrassed to be held by a stranger. As she looked up at him, stay still. If you don't want to be caught again, be obedient, Mu Chun replied, a hint of displeasure in his voice as he focused intently on the ongoing battle between Yunxian and the lion beast. He understood Yunxian's strength. The prolonged struggle without a decisive victory indicated that the lion beast was formidable. Is Xiao feeling unwell? Feiya landed before them, anxious to pull Xiao away from Mu Chun's grasp. However, before he could reach her, Mu Chun swatted his hand away. Feiya glared at Mu Chun, who met his gaze with equal intensity. I'm fine. Are you both injured? Xiao interjected, perplexed by the sudden tension between the two men. Fearing that they might truly come to blows, she felt compelled to intervene. We're fine, they assured her with amused smiles, turning their attention back to her. Are you not going to help? Xiao glanced between the two of them and the still fighting beasts. Xiao, let me take you to the tree, Feiya offered with a smile. My brother doesn't need my help. You stay here, Mu Chun replied, tightening his hold around Xiao's waist, as if to prevent Feiya from making a move. You both are so childish, Xiao thought, exasperated by their antics. She truly did not require assistance. Why were they both so focused on her? Chapter 87. Torment Yunxian leapt high into the air, aiming a claw at Li's face. But the latter evaded the attack, gracefully twisting in midair before landing firmly on the ground. When the female inquired whether he needed help, Yunxian felt a flicker of appreciation. However, he quickly reconsidered, interpreting her concern as a doubt in his abilities. The smile he had started to form faded as he turned, his slightly reddened eyes locking onto Xiao's gaze. Is he glaring at me? Cautiously, their gazes locked. Xiao discerned the displeasure reflected in the other's eyes. Before she could ponder further, she noticed a fierce lion lunging from behind a silver wolf, prompting her to scream a warning. Upon hearing the feminine voice, Yunxian swiftly retreated in a desperate attempt to evade the beast's assault. Li seemed to have anticipated Yunxian's escape route, as the previous swipe had merely been a feint. The other paw surged directly towards his abdomen. Yunxian had no time to evade, He raised his forepaw in defense, managing to block the palm, yet was unable to thwart the onslaught of the opponent's razor-sharp claws, leaving his arm a gruesome mess in an instant. Xiao felt a pang of pain as she anxiously observed the injured silver wolf, urging those beside her to assist. Xiao Yezi and the others finally located Xiao and rushed towards her in a flurry of concern. Upon hearing her name called and witnessing the trio's frantic approach, a wave of suppressed grievance washed over Xiao. Gently pushing Mu Chen aside, she hurried towards them. The sight of her empty hands suddenly filled Mu Chen's heart with a bittersweet ache. "It's all right. We're here," Mu Yu said. Noticing the look of distress in Xiao's eyes, his voice tinged with remorse. Jing Yao and Deepening anxiously examined her body, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Though they did not detect any severe wounds, their precious companion's fair skin made even the slightest injury conspicuous, particularly the numerous scrapes scattered across her hands and legs. "Don't worry. I'm fine," Xiao reassured them, her sense of grievance stemming solely from seeing her beloved, not one to indulge in self-pity. She began to comfort the trio upon witnessing their concern. "By the way, that other one is injured. You must hurry to help." She suddenly recalled the silver wolf's wounded forepaw and urged Mu Yu and the others. "We'll go assist. You stay here and wait for us," Jing Yu said with a smile, ruffling Xiao's hair. As he turned, the faint smile that had grazed his lips slowly vanished, replaced by a glimmer of cold resolve in his eyes. Yiming planted a kiss on her cheek and opened his arms, soaring towards the lion and silver wolf. Jing Yao and Yiming plunged into the fray, with Jing Yao's serpent-like tail striking out towards the beast, while Yiming seized the silver wolf by its massive claws, lifting it off the ground as it attempted to evade Jing Yao's attack. "Let go of me," Yunxian growled, sensing Yiming's intentions. However, Yiming paid no heed to Yunxian's struggles, dragging him away from the battle before tossing him towards the direction of Feiya and Mu Chen, only to return to the fight. Furious, Yunxian instinctively glanced at the nearby female by Mu Yu's side. He had not yet surrendered, and after being cast aside, he turned to rejoin the fray. "Don't move," Xiao cautioned, observing the blood dripping from his forepaw as she pulled Mu Yu forward to quietly halt his movements. Yunxian glanced at Xiao, straightened his posture, yet complied by remaining still. A majestic wolf now appeared as gentle as a tame dog. "Could you transform back into your human form? The fur obscures your wounds." Xiao knelt before Yunxian, studying his injuries. "No need to worry. I will heal on my own." Yunxian averted his gaze in response. "Brother, hurry and change back so that Xiao can examine you." Mu Chen observed Xiao's slightly furrowed brow due to Yunxian's words and quickly spoke up. Yunxian, witnessing his brother's expression, suddenly felt an urge to reprimand him and turned his face away in frustration. "Let us take a look. The wound is quite deep." Xiao gently brushed aside the fur around the large claw mark. Her small, delicate hands glided over his fur, akin to a feather lightly caressing his heart. Though her mind had yet to catch up, her body instinctively responded. In the next moment, the soft fur in Xiao's hands transformed into robust arms. "Indeed. It's a serious injury. Your resilience is remarkable," she gasped, her attention wholly captured by the gruesome wound. Facing the combined assault from the high-ranking beastmen, Yiming and Jing Yao, Li had to be vigilant against Jing Yao's constricting serpent tail, avoid his venomous fangs, and remain wary of Yiming's impending talons and beak. Soon, Li's movements began to slow. Xiao, I shall take you back to the wooden cabin," Mu Yu said, noting that the stray beast was nearing exhaustion. However, Jing Yao and Yiming refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely inflicting numerous wounds. Wishing to shield Xiao from such a bloody spectacle, Mu Yu intended to escort her back to rest. "Very well," Xiao replied, glancing at the ongoing struggle and then at Mu Yu. Understanding her concern for Jing Yu and the others, Mu Yu offered her an encouraging smile before lifting her to depart. "It would be best to bandage your wound. We have medicine at home. Why not come back with us so I can tend to it?" After taking a few steps, Xiao suddenly recalled something and called out to Mu Yu, steadying herself against his shoulder as she turned to look back at the injured individuals, realizing that they had sustained their injuries while saving her. She could not simply ignore them. "All right." Yunxian had yet to speak when Mu Chen interjected, offering to assist. Yunxian, speechless, avoided Mu Chen's hand. He initially intended to decline, but found himself unable to voice his refusal upon encountering the concerned gaze of the female. Watching Yunxian rise to follow the petite female, Mu Chen joyfully trailed behind. As Xiao and the others moved farther away, Feiya's attention returned to Yiming and Jing Yao. He coldly reminded them. "Li seems to have realized that the serpent and eagle beasts are deliberately tormenting him, humiliating him merely to avenge the little female. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing as his pupils constricted, fixating intently on the distant figure, as if a crimson hue reflected in his gaze. Seizing the moment when the lion beast was distracted, Jingyu swiftly ensnared it, tightening his grip until, with the contraction of his muscles, the air within Li Ye's chest was forcefully expelled, leaving him gradually gasping for breath. It felt as though his bones and internal organs were being crushed together. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, he roared in defiance before ceasing his struggles. Only when Jing Yao sensed the lion beast's heart had ceased to beat did he relax his muscles and release his hold. Observing the beast, broken and lifeless, sprawled on the ground, the group felt their anger begin to subside. Chapter 88. The Baonat Jing Yao and Yi Ming, upon witnessing the lifeless lion beast, were both reluctant to take action, knowing they would be subjected to the incessant nagging of Chief Xiao later. Thus, they silently decided to shift their focus onto Feya, who was watching from the sidelines. The stray beast has been dealt with, the rest is up to you, Jing Yao remarked as he prepared to depart. Then let Yi Ming deliver this to Chief Xiao, he added, with no intention of taking over. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Yi Ming had already taken flight, his resolve unwavering, without uttering a single word of explanation. Nothing good ever comes from encountering you. Your strength is commendable, yet you have crossed paths with the wrong individual. Feya approached the lion beast and kicked it fiercely. The lion beast had harmed Xiao, and Feya believed that its demise was, in a way, a leniency. Neither the snake beast nor Yi Ming cared for it. But as the leader of his clan, he could not abandon the lion beast here. He had to bring its carcass to Chief Xiao, dreading the thought of facing the chief's incessant chatter. God knows how much he regretted not accompanying Yi Xiao back to check on her injuries and offer her comfort instead of witnessing the lion beast's fate. Ultimately reducing himself to cleaning up after the snake beast and Yi Ming. Transforming into his beast form, Feya's sharp claws sank deeply into the lion beast's flesh. Channeling his frustrations, before he took flight with the carcass towards the tribal center to seek out Chief Xiao, Mou returned to the wooden house with Yi Xiao, who instructed him to boil a pot of hot water. She then arranged for Yun Xian and Mu Chen, who had accompanied them, to sit in the front hall while she hurried into the back room to change into animal skins, as her mild cleanliness obsession made her unable to tolerate her current appearance. Yun Xian and Mu Chen examined the unfamiliar decor within the house, acknowledging that many items in the small female's abode were unlike anything they had ever encountered. Come in and have a seat, she beckoned. Yi Xiao emerged clad in a fresh garment of animal hide. Noticing the two still lingering at the entrance, she beckoned them and then gracefully took a seat beside the table. Your belongings are rather unique, Mu Chen remarked, observing Yi Xiao's movements before advancing to sit beside her with a gentle smile. It's quite satisfactory. Yi Xiao ran her fingers through her hair, having been tossed out by the beast twice earlier. She felt dirty, both her body and hair in disarray, and with guests present, taking a bath was not an option. Once she had tamed her hair, she decided to braid it into a simple fishtail braid, to add a touch of charm. She tied about with a strip of beast hide she found on the table at the ends of her braid. Yun Xian and Mu Chen felt that this unembellished appearance accentuated her beauty and grace, exuding a gentle and serene aura. Xiao Xiao, the water is ready, came Mou's voice from outside the door. All right, I'll be right there, Yi Xiao replied as she made her way towards the door. When she returned, carrying a stone pot, her skin had been cleansed of the dirt, revealing her original fair complexion, though the various scrapes and bruises were now more pronounced. Could you show me your hand? Yi Xiao approached Yun Xian, placing the stone pot on the table as she spoke softly. Yi Xiao always found conversing with the aloof wolf beast somewhat cumbersome. She was uncertain whether she might inadvertently offend him at any moment, especially considering the perpetually indifferent expression upon his countenance. Consequently, she often refrained from speaking until her thoughts had been meticulously contemplated. Yun Xian observed the female's cautious demeanor towards him, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Thus, he opted for silence and simply placed his hand upon the table. Allow me to cleanse the wound first, followed by the application of medication. It may cause some discomfort. Yi Xiao initially intended to encourage him to endure the pain, but upon reflecting that he had not uttered a single word of pain since his injury, she recognized his remarkable fortitude. She thought it prudent not to voice her sentiments, lest she be met with disdain. Mu Chen, standing nearby, watched Yi Xiao diligently attend to Yun Xian. He noted how she carefully wiped the wound with animal hide, sprinkled some unfamiliar powder onto it, and then meticulously bandaged the injury with strips of hide. The entire process was executed with utmost seriousness. My apologies. I am accustomed to binding wounds. Allow me to undo this for you. After securing the bandage, Xiao noticed that the wolf beast was fixated on the bow on his arm. She hurriedly reached out to adjust the knot. Let it be, Xian replied, raising his arm to evade her gentle touch. Very well, please refrain from exposing the wound to water for the next few days. And it would be best not to shift into beast form. Should you experience any discomfort, you may seek the clan healer or clan leader Yan Che, Xiao advised. Seeing no objections from him, she felt no need to dwell on the matter. After all, if others were to ridicule her, she had already provided her counsel, and thus could not be held accountable. Xiao, I am famished. May I dine at your home? My brother discarded the short-haired rabbits we caught to lure away the stray beasts. I shall catch more for you next time, if you would permit. Muchen, noticing that Xiao had tended to Xian's wound, concocted an excuse to linger. Ah, so the 2 rabbits were yours? I had wondered about such a fortuitous occurrence. Xiao replied with a smile, then dashed into the back room. Do you partake in fruits? She felt it inappropriate to decline his request for sustenance, especially considering he had sacrificed his catch to save her. However, her household lacked a habit of stockpiling food beyond fruits, so she returned to the front hall, cradling an assortment of fruits. Please, indulge yourselves, Muchen said with a cheerful grin, a hint of playfulness in his tone. Xiao sensed something amiss in his words, yet could not articulate her thoughts. She placed the fruits on the table, gently nudging them towards them to alleviate any awkwardness, before sitting on a bamboo chair and starting to munch on an apple. As she savored the fruit, her cheeks puffed adorably, prompting Muchen to reach out and gently poke her cheek, pleased by its softness. What are you doing? Xiao, having swallowed her bite, shot him a disgruntled glare. Hee, I took a fruit in exchange for a head of game, Muchen replied merrily. Then, clutching a fruit, he laughed and dashed out of the wooden house. Chapter 89. The dominant Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, and, feeling disinclined to ponder over it, she resumed her consumption of fruit. Xian, seated beside her, alternated his gaze between the female and the bandage wound on his hand, ultimately landing his eyes on the fruit upon the table. A sense of awkwardness enveloped him. Muchen had abruptly dashed out, leaving him alone with the female, who remained silent, while he was at a loss for words. The tiger beast outside was also preoccupied, lingering outside for an extended period, which added to his vexation. Do you not enjoy fruit? When Jingyao and the others return, they should bring some game, so you might as well wait a little longer. Xiao inquired politely as she noticed someone staring blankly at the fruit on the table while reaching for his second apple. Do you have a particular fondness for fruit? Xian observed that every time he encountered her, she seemed to be eating fruit, and now she spoke of it once more. I enjoy many things. I'm not picky, Xiao replied with a smile. Do you think I'm useless? I got injured dealing with a stray beast, Xian questioned, casting a glance at his hand, voicing his inner thoughts. Although he never exhibited weakness, he was concerned about the female's perception of him. Not at all. If you consider yourself weak, what should I say about being easily captured? Xiao responded with a hint of laughter after a brief pause. That is different. You are a female. Xian clearly felt disheartened rather than comforted. No, I did not intend to compare you with myself. However, I have heard that scars are the metals of males. The more wounds one bears, the stronger they are, right? Of course, injuries that can be avoided should be avoided. Xiao replied with a smile. Is that so? Xian's lips curled slightly at the female's response. I was just speaking whimsically. Take it with a grain of salt. Xiao thought the person across from her looked rather handsome while also feeling a bit intimidating. You have never been to the wolf tribe, have you? Once the gathering concludes, I will take you to see it. Xian shifted the topic with a swift change in conversation. I am not particularly keen on going. Xiao expressed her doubts as she spoke her mind. The bonding ceremony must be held in the wolf tribe. How could you possibly not attend? Xian chuckled softly. Bonding? Me? With whom? I was completely unaware. Xiao was increasingly perplexed. You and I. Xian stood up and approached Xiao, causing her to hastily rise and retreat in surprise. I do not recall ever agreeing to bond with you. Xiao frowned, her voice turning cold. I saved you. According to Beast Society's customs, I am already your male. However, rest assured, I do not intend to force you, and do not misunderstand. I did not save you merely to bond. I acted according to my own will. Promise me, at the very least, to consider it, and then give me your response. Xian gently guided Xiao to sit down, squatting before her, then placing a kiss on her hand, regarding her with a serious expression. But we have only met twice, haven't we? Xiao blinked her large eyes at him, hoping he would not act impulsively. Do I seem like a male who would randomly seek a female partner on a whim? Yunxian discerned her thoughts and chuckled. Yes, she wanted to express that he did, that he indeed appeared that way at the moment. Yet, she hesitated. For he seemed akin to a domineering protagonist from a light novel, almost proclaiming, "Woman, I have chosen you. From now on, you will heed my words. And I shall provide for you. Xiao, I've brought back some firewood, and I found the prey you roasted earlier. Would you like some?" Moi entered the main hall, only to find Yunxian squatting before Xiao, holding her hand. Xiao hurried to rise, intending to join him, but Yunxian tightened his grip, unwilling to let go. Xiao, do you wish to accept Yunxian? Moi stepped into the wooden cabin, not sparing a glance at Yunxian, and gently addressed Xiao. I don't. Xiao instinctively looked up at Moi, but upon noticing the disappointment on Yunxuan's face, she lowered her gaze again. Xiao, Yunxian saved you. I do not oppose him becoming your mate, Moi continued. What? Her own husband permits her to seek other men? Xiao felt bewildered. Moi agrees? Does he need to? Yunxian was equally perplexed. He is strong, capable of protecting you, Moi declared, as he and Yunxian were old acquaintances. Moi understood Yunxian's character. Knowing he would not lightly utter the words of partnership, once spoken, he would not easily relinquish it. Yes, you would need to seek a partner. So it would be better to find someone familiar and capable. Yeshu fell silent, reluctant to further explore the subject. She was aware that, despite her unwillingness, she still needed to find additional partners. The chief of the Tiger clan had stated that a female should have at least 5 mates, which meant she must seek 2 more. Do you not wish to mate with me? Yunxian asked, observing Xiao's silence, suppressing the ache in his heart. Let us wait for Jingao and Yiming to return. I mentioned I would consult them first. Xiao felt somewhat chaotic inside, unsure how to respond to Yunxian. Moi stepped forward and embraced Xiao gently, knowing she was in a difficult position. He too felt the torment, yet for her safety, he could only act thus. Chapter 90. Heartache. Jingao and Yiming returned to the wooden cabin in succession, and the first thing they did was check Xiao's injuries. After receiving her repeated assurances that they were merely superficial wounds, their previously heightened concerns finally eased. Xiao, what has transpired? Yiming sat upon a stool, cradling the female in his embrace, having noticed her pensive demeanor since their return. Yunxian, observing that her companion had returned, also took a seat at the table. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Xiao. Jingao and Yiming, aware of the customs of the beast world, displayed no hostility upon his arrival. Yunxuan's expression indicated her intent to bond with Xiao as well, leaving the ultimate choice to their beloved. Xiao buried her head in Yiming's embrace and gently shook her head. Little leaf, if you do not wish to, then there is no need to pursue others. Jingao stepped forward, taking one of her hands and speaking softly. Mo stood silently by, having already expressed everything that needed to be said. Regardless of Xiao's choice, he would support her unconditionally. What do the 3 of you think? Xiao suddenly lifted her gaze to the trio. Xiao, my dear. I heard from the young man of Feiya that you were injured, so I came to see you. May I enter? Before anyone could respond, the voice of the Tiger Xiao clan leader resonated from outside the door. Please, come in. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that a male companion could not enter the female dwelling without the permission of its female owner. She hastily invited him inside. To her surprise, Chief Xiao entered with Feiya following closely behind. Ah, so this is what you've crafted using the rising bamboo, Xiao remarked, stepping into Yu Zhao's home for the first time. The changes since Mo had not formed a bond with her were quite significant, clearly indicating that this young female was both clever and resourceful. Chief, please have a seat, she urged warmly. Yu Zhao wished to leap from Yiming's embrace, yet Yiming tightened his grip, unwilling to release her. With a sense of resignation, Yu Zhao turned her gaze towards Hu Xiao and spoke. Isn't that the young man? Yunxian? I did not expect you to be here. Hu Xiao, the clan leader, was astute, observing Yunxian seated in the company of the females. His attention lingering upon them, he grasped the situation clearly. Hu Xiao, let us address the matter at hand, Fei interjected at an opportune moment, not wishing for Hu Xiao to ramble on and overlook the purpose of their visit. Cough. I am aware. No need to rush, Hu Xiao retorted, casting an irritated glance at Fei behind him. Is there something of importance? Yu Xiao wondered, perplexed as to why the clan leader would address business at her residence. Today, the 3 of you females were captured by feral beasts. Apart from Hu Na, who managed to escape, you and Lu Ling were rescued by several males. Young Fei Yu has already informed me of his desire to bond with you, hence my visit to ascertain your thoughts. Coincidentally, Yunxian, you are also present. Which female do you wish to bond with? Or is there something within the tiger clan that has caught your eye? You may share your desires with me. Hu Xiao glanced at Xiao, then at Yunxian, smiling as he spoke. Did I mishear? Is it true that Feiya wishes to bond with me? Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Feiya. Do not look at me like that. I merely have feelings for you. I have committed no grave error. Xiao, please do not be angry with me, Feiya replied with a cheerful smile, suppressing the urge to pinch her cheek. Standing earnestly in place. I have already expressed to Xiao my desire to bond with her, Yunxian remarked, fiddling with the bow on his arm. Feiya noticed the beast hide knot on Yunxian's arm resembled the knot in Xiao's hair, undoubtedly crafted by her hand. Observing Yunxian's affectionate demeanor, Feiya felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. Xiao, what are your thoughts now? Hu Xiao inquired, drawing everyone's attention to Xiao. Do you all have any opinions? Xiao softly responded, her gaze sweeping over Mou, Jingyao, and Yiming. Xiao did not anticipate that all three would lower their heads in silence. A sharp pain piercing her heart as if struck by a dagger, the intensity of which was unbearable. Since they had no objections, I shall voice none, she thought, diverting her gaze towards the leader of the Hu Xiao clan. Very well, since you all have no reservations. I suggest you spend this time fostering your relationship and nurturing your bond. I shall take my leave now. The leader of Hu Xiao found it perplexing to decipher the sorrow reflected in the young female's eyes. Did the prospect of pairing cause her such discontent? Yet, it was not his concern. He believed that it was best left for Mou and his companions to gently soothe her. Having delivered his message, he stood up to depart. I am feeling somewhat weary. You may remain seated while I take a moment to rest. Xiao leapt from Yiming's embrace, her heart aching profoundly, tears threatening to cascade down her cheeks. Yet, she repeatedly whispered to herself, I am fine. Jingyao, observing her fragile figure, felt a surge of compassion, his fist clenched tightly, cracking with tension. He yearned to pursue her, but was simultaneously restrained by Mou and Yiming. Both men, witnessing Xiao's distress, shared a silent understanding as they intoned, let her be for now, do not disturb her. Yunxian and Feiya exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the nature of this intricate dynamic. They were perplexed and wished someone could elucidate the appropriate course of action. Chapter 91. For her. After Xiao returned to her room and closed the door, her body weakly leaned against it as she slid down to the floor. A wave of grievance and discomfort surged within her, yet she found herself powerless to articulate her feelings. Tears brimmed in her eyes, only to be stifled time and again. Though she understood that it was not entirely their fault, she could not reconcile with the ease with which the three had allowed her to leave. Xiao was suddenly beset by a haunting notion of being discarded at any moment, a thought that swiftly took residence in her mind and refused to dissipate. Xiao felt a wave of discomfort as she curled up, wrapping her arms tightly around her legs, striving to stifle any sounds of distress that might reach the ears of those outside. Xiao, come and see what I've caught. Mu Chen's voice resonated from beyond the door. After a prolonged absence, he was unconcerned and dashed inside, leaving his catch behind in search of her. Upon entering, he was met with a room full of people, all silently regarding him with varying expressions. Do not shout, Yunxian admonished, casting a reproachful glance at Mu Chen. Xiao has gone to rest. Both Yunxian and Feiya could discern that the young female had yet to fully accept them. However, since she had verbally conveyed her lack of objections to the matter of pairing with the Tiger Clan's chief, they had no intention of yielding easily. After all, opportunities for such unions would be scarce if they let this one slip by. Oh, I see Xiao is resting, Mu Chen replied, lowering his voice accordingly. Given that she had just endured a fright, it was natural for other females to have raised a ruckus, since she had a penchant for fruits. He thought it wise to gather more for her while she rested and promptly turned to exit once more. Has your brother always been this reckless? Feiya chuckled, watching Mu Chen's retreating figure. This comment earned him a withering glare from Yunxian. Feiya, are you serious about wanting to pair with Xiao? What about the Eagle Clan? Yiming inquired, observing Feiya's beaming countenance with a serious expression. Is there anything unserious about forming a bond? What else can I do? Just like you, Xiao does not wish to reside in the Eagle Clan. Wherever she goes, that is where I shall be, Feiya replied, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness as he turned to face Yiming. What of your Wolf Clan? Will you and your brother remain behind? Mou interjected, recognizing that Xiao now had two clan leaders as potential partners, thus it was prudent to clarify their intentions. I wish to take her to the Wolf Clan, where the prey is more abundant than in the Tiger Clan. I will discuss it with her, and then we shall see what she desires, Yunxian revealed, sharing his aspirations with Mou. Are you all planning to take Xiao away from the Tiger Clan? Hu Na and Lu Ling, having concealed themselves with Xiao, deemed it inappropriate for her to be alone. After instructing Lu Ling to stay hidden, Huna sought to distract the wandering beasts to aid Xiao, only to find herself escaping unexpectedly. Upon locating her fellow males, she discovered that the wandering beasts had been apprehended, and although Hu Ming and others were injured, their robust recuperative abilities would enable them to recover with time. Upon hearing from Lu Ling that Xiao had also sustained some injuries, Huna insisted on visiting her, only to overhear the conversations of several males. Huna, Xiao is resting. Perhaps you should return later. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mou softly spoke, deliberately sidestepping her inquiry. Rest assured, we shall go to see her without disturbing her slumber, Huna said as she took Lu Ling by the hand and headed toward the back of the house, leaning against the wooden door. Xiao heard the sound of approaching footsteps and mistakenly assumed it was Mou and company. In a flurry, she scrambled up and swiftly concealed herself within a grass nest, draping a hide over her head, uncertain of how to face them. She has fallen asleep. Let us depart, came Lu Ling's gentle voice as the door was pushed open softly. Why don't we wait here for her to awaken? Hu Ming and the others have sustained injuries, and 2 of them are staying behind to keep watch. I am uncertain where to go. After the incident with the stray beasts, Huna was increasingly inclined to remain with Xiao. Will we not disturb her rest? She has had a taxing day, Lu Ling expressed her concern. Having witnessed Xiao being thrown by the stray beasts, she appears to be in a deep sleep. If we keep our voices low, it should be fine. Once she awakens, we can enjoy some roasted meat together. A slight smile graced Xiao's lips beneath the hide. Reflecting on how little seemed capable of dampening Huna's cheerful optimism, I noticed that the eagle beast and the wolf beast are in Xiao's home. They must be here to discuss pairing, correct? Lu Ling pondered aloud. Originally intending to host the 2 guests, Xiao abruptly dismissed the notion upon hearing this topic. That seems likely. Xiao has few males. Hu Ming just woke up and kept apologizing to me, claiming he failed to protect me. I reassured him for quite some time. If Hu Ming feels such guilt, I can only imagine how Mou and the others must feel. I think if the eagle beast and the wolf beast wish to join their household, Mou and the others would not oppose. Especially since they saved Xiao and possess high beast ranks, thus offering her additional protection, Huna explained layer by layer to Lu Ling. Are you saying they would not refuse for my sake, all wishing to safeguard me? Xiao abruptly sat up, gazing intently at Huna. You're awake, Huna exclaimed, looking up at her as she and Lu Ling approached. They care for you deeply. Ultimately, it is your decision. Let them think as they wish, Huna said with a smile, noticing Xiao's unwavering gaze upon her. Thank you all. I had been misunderstanding them, misinterpreting their affections, Xiao realized, her troubled heart easing at Huna's words. She excitedly grasped the hands of Huna and Lu Ling, expressing her gratitude. Isn't this what good friends ought to do? Huna, unsure why Xiao had suddenly expressed thanks, echoed her sentiments in a tone reminiscent of Xiao's past mannerisms. Indeed, we are good friends, Xiao replied with a smile. Chapter 92, Acceptance. Xiao accompanied Huna and Lu Ling inside the house, while the male members of the household busied themselves with their own affairs, refraining from interrupting their conversation. Yunxian and Feiya, uncertain of what to do and unaware of when Xiao would emerge, observed the increasing number of objects being crafted. Their gazes fell upon Mou, who was chopping firewood outside. Surely, you can manage this task? Yunxian inquired, carrying a bamboo chair towards Mou. If Mou could indeed perform the task, he would gladly learn. Although they were now a family, they could not fully enjoy the conveniences provided by the other males. Mou glanced up at the bamboo chair, acknowledging the request. We need a few more pieces. I'll go fetch some, Feiya chuckled as he approached the 2. Are you heading out? Take us with you. Huna and Lu Ling tugged at Xiao, pulling her out of the wooden cabin just as they overheard Feiya's remark. Can you understand my embarrassment, dear sister? Xiao thought to herself, struggling to maintain distance from the 2, only to be pulled back into their company by her close friends. Very well, Feiya replied, casting a reluctant glance at Xiao, who stood behind Huna. Upon hearing Feiya's consent for her to join, Huna eagerly dragged Xiao outside. After the incident with the stray beasts, she hadn't had a chance to enjoy herself today. With most of the males injured, she felt too apprehensive to wander alone. Xiao, you're awake. Look at all the fruits I've gathered for you, Mu Chun exclaimed as he encountered the group on their way back to the wooden cabin, presenting the fruits he held in his arms to Xiao. Thank you, Xiao responded, finding it difficult to refuse the cheerful offering, especially since she had not eaten much throughout the day. She accepted a piece and took a bite. Let your male gather for you. These are for my Xiao. Huna remarked, noticing Xiao relishing the fruit. She reached for some, but Muchen playfully swatted her hand away, his tone haughty. These aren't yours either. Such a stingy male. Be careful, Xiao might not choose you, Huna retorted, rubbing her hand which had only received a light tap. Even eating a fruit has turned into a quarrel, Xiao thought helplessly as she walked ahead, intending to ignore the bickering. I am not stingy. Muchen called after her, misinterpreting her quickened pace as anger. He hastily shoved the fruits into Huna's arms and hurried after Xiao, murmuring softly. If you do not wish to form a bond and find it inconvenient to express, I can clarify with the clan leader. Xiao believed she lacked considerable allure. And when the clan leader had visited earlier, she had been absent, leaving her unaware of his intentions. What does this mean? You promised my brother and that eagle beast. Yet you wish to cast me aside? In what way have I failed? Let me remind you, I saved you as well, so do not think of dismissing me. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Muchen's expression shifted abruptly as he regarded her with a flurry of inquiries. Calm yourself. Am I not merely inquiring about your thoughts? Yi Zhao sensed the gazes directed toward her and quietly remarked, wishing to silence the loquacious Muchen. I cannot remain composed unless you craft for me a bracelet of the tiger beast. Muchen, having interacted with Jingyao, noted the unique bracelets adorning Mou and Yiming during their sweet potato feast. Such adornments were seldom seen on other males of the tiger clan. He speculated that since the bracelets were exclusive to their family, they must have been woven by a young female, implying a significance that had not been disseminated beyond their kin. However, I lack the tendons of the herbivorous giants. You must procure them yourself. Upon hearing his request, Xiao did not hesitate. After all, once they formed a bond, they would undoubtedly seek her out for similar items. A couple of bracelets would require little effort. She merely needed to inform him of the missing materials. Since Muchen possesses them, does that imply I am entitled to mine? Fei approached the two with a light laugh. Yunxian remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed a plethora of unsaid sentiments. Realizing escape was futile, she opted to embrace the situation. With the guidance of Huna, Xiao had come to understand that, apart from their desire to bond with her, the three males before her showed her considerable respect in other matters. If you all cherish this, then let it be so. Xiao chuckled softly as she approached Mou, intertwining her arm with his and leading him towards the bamboo grove. In a while, could you chop some bamboo for me? She asked, understanding her newfound determination, yet still feeling a twinge of concern upon seeing her slightly reddened eyes. Mou affectionately ruffled her hair and embraced her as they made their way to the bamboo thicket. I will search for the tendons of the herbivorous behemoth. You all can work on the bamboo chairs, he instructed. The others, relieved by Yi Zhao's acquiescence, felt a surge of happiness. After a brief discussion, it was decided that since Yunxian had limited mobility and Muchen lacked sufficient strength, Fei would take on the task of locating the tendons while Yunxian and Muchen would focus on their original goal of crafting bamboo chairs. Chapter 93. Crafting the bed. Upon arriving at the bamboo forest, Mou settled Yi Zhao in a cool shaded spot before moving a short distance away to begin chopping bamboo. The tool he wielded was an axe fashioned from sharpened stones and wooden sticks, an improvement suggested by Yi Zhao. She had remarked that they ought to make proper use of tools, otherwise, it pained her just to watch them use their bare nails. The three males, after experimenting with the axe, found it acceptable despite lacking their own claws. With a gentle swing, they could efficiently fell the slender bamboo stalks. Muchen observed Mou opting for this peculiar tool rather than utilizing his claws, feeling puzzled. However, as the bamboo was easily severed and the cuts were smooth and even, his curiosity about the tool grew. Would you like to give it a try? Mou inquired, noticing Muchen's intrigue and promptly offered the axe. Muchen accepted without hesitation, scrutinizing the tool closely. Finding it intriguing, he imitated Mou's movements, swinging at the bamboo beside him. With each stalk that toppled, he regarded the tool with newfound fascination. Seeing Muchen's excitement, Mou reminisced about how the three had reacted upon first encountering the tool. He imagined that Xiao had thought them foolish at the time. With a resigned sigh, he gathered the fallen bamboo and hoisted it onto his shoulder, heading back towards Xiao. Once Muchen was engrossed in his newfound activity, he realized Mou had already departed. When he finally approached, carrying the remaining bamboo, he found the others gathered in a circle, surrounded by a pile of split bamboo. As Mou demonstrated the method for weaving bamboo chairs to Yunxian. Meanwhile, Xiao was diligently engaged in some task, her expression focused and earnest. In contrast, Hu Na and Lu Ling, though also holding bamboo, appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend what the two were creating. Xiao first procured a small box crafted from animal hide. And upon noticing the bamboo chair that Mou and Yunxian had completed, a thought struck her, prompting her to take it over. Could you assist me in carving a hole here? She asked, glancing at Mu Chen, who was idly standing by. Placing one bamboo stick atop another, she addressed him. Why are you making a hole for no reason? Mu Chen pondered that perhaps Xiao disapproved of the chair crafted by Mou and the others. Although he believed it had been executed quite well, and damaging it would indeed be a pity. I wish to modify it, Xiao replied. Her gaze fixed on the chair. Let me handle it. I'll figure out how to proceed. Mu Chen hesitated for a brief moment, but before he could speak, Yun Xian had already approached Xiao and chimed in. You just need to carve a hole along the line of this bamboo segment. Xiao glanced at the other person's injured hand and then spoke. Like this? Yun Xian transformed his left hand into a claw, delicately slicing the bamboo joint with a sharp fingertip, causing it to fall away as if it were mere tofu. Yes, just like that. Now, make another cut here. Xiao gazed with satisfaction at the neatly cut circular holes and handed the back bamboo piece to Yun Xian. Naturally, he was delighted to assist Xiao, and following her guidance, he skillfully crafted 4 additional circular holes in the remaining 4 bamboo segments. Next, Xiao inserted 2 bamboo pieces into the holes, elevating the height of the original bamboo chair with the 4 smaller segments while simultaneously stabilizing the added bamboo on either side. After a few adjustments, a chair with a backrest was born. Xiao admired her creation and then sought out several vines, stripping them of their outer layer to weave around the sides. When the masterpiece was finally complete, the expressions of Mu Chen and the others were filled with astonishment. What they had initially thought might be ruin transformed in her hands into something remarkably exquisite. Was it not beautiful? I believe it turned out rather well. Xiao turned her head and noticed the puzzled expressions on several faces. Xiao is truly clever, Miyu said with a smile, gently ruffling her hair and offering sincere praise. Hiki, it's just a backrest. You should give it a try and see how it feels. Xiao chuckled as she pulled Miyu down to sit, giving him a gentle push, and he leaned back comfortably. This feels quite nice, during the cold season. We could add some animal skins on top to keep it from being too chilly, Miyu thoughtfully suggested. Cold season, you say? Does that mean we should consider making a bed? Xiao pondered Muyu's words. A bed? The 3 males looked at Xiao with confusion at the unfamiliar term. It's like a nest. We call it a bed where I'm from, she awkwardly explained. Miyu mentioned that during the cold season, we should place animal skins on the chairs to keep warm. And I was just wondering if a grass nest would also be inadequate since it's placed on the ground. After a moment of thought, Miyu responded. What does a bed look like? Tell me, and I will make it. Xiao is right. During the cold season, females should indeed pay more attention to keeping warm. Well, it's actually quite similar to the table at home, but it doesn't need to be as high. Just a bit wider will suffice. If you build it for your beast forms, what would be the most sturdy option? Bamboo might work for her size, but any of these fellows would surely crush it if they lay down. Xiao picked up a stick from the ground and began to sketch. Mou and the others observed intently, their minds gradually forming the initial shape of the bed that Xiao described. Let us go chop some wood. Yun Xian said after Xiao completed the drawing, committing the image to memory before turning to leave. Oh, do not be hasty. The cold season is still far off. And you must consider your injury. Do not act recklessly. Xiao hurriedly grasped his hand, genuinely unaware that this individual possessed such an impatient nature. My injury is not severe. Yun Xian thought solely of delivering what the female desired as swiftly as possible. However, as her delicate hand clutched his, he momentarily paused. Turning to clarify, that won't do. You mustn't fidget. There's no rush at this moment. Yet Xiao refused to listen to any explanations. Casting a resolute glance at Yun Xian, it settled then. Ultimately, Yun Xian conceded, feeling a blend of helplessness and subtle sweetness in his heart. At times, Xiao possessed quite an imposing presence. Huna and Lu Ling exchanged knowing glances before breaking into laughter. Upon hearing the playful banter directed at her by Huna and Lu Ling, Xiao suddenly realized that she was still clasping Yun Xian's hand. In a moment of fluster, she attempted to release her grip, only to find Yun Xian had anticipated her move, gently enclosing her hand within his. Xiao struggled momentarily before ultimately conceding to the warmth of his hold. In Chapter 94, they crafted a few bamboo chairs with backs. Observing Huna and Lu Ling busily at work, Xiao could not suppress her curiosity and approached them. What are you two up to? She inquired, laughter escaping her lips as she caught sight of the items in their hands. I initially intended to create something akin to a drinking vessel from your home. But instead of producing a refined form, I ended up breaking it at every joint, Huna lamented, lifting the bamboo she held to show Xiao. I lack sharp nails, so I cannot sever it at the joints. All I managed to remove was merely the surface. Would you like bamboo cups? I can craft some for you when we return. as I need to make a few for Yun Xian and the others anyway. Yi Xiao took the bamboo from their hands and smiled as she spoke. What are you doing? Upon hearing that there was something for him, Mu Chen hurriedly approached and inquired, a cup for drinking water? Yi Xiao pushed aside the closely positioned Mu Chen and explained, I sense a hint of disdain from you. Mu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of displeasure subtly glimmering in his deep violet gaze. Is it that obvious? Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled, mimicking his demeanor. Go ahead and be angry with me. Mu Chen feigned a fierce glare at Yi Xiao. However, Yi Xiao merely brushed him off with a light laugh and ran towards Mou. What did you say to him? Why does he look so furious that he can hardly speak? Yun Xian inquired, torn between his partner and his younger brother, his internal scale tipping more in favor of the former. Hiki, I'm just teasing him. I relish seeing him in a state where he can't out-argue me yet can't do anything about it, Yi Xiao replied, his spirits soaring. How could he possibly harm you? Rest assured, he won't. If he truly attempted that, I would deal with him first, Yun Xian stated earnestly. Pfft, I was merely making a metaphor. Don't take it literally. As Yi Xiao listened to Yun Xian's words, she suppressed a smile, finding these individuals to be remarkably earnest. Xiao. Do not tease them any further, Mou remarked, observing Yi Xiao's face, which had turned red from her efforts to stifle laughter. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Yun Xian and the others, as Yi Xiao occasionally interjected with terms unfamiliar to them, making it truly challenging for them to discern the meaning behind her words. Yi Xiao playfully made a face at Mou. Yun Xian and Mu Chen, observing the effortless rapport between the two, felt a twinge of envy, pondering when they might share such a natural companionship. Yun Xian and Mou seemed to entertain the idea of replacing all the bamboo chairs at home with ones that featured backs. Surrounding them were numerous bamboo chairs, while Mu Chen took on the task of cutting the bamboo. In a moment of inspiration, Yun Xian conferred with Mou and, after a brief discussion, they crafted a reclining chair. As Yi Xiao completed the task on the reclining chair, he couldn't help but marvel once again at the remarkable learning ability of the orcs. They truly exemplified the essence of craftsmanship. Yi Xiao was hastily pulled out the door, without her dagger, unable to assist them. Bored, she glanced at the busy individuals around her. In her ennui, she picked up a wooden stick from the ground, seeking a way to pass the time. Lacking a point of reference, her gaze soon returned to the two people crafting a chair. Is there something on your mind, Xiao? Are you hungry? Perhaps having stared too long, they quickly sensed her gaze. Mou looked in her direction, his voice gentle yet tinged with unease. Hey there. Why not transform into a tiger for me? Clearly caught, the person showed no signs of embarrassment, instead resting his chin on one hand and smiling playfully. Although uncertain of the little one's intentions, she felt more at ease complying with her request, given the unwavering focus of her lively eyes. In an instant, she transformed into a majestic white tiger, casting a curious glance at Yi Xiao. Now, don't move around too much. Yi Xiao spoke while quickly lowering her head, the wooden stick in her hand also sliding swiftly. Yun Xian, you are free to move. As Yi Xiao raised her gaze to observe Yun Xian, who remained motionless beside Mou, she smiled and then lowered her head to the ground. This cycle repeated several times, piquing the curiosity of Yun Xian and the others regarding her actions. Lu Ling, tugged along by Huna, hurried towards Yi Xiao. Upon witnessing the objects on the ground, both were astonished, covering their mouths in fear that a sound might disturb Yi Xiao. What are you all doing? Asked Mu Chen, returning with several cut bamboo segments. He noticed the expressions of the group. His brother stood calmly to the side, yet Mou had transformed back into his original form. The young female was seemingly engrossed in painting something, quickly adding strokes while glancing at Mou, while the two females behind her were concealing their mouths, clearly in awe. Driven by curiosity, Mu Chen approached Yi Xiao slowly, and as Yun Xian caught sight of the drawing on the ground, he too wore an expression of shock. Yun Xian, don't move, he was cautioned. His curiosity had been ignited, and just as he was about to step closer, Yi Xiao called out to him. Momentarily taken aback, he halted in his tracks. Mou cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. He too was intrigued, yet as Yi Xiao had instructed him to remain still, he had no choice but to temporarily stifle his curiosity. After a while, as Yi Xiao set down her stick, she became aware that a crowd had gathered around her. Engaging in the act of creation had indeed absorbed her attention to the point that she hadn't noticed their arrival. Oh my, it truly looks like, Huna exclaimed, gazing at the scene of the human and the tiger on the ground in astonishment. Does it resemble? Yi Xiao, feeling rather bored, created an abstract painting, which to her merely depicted the simplistic silhouettes of a person and a tiger. When will you draw a portrait of me? Mu Chen gazed at her with eager anticipation. Yi Xiao felt that she had encountered a significant matter. As Mou and Yunxian noticed Yi Xiao had paused, they began conversing with Mu Qin and quickly approached them. Is this really me? Yi Xiao questioned, her excitement rare as she caught sight of the ground. Indeed. It seems so. Yi Xiao observed the two parties nodding with palpable unease. You've done remarkably well, thank you, Xiao, Yunxian remarked as he crouched down. Careful not to damage such a fine creation, only daring to gently trace the figures on the ground with his hand. Please, do not disclose this to anyone else. Yi Xiao whispered. Xiao, what could possibly be so secretive that we cannot know? Feiya's voice echoed from above, his gray eyes fixed intently on Yi Xiao below. Well, it seems my intuition has once again proven accurate. We are indeed facing a significant matter. Yi Xiao harbored silent grievances. She truly could not escape this time. Chapter 95. Secrets. As Yi Xiao's presence descended, Feiya also discerned the patterns on the ground. The distinct imagery of a person and a tiger was unmistakable. And with a mere glance, Feiya recognized their identities. Xiao, are you reluctant to share with us? Do you merely wish to create illustrations for Mou and Yunxian? Feiya approached Yi Xiao, softly inquiring in her ear. Despite the innocent and harmless smile adorning her face, there was a peculiar undertone of acidity in her voice. It's merely a casual sketch. It cannot be taken away and will soon be erased. Yi Xiao smiled as she stepped aside, avoiding Feiya's proximity. I see that you simply do not wish to draw for us. You seem to prefer Mou, don't you? Just as she stepped back, she was intercepted by Mu Qin. Isn't that obvious? She has known Mou far longer than they have, hasn't she? Yi Xiao quietly grumbled within herself, yet dared not voice her thoughts. She could assure that as long as she admitted it, Yunxian would let it go. However, Mu Qin would undoubtedly harbor resentment. And Feiya, that smiling tiger, was unpredictable in his actions. All right, I will arrange something better for you when we return, she pleaded, adopting a more conciliatory tone. Xiao, do we really need to erase this? Mou looked at Yi Xiao with some reluctance. Yes, we must. Surely. You wouldn't want your face to be trampled by those who pass by. With a smile, Yi Xiao spoke and immediately set about obliterating the painting. This indeed posed a dilemma. Mou and Yunxian fell into deep contemplation, pondering the potential implications. Although they felt a sense of loss, neither made an effort to halt Yi Xiao's actions. Mu Qin, eager to hear Yi Xiao's words about a better version of himself, took her by the hand, urging her to hurry home. Finding her pace too slow, he lifted her into his embrace and began to sprint. The few left behind resignedly began to gather the chairs they had just assembled. Please, take your time, one of them sighed. Yi Xiao was taken aback, swiftly wrapping her arms around his neck, gazing at him with discontent. I've got you now. If you drop me, don't expect me to take responsibility. Mu Qin replied with a hint of arrogance, yet his hands clung tightly to Yi Xiao's form, as if fearing she might indeed fall. The proud and petulant fox. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly, deliberately releasing her grip and folding her hands over her abdomen. You seem to trust me quite a bit, unafraid that I might let you fall. A hint of delight flickered in Mu Qin's violet eyes. Would you? She retorted, it's not the first time I've fallen, so I'm not afraid. Yi Xiao replied with a provocative tone. You are indeed quite daring. Do not let it happen again. Yi Xiao's words reminded him of the harm the wandering beast had inflicted upon her, causing his hand to instinctively tighten a fraction more. Very well. Seeing your concern for me, I shall await your rescue next time. Yi Xiao naturally understood the implication behind his words, smiling as she wrapped her arms around his neck once more. No next time, Mu Qin murmured softly, uncertain whether he was speaking to Yi Xiao or merely to himself. All right. Do remember to call me. Leaning against his chest, Yi Xiao closed her eyes and softly spoke. Mu Qin sensed a change in her tone, a flicker of satisfaction blossoming within his heart. When he glanced down, he discovered she had fallen asleep, her visage sweet and unperturbed by the surrounding environment, her gentle snores blending seamlessly into the air. Mu Qin slowed his pace, suddenly realizing that the distance felt too brief, too fleeting, as they had scarcely exchanged a handful of words before they arrived at the wooden cabin. However, he reassured himself that he had a lifetime to converse and share moments with her. Meanwhile, Jingyu and Yiming, noticing the prolonged absence of their companions, were about to venture out in search of them when they spotted Mu Qin returning with Yi Xiao cradled in his arms. She is asleep. Mu Qin softly remarked upon seeing the two outside. You should take her into the inner room, Yiming suggested, observing the delicate figure in his embrace. Mu Qin nodded gently. They all understood she must not have rested well earlier, thus they could not bear to disturb her. Inside the room, Mu Qin carefully placed her into the nest of grass, Just as he covered her with a hide, Xiao began to rub her eyes, gradually awakening. Didn't you say you would call for me? Xiao sat up and let out a tremendous yawn. Seeing you asleep so soundly, I refrained from waking you. Xiao was taken aback by the unexpectedly gentle tone of Mu Qin, prompting her to scrutinize him more closely. What is the matter? Since you're awake, when will you draw for me? Mu Qin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, awkwardly replied. Indeed, the earlier warmth was merely an illusion, now that she was awake. He was quick to put her to work. Come on, help me find a piece of bamboo. Make sure it's thick and has longer segments. Xiao stood up and stretched her limbs in a grand yawn before finally stepping outside. Mu Qin promptly retrieved a suitable segment of Jijiego that met Xiao's specifications, drawing the attention of Jingyao and Yiming as well. Xiao took the bamboo and examined it carefully before using a dagger to begin the process of disassembly. In no time, a single piece of bamboo was transformed into 10 distinct segments. Little Leaf, what are you up to now? Don't we already have bamboo cups at home? Jingyao inquired, looking at the bamboo segments with curiosity. It's a secret, Xiao replied with a smile as she looked up. Chapter 96, Q-Map. Xiao cautiously removed the frayed edges from the bamboo joint, only to suddenly perceive that the light had dimmed. Upon raising her gaze, she discovered Yiming, Jingyao, and Mu Qin seated across from her, all observing her intently. Ahem, let us proceed outside, she suggested. Please assist me in carrying the remaining bamboo cups. The imposing figures of her companions inadvertently cast shadows, obscuring the light. With that, Xiao gathered several bamboo cups and made her way toward the small shed. Indeed, the illumination outside was significantly better, and the group settled down without concern. After completing the 8th bamboo cup, Xiao noticed that the others had yet to return. She then picked up 2 unrefined bamboo joints, but this time she divided each joint into 4 sections, placing them in a sunlit area to dry. Jingyao, Yiming, would you be interested in a different way to wear your wrist cords? Xiao inquired, glancing at the 2. What alternative do you propose? Jingyu responded warily, concealing his left hand behind him. He wondered if Xiao intended to gift his wrist cord to the newcomers. I'm not taking yours. There's no need to hide. She reassured him. If you wish to change, I can add an item for you, but it would require removing one of the bells. If you prefer to keep it as is, the additional item may be cumbersome to carry, so I wanted to seek your opinions first. Xiao observed Jing Yao's vigilant demeanor and smiled as she began her explanation. Xiao, listening intently to Yu Zhao's words, promptly handed her bracelet to her, placing unwavering trust in his little companion. Moreover, he cherished the gift and wished to keep it close. All right, I shall also exchange. Seeing that Jingyu was so generous with Yiming, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Otherwise, he would appear miserly. Accepting the 2 bracelets, Yu Zhao swiftly severed them with a dagger, removing the bells before retrieving more bells and colorful threads from her waist pouch. Now, the dilemma arose. If she carved a beast shape, given that Yiming and Feiya belonged to the same clan, and both depicted eagles, would they be unable to distinguish between them? Yet, carving a human shape was too technically demanding, and she expressed her doubts about her abilities. Why, oh why? Is there no pen and paper in the beast realm? Contemplating this, Xiao couldn't help but glance at Yiming beside her. What is the matter, Xiao? Do you need anything? Yiming inquired with a smile, noticing her gaze fixed upon him. It's nothing, really, she replied after a moment's thought. Considering that Feiya had not yet returned, she decided to wait for him before proceeding with the 2. Jingyao, please transform into your beast form over there. Xiao pointed to a cooler spot ahead and said, oh. Jingyao obediently complied, moving aside to transform into his beast form, curling up like a pancake and gazing at her. It feels like a little turd, Xiao thought, holding her forehead. You all go about your business. I'll call for you later. No one is allowed to peek. As she observed the other 2, who seemed eager to approach her, Xiao quickly intervened. Just joking. I've indeed learned to draw, but engraving it poses a certain challenge. I certainly do not wish to embarrass myself. Hence, I chose to have Jingyao go first. After all, a large serpent is considerably easier compared to other beast forms. Once the 2 departed, glancing back multiple times, Xiao picked up a bamboo cup. After thoughtful consideration, she decided to first experiment on the ground with a wooden stick. As she sketched, an idea struck her, and she began to draw a chibi version of Jingyu beside her work. It must be said, in comparison, the chibi rendition was far more adorable and also much more convenient for threading into a wrist strap and engraving onto the bamboo cup. Xiao, intrigued, grasped a bamboo cup and began to delicately carve it with a dagger. Lacking a chisel, she resorted to the sharpest edge of the dagger, painstakingly working on the bamboo surface. The task was time-consuming, yet thankfully, the design she chose was considerably simple. The tool, Xiao, resembling a serpent, seemed to serve little purpose. After completing the cartoonish illustration, Xiao scarcely glanced at him. She did not summon him, and he dared not move. Resting his head against his serpentine form, flicking his tongue while observing the earnest figure nearby, as Mou and the others returned with the bamboo chairs in hand. Xiao had just finished engraving Xiao's bamboo cup. Upon seeing their arrival, she tucked the cup into her waist pouch and called for Hu Na and Lu Ling, presenting them with the 2 completed bamboo cups. She then discussed the earlier issues with Mou, who promptly removed a hand strap and handed it to her. Subsequently, the group, along with the model Xiao, was once again urged to maintain their distance from her. Understanding that she was occupied, Hu Na and Lu Ling refrained from disturbing her, happily clutching their desired bamboo cups as they followed to retrieve their companions. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao rose to fetch the sun-dried bamboo surface. Noticing its unevenness, she employed the dagger to refine it until it transformed into a small rectangular piece. This endeavor was no trivial task. Her hands grew weary, and she had managed to perfect only 4 pieces. After shaking out her arms, she resumed her work. Aside from Xiao, who had been present earlier, a considerable amount of time passed without Xiao summoning anyone else to transform into their beast forms. The males who had seen her designs were perplexed, pondering whether she was not, in fact, drawing them. Muchen stood at a distance, watching Xiao. Noting that her hands never ceased their movements, yet she did not beckon them forward, leaving him with an unexpressed impatience. Xiao finally completed 6 bamboo panels. Stretching her limbs, she returned to the house to fetch a fruit before heading back to the shed, perfectly oblivious to the gazes cast upon her by those nearby. After savoring the fruit in her hand, she washed away the sticky juice before resuming her previous task. The Q-version illustration she was constructing could be accomplished from the impression lodged in her mind, which is why she had not called upon the others for assistance. Upon completing the first bamboo panel, Xiao retrieved Xiao's bamboo cup from her waist pouch for comparison, discovering little difference. She meticulously rounded the 4 corners with her dagger to prevent any potential injuries. Feiya, have you found the tendons of the herbivorous behemoth? As Xiao commenced the delicate task of weaving the bracelet, she suddenly realized the most crucial item she lacked. Thus, she grasped her dagger and sought out Feiya. When Feiya handed her a bundle of beast tendons, she was momentarily taken aback. After the brief surprise, she measured a segment against his wrist, tossed the dagger to Feiya, instructing him to sever it at the designated point, and then set off in search of others. The little one truly did not linger a moment longer. Feiya, with a sense of resignation, observed as Xiao flitted amongst several males, taking measurements before swiftly departing. Uttering not a word nor pausing for conversation. Chapter 97, Steal a Glance. After measuring all the dimensions, Xiaoyan meticulously crafted 2 small holes on either side of the bamboo plaque, then began to weave the bracelet. Fortunately, there were ample colorful threads. Otherwise, she would have been left with a bare bamboo core. Following the original method of crafting the bracelet as per Jingyao's design, she replaced the 3 bells with 2, while the central position transformed into a bamboo plaque resembling a snake with its tongue extended. Upon completing the finishing touches, although it did not achieve the perfection of contemporary designs, it was still quite presentable. Xiao smiled with satisfaction at the newly completed bracelet. With her first successful endeavor bolstering her confidence, she picked up a wooden stick and began sketching the chibi animal forms of her friends on the ground. Mou resembled a reclining tiger, Yunxian an arrogant wolf howling towards the heavens, and Muchen a fox squatting on the ground with a mischievous grin. After much contemplation, Xiao has finally devised a solution to the quandaries concerning Yiming and Feiya. Yiming appears to be resting atop a tree, while Feiya is depicted soaring gracefully through the skies. Gazing upon these illustrations, Xiao cannot help but smile. Their forms mirror her initial encounter with their beastly shapes. Could this be what is referred to as destiny? One by one, the bamboo cups are completed, and Xiao's satchel can no longer accommodate them. In her desire to surprise them and to avoid any disputes arising from their sequential arrival, she perseveres. Xiao did not hand the finished bracelet to Xiao. Noticing that her satchel could no longer accommodate the numerous bamboo cups and finding few people around, she decided to carry the bamboo cups back to her room. Just as she departed from her spot, Muchen, who had been lurking nearby, swiftly approached her former seat. After glancing at the drawings on the ground, he quickly dashed away. However, as he exited the wooden house, he was intercepted by several males outside. Their gazes fixed intently upon him. "What did you see?" Feiya chuckled. "What reason do I have to divulge that?" Muchen retorted disdainfully. Be honest, newcomer. Quickly tell us, Jing urged, his eyes filled with anticipation. If you're so curious, why not go look for yourself? Mu Chen shot a scornful glance at the group. Though the males were eager to discover what the little female was doing, they were reluctant to disregard her words and approach. Considering the risks they had taken to sneak a peek, why should he easily divulge the information? Hey brother, your drawing is quite good, though not as impressive as mine. Mu Chen remarked amiably, receiving a knowing look from Yun Xian, and he couldn't resist adding a boastful comment. The latter remark was unnecessary, earning him an eye roll from Yun Xian. Are you certain you won't share with us? Fei Yu inquired, glancing at him before shifting his gaze back to the interior of the house. Bah, you little schemer, Mu Chen scoffed, looking at Fei Yu with disdain. Surprised that the clan leader could be so underhanded. Unfazed, Fei Yu prepared to call out to those inside. One up in the tree, the other in the sky. How can anyone tell who is who? Mu Chen almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. Stop pondering. The one in the tree is my Yiming, he said, patting Fei Yu's shoulder as he fell into contemplation. How can you be so sure? Mu Chen questioned, perplexed. Because when I first met the little one, I was standing in the tree, Yiming replied with a smile that reached his eyes, surprised that the little one remembered their first encounter. Humph. Look at his smug expression, Jing Yao remarked, displeased. It's no surprise. Xiao Zhao's affection warrants his pride, does it not? Mou chimed in with a smile. Indeed. My little Yi is exceptional. Since she remembered her encounter with Yiming, he was confident that his own impression would not falter. Some beast might have forgotten that Yi Xiao had screamed in fright upon first meeting him. Jing Yu. Do not forget that your first impression on Xiao Xiao is far from favorable, Mou lightly reminded, his words akin to a bucket of cold water, leaving Jing Yu stunned and motionless for a considerable time. The others observed Jing Yao's expression and began to reflect on whether they had made any missteps or uttered any inappropriate words during their initial meetings with Yi Xiao. Upon returning to the small shed, Yi Xiao busily engraved bamboo plaques. Upon hearing her footsteps, several males quietly dispersed, each seeking their own tasks. The meat is ready. Come and eat. Mu Yu's voice resonated from outside the dwelling. She had claimed the small shed for herself, while Yiming, after cleaning the game he had caught, and the other males constructed a fire outside to roast the meat. Throughout the process, the males discreetly checked on her, noticing her intense focus on her work. They wished to encourage her to take a break, yet ultimately, they retreated without saying anything. As twilight descended and visibility waned, Yi Xiao finally completed all the bamboo plaques. Concerned that she might go hungry, Mu Yu and the others began to call her out to join them for the meal. The first call received no response, prompting Mu Yu to call her several times more. You all eat first. I will be there shortly. Yi Xiao responded softly, maintaining her posture without movement. Her waist ached slightly, and her legs felt somewhat numb. After stowing the completed bamboo plaque into her waist bag, she stretched her limbs before finally stepping out of the wooden cabin. You're hungry, aren't you? You haven't rested since your return, Mu Yu remarked, handing her the stone bowl in his hand, his tone tinged with mild reproach. I lost track of time while I was deep in thought, she replied. It wasn't until you called for me that I realized night had fallen. I apologize for making you wait so long. Yi Xiao savored the shreds of meat in her bowl, swallowing before she smiled and replied, Why the rush? There's no particular time to do it. Fei Yu observed her almost finishing the meat strips and added 2 more to her serving. Is that so? I've already prepared one. Since there's no hurry, I shall take my time with the others. Yi Xiao chuckled softly. It's not that I'm impatient, but without the bracelet made by Xiao Yi, I feel something is missing. If they are not in a hurry, you may prioritize mine. Jing Yao leaned in from behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, whispering anxiously in her ear. Oh dear, I've told you not to speak near my ear. It tickles. Yi Xiao rubbed her ear and shot him an annoyed glance. Hee, I forgot. Jing Yao admitted, yet he showed no intention of loosening his grip. All right, I was just teasing you. I'll make sure to prepare everything for you shortly. As Yi Xiao turned around, she noticed several pairs of eyes fixed intently upon her. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard, convinced that had she impulsively agreed to give Jing Yao something first, the others would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. The thought of such a consequence was too daunting to contemplate. Chapter 98. The novice's rope pay them no mind. Just enjoy your meal, Mou said, observing Yi Zhao's increasingly rapid consumption of meat, as he affectionately ruffled her hair. I am full now. Please take your time, she replied. Yi Xiao swallowed the last piece of meat, declining the attempts of several individuals to add more to her stone bowl. She set down the bowl and hurriedly made her way towards the wooden cabin. Before long, the others saw her returning. Hiki, take your time enjoying your meal, she remarked. Yi Xiao withdrew 2 burning pieces of wood and gleefully ran back. Before long, a faint glow appeared within the wooden cabin, as she gradually added more sticks. A small fire pit was born. With the fire now lit, Xiao's vision improved, allowing her to continue crafting the remaining bracelets. Weaving the bracelets proved far easier than carving designs. She lingered only briefly over the details of the knots, with the bamboo plaque occupying a certain space. The knots were fewer than before, and her delicate fingers moved swiftly over the sinew. In no time, several new bracelets were completed. After diligently comparing them to ensure there were no duplicates, she contentedly stowed them away in her waist pouch. Having sat for an extended period, Xiao decided to take a bath before resting. She hurried to the front hall, found a stone pot, filled it with water, and placed it over the fire to boil. While waiting, she found herself restless once again. Rising, she went to the back of the house to gather a few sections of bamboo, patiently splitting them open and cutting them into finger-sized pieces, intending to create a bamboo mat for her newly crafted bamboo cups. When several males returned from their feast of roasted meat, they discovered that Xiao was still weaving. The males could no longer remain idle. Yao cautiously approached her, realizing that her demeanor remained unperturbed by his presence. Without hesitation, he set aside the bamboo she was working on. "What are you doing?" Xiao questioned, puzzled by the sudden interruption. "Rest," Yao insisted, cradling her face in his hands and gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Very well, I am indeed a bit weary. Would you kindly ask Mou to pour the hot water into the bathing tub for me? I wish to indulge in a soak." Xiao was cradled gently, her gaze meeting the concerned expression of Moe behind Yao. Smiling, she spoke. It was delightful to hear that she was willing to take a break. Mou approached, carrying the stone pot, and made his way to the back of the house. "The bracelet is ready. I shall bring it to you." Xiao patted Yao's hand, rising to stretch lazily, and chuckled lightly as she addressed the group. "Let's head inside. It's quite chilly out here at night." Before Xiao could retrieve the hand ropes, Yiming had already taken her hand, leading her into the room. Upon entering the foyer, Xiao noticed that the original bamboo chairs had all been replaced with new, high-backed ones, 7 in total, perfectly adequate. They encircled the table, which seemed rather diminutive and crowded as a result. Xiao inwardly lamented the unsightliness of such arrangements made by these rough men. "Yiming, could you and Yao move the table towards the center? It might improve the ambience. If that doesn't suffice, we may need to consider crafting a larger table." Xiao felt a bit embarrassed to ask the other 3 for assistance, so she instinctively called out to Yao and Yiming to help with the table, while she herself carried a chair in the designated direction. "Where should I place it?" Yunxian inquired, pressing his right hand on Xiao's shoulder and taking the chair from her left hand. Right here," Xiao replied swiftly as she reached the spot. Feiya and Muqin were equally efficient, each carrying 2 chairs as they approached. It must be said that the location chosen by the petite female was indeed superior to the original one. The same items, when placed here, did not feel cramped at all. Upon seeing them arrange the table and chairs properly, Xiao dashed back into the room to retrieve the bamboo cup she had just crafted. "These are my newly made bamboo cups, and I have prepared one for each of you 3 as well. The designs you desired are also engraved on the bamboo cups and wristbands. I hope you like them. If not, I can always make adjustments." Xiao spoke as she took out the wristbands from her waist pouch, obediently corresponding with the bamboo tags to help everyone put on their wristbands. Xiao, the water is ready. You may wash now," Mou said softly as he entered the wooden house. "All right." As Xiao adorned Muqin with a wristband, she responded lightly before approaching Mou, fastening the bracelet onto him before making her way to the bathing room. The males collectively gazed at the newly acquired adornments on their wrists. Mou, Yao, and Yiming quickly discerned that the new wristbands featured a raised segment, adorned with a diminutive beast-shaped emblem. Mou had previously witnessed Xiao's drawing on the ground, which, while expansive, paled in comparison to the intricate and delicate carvings on the small bamboo plaques. Yunxian, Feiya, and Muqin stared in astonishment at the wristbands. Although they had seen Mou and the others wear them before and found them appealing, wearing one themselves revealed an exquisite quality far beyond their initial impressions. The little female not only possessed a stunning appearance, but also radiated wisdom and courage. Despite her potential to be exalted and indulge in her privileges, she carried none of the airs of arrogance. The males reflected upon this, realizing that their attraction to Xiao was never rooted in her looks but rather in the profound allure of her character, which, over time, made them willing to forsake everything for her charm. Chapter 99, Comparison Brother, ours seems a bit different, doesn't it? Muqin remarked, examining his wristband before leaning closer to Yunxian, scrutinizing his left hand for an extended period. Finally, he spoke softly. Well, of course, our beast forms are inherently different. Yun Xian replied, somewhat exasperated, wondering why Mu Chen seemed a bit dim-witted. He should have been referring to the knots on the bands. Feiya interjected, extending his hand towards the two. This is what I mean, Mu Chen responded, also extending his hand. Since receiving his wristband, Yun Xian had remained fixated on his own wrist, oblivious to the other males. He assumed that perhaps only the beast shapes differed, while everything else would be the same. Yet, even so, the little female had clearly put in considerable effort. Mu Chen tugged at Yun Xian and Feiya, racing towards Mou and the others. In a rare moment of harmony, they all extended their hands simultaneously, earnestly comparing their wristbands. The group couldn't help but marvel anew at Xiao's meticulousness, remarkably. None of the 6 wristbands were identical, and even the colors were distinctively varied. Indeed, mine is the most beautiful, Mu Chen declared, surveying the others' wristbands before lingering on his own, ultimately arriving at a satisfying conclusion. The others exchanged glances of disbelief before dispersing. Despite all their wristbands being crafted by Xiao, each of them steadfastly believed that their own was the finest. Xiao stepped out of the bathing room. Her hair tousled. As she entered the wooden cabin, Yun Xian, who had been waiting outside, gracefully accepted the animal hide from her hands. With meticulous care, he began to dry her damp hair, relishing the intimacy of the moment. Seizing the opportunity, he playfully ruffled her hair a few times. Xiao, you must be tired today. Once you're dry, do rest. After speaking, Yun Xian removed the hide momentarily, only to notice her hair was still slightly moist. He gently draped the hide back over her head, continuing his tender ministrations. All right, thank you, but I can manage the rest myself. Xiao was taken aback, not expecting that the aloof Yun Xian would possess such a gentle side. However, seeing the damp animal skin in his hands, it was evident that it could not be used to dry her hair. Gratefully, she expressed her thanks and exchanged pleasantries with a few individuals before making her way to her room. Xiao was genuinely exhausted. After drying her hair, she nestled into the grass nest and soon fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the arrival of those searching for her. The females of the Yin Che tribe, along with those from 2 other tribes, were assigned to a more distant cave. When some of the females grew quite agitated, he remained inside, soothing their emotions alongside several males. It was only after Xiao dealt with the stray beasts that he remembered to send someone to inform them that the scaled beast had retreated. By then, it was already quite late. It was at this moment that Yin Che learned of the intrusion of stray beasts into the tribe, which had resulted in the abduction of 3 females. Have the females been rescued? Yin Che inquired anxiously, looking at Hu Beast. They have been saved. I heard that if it weren't for the timely arrival of the Wolf tribe and the Eagle tribe leaders, Yi Xiao and Lu Ling would have already been taken. He responded, Little Yu was abducted? Is she injured? Upon hearing of Yi Xiao's abduction, Yin Che felt as though his heart had been fiercely gripped. He looked at Hu Beast with urgency. Damn those stray beasts. Their treatment of females is atrocious. I heard that when Yu Xiao was found, she bore numerous injuries. But in the end, Jing Yo and Yi Ming killed the beasts, ensuring they could no longer harm any other females. Sigh, where are you going, Chief Yin Che? Hu Beast, puzzled, watched as Yin Che rushed towards the tribe, having not yet completed his sentence. After learning of Yi Xiao's injuries, Yin Che was deeply concerned. Although she had some knowledge of herbs, she must be suffering greatly now. He could no longer pay heed to Hu Beast's words. His mind solely focused on seeing Yi Xiao as soon as possible. Arriving outside Yu Xiao's home and finding her absence within, he disregarded greeting the males and was about to rush inside. Where do you think you're going? Mu Chen asked coldly, pulling Yin Che back. Yi Xiao is inside. Isn't she? Is her injury serious? I want to help her, Yin Che replied anxiously, peering inside. Xiao's injuries are not severe. However, she is fatigued and currently resting. Mou interjected, unable to bear the ongoing tug-of-war between the two. And you 3 should also head back for now. Had it been anyone else, such words would have been akin to a dismissal and would surely have resulted in a beating for the speaker. Yet, as the primary partner of Yi Xiao, Mou held significant sway, and the 3 could not express their anger. In a household, the primary partner, apart from the female, possesses the most authority. The males who joined later must adhere to his directives, especially since none of them had formally bonded with Yi Xiao yet. I want to stay here. Who knows if there will be others with designs on Xiao? Mu Chen declared, pushing past Yin Che to sit in a bamboo chair, resolute in his decision to remain. Then I shall stay as well, Feiya remarked, following suit. Yun Xian found his bamboo cup and beast form on the table and stepped outside. Just when everyone assumed he was leaving, he returned, having filled his cup with water. and drank it all in one go, revealing that the water on the table had run out. This item is indeed practical. No wonder the two females were eager to follow them back earlier. Yunxian gazed at the diminutive beast-shaped design above, a smile gracing his lips. Xiao, observing the shameless antics of the three, rolled his eyes and retreated towards the back of the house, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. I exchanged a few words with Xiao and Mayu before making my way into the inner room. If they wished to stay, let them. There were no more rooms available, and they could make do with the front hall, preparing their own sleeping arrangements. Moyu glanced helplessly at the trio before turning away without a backward glance. The four left behind began to exchange glances, with Xiao resting. Yin Chen naturally deemed it inappropriate to disturb him, while Moyu and the others were clearly eager to usher them out. Now that they were a family, I was but an outsider, and I could only tactfully retreat. Chapter 100, Discussion. Xiao never anticipated that her slumber would extend until the break of dawn. After stretching her limbs and rising from the grassy nest, she made her way outside. Xiao, you are awake. Feiya, carrying a bundle of dried grass, approached her with a smile as she emerged from behind the dwelling. Did you come here so early for something in particular? Xiao inquired, glancing curiously at the pile of grass on the ground. Are you still half asleep? From behind Feiya, Muchen also arrived with another bundle of grass, coincidentally overhearing Xiao's question. Ah, my apologies, I was still dazed, she replied, finally coming to her senses. In her moment of confusion, she had entirely forgotten that she had acquired 3 new companions, and her gaze darted around awkwardly in search of a savior, yet she could not locate the figures of Mou and the others. Mou and his companions had just been summoned by the chief of the Tiger Howl tribe to discuss matters concerning the other wandering beasts. Oh, Xiao remarked, looking puzzled at Feiya and Yunxian. Aren't you both also leaders of your respective tribes? Why are you not joining them? Yunxian, who had been quietly seated nearby, had fixed his gaze upon her since her arrival. Noticing her fleeting eyes, he spoke at an opportune moment. So, you are not participating either? No rush. Would you like to freshen up first, and then accompany us to the chief's wooden dwelling? Feiya remembered Wing Ming's words before his departure, noting Yu Zhao's fondness for cleanliness and her customary routine upon waking. All right, I will be quick, Yu Zhao replied, taking a piece of beast hide and sprinting towards the river, determined not to delay her companions. Once she completed her tasks, Yu Zhao obediently followed Yunxian and the others to the chief's wooden house. She had initially intended to wait outside for them, but due to their concerns regarding the wandering beasts, they were reluctant to leave her alone. Thus, she was reluctantly guided inside the chief's abode. As Yu Zhao stepped into the wooden cabin, all eyes within the room turned towards her. Mou, Jingyao, and Yi Ming stood beside the Tiger Howl clan leader, having been summoned to deliberate strategies as high-ranking beastmen. Upon her arrival, the three gazed at her with an intensity akin to flowing waters, their eyes brimming with unmasked affection. Some unfamiliar faces, whom Yu Zhao had never encountered before, displayed a momentary astonishment that they could not conceal upon seeing her. I shall await your return here. Do attend to your important matters, she declared. Yu Zhao felt a sense of unease under the scrutinizing gaze and gently halted the hand of Yunxian that held hers, whispering a suggestion. Please do not wander off. I will have Mu Qin come over to keep you company. Perceiving the little female's discomfort, Yunxian tightened his grip on her hand slightly and led her to a secluded corner of the wooden cabin, shielding them from the prying eyes of the crowd. In a gentle tone, he reassured her. All right. Once they were shielded from the gaze of others, Yu Zhao nodded with delight and found a clean spot to sit. Such a good girl. Feiya had always thought her quiet and obedient, yet only now did he realize that what he had seen was merely the surface. Unable to resist, he approached and affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her. Do not keep messing with my hair. It will become bald. Yu Zhao, dissatisfied, brushed away Feiya's hand, retrieved a strip of beast hide from her waist pouch, smoothed her hair, and then tied it into a low ponytail. Xiao, ignore him. Have some fruit, Mu Qin said, presenting a few sweet fruits before Yu Zhao, raising an eyebrow at Feiya. Yu Zhao took a bite and nodded in agreement with Mu Qin's words. Feiya observed her puffed cheeks and gently pinched them before walking away with a smile. I will return shortly to keep you company, Mu Qin said as he stepped back, while Yu Zhao made a face at Feiya's retreating figure. The rainy season was fast approaching, and when the downpour became too heavy, the scaled beast would emerge from the depths of the forest. As in previous years, we must hasten to relocate the females and their young. After Mu Qin joined him, Hu Xiao shook his head and continued. Shall we gather the females together again this year? What if the rogue beasts cause trouble again? What if the females are abducted once more? We were fortunate this time to have driven away the scaled beasts and thwarted the rogue beasts. but we may not be so lucky next time. As soon as Xiao finished his statement, the other beastmen began to discuss among themselves. The recent attack by the scaled beast on the tiger tribe was orchestrated by those rogue beasts that had stolen the soon-to-hatch scaled beast eggs and hidden them near the tiger tribe's perimeter to lure high-ranking beastmen into confronting the scaled beasts, making it easier for them to capture the females. If everyone remains vigilant this time, the rogue beast will surely think twice before causing chaos. Seeing that the discussion yielded no resolution, Mo suddenly interrupted. There are not many females. Concentrating our protection offers greater assurance. The eagle tribe's elevated terrain makes it difficult for the scaled and rogue beasts to ascend. Perhaps we should send the females from each division to the eagle tribe. A leopard beastman contemplated for a moment before responding. The eagle tribe is quite far, and now is not an appropriate time for the females to venture out. Yunxian coldly cautioned, we do not have sufficient space to accommodate the females in the eagle tribe. What if disputes arise? Would we send them back? Feiya chuckled lightly, though the refusal was unmistakable in his words. Meanwhile, Muqin and Jingyao discreetly shifted their attention towards Xiao. As Xiao observed the amusing sight of the two individuals stealthily maneuvering their bodies backward to avoid detection, she couldn't help but chuckle. Just as they were about to draw near, she extended her finger and poked them lightly in the back. Wu Muqin was startled by the sudden poke at his waist, nearly letting out a scream. Fortunately, Jingyao acted swiftly, covering his mouth with one hand while pulling him aside with the other. Meeting Muqin's resentful gaze, Xiao smiled playfully, feigning innocence as she shrugged her shoulders. Chapter 101. The enclosure. With the addition of Muqin and Jingyao, the atmosphere within the wooden cabin became strikingly contrasted. A group of males engaged in fervent discussions about strategies to deal with the scaled beasts and the whereabouts of the females' refuge, while one corner of the room transformed from tranquility to lively chaos. Hey, Muqin, don't mess with my hair. Jingyao, that's my fruit, if you want some. There are plenty nearby. After Muqin and Jingyu settled down, they noticed Xiao quietly consuming her fruit while attentively listening to the conversations of the beastmen. Choosing to ignore them, feeling a sense of boredom, Jingyao took a bite of the fruit in her hand, causing her hair, which had been carelessly pulled by Muqin, to cascade over her shoulders. Xiao was utterly speechless, casting a warning glare at the two. Seeing it had little effect, she resignedly pushed away their increasingly encroaching bodies. Following a brief silence, the discussion resumed once more. Why not simply construct a wall around it? Why have they been deliberating for so long? Xiao could not comprehend why such a straightforward matter required prolonged deliberation, and astonishingly, no resolution had been reached. A wall? Jingyu and Muqin simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xiao. Indeed, much like the fence at home. However, if we aim to deter large creatures such as the scale beasts, constructing a barrier of stone might prove more robust. Additionally, we could incorporate sharp wooden stakes or excavate a deeper trench, allowing them a passageway. Surely they are clever enough to avoid the stones in the trench. As for the stray beasts, raising the height of the wall would necessitate more time for them to breach it, thus increasing the likelihood of detection by others. Xiao, filled with enthusiasm, was explaining to the two individuals when she suddenly fell silent. Who could have known that in just a few moments? The orcs who had been inside the room were now standing before her, staring intently. Assuming she had interrupted their conversation, Xiao lowered her head in embarrassment. Xiao, could you elaborate on that wall you mentioned? Tiger Xiao inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice upon noticing her silence. The structure that the young female had described indeed held the potential to resolve all the challenges they currently faced. I was merely speaking offhandedly, please. Continue with your discussion, she thought to herself, wishing she could slap her own face to curb her tendency to speak too much. Don't be afraid. The chief simply believes your suggestion is excellent, Mo gently encouraged, squatting down in front of her, bolstered by his support. Xiao reiterated her previous thoughts and succinctly outlined the details of the wall and the materials required. 15 or 16 males gathered around the petite female, listening intently without uttering a word, not because they were unable to speak, but rather because they were profoundly moved by her words. This is a great idea. With this wall, neither the scaled beast nor the stray beast will easily intrude. Indeed, this way, the female won't need to be sent to other tribes for refuge. Several males joyfully responded after Xiao finished speaking. Little female, you have truly aided the tribe immensely this time. Tiger Xiao, the chieftain, looked at Xiao with palpable excitement, as a problem that had troubled him for years seemed to find resolution. He reached out to grasp her hand in gratitude. But Jingyu was quicker, enveloping her in his embrace. I merely offered a suggestion. You must gather the stones and materials yourselves. Xiao chuckled softly in Jing Yao's embrace, expressing her delight in being of assistance. Although she was undeniably intelligent, she never boasted about her accomplishments. Nor did she seek fame or fortune in the wake of compliments. Yun Xian and Feiya observed the female quietly when she smiled. The curve of her lips was faint and delicate, akin to a feather, light and airy, yet imbued with an enigmatic charm that effortlessly etched her smile into their memories, making it hard to forget. As they gazed upon her, they too found their lips involuntarily curling into a gentle arc. Our female is exceedingly clever. We ought to strive harder, Feiya teased Yun Xian. Mu Chen, gather the wolf tribe and share Xiao Xiao's methods with everyone. Upon our return, we shall construct a wall, Yun Xian declared with a hearty voice, silently endorsing Yi Zhao's suggestions despite not responding to Feiya. The eagle tribe need not build a wall. When we return, I shall make you a fence, if that pleases you. Feiya approached Yi Xiao, taking her hand with a smile. The fence has already been prepared by Ming and the others, Yi Xiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Then, Xiao, assign me a task to undertake, Feiya continued, massaging her hand. Why don't you assist instead? Yi Xiao wished to withdraw her hand, but he persistently rubbed her palm. She could tolerate the tickling sensation, yet whenever she attempted to retract her hand, he would seize the opportunity to tighten his grip. Well, since Xiao has requested my assistance, should there not be a reward for my efforts? Feiya flashed a mischievous smile as he gazed at Yi Xiao. What is it that you desire? You may seek it from the clan leader, Hu Xiao. Upon witnessing such a smile from him, Yi Xiao felt a chill run down her spine, prompting her to be more cautious in her inquiry. What I desire can only be bestowed by Xiao. Come closer, and I shall share it with you, Feiya said, stepping back slightly and extending his palm towards her. Is it possible to refrain from this? Yi Xiao pondered anxiously. Glancing between Jingyu and the ever-patient Feiya, she ultimately placed her hand into his. With a gentle tug, Feiya enveloped her in his embrace. Unlike others who had merely held her hand, this act of drawing her into his arms allowed him to truly experience the joy shared among them. The softness and scent of the feminine presence in his embrace were undeniably comforting. It was no wonder that those few men clung to her at every opportunity. Well, I have received my reward from Xiao. Soon, I shall assist Chief Hu Xiao in quarrying stones. Noticing the look of bewilderment on Yi Zhao's face, Feiya quickly planted a kiss on her forehead, chuckling softly as he spoke. Chapter 102. The gathering. Yi Xiao pressed her forehead, her eyes wide open as she stared blankly at Feiya. Silly girl, why are you looking at me like that? Feiya, rarely witnessing such an expression on Yi Zhao's face, couldn't help but raise a finger to gently tease her delicate nose. I can't help but feel that you resemble a fox even more than Mu Chen does. Yi Xiao nudged him, only to find herself unable to push him away. Muttering her discontent in a hushed tone, was Xiao speaking of him? Why did it seem as though she was scolding me? Mu Chen looked at Jingyao, bewildered, and spoke up. Regardless, it was not directed at me, Jingyao retorted with an eye roll. I am an eagle, not a fox, however. Since Xiao has said this, I shall take it as a compliment. Yi Xiao no longer recoils from his touch. It appears she has genuinely embraced herself. Feiya, feeling a surge of joy, playfully remarked, I never realized you were quite the thick-skinned one. Yi Xiao responded with a light smile. Pfft. Both Jing Yao and Mo Yu couldn't suppress their laughter. That remark from Xiao surely isn't complimentary, is it? Feiya observed the expressions of Mo Yu and Jing Yao, although Ming did not laugh aloud. The subtle tremor of his shoulders indicated he was also struggling to contain his amusement. What are you saying? This is indeed a compliment. Don't mind them. They are simply envious of you. Yi Xiao earnestly gazed at Feiya. Had she not previously explained the meaning of thick-skin to the trio, they would have undoubtedly believed she was genuinely praising Feiya at that moment, given her serious demeanor. Shall we go take a look at the market? Yun Xian, observing the harmonious interaction among the group, wished to partake in the pleasant atmosphere, though his words remained as cold as ever. The last time I visited the herbivore tribe, they had a market too. Is it similar to theirs? Upon hearing Yun Xian's words, Yi Zhao's attention was swiftly captured. Not quite, this time. There are many more carnivorous beastmen, and the items available for exchange are more diverse, Mou explained. Then let us proceed, Yi Xiao declared, glancing at Feiya, who was still holding her in his embrace. Feiya remained silent, lifting her effortlessly, cherishing the rare opportunity to hold her close. Unwilling to let any other males take her away. I can walk on my own, Yi Xiao insisted, attempting to leap down while clutching his arm, concerned she might fall. Feiya reluctantly set her down once more. Yu Xiaoxing dashed forward, but after only a few steps, she turned back to glance at them, uncertain of the location of the market. Xiao, were you genuinely praising Feiya just now? Muchen inquired curiously as he quickly caught up with Xiao. It was not entirely his fault. Judging by the expressions of Mou and the others, her words certainly did not seem complimentary. Yet Xiao maintained a remarkably earnest demeanor. "Hush, dear child, do not learn to be thick-skinned," Xiao whispered as she pulled Muchen closer. "Xiao, I heard that." Fia's mournful voice echoed from behind. Initially, he merely intended to eavesdrop on their clandestine conversation but was taken aback by Yi Zhao's proclamation. Startled, Yi Xiao quickly darted behind Muchen, who instinctively spread his arms to shield her from Fia, adopting a protective stance. This gesture seemed oddly familiar. "Haha. Welcome to the Beast Realm version of eagle-catching chicks," Fia remarked, observing Yi Xiao hiding behind Muchen. A triumphant grin plastered across his face as he pretended to reach for her, realizing Muchen could not protect her any longer. Yi Xiao swiftly bolted towards Mou and the others, grabbing one of them as a shield while cheekily sticking her tongue out at Fia. Suddenly, she was lifted into the air and embraced by someone. Just as she was about to struggle against her captor, she caught sight of the beast hide in his hands, rendering her motionless out of respect. Observing Yi Zhao's compliant demeanor within his grasp, Yunxian felt a twinge of frustration. She was lively with Fia and Muchen. Yet when it came to him, she always appeared so cautious. "Put me down, be careful of your hand." Before Yunxian could inquire about her concern, Yi Zhao's words warmed his heart. "My hand is fine now. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." She reached to tug at the beast hide on her right hand. Although reluctant to unfasten the beast hide that Yi Xiao had secured, he did not wish to miss the opportunity to draw closer to her due to a minor injury. "I believe you. I believe you. Your wound will be torn open again if you pull at it." Yi Xiao was startled by his abrupt actions, struggling to both restrain his hand and prevent herself from toppling over. "All right, let us proceed." Mou turned to Yi Xiao and said, "Are you certain you can carry me?" Yi Xiao inquired softly, glancing at Yunxian. Without uttering a word, Yunxian gently ruffled Yi Zhao's hair and then strode directly towards the market. Indeed, the market here was far more expansive than the one Yi Xiao had encountered in the herbivore tribe. With a greater number of beast men and an abundance of goods to exchange, Yi Xiao sat upon Yunxian's arm, glancing left and right, captivated by the novelty of her surroundings. "Is there anything you desire?" Yunxian inquired gently. "Just looking is sufficient. These items are of no practical use to me." Her gaze fell upon a heap of small beads nestled in the corner, amidst several animal hides and herbs laid out on a vacant patch of ground. "Is this what you wish for, Xiao?" Feiyu observed her unwavering attention on the beads and lifted one to present before her. "Your taste is exquisite, young female. Allow me to gift this to you." The exchanging orc, amused by the lovely young female's fixation on the beads, smiled and extended the remaining beads toward her. "May I have a look?" Yi Xiao asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Certainly. These were traded from the merfolk, and it is said that they glow at night." The orc, eager to share knowledge, promptly divulged all he knew upon hearing her inquiry. "They glow? Night pearls?" Yi Xiao exclaimed, her astonishment directed at the seemingly inconspicuous beads. "We shall take these. There is no need for your generosity. How shall we barter?" Yunxian interjected, noting Yi Zhao's keen interest. "Ah, these have gone unclaimed for several days. If you could provide me with 3 white beast crystals, it would suffice. If not, 5 animal hides will do," the orc replied, casting a glance at the wolf beast. Yi Xiao pondered that the beast crystal they spoke of was likely the common currency of the beast world. Indeed, the next moment, she witnessed Muchen producing 3 irregular stones, tossing them to the orc, and then retrieving all the beads from his hands. He placed all the beads into Yi Zhao's palms. "Is this beast crystal difficult to find?" Yi Xiao inquired after a moment of contemplation. "Rest assured, there is an ample supply of beast crystals. You may exchange for whatever you desire," Muchen assured her, assuming her concern was about the scarcity of the crystals. He then produced a small beast skin pouch, waving it before Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Mou, Jingyao, Feiya, and Yiming each retrieved a small beast skin pouch from their belongings in turn. How extravagant! Observing their bulging pouches, Yi Xiao felt a sense reminiscent of being pampered, though it was quite a pleasant feeling. "My husbands are truly handsome," she exclaimed joyfully while playing with the beads in her hands. "Husbands?" The males looked at Yi Xiao in surprise. "I compliment you, my males," Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. Chapter 103, Confrontation. After wandering through the market a few times, Yi Xiao found nothing particularly intriguing aside from the beads she had just acquired, while several males exchanged for some beast skins and unfamiliar fruits. Noticing that the female had lost her initial excitement, the males decided to return home. After consulting Yi Xiao, they began their journey back, laden with their exchanged goods. Yin Che, concerned for Yi Xiao's injuries, had not rested well the previous night. The following morning, he gathered medicinal herbs and hurried to Yi Xiao's wooden cabin without delay. Upon arriving to find her door tightly shut, he stood outside, waiting for her, which extended into a prolonged morning vigil. Little Yi, from a distance, Yun Xian approached, carrying Yi Xiao gently. Yin Che hurried towards them, anxiety etched on his face. Chief Yin, Yi Xiao greeted politely upon seeing him. Are your injuries serious? I have brought medicinal herbs, Yin Che remarked, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Xiao. Were it not for his known character, Yi Xiao might have felt inclined to strike him. I am fine. It is merely superficial wounds. I apologize for causing Chief Yin concern, Yi Xiao replied, extending her arm to indicate the already fading marks. Yun Xian observed the cheerful exchange between Yi Xiao and Yin Che, his gaze darkening, his expression turning ominously somber. The typically calm and composed Yun Xian was stirred by her presence, and his hands, resting on her waist and thigh, instinctively tightened slightly. What is it, Yin Xian? Does your hand hurt? Yi Xiao sensed the tightening grip of the other party and thought that he must be weary. She then attempted to leap from his embrace. Do not move, he insisted, unwilling for her to engage further with Yin Che, desiring instead to occupy her gaze solely for himself. Thus, Yun Xian adjusted his hold around her waist, shifting to face her as one would cradle a child. Are you angry? At that moment, Yun Xian's expression was clouded with darkness, his obsidian eyes fixated on Yi Xiao, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The individual who felt unaddressed averted their gaze and, without hesitation, strode toward the wooden cabin. Observing Yi Xiao being taken away, Yin Che hastened to follow. The more he pursued, the quicker Yun Xian's steps became. Is it not foolish to be irrationally angry? Yi Xiao seemed to perceive the reason behind Yun Xian's sudden anger. With a smile, she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly in his ear. Startled for a moment, Yun Xian paused, lowering his gaze to her radiant face, captivated by the mirth in her eyes. Once the gathering concludes, return with me to the Wolf Clan. Yun Xian gazed intently at Yi Xiao, having chosen each other. It was time to solidify their bond. I have no objections. Wherever you go, I shall follow. We can discuss everything together later. The two conversed as they approached the wooden cabin. Yun Xian opened the door and directly embraced Yi Xiao, carrying her into the main room, where he settled into a bamboo chair, placing her delicately upon his lap. We are home now. Please set me down. Yi Xiao found herself perplexed by his actions and tentatively spoke up. Let us wait for Mou and the others to return before discussing this, Yun Xian remarked, observing Yin Che entering the room with a smirk. This fellow's possessiveness made Yi Xiao cast an apologetic glance at Yin Che. Chief Yin Che, I noticed you were absent at Chief Hu Zhao's today. Are you particularly busy? With the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward, Yi Xiao hastily sought a new topic. I called upon other beastmen at Chief Hu Zhao's, then came here to find you, but by the time I arrived, you had already left, Yin Che explained softly. As Yun Xian listened to their exchange, his expression darkened. The dear beast no longer concealed his intentions. I apologize. I didn't expect my casual question would lead to such an awkward situation, Yi Xiao admitted. Xiao, you seem quite concerned about him. With all of us around, you're still able to pay attention to his whereabouts, Yun Xian remarked, a hint of jealousy creeping into his tone. As if the tenderness he had just exhibited was merely an illusion. It's precisely because you are all here that I can notice. Besides you all, I only recognize Chief Yin Che and Chief Hu Xiao, don't I? Yi Xiao blinked her innocent apricot eyes at Yun Xian. Faced with such a look from Yi Xiao, any frustration Yun Xian felt dissipated. Moreover, Yi Xiao was correct, prompting him to awkwardly turn his face away. Little Yi, I came to discuss something with you, he began. Xiao, I'm thirsty. Could you fetch me a cup of water? Yin Che interrupted, his sentence unfinished as Yun Xian suddenly addressed Yi Xiao. All right, you two continue your conversation. Yi Xiao replied as she jumped off Yun Xian's lap and hurried to get water. There's no water left. I'll head to the river to fetch some. Please wait a moment, she said, turning back after realizing the house's supply had dwindled, then dashed outside with a bamboo tube in hand. I didn't expect you to act this way, Yin Che remarked, looking at Yun Xian. In that moment of anger, his gaze remained gentle, as if reminding himself to maintain composure. Stop thinking about things that don't concern you, Yin Xian replied coldly. You're not her. How could you know what is impossible? Yin Che asserted, unwilling to relinquish Yi Xiao. What are you two discussing? What is impossible? In the tense standoff between the two, Yi Xiao entered with a water bucket, locating Yun Xian's cup to pour him a drink. She then found a spare bamboo cup for Yin Che, filling it as she smiled and inquired. It's nothing, Yin Xian replied with a smile, raising the bamboo cup deliberately to showcase the beastly design before Yin Che. He observed the gradual dimming of Yin Che's expression and took great satisfaction in finishing the water. "Shall I remove the beast hide for you?" Xiao recalled Yun Xian mentioning that his hand had healed. To prevent any mischief, she thought it best to check it nonetheless. Upon hearing this, Yun Xian presented his right hand to her. Xiao gently untied the beast hide, carefully cleaning off the anti-inflammatory powder, and was astonished to see his arm. The once deep wound, visible to the bone, had formed a layer of brown scab. "Your recovery abilities are truly remarkable," Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. "I told you it was fine. Did I deceive you?" Yun Xian tousled Xiao's hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Very well, no need for the beast hide. But do exercise caution. It would be unfortunate if the newly formed scab were to reopen," Xiao advised. "I brought some medicinal herbs. Would you like to apply some?" Yin Che interjected, observing the warm interaction between the two. "Haven't you figured out how to use those little beads yet?" Yun Xian shifted the topic, wishing to avoid discussing his injury with another male. "I placed them in my room so I can see at night." Xiao had thought of their utility since obtaining the luminous pearls. "Then take it in first, and then rest a bit." Yun Xian seemed to intentionally steer her away. And Xiao, puzzled, cast him a couple of questioning glances before obediently retreating to the inner room. Chapter 104. The Arrival of the Rainy Season. Upon returning to the room, Xiao remained steadfast, unwilling to leave, while Yun Xian chose to ignore Yin Che altogether. The two sat in silence, engaged in a wordless standoff, until Mou and his companions returned. "You've returned quite late. Were you out gathering white cotton?" Yun Xian inquired, noting the bundles of cotton in their arms. He found it puzzling, as even considering Xiao's needs during her estrus, such an abundance seemed unnecessary. "We happened upon a vast expanse of blooming white cotton and decided to gather a bit more," Mou explained. Since Yun Xian and his companions had yet to formally bond with Xiao, Mou was reluctant to reveal her true identity to them. Yin Che, however, harbored doubts regarding Mou's explanation. After all, Xiao had already experienced estrus in the herbivorous tribe, which would ordinarily imply she would not enter estrus again, making the necessity for such a quantity of cotton questionable. Yet, he refrained from voicing his suspicions. Mou, undeterred by Yin Che's inquisitive gaze, patiently organized the gathered cotton. With the rainy season upon them, the white cotton would soon lose its utility, necessitating further collection. In the room, Xiao was tinkering with the luminous pearl. Concealed beneath a hide, she conducted her experiments. The pearl was merely the size of a marble, a trivial dimension despite its glow. Alone, it served little purpose. And even in clusters, it could only illuminate a small corner. She moved the leather box she had crafted the previous day beside the grassy nest and, having placed the pearl within, was soon interrupted by Mou's entrance. "Wow, you've gathered so much cotton," Xiao exclaimed, astonished by the large bundle he carried. With the rainy season approaching, the white cotton would become unusable, and his constitution required more of it. "They are grilling meat. You should join," Mou suggested, placing the neatly arranged cotton into Xiao's leather box, and then taking her hand to lead her outside. 2 days later, the gathering concluded, and the foreign beast men, having organized their exchanged goods, departed from the tiger clan. Inspired by Xiao's idea, Chief Xiao promptly summoned the tribe's males to begin constructing a wall. The previously tranquil tribe began to bustle with activity, as males could be seen lugging large stones everywhere. They needed to complete the wall before the rains arrived, providing the females with an added layer of security. Mou, Jingyao, and Yiming all participated in the construction, while Xiao, with nothing to occupy her time, spent her days eating and sleeping. Tiger Knot and Lu Ling had not visited her in the past couple of days, leaving Xiao feeling rather bored. Seeing her lack of enthusiasm, Yin Xian and Feya proposed to accompany her on a stroll through the tribe. When a towering wall, constructed from large stones, came into view, Xiao was profoundly amazed. The efficiency of the beast men was remarkable. In just 2 days, the wall she had mentioned had taken shape. Drip, drip. A droplet of water slid down Xiao's cheek. Glancing up at the sky, she realized it had begun to rain. The raindrops, as large as beans, cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, intensifying until they pooled into small streams on the ground. The rain struck the surface of the accumulating water, creating splashes. "We should head back. It's starting to rain," Feya remarked, gazing up at the now overcast sky. Before Xiao could utter a word, Yun Xian enveloped her in his embrace, hastening their way home. The rain seemed to intensify, with no indication of when it would cease. Their swift movements allowed them to return just as the downpour escalated. Gazing at the increasingly torrential rain, Xiao felt a wave of concern for Mou and the others who had yet to return. The rainy season had arrived, and it would not abate swiftly. Best not to entertain thoughts of venturing outside in the coming days. Fei held her hand as they entered the front hall and took a seat, while he made his way to the backyard in search of some dry firewood. With the unexpected deluge, he wondered if there would be enough wood at home, as damp firewood produces a heavy smoke that might be unbearable for Xiao. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the clattering sounds from the small shed's roof outside. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, and in an instant, a torrential downpour cascaded from above. The wind carried the rain at an angle, seeping into the wooden house, prompting Yunxian to quickly shut the wooden door. The rain indeed fell for an extended period, just as Fei had predicted, enveloping Xiao in a serene silence, with only the rhythmic patter of raindrops accompanying her thoughts. Xiao, I'm back. It was Mu Chen, who had ventured out for a hunt that day. The weather had been fair when he left, but he had not anticipated the sudden downpour upon his return. Despite carrying 2 sizable catches, his pace remained unimpeded. Upon entering, he spotted Xiao lost in thought, which struck him as endearing. He gently poked her cheek with his finger and smiled as he spoke. Xiao turned her head and noticed his drenched appearance. She promptly rose to retrieve a clean piece of animal hide, gently pulling him to sit down as she tenderly dried his hair. Hey, don't stand there. Come sit here, Mu Chen said, reveling in such treatment. As he looked up at Xiao and patted his thigh, Xiao continued her actions, disregarding him. Mu Chen reached out to encircle her waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Xiao, I find myself growing fonder of you by the day. Let us hasten to become partners. And then you shall bear me a litter of little foxes, shall you not? With a playful demeanor, Xiao ruffled his hair vigorously. Is that really what you want? Mu Chen gazed at her with hopeful eyes. It was surprising that this fellow was acting so coy with her, and yet she found it rather endearing. You should clean yourself up, and perhaps change out of that beast-skin skirt as well. With a smile, Xiao brushed away the hand resting on her waist and gracefully moved to sit aside. Mu Chen, deprived of a response, despondently grasped the animal hide atop his head and aimlessly wiped it a few times, then gloomily sought out a beast-skin skirt to change into. Since the day after their proposal to become partners, the 3 of them had relocated all their belongings to Mou's wooden abode. As long as the matter of partnership remained unspoken among them, Xiao chose not to mention it, as though it were of little consequence. Fei and his brother intended to return to the tribe to hold the partnership ceremony. However, he knew that it was not imperative to return to the tribe in order to formalize their union. Xiao's attitude towards them has undergone a transformation, evolving from initial avoidance to a current acceptance of their touch. However, the absence of a romantic relationship leaves him with an unsettling sense of unreality. Chapter 105. Sleeping together. Xiao, in the coming days, we may have to grill meat here. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go inside, and I will call you when it's ready, Fei said, returning to the parlor with the Widya gathered, smiling at Xiao. I'm fine. Just don't lean too close to the wall. Be cautious of the sparks, Xiao replied. Xiao watched Fei carry the wood towards a distant corner and hurriedly approached to take the logs from him. She made her way to the center, arranging them to start a fire. As Mu Chen and Yunxian noticed her efforts, they instinctively rose to fetch the prey from outside. Is there really a need to rush? Mou and the others have yet to return. Xiao called out to their retreating figures. Xiao, do you dislike the eagle tribe? Fei inquired softly as he joined her side. It's mainly inconvenient. It's not that I dislike it, she replied. The last time I visited the eagle tribe, I was on my period and hardly got a chance to explore. So it's hard to say whether I like it or not. Besides, their tribe is situated on steep terrain, making it quite troublesome for me to venture elsewhere without seeking help from Ming. That's reasonable. You often act recklessly, and I worry that while living in the eagle tribe, you might inadvertently tumble down the mountain one day. Once the rain subsides, I plan to return to the eagle tribe. Would you like to accompany me? Having spent several days together, Fei recognized Xiao's lively and cheerful nature. She enjoyed wandering about, and the steep mountains of the eagle tribe were indeed unsuitable for her. Sure, Xiao readily agreed. Aware that Fei's invitation stemmed from what Mu Chen had mentioned earlier, Fei had anticipated she might hesitate and was contemplating how to persuade her. Yet she accepted without a second thought, leaving him momentarily stunned. Perhaps I misjudged your intentions? Maybe I should just wait in the tribe, he mused. Observing her playful demeanor ignited a desire to tease him. Xiao, once you've given your word, you cannot backtrack, Fei said, playfully gripping her as she attempted to escape, chuckling lightly. I want to backtrack. I want to. Just let me go, Xiao exclaimed, feeling a flutter of unease at his laughter. Just as she took a step back, he seized her again. Considering how you treat me, shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? Feiya seized the opportunity to playfully demand a reward. What do you want? Just say it, Xiao murmured, glancing at her hands, feeling a bit apprehensive under his gaze. Silly girl, I'm not going to eat you. I merely wish to keep you company tonight, he said with a gentle smile, pinching her cheek. Humph, that sounds splendid, but it should be me accompanying you, she retorted. Just then, as Mu Chun and Yun Xian entered the cabin, they overheard Feiya's words. Mu Chun, having just arranged the freshly cleaned prey over the fire, shot an angry look at Feiya, while Yun Xian cast a sidelong glance at him holding Xiao's hand. Each of you may accompany Xiao for a day, but let us not disrupt the order, Yun Xian remarked. At that moment, Mou and the others returned to the cabin. Since it's a day for each, shouldn't it be my turn now? Yun Xian quipped sarcastically. You had Yi Ming yesterday, and today it's my turn with little Yi Zi. Don't even think about it, Feiya retorted. Before Yi Xiao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jingyao. The discussion amongst several males about the matter of sharing a bed continued without resolution. Yi Xiao, unable to interject, silently watched the fire, vigilant against the meat becoming charred. As the meat neared completion and the group still had not reached a satisfactory conclusion, Yi Xiao stood up to fetch some salt. When she tossed the dry animal skins onto the five who had just returned, they looked over in surprise. They hurriedly dried off and changed into their animal skin skirts to eat the meat. As Yi Xiao sprinkled salt onto the meat, she spoke. Unable to discern her emotional state, the males obediently closed their mouths, quickly drying their hair before dispersing to change into animal skins. When Yi Ming returned, he carried Yu Zhao's wooden bowl, having torn the meat into strips and placed them inside before handing it to her. Yu Xiao expressed her gratitude and took small bites of the meat in the bowl. Little Leaf, are you angry? Jingyu asked, glancing at the quiet Yu Xiao with concern. No, came Yu Zhao's light-hearted reply, and she fell silent thereafter. Those two simple words, however, made the males feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles, their gazes fixated on her. Oh, I'm truly not angry. I was just pondering. Since you all wish to share a bed with me, why not all sleep together? Yu Xiao pondered that it was merely a matter of sleep, something that could be resolved by merely assembling a grass nest. She truly did not comprehend the reason behind their contention. Sleep together? The males gazed at her in astonishment, not anticipating that the little one would be so uninhibited. Just sleep. Don't overthink it. Observing their inquisitive expressions and discerning the implications behind their words, she quickly realized they might have misconstrued her intentions. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she glared at them in indignation. To her surprise, her self-perceived fierce demeanor only elicited hearty laughter from the group. Chapter 106. Proposal. Yu Xiao had underestimated the situation. She had assumed that when she suggested sleeping together, the males would dismiss it as a jest. At least one or two would likely refuse. However, upon returning to her room after washing up and witnessing the grass nest expanded to an immense size in the center, she grasped just how naive she had been. Yet, as the saying goes, a spoken word is like spilled water, and it could not be retracted. Reluctantly, she crawled into the grass nest and lay down. Little Leaf, are you asleep? The door was gently pushed open, and Jingyo's voice floated in. Yu Xiao instinctively closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment for uttering such words. Noticing her silence, Jingyu quietly settled into the grass nest, cautiously wrapping his arms around her. After all, it was his duty to accompany Yu Xiao to sleep tonight. He would not allow anyone else to take his place. I just spoke with Xiao. She agreed to accompany me back to the Eagle clan. Mou was about to enter the room when Feiya called out to him. Mou turned, puzzled, to face Feiya. If Xiao has agreed, then that suffices. With the rainy season approaching and the Eagle clan being quite distant, I must leave the tribe soon to select the next Eagle clan leader. Yun Xian and Mu Chun need to return to address the issues concerning the Wolf clan's walls. Moreover, the Tiger clan cannot afford to be without you and Jingyao, which is why I intend to take Xiao to complete the bonding ceremony. Once the rainy season has passed, I will promptly return with her. Feiya paused for a few seconds and shared his plans with Mou. I disagree. It seems you merely wish to monopolize Xiao, Mu Chun interjected with a cold smirk, clearly displeased with Feiya's unilateral decision to take Xiao to the Eagle clan. Since everyone has pressing matters to attend to, separating our efforts seems the most prudent course of action. In the face of Mu Chun's ire, Feiya calmly explained. What are your thoughts on this matter? Mou queried, glancing at the silent Yi Ming and Yun Xian. I concur with Feiya. Moreover, when the next clan leader is chosen, no outsiders, except for females, may enter the Eagle clan. Your presence would only result in being barred from the tribe, rendering your efforts futile, Yiming explained in a low voice. I have no objections, but if the Wolf clan's walls are completed and I have yet to see Xiao, I will ensure you regret the decision you made today. As Yunxian concluded his words, he turned and made his way towards the back of the house. This matter would require further discussion with Xiao tomorrow, as Yiming suggested. To gather her thoughts on the issue. In any case, I disagree. We can take Xiao back to the Wolf clan first, he stated. To his surprise, Yunxian, whom he expected to oppose this suggestion, simply pondered for a moment before agreeing with Fia's proposal. The Wolf clan resided on the eastern edge of the forest, in close proximity to the habitat of the scale beasts, and it was not prudent to take Xiao there before the wall was completed. Moyu interrupted Mukin's words with a cold tone. Mukin, reminded by Moyu, realized his oversight. In his anger, he had forgotten that during the rainy season, scale beasts often ventured out from the heart of the forest, sometimes wreaking havoc on anything in sight. It was no wonder Yunxian had agreed, as he must have considered this factor. If Xiao goes to the Eagle clan, I will accompany her, Yiming remarked, casting a glance at Moyu. Then let us rest. Xiao should be asleep. We must not disturb her, Moyu stated before walking towards the back of the house, to avoid interrupting Yixiao's rest. He returned to his own wooden cabin. Observing Mayu's return to his quarters, Yiming also turned and entered another wooden house. Both understood Xiao well. Should they all sleep together, her shyness would likely be overwhelming, undoubtedly affecting her rest. However, Fia and Mukin seized the opportunity, boldly pushing open Yixiao's door and stepping inside. Yixiao initially believed she would struggle to find sleep, yet shortly after Jing Yao entered and embraced her, drowsiness enveloped her. In a state of semi-consciousness, she sensed someone lying beside her. Before long, she perceived another presence entering the room, surrounded by a familiar scent. Without even lifting her eyelids, she nestled deeper into Jing Yao's arms and drifted into a tranquil slumber. Jing Yao stirred slightly awake as Yunxian entered the room, observing the latter cautiously lying next to Xiao. His displeasure manifested as he tightened his embrace and furrowed his brow at the sight. Upon entering, Yunxian noted that the female had already succumbed to sleep. He contemplated retreating but, recalling Feiya's earlier suggestion, hesitated. If Xiao agreed, he would be deprived of her company for some time. Thus, he cautiously approached the grass nest, lying beside her while avoiding the serpent beast that held her tightly. All else was deemed perfect. When Feiya and Muchen arrived, they found Xiao flanked by beasts. Neither wished to leave nor to sleep beside a male. Ultimately, both chose to extract some dry grass from the spacious nest to create their own, selecting a spot close to Xiao before gently closing their eyes to rest. Chapter 107. Parting Ways. Morning arrived. Yunxian slowly opened his eyes, his sleepiness not yet fully dissipated, his head still somewhat foggy. He gently moved his arms, stretching his stiff body. At that moment, remnants of slumber lingered on his face, his eyes slightly squinted, presenting a rather dazed appearance. Gazing at the culprit of this disarray, still lost in slumber, he affectionately tapped her petite nose as a playful reprimand. He recalled how, not long after he had laid down, Xiao had kicked off the beast's skin and turned over. Jing Yao, seemingly accustomed to her antics, gently covered her with the discarded skin again, only for it to be kicked off repeatedly, a cycle of covering and uncovering. The slumbering figure grew increasingly displeased, even rolling towards him after kicking off the skin. Startled, he instinctively extended his paw to hold her down, carefully pressing his body against her back, applying just enough pressure to keep her securely in his embrace. The plush sensation against his back was delightful, prompting Xiao to lean back against him even more. Observing her gradually settle into a peaceful sleep, Jingyao quelled his urge to pull her back. Feiya and Muchen, stirred by Yixiao's movements, opened their eyes slightly, reassured by the absence of any trouble before resuming their rest. As the group succumbed to slumber, only Yunxian remained awake, his restlessness stemming from the small figure beside him, who was somewhat restless in her sleep. Her earlier movements had left her hair in disarray. Transforming from beast form to human, Yunxian delicately smoothed her tousled locks with his fingertips, savoring their soft texture. When the plush sensation suddenly vanished, Xiao frowned, turning to search for the source of the warmth that had disappeared. Do not run away, my little rabbit. In the pitch-black room, a veil of drowsiness enveloped Xiao's face. Her eyes remained only partially open, heavy lids clinging together as if they required considerable effort to part. She murmured softly, her small hands busily searching for the elusive sensation that had just vanished. There is no little rabbit, only me. Although fully aware that she was asleep and could not hear, A hint of displeasure arose within Yunxian upon being mistaken for another. He gazed at her, correcting her, while his hand resting on her waist tightened slightly in a punitive manner. With this deliberate restraint, the female, aside from occasionally and unconsciously touching his body, would only pinch him lightly when she sensed something amiss, leaving her with no other actions. Xiao finally ceased her restless movements, delicately nestling against him. Her fair and exquisite profile dusted with a faint blush, resembling a young cub, utterly defenseless, evoking a profound desire to protect her. Yunxian, entirely roused by her presence, found himself wide awake, helplessly gazing at the little one in his embrace. It was not until the break of dawn, when the other males in the room began to show signs of awakening, that he gently closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of respite. As daylight broke, Xiao gradually opened her eyes, greeted by a hazy panorama, as if the entire world had yet to fully awaken. When she attempted to rub her eyes, she discovered that her hands seemed to be clasped by someone. As her drowsy gaze cleared, she was met with the sight of a chiseled collarbone and a warm chest. Lifting her gaze slightly, she was overcome with embarrassment at her current state. How could she possibly be clinging to Yunxian? Moreover, one of her feet was carelessly resting on him. No wonder her hands were immobile, as she had wrapped herself around him like a koala. Not only did he embrace her in return, but he also restrained her hands, resulting in a tightly intertwined tableau. If she had the ability to move, it would indeed be a surreal nightmare. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed that Jingyu was no longer present behind her, and the two grass nests nearby were also empty. She had no idea how long they had been in this rather undignified position, but the thought of being seen in such a manner made her wish for a hole to hide in. Carefully, she began to shift her leg off him, wary of waking him and creating an awkward situation. Instinctively, she glanced up at him, observing his movements while attempting to withdraw her hand. His eyelids fluttered, as if disturbed by her subtle motions, and he lazily opened his eyes. Lowering his gaze slightly, he met hers, and an air of awkwardness enveloped them. He remained silent, simply watching her with clear eyes, devoid of any disorientation typically associated with waking. He had awakened before her, concerned about disturbing her rest, and had refrained from getting up. Watching Jingyu and Feiya depart the room with displeasure had lightened his mood as he gazed down at the little one in his arms, only closing his eyes again upon noticing her stirring. "Ah, I apologize for waking you," he murmured. Xiao shyly averted her gaze, rolling to the side before abruptly sitting up, her petite face turning crimson at a visibly rapid pace. "Am I truly that frightening?" Yunxian was delighted by her adorable antics, chuckling softly. "Not at all." She lifted her eyes, once again locking onto his gaze, her previously cold demeanor softening into a gentle warmth. It must be said, when such a remarkably handsome, ethereal, and nobly aloof gentleman gazes at you with such tenderness, it is indeed easy to succumb to his charm. At this moment, Xiao found herself stumbling over her words, the warmth on her face refusing to dissipate. "If I am not frightening, then why run so far?" Yunxian showed no intention of ceasing his playful teasing despite Yu Zhao's explanation. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought it would make it easier to get up," she mumbled, hastily rising from the grassy nest and stepping out. Upon hearing her words, Yunxian couldn't help but chuckle, moving behind her to wrap her in his embrace, his smooth jaw gently resting on her shoulder. With a playful smile, he remarked, "Whatever Xiao says, I will believe." Xiao paused for a moment, her body stiffened with trepidation, hesitant to move, although he was already her designated partner. Such ambiguous gestures and overt affection rendered her already flushed cheeks an even deeper shade of crimson. The warmth spread to her ears, and her neck too began to flush. She lowered her gaze, focusing on her toes to conceal the turmoil within her heart. "We may need to act separately for a while. Would you prefer to visit the eagle tribe or the wolf tribe first?" Observing the delicate blush on her ears, Yunxian chuckled softly beside her. Xiao rubbed her ears to dispel the lingering itch and turned to him with a puzzled expression. "We discussed this yesterday. Feiya is to return to the Eagle clan, and I must hasten back to construct the walls. We both wish to bring you to the tribe for courtship, but ultimately it depends on your wishes." Yunxian led her to sit beside the grass nest and patiently explained the matters discussed by several males the previous day. "We want you to go to the Eagle clan first, where you will be free from the troubles posed by the scaled beasts. It is temporarily safe there. During this time, I will ensure that our people complete the walls. Once you arrive at the Eagle clan and have found a partner, return promptly. Do not dawdle, understood?" Noticing Xiao listening intently while lost in thought, he tucked her hair behind her ear and earnestly said, "I will heed your words." Xiao nodded gently. How absurd. How can one threaten and warn just as they are about to leave? Yet, she felt timid, unable to refute Yunxin's words. Chapter 108. Farewell, did you remember everything I just said? Do not wander off in the Eagle clan. It is high, and if you wish to leave, you must call for Feiya or Yiming. During this time, do not form partnerships with other males, even if you find someone. Do not bring them back to the Wolf clan, understood? Yunxian felt he had conveyed all necessary instructions before taking Yi Xiao to the front yard. Observing her quiet and obedient demeanor, he felt an uneasy sense of concern and could not help but reiterate his warnings. The conversation had shifted unexpectedly, and Yi Xiao felt exasperated. Why were they so fixated on her forming bonds with males? She wished she could pry open their minds and inform them that such thoughts were misguided. Remember, do not seek out partners, Yi Xiao replied succinctly to Yunxian's admonitions. Just as they entered the front room, a figure lunged towards her. Yi Xiao stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but thankfully, one of her hands was grasped by Yunxian, who gently pulled her back, steadying her by the waist. Do not rush about so recklessly, he scolded, casting an annoyed glance at the dazed Muqin standing nearby. Xiao, we must proceed separately. They unanimously agreed you should go to the Eagle clan. Do you have any other thoughts? Muqin disregarded Yunxian's words. His deep purple eyes fixated on Yi Xiao, eagerly awaiting her response. Yunxian has already spoken to me. I have no objections. If you all believe this is for the best, let us proceed as you suggest. Facing Muqin's expectant gaze, Yi Xiao averted her eyes, replying softly. Since Xiao has no objections, we shall return to the Wolf clan today. Feiya, you may leave once the rain subsides. Xiao, remember not to linger too long. Yunxian tousled Yi Xiao's hair and took hold of Muqin's arm as they headed outside. Apart from Yi Xiao, he had little else to reminisce about. Since they needed to manage their respective tribal affairs, lingering here was unwise. The Wolf clan had not brought any females for the gathering this time, so the rain was of no concern, making it the perfect moment to return to the tribe. Xiao, hurry back to the Wolf clan. If the walls are built and you have not yet arrived, I shall come to the Eagle clan to find you. Muqin, being tugged by Yunxian, shouted loudly at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao chased after them to the door, smiling as she waved in response. Xiao, why are you standing outside? Yin Che, who was to accompany his clan members back to the tribe that day, had come to bid farewell to Yi Xiao. Upon entering her wooden abode, he was greeted by the sight of her standing outside. Greetings, Chief Yin Che. Yi Xiao greeted the newcomer with polite acknowledgement. I am returning to the tribe, she said, contemplating the need to inform you. After several days apart, it was unexpectedly a farewell upon their reunion. Yin Che suppressed the disappointment within, maintaining a gentle smile. Oh, then you must be on your way. I shall not keep you any longer. Although the rain isn't heavy now, to exercise caution on your journey, Yi Xiao remarked with a smile. Xiao, hurry back inside. It's chilly outside. Jingyu said coldly, leaning against the wooden door while watching Yin Che. Understood, Yi Xiao replied, turning her head briefly. Xiao, once the rainy season is over, may I come to find you? Yin Che called out as Yi Xiao prepared to retreat indoors. Certainly, if it's not too much trouble. Could you teach me about other herbs next time? Yi Xiao asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Once the rainy season concludes, I will take you to gather them. There will be an abundance of herbs to pick, Yin Che exclaimed excitedly, grasping Yu Zhao's arms. Oh, I apologize. Yin Che hastily released her hands upon noticing her astonished expression. It's quite all right, Yi Xiao replied with an awkward smile, somewhat puzzled by his fervor. Xiao, let us go hunting. Do not linger outside for idle chatter, Feiya said as he exited the wooden dwelling, taking Yi Zhao's hand. Xiao, please go inside. Yin Che urged, despite his reluctance, concerned for her well-being. Very well then. Farewell, Chief Yin Che, she said, turning to meet Jingyao's gaze, which felt as though it could pierce through her if she lingered any longer. After witnessing Yi Xiao enter the wooden house, Yin Che finally turned to leave. Feiya and Jing Yao kept their eyes fixed on her as she disappeared indoors. If you have something to say, then speak. Must you stare at me like this? Yi Xiao, having taken a beast hide to prepare for her ablutions, suddenly became aware of the gazes fixed upon her. Initially, she thought it to be a mere figment of her imagination, but after several tentative glances, she was convinced of their scrutiny. Ignoring them, Mou chuckled lightly as he placed a stone basin before her, already filled with water for her use. Yi Xiao found herself perplexed, yet chose not to dwell on it, simply lowering her head to commence her washing. Witnessing her carefree demeanor, Jingyu and Feiya felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. I am off to hunt, Feiya declared before turning to leave. Jingyu stepped forward, playfully massaging Yi Zhao's cheeks, and upon seeing her pouty glare directed at him, he managed to dispel his earlier irritation. Chapter 109. The journey begins 2 days after Yun Xian and Mu Qin's departure. The weather began to stabilize. The rain diminished during the day, prompting Feiya and Yiming to decide to escort Yi Xiao back to the Eagle Clan. Little Leaf, I too wish to accompany you to the Eagle Clan, Jing Yu said, his arms tightly wrapped around Yu Xiao's, looking at her with a faint sense of grievance. Do not forget the matters the clan leader has arranged for you. I shall return shortly, so be sure to wait patiently for my return. Yu Xiao tiptoed to reach his neck, gazing at him with a faint smile gracing her lips. Jing Yao instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, finding immense comfort in this position. He felt no need to exert much strength. He could simply relax and press himself against Yu Xiao completely. Xiao, the rain has ceased. We may set forth now. This was not the first time he had witnessed Yu Xiao in such an intimate moment with her partner. Yet, each time he observed their closeness, an indescribable bitterness welled up within Feiya's heart. Despite being accepted by Yi Xiao, whenever she was with him, she exhibited a certain distance, sometimes even an air of aloofness. He surmised that the primary reason for this was their lack of commitment as a couple. Thus, he seized the opportunity to return to the Eagle tribe under the pretext of heading back to the village with her. All right, Jing Yao. If you do not release me soon, my return will be delayed. Yi Xiao responded to Feiya with a smile, then gently patted Jing Yao's hand and spoke soothingly. Jing Yao's expression momentarily softened as Yi Xiao's words echoed in his mind. He reached out, gently adjusting Yi Xiao's posture so that she faced him directly, then cradled her face in his hands and pressed his lips against hers. His tongue delicately pried open her pearly gates, dancing in harmony with hers. Yu Xiao was taken aback when Jing Yao suddenly kissed her. Blushing under the gaze of those nearby, she instinctively placed her hand against Jing Yao's chest, gently pushing him away. The kiss was intense yet fleeting. Jing Yao gazed longingly at Yi Xiao's lips, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at being rebuffed. However, upon seeing her flushed cheeks, a trace of smugness crept onto his face, his lips curling slightly upward. Little Leaf, you must return swiftly, Jing Yao murmured softly, then took her delicate hand, intertwining their fingers, leading her toward Yiming and Feiya. As they approached, Feiya transformed into his true form, crouching down and lowering a wing. Observing Feiya's series of movements, Jing Yao rolled his eyes in exasperation, disregarding the wing that was lowered and directly lifting Yi Xiao onto his back. Despite being of the Eagle clan, it was Yi Xiao's first time riding on Feiya's back. Once settled, she dared not move, obediently clutching the feathers on his back, patiently awaiting his flight. Feiya glanced back at the young lady perched atop him, confirming she was secure before standing up and, without a care for Jing Yu still standing nearby, flapped his wings with vigor and soared into the sky. Feiya, you better wait for me. If you return, I shall dismantle those wings of yours and feast upon them, Jing Yao shouted angrily, dust swirling in his wake as Feiya vanished from sight. Behind him, Yiming chuckled and shook his head, transforming into his true form as well, grasping the beast skin pouch prepared for Yi Xiao by Mou, and set off in pursuit of Feiya. The two beasts swiftly converged in the sky, with the unpredictable weather of the rainy season causing concern that Yi Xiao might catch a chill. They took turns carrying her, flying with all their might, pausing only when they sensed her discomfort to find a place to rest. Yi Xiao was puzzled when they approached the wooden houses of the herbivore tribe, believing they would stop for the day. Excitedly, she tapped Yiming's back, pointing toward the tribe, yet to her surprise, they not only failed to halt, but quickened their pace. After a heavy rain along the way, with temperatures plummeting, Yiming led Feiya to the cave where they had previously resided. After a brief cleanup, Yiming positioned several large stones at the entrance to shield against the cold wind. Feiya cradled Yi Xiao, wrapped in beast skins like a dumpling. Noticing her continued shivering, Feiya furrowed his brow slightly. He gently placed her on the ground, transformed into his beast form, and approached her, his massive wings enveloping her entirely. Xiao, are you feeling any better? Feiya gazed down at his prominently extended wings, unease evident in his voice as he inquired. Are you feeling better? Much improved, thank you, replied Yu Xiao, enveloped in the soft embrace of feathers, her body gradually warming. Her voice, no longer hoarse, brought some relief to Feiya. Seeing Feiya tending to Yi Xiao, Yiming dashed into the rain, returning shortly with an armful of branches, which he arranged into a fire not far from Feiya. With the warmth of the flames, the cave began to radiate heat. As the temperature rose, Yi Xiao, cocooned snugly in layers of fur and feathers, found herself increasingly restless, wriggling her limbs to escape the confines of her bindings. After a considerable struggle, Yi Xiao finally liberated herself from the furs, emerging with her small head from under Fei Ya's wings and exhaling heavily. So you kindled a fire. No wonder the temperature surged, she remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. The branches are damp and smoky. Don't come too close until the smoke dissipates. Fei will keep you warm while I go hunt. If you still feel cold, let Fei warm you first, Yiming advised, adding a few more branches to the fire before affectionately ruffling her hair. Be careful, flying in the rain is perilous. If you cannot catch larger prey, opt for something easier to snare. It's perfectly fine if it's smaller. Just return swiftly, all right? Xiao implored as she stopped him from leaving. Understood, Yiming replied, planting a kiss on her forehead before turning to exit the cave. The entrance soon obscured his silhouette, yet Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the spot. Do not fret. With Yiming's prowess, he will return shortly, Fei gently reassured her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Yes, I know, Xiao murmured, leaning against Fei's embrace and nodding softly. Chapter 110. Heartfelt intentions. Xiao, the smoke has cleared from the fire. Shall we move closer? Fei suggested, having waited patiently with Xiao at the cave's entrance for quite some time. Initially, he had merely wished to keep her company in silence. But upon noticing her somewhat pale complexion, he spoke softly to her. Shall we? Xiao raised her gaze towards Fei, her gray eyes betraying a hint of worry. Yet, she first sought his opinion, only to realize that while she was concerned for Yiming, Fei also harbored worries for her. A sense of guilt washed over Xiao as she took the initiative to grasp his hand and lead him towards the fire. The warmth from her small hand gradually traveled to her fingertips, reaching deep into her heart. A joyful expression illuminated Fei's face, lightening his spirits. He picked up the animal skin that had previously enveloped Xiao, spreading it beside the fire before allowing her to sit down, carefully draping another piece of skin over her shoulders. Thank you, but don't worry, just sit and rest for a while, Xiao said, pulling him down beside her before he could respond. Fei chuckled, playfully ruffling the hair that peeked out from under the animal skin. Then, with a gentle tug, Xiao found herself nestled in his embrace. This time, she did not shy away. His warm and sturdy hold provided her with immense reassurance. She leaned against his shoulder, relishing the affection and companionship he offered at that moment. When we return to the Eagle tribe, we shall complete the bonding ceremony, and I will select the next leader of the tribe. There will be several days when I cannot accompany you, so please do not be upset with me, all right? Xiao was taken aback upon hearing about the selection of a new leader for the first time. I have considered it. Your presence in the Eagle tribe is indeed inconvenient, and I must be by your side. Thus, choosing a new leader is the best course of action. In contrast to Xiao's astonishment, Fei appeared remarkably calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Are you certain you are willing to forsake your identity as the leader for my sake? Have you thought this through? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao's eyes, soon followed by an unmistakable shock. In an ephemeral moment of emotion, akin to dewdrops glistening in the morning light, she was profoundly moved. Xiao, trust me. Nothing holds greater significance in my heart than you, Fei declared, gazing at Xiao. Yet, his bright eyes dimmed at a visible pace, and a wave of despondency overflowed from the depths of his gaze, cascading through the air of the cavern. Xiao distinctly sensed his emotions, slightly pricked by the desolation reflected in his eyes. It was as if she had been infected by his melancholy, her heart gradually becoming weighed down, even giving rise to a flicker of regret unconsciously. She had never been one to succumb to romantic notions, yet who could resist such pure affection? The unwavering determination in her gaze and the sincerity of her feelings were irresistible. Gently leaning into his embrace, her small hands encircled his waist, her bright eyes fixed upon him. At a loss for words, she ultimately opted for a somewhat abrupt topic shift. I shall roast some meat for you shortly. Faced with Xiao's unexpected intimacy, a surge of excitement coursed through Fei's heart. The last time he had witnessed such trust and respect was with Jingyao. In this moment, Xiao's display of dependence on him suggested that she had truly accepted him, though he could not discern what had catalyzed this change within her. It mattered little now. His emotions remained tumultuous, as if an unending battle raged within him, compelling him to embrace her tightly, wishing to convey all his love and warmth. Xiao, I have captured a deer, Yiming announced, pushing aside 2 stones at the cave's entrance and entering with the deer, promptly barricading the cave once more from within. Quick, dry off. You've been disobedient, and look at you, completely soaked. Hearing his voice, Xiao lifted her head from Fei's embrace and spotted Yiming, drenched from head to toe. In a flurry, she stood up and dashed towards him, hastily removing the animal hide draped over her shoulders, intending to cover him, only to have Yiming deftly evade her. You keep it. I have no need for it, he remarked, one hand grasping the prey and the other taking hold of the hide in her hand, guiding her back to the fire. Has Yiming grown disdainful of me? Xiao tilted her head, glancing at Feiya, pouting playfully. I do not disdain you, Feiya replied with a gentle laugh, playing along with her mischief. Unbeknownst to Yiming, who had his back turned to her, he failed to notice the sly expression on Xiao's face. And in a flurry, he turned to explain himself. The next moment, he found himself entirely enveloped by the animal hide. Huh, caught you off guard, didn't I? Serves you right for not drying off properly. With a cheerful smile, Xiao wrapped her arms around Yiming, but despite her efforts, she could neither lift him nor even manage to drag him an inch, ultimately left panting in exhaustion by the side. As soon as Yiming was enveloped in the animal hide, he understood Xiao's intentions and patiently stood by until she had her fill of play. With a resigned gesture, he extended a hand to pull her into his embrace and carried her towards the fire, thanks to the protective layer of the hide. He was unconcerned that the chill on his body would affect Xiao. At that moment, Feiya had already placed the deer upon the flames. And after setting Xiao down, Yiming obediently began to dry his hair with the animal hide. Xiao contentedly watched him as he dried his hair, then skipped away to rummage through the animal hide bag, extracting salt, several chili peppers, and her own dagger. She meticulously chopped the chilies on a clean stone, wrapping them in leaves, and returned to the fire, sprinkling the chili flakes and salt over the meat just before it was done roasting. The three of them feasted heartily on the grilled meat, and Xiao reclined on the animal hide, gently rubbing her slightly protruding belly, feeling a profound sense of happiness and delight. Chapter 111. Changed due to the inclement weather, the trio made their way to the eagle tribe, pausing intermittently. Upon arrival, the two beasts exchanged glances but did not linger. Instead, they instinctively soared towards the highest peak, where the cave of Feiya, the tribe leader, was naturally situated. To prevent other beastmen from disturbing Xiao in the cave, as had occurred previously, the two beasts repeatedly urged her to remain inside during this period, patiently awaiting Feiya's preparation for the mate selection ceremony. However, Xiao was not one to enjoy confinement. After merely an afternoon, she found it unbearable. As soon as Feiya stepped out, she gazed longingly at Yiming, who was tidying the grass nest nearby. Having spent considerable time together, Yiming was well aware that any acknowledgement of her gaze would prompt her to speak, and thus he consciously began to evade her searching eyes. As Xiao noticed Yiming's indifference towards her, a sense of melancholy enveloped her as she walked towards the cave entrance. Yiming, observing her retreat, followed with concern, only to find the petite figure seated at the cave's mouth, resting her chin in her hands and sighing. Little one, please be patient, it shall rain soon. And I cannot take you out to play. Once the rain ceases, I will take you to explore the surroundings and pick sweet fruits for you, all right? Yiming sat beside her, gently embracing her and soothing her with tender words. It's all right. I understand that you all worry for me. Look how beautiful it is, Xiao said, leaning against him, pointing with a smile towards the outside world. A gentle breeze swept through, caressing the trees and leaving behind a cascade of melodious whispers. The trees swayed in rhythm with the wind, as if performing a silent ballet. This natural symphony evoked a sense of mystery and transformation inherent in nature. Leaves that fell to the ground twirled gracefully in the air, dancing like green sprites, adding a unique charm to the rainy day. Indeed, it is beautiful, she mused, gazing into the distance, while Yiming turned to watch her, their eyes reflecting mutual admiration and affection. After a prolonged moment, Xiao withdrew her gaze, only to realize that Yiming's eyes had been fixed upon her. The instant their eyes met, the tenderness in his gaze stirred warmth and emotion within her. Chief, when did you return? A male, preparing to ascend the mountain to tidy the cave for Feiya, was taken aback to see Feiya descending from within. The cave does not require tidying at the moment. I am to hold a bonding ceremony. Please inform the other clan members, Feiya replied without addressing the male's inquiry, directly proceeding with arrangements, eager to not delay his union with Xiao. Chief, you're to bond? Is it with Keiling or Duo? Or perhaps a female you encountered in the Tiger clan? Is she very beautiful? The male's excitement surged as he contemplated that the chief had merely attended a gathering at the Tiger clan and found a cherished female. He resolved to attend next time, hoping for a similar stroke of luck. Ingqing, go notify the other clan members. Feiya glanced at the suddenly dazed male beside him, prompting him to action. Ah, Chief, I shall go at once, Ingqing replied, blushing with embarrassment, then transformed into his beast form and soared towards the center of the tribe. With matters in order, Feiya hastened back to his previous path, intent on preparing the bonding gift for Xiao before the ceremony commenced. Soon, news of the chief's impending bonding ceremony spread throughout the Eagle clan. when Feiyo appeared in the Eagle Clan square, carrying Xiao, with Ming trailing behind. The surrounding world seemed to pause, enveloped in an unexpected silence. Males typically bore only their own females, and upon glimpsing Xiao's visage, the onlookers were astonished that Feiyo had chosen Ming's female. "Chief, when did you find such a lovely female?" "Chief, your female is truly beautiful." "Little female, behold my strength. I excel in both hunting and barbecuing." The throng was bustling with a greater number of orcs than on the previous occasion, each displaying a myriad of actions and expressions. Unmated males gazed excitedly at the commotion in the square, while those who had found mates were wholly engrossed in relishing the vibrant atmosphere alongside their females. At this moment, Feiyo, listening to the discussions among the clan folk, felt a tumult of emotions. When Yiming and Xiao had mated, he had thought that keeping more individuals would create opportunities for other males to find mates. Yet now, confronted with his own circumstances, the words of his kin had turned unexpectedly harsh. Surrounded by exceptional males, with Yiming steadfastly by his side, along with Mayu and Jing Ao remaining in the Tiger clan, and distant Yunxian and Mukin from the Wolf clan, he believed he had ample companionship. The mere thought of inviting additional males to share in Yu Zhao's affection filled him with agitation. Because of her, his prior notions were undergoing a profound transformation. He could no longer tolerate the idea of his beloved being scrutinized by others. Casting a cold glance around the square, his gaze burned with an unwavering majesty and resolve, silencing the crowd instantly. For the first time, the multitude of orcs witnessed indifference and fury etched upon Feiyo's countenance. Turning to Xiao, Feiyo knelt before her, shedding the earlier aloofness, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed tenderly at the one before him. Yiming stepped forward, his fingertip gliding across Feiyo's hand, blood dripping and mingling with the crimson pigment on the leaves, which he then used to inscribe upon Feiyo's forehead. Xiao had always been quite curious about the pigments and totems used during the bonding ceremony. It seemed rather mystical to her that the totem would vanish upon a successful union. What if it did not disappear? Would it not create an awkward situation? The more she pondered, the more intrigued she became. She resolved to inquire with Ming and Feiyo whether such occurrences had taken place, and if so, how they were addressed. Xiao, in the future of our lives as beasts, you will become a being more significant than my own existence. I am willing to dedicate my entire life to cherishing and loving you. Yu Zhao's hands were gently grasped and lifted, as Feiyo held her hand against his forehead. The warmth of his touch interrupted her momentary distraction, and she happened to catch the vow spoken by Feiyo. "If you do not leave me, I shall not forsake you, standing by your side for a lifetime and beyond." Slightly taken aback, Yu Zhao smiled in response. Yu Zhao's words momentarily rendered Feiyo in a daze. The little female had never disappointed him. A familiar sting coursed through him as a small eagle gradually took shape on the middle finger of Yu Zhao's right hand. With the totem on Feiyo's forehead vanishing completely, the form of the eagle solidified. Overcome with excitement, Feiyo tightly embraced Yu Zhao and spun her around several times. Caught off guard, Yu Zhao was startled, her head spinning and her stomach churning. The sour bile surged up her throat like a raging torrent, leaving her with an indescribable feeling of nausea. Heavily patting his shoulder to signal him to stop, she covered her lips and said, "Please, stop. I feel like I'm going to be sick." Upon hearing this, Feiyo was taken aback. He had merely been exhilarated by the success of their bond and had realized it would distress Yu Zhao. He quickly set her down and gently patted her back, attempting to alleviate her discomfort. Chapter 112. Cotton Wing Ming hurriedly approached to assess Yu Zhao's condition. Seeing her in distress, he angrily pushed Feiyo aside and gathered Yu Zhao into his embrace, replacing Feiyo and soothing her back. "I'm fine. I just got a bit dizzy from spinning too fast. There's no need to worry," Yu Zhao hurriedly explained, steadying herself against Wing Ming's hand. "Is the little female feeling unwell? Did the leader inadvertently hurt her?" Xiao, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I was just too happy," Feiyo exclaimed, his concern mounting as he approached Yu Zhao, grasping one of her hands anxiously. "Really, I'm all right. I just got a little dizzy from the spinning. But I'm fine now." "Don't listen to their nonsense," Yu Zhao reassured him with a smile as she held his hand in return. "The rain is starting to get heavier. We should take you back to the cave," Feiyo suggested, relieved that Yu Zhao was not upset. He certainly did not want to be disliked by his partner right after forming their bond. "I remember you mentioning that there's a patch of white cotton behind the Eagle Tribe's mountain. Once the rain stops, could you help me find some?" Yu Zhao nodded in agreement with Feiyo's suggestion and leaned closer to Yiming, whispering softly, "Are you in heat? However, I have heard that during the rainy season, white cotton cannot be used." Upon hearing Yu Zhao mention white cotton, Yiming instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. Immediately alert to the possibility that Xiao had entered her heat cycle, he scanned the surroundings warily, concerned that other males might discover her condition. Only after confirming that no other beastmen were nearby did he anxiously turn his gaze back to Xiao. No, it's not that. I just wanted to make something. Realizing Yiming's nervous demeanor, Xiao suddenly recalled the implications of white cotton in their world, and her mind buzzed with embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly lowered her face, stammering a response. She had merely had a fleeting idea, since she couldn't go outside during this period. Perhaps she could find something to occupy her time. She vividly remembered how Fei Ye and Yiming were worried she might fall ill, wrapping her in several animal skins like a dumpling. Thus, she thought to try making a mattress and blankets. Not only would it help pass the time, but according to Mou and the others, she would indeed need blankets during the cold season. Who would have guessed that merely mentioning white cotton would lead to such a misunderstanding with Yiming? What's wrong? Fei asked, puzzled by Yiming's sudden tension. It's nothing. Xiao hurriedly covered Yiming's lips, speaking first. Seeing Xiao's flushed face, Yiming chuckled softly and placed a kiss in her palm, remaining silent yet gazing at her with affectionate indulgence. A tingling sensation spread rapidly from her palm throughout her body, prompting Xiao to hastily withdraw her hand. Xiao, is there anything you can't tell me? Fei Yu observed their intimacy and felt a pang of exclusion, momentarily overshadowing the joy of their bond. Sensing the disappointment in Fei Yu's tone, Xiao wrapped her arms around his neck and reiterated her intentions regarding the white cotton in his ear. Shoo, it's not what you think, she quickly added, noticing his agitated expression. Although Xiao insisted it was not as he imagined, it did not matter. The rainy season was indeed a time of heat for females, and he should prepare some supplies. Let us go pick some later. For now, let us head back. Yiming suggested to the two of them. In the tiger tribe, Jing Yao gazed into the distance, letting out a heavy sigh. It had been 5 days since Little Leaf had gone to the Eagle tribe, and this was the longest they had been apart since forming their bond. The restlessness and sleepless loneliness tormented him repeatedly. Every time the thought of visiting the Eagle tribe to find her arose, it was swiftly quelled by Mou. Casting an annoyed glance at the silent beast beside him, who was busy organizing animal skins, he noted that the tribe's walls were nearly complete. This fellow spent his days hunting and gathering stones. Had he not seen him daydreaming while staring at a hand rope, he might have believed that he did not care about Little Leaf's absence at all. Hey, Mou, let us go to the Eagle tribe, Jingyao proposed once more. Mou, picking up the neatly arranged animal skins, replied, not going. He had promised the chieftain and Xiao that he would remain to complete the construction of the wall. Thus, he transformed all his longing for her into motivation. He could not betray their trust in him. He would wait for her return in the tribe, just as Xiao had suggested. Chapter 113. He spoke the truth. Brother, why hasn't Xiao arrived yet? Mu Chun gazed longingly towards the outskirts of the tribe, his voice tinged with disappointment. Yun Xian was engrossed in inspecting the joints of the wall and paid him no heed. Upon their return, he had promptly organized the tribe's people to commence the construction of the wall. Initially, the endeavor did not proceed smoothly. Following Xiao's instructions, they excavated large stones to stack them high. The first 1 or 2 layers seemed manageable, but as they reached the 3rd layer, the stones became unstable and precarious. When he first heard Xiao speak of the wall, he thought it would be a simple task, easily accomplished. Yet, the reality of its construction proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. After several failed attempts, Yun Xian finally conceived the idea of using a sticky mud. Long ago, during a hunting expedition, he and the tribe's people had tracked a ferocious black bear. As the bear found itself cornered, it began to retreat, only to inadvertently step into a waterhole. Instantly, it was ensnared as if trapped in a bottomless abyss, struggling desperately but unable to free its claws from the muck. As the black bear sank deeper, the tribe's people gathered around, hesitant to approach for fear of the bear's ferocity and their own potential entrapment in the mire. Ultimately, through much effort and collaboration, Yun Xian successfully extricated the massive creature from the muck. By then, the bear was utterly exhausted, incapable of further resistance, and surrendered to the tribe's people as a prize of their victory. This harrowing encounter left a profound impression on Yun Xian and his tribe regarding the mysterious mud pit. Yun Xian reflected deeply as he observed the bear's legs and warned his people to exercise caution around such mud pits in the future. He led the tribe back to the site of the hunt, and recalling the bear's predicament, he used a stick to extract some mud from the water hole. To his astonishment, the mud quickly contracted and adhered tightly to the stick. He instructed the tribe's people to bring some back to the tribe and apply it between the gaps of the stones. Remarkably, it yielded excellent results. The dried mud firmly bound the two large stones together, resisting all his efforts to dislodge them. After several days of delay, construction of the wall could finally resume with the introduction of the mud. Mu-Chin, that female you've been talking about for so long, has arrived at the tribe. Perhaps she no longer wishes for you, teased a middle-aged male who had already formed a pair bond. I suspect she never agreed to it in the first place. Many females in our tribe are eager to bond with you. Why not accept one of them? Another chimed in. I think Ino and Yuma would make excellent choices. Even the nearly adult Koya is keen on having you as her primary partner. Indeed, Inuo is beautiful and Yuma is gentle, while Kuya is quite adorable. Surely one of them will accept you. Several males chuckled as they gazed at Mu-Chin, eagerly recommending a few exceptional females within the tribe. Since Mu-Chin returned from the Tiger clan, he had been in a state of disarray, initially reluctant to speak of his troubles. He later revealed that he was tormented by the thought of Xiao coming to the Wolf clan to seek them out, especially as the males continued to discuss him, which only darkened his mood. Each mention of his dear Xiao not wanting him was unbearable. Previously, he had not thought poorly of the females in the tribe. Yet now, whenever he recalled Yi Zhao's soft and endearing visage, he felt that those females could not possibly compare. Look, this is the bracelet my Xiao made for me. She would never abandon me. Just wait until she arrives at the Wolf clan. You will see just how beautiful she is, far surpassing Inuo and the others. Mu-Chin raised his left hand proudly, showcasing the bracelet before the crowd, unaware that his words unwittingly crafted an arrogant image of Xiao within the Wolf clan. Speaking of that bracelet, the clan leader seems to possess a similar one. Did you perhaps trade for it in the Tiger clan? Inuo and Kuya, surrounded by several males admiring the walls constructed by the clan leader, overheard Mu-Chin's self-deprecating remarks. High-spirited and proud, she had never been compared to others, let alone found wanting, and thus could not help but retort scornfully. Brother Mu-Chin, do not be disheartened. Even if the female you mentioned truly does not want you, I would never think less of you. I will soon come of age. Allow me to make you my first partner, if you will. A timid young female beside Inuo stepped forward, gazing up at him with eyes brimming with affection. Yet, her skin bore an unhealthy pallor, and her cheeks were freckled, devoid of any rosy hue. I am already a male with a female. Do not approach me so closely, lest my female misunderstand, Mu-Chin replied coldly, taking a few steps back, feeling a distaste that even the others found her cute could not assuage. Kuya, taken aback by Mu-Chin's retreat, felt a pang of hurt and instinctively reached for him, but paused mid-motion, caught by his words. Having been raised with care, she had never experienced such treatment before, and suddenly overwhelmed with grievance, she sat on the ground and began to weep. Kuya, do not cry. Do not mind Mu-Chin. He has lost his senses, his words cannot be trusted. Yes, Kuya, do not be upset. I will prepare some delicious roasted meat for you. As she cried, the surrounding males rushed to console her, clearly enamored by her. Clan leader, you must intervene with Mu-Chin. He has upset Kuya. Ino had no desire to concern herself with the weeping female, and with a cheerful demeanor, she approached Yunxian, softly suggesting that he punish Mu-Chin for the humiliation he had just inflicted upon her. He was not mistaken. Why should he concern himself with her? Yunxian gazed indifferently at the female before him. Ah, so the rope in his hand was indeed a gift from the wild female. A male as unappealing as he was would surely not be favored by the wild female, hence her absence. Ino was momentarily puzzled by the implication of Yunchuan's words. His typically cold expression gave her no indication of anything amiss, and she continued to smile as she spoke. However, her ignorance did not extend to the other beastmen present. One male hurriedly approached Ino, signaling for her silence, and then nervously looked toward Yunxian. He could distinctly sense the anger radiating from Yunxian, which had arisen the moment Ino mentioned that female. Observing the hand rope in Yunchuan's grasp, the male seemed to suddenly grasp the situation. Chieftain, we should take Ino back now, he cautiously suggested. Take good care of her. There will be no next time. Yunxian gazed silently at Ino, his eyes deep in harboring an almost imperceptible flicker of fury. Yes, the male responded, hastily taking Ino's hand and departing. Chapter 114. No opportunity Chi Lai. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? I still have things to discuss with the chieftain. Let me go. Ino struggled to free her hand, glaring angrily at her partner. No, let us return. Do not disturb the chieftain as he constructs the walls. Once they are completed, we can come back to play. Chi Lai said gently, yet he did not release her hand. I am not interested in the walls. Ino turned to face the male behind her, hesitating before speaking. No, you have no chance. The chieftain will not bond with you. Qilai sighed softly, interrupting Ino's words. He understood his partner's sentiments. Yet he had sensed a strange female scent on the chieftain moments ago. Though faint, its presence indicated that the chieftain had willingly approached that female. And the fact that such a powerful and aloof male would be drawn to her suggested he desired her as a mate. What did you say? Ino looked at her partner in disbelief, clearly unable to accept his words. The chieftain bore the scent of an unfamiliar female, and Mu Chun bore the same scent, implying they were both vying for the same female. Observing the increasingly distressed expression on his partner's face, Qilai felt a pang of sympathy. However, he worried that if he did not inform Ino of this, she might inadvertently provoke the chieftain with an ill-chosen word in the future. I must see what sort of female he has chosen, he resolved. Ino smiled as she spoke, but amidst her laughter, tears unexpectedly began to flow. The males nearby were filled with compassion. They had long been aware of Ino's deep affection for the chieftain, even though she had taken a mate. They had no doubt that if the chieftain were willing to bond with Ino, he would undoubtedly become her primary partner. Nua, forget about the chieftain. We will always be here for you, Qilai gently consoled, pulling her into his embrace. But I truly like him. Why can't he ever see me? Ino sobbed, unable to contain her heartache any longer in Qilai's arms. No one could answer her question. Watching her weep for another male pained their hearts. Yet their love for her remained unwavering. Qilai could only hold her tightly, soothing her back in silence, offering his utmost comfort. Qilai, is that wild female truly so beautiful that the chieftain would choose her over me? Ino asked, raising her head, tears still glistening in her eyes. Nua. You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. There is none more lovely than you, Qilai declared with unwavering conviction in his gaze. Yes, Nua is the most beautiful. Do not be sad, for you still have us. The gathered males chimed in, eager to lift her spirits, listening to their praises. Ino's face lit up with joy. No matter how much Muchen praised that wild female, she was confident in her own beauty, believing the chieftain was merely enchanted by her. Once he stood beside her, he would surely recognize her worth and alter his affections. Qilai, after the heat this year, I will bear your young, Ino said with a smile, envisioning a future where the chieftain would become her mate. Really? Qilai gazed at the female in his arms with uncontainable excitement. Ino had yet to bear young, and the first offspring would be his. How could he not be thrilled? The other males could only look on enviously, for Qilai was Ino's first partner. And now her agreement to bear his young indicated his significant place in her heart. Eagle tried. Achu. Xiao sat amidst the grassy nest, diligently sorting through the cotton freshly plucked by Yiming and the others. Suddenly, an itch surged in her nose, prompting her to succumb to a series of 2 crisp sneezes, the sound reverberating through the stillness of the cave. Xiao paid little attention to it, rubbing her itchy nose before bowing her head to continue sorting the white cotton. Moments later, she sneezed several times in succession. Is Xiao feeling unwell? Feia asked with concern, observing her reddened nose from the rubbing. I am not unwell. Perhaps someone is thinking of me, or maybe they are speaking ill of me. Xiao seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Over the past couple of days, she would occasionally sneeze, after confirming that she had not caught a cold. She paid it little mind. However, today the frequency was indeed rather high. It must be Mou and the others thinking about you. Yiming remarked with a light laugh as he listened to her explanation, for he could hardly conceive of anyone speaking ill of Xiao. Xiaoguan smiled gently, rising to place the damp white cotton she had just selected beside the fire, before picking up the already dried cotton. What purpose does Xiao have in placing the cotton between 2 animal hides? Yiming and Feiyu observed as Xiaoguan meticulously arranged the dried cotton in pieces upon the animal hide, layering another hide over it. Curiously, Feiyu inquired, What are you making? A quilt, she replied, and you shall understand once it is complete. Xiao picked up the bone needle that Yiming had prepared for her, pondering over the intricacy of this tool crafted from bone. The 2 pieces of animal hide were specifically captured from a brown bear by Mou and his companions to shield her from the cold. The leather was quite thick, and with her strength, merely penetrating a single layer posed a challenge, let alone stitching 2 layers together, which were stuffed with cotton in between. Was it necessary to join them? Yiming took the bone needle from her hand and, noticing her acquiescence, began to bind the torn strips of animal hide to the needle for sewing. The stitches needed to be dense, otherwise, the white cotton would escape, requiring careful stitching around the edges and in the center. With Yiming's assistance, Xiao stepped aside to oversee the process. Chapter 115. The new clan leader. With Yiming's help, the quilt quickly took shape. Xiao, filled with joy, lifted a corner of the animal hide and nestled inside, peeking out with her small head from the other end. Indeed, it was quite warm. With this, she would not feel cold at night, and they would no longer need to warm her with their bodies each evening. Xiao smiled at the two of them. The two exchanged silent glances. Had they known that Xiao intended to create such a thing, they certainly would not have been so eager to gather the white cotton. My feathers are far warmer than this, Feiya complained, pulling back the blanket draped over her and angrily drawing the girl into her embrace. While Yiming swiftly took the opportunity to gather up the cotton blanket, Xiao gazed in confusion at Yiming as he folded the quilt, pondering its temporary redundancy. Although surprised, she refrained from probing further. Xiao, would you prefer to accompany me to the square? Or shall I have Yiming take you for a stroll through the tribe? Feiya gently grasped Yi Xiao's delicate chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze before averting her eyes. I am uncertain how you select the new chieftain, though it likely involves combat. I hold little interest in such matters. I would rather accompany Yiming to admire the scenery of the Eagle Tribe. Please take care of yourself, Yi Xiao replied thoughtfully. Looking at Feiya. Very well, you may go with Yiming, but do not wander off, and ensure you remain within his sight. Understood? Feiya released Yi Xiao, offering his admonition. Feiya is truly embodying the demeanor of the Tiger Clan's chieftain more and more. With a smile, Yi Xiao approached Yiming, her words leaving Feiya in a state of confusion as he gazed at her in bewilderment. Did you hear that? Xiao praised me for being as formidable as Chief Hu Xiao. Receiving no response from Yi Xiao, Feiya turned to Yiming, his expression one of boastful pride. Ah, Xiao, you sound like a nagging old male. What is there to be so proud of? Yiming shot him a glance, chuckling softly as he uttered a retort, then took Yi Xiao, who was stifling her laughter beside him, and exited the cave. Yiming, you need not envy me. Feiya quickly caught up, laughing as he spoke. All right, you should head to the square now. Sensing a subtle change in Yiming's expression, Yi Xiao hurriedly urged Feiya forward with a gentle push. As Feiya was propelled out of the cave, he transformed into his beast form at the entrance, preparing to take flight when he suddenly felt a weight upon him. Take us down, Yiming commanded coldly, disregarding Feiya's questioning gaze as he tightened his grip around Yi Xiao's waist. Then I shall thank you, Feiya. Xiao leaned against Yiming, smiling as she gently patted Feiya's back. Feiya was taken aback by Yiming's pettiness, yet since Xiao had spoken up, he decided not to hold it against him and went down together. The group dispersed in the square, with Yiming leading Xiao into the woods. Once they had ventured far, Feiya made his way to the center of the square. The heart of the square was teeming with orcs. After announcing yesterday that he would be selecting a new chieftain today, all capable males had gathered. Among them, one could even spot the presence of females, drawn by the prospect of the new leader, if the new chieftain happened to be an unbonded male. Any female who formed a bond with him would gain the status of matriarch. The bustling square fell silent upon Feiya's arrival. Eagle North. You must become the new chieftain, Ling exclaimed, excitedly grasping Eagle North's hand. If she became the matriarch, she would have the opportunity to deal with that insufferable female. Ling for you. I will surely strive to succeed, Eagle North confidently replied, caressing his partner's cheek. Ling had already begun to enter her mating season. As long as he fulfilled her desires, she would likely bear him eagle offspring first. All right, listen closely. Since that is the case, divide yourselves into hunting teams and bring your catches back here. Feiya addressed the orcs gathered below. The males, already prepared for battle, exhibited expressions of confusion. Wasn't he today about selecting a new chieftain? Why were they now to go hunting? Was this event unlike any previous selection? Had they misheard yesterday? Or was Feiya having second thoughts? However, until a new chieftain was chosen, they were bound to follow Feiya's directives, so the males, albeit puzzled, took flight into the forest. Observing the males heading into the woods, Feiya settled down to the side, offering no further explanation, patiently awaiting their return. Chieftain. Did you say yesterday that selecting a new chieftain means leaving the Eagle Tribe? A few weaker males who chose to stay inquired, their gaze on Feiya, who remained composed on the platform. Indeed, my female finds it inconvenient within the Eagle Tribe. I must accompany her as we depart. Feiya responded with a light chuckle. Chieftain Feiya, you intend to leave the Eagle Tribe? Ling's anger flared upon hearing his words. If the chieftain left with that female, her becoming matriarch would be in vain. Feiya shot her a cold glance, about to speak when the departing males gradually returned, each bearing their catches. Eagle North, being a high-ranking male of the tribe and supported by his family, had successfully hunted a considerable amount, including a large tiger and several smaller hares, all piling up in one corner of the square. Feiya looked upon him with satisfaction, affirming his strength. From a distance, a male approached, carrying an enormous black bear on his shoulders. Luan, did you capture that black bear yourself? Feia inquired as the male drew nearer. I merely assisted in its hunting after it was discovered by someone else, he replied. Confronted by Feia, the male named Luan responded honestly. Luan possessed a calm and reserved demeanor, showcasing commendable strength. Although Ingbe was formidable, he often found himself swayed by the opinions of the females, prompting Feia to unconsciously draw comparisons in his mind. As more males returned, they brought with them an ample supply of prey, from which Feia selected several robust contenders. Strength speaks for itself, Feia declared, leaping down from the platform to continue observing the combatants. During the rainy season, both the females and the tribe required nurturing. He diligently sought to minimize casualties. The males remaining on the platform all demonstrated considerable prowess, as respect and trust among their kin could only be earned through victories over the beasts left behind. It was thus imperative for him to feel secure in entrusting the tribe to them. After several rounds of intense skirmishes, only Ingbe and Luan remained on the platform. The two engaged fiercely, their bodies entwined in a brutal exchange. Their fists fell upon one another like a relentless downpour, swift as lightning and imbued with tremendous force. The onlooking beastmen observed the clash with bated breath, erupting in cheers and shouts with each strike and kick that landed. Both males understood that this battle necessitated a decisive victor. Their figures darted back and forth, Ingbe's punches striking with the swiftness of a tempest, while Luan's techniques displayed an agility and adaptability that was equally impressive. In the face of Ingbe's relentless onslaught, Luan countered with astonishing speed, executing a powerful kick that landed squarely in his opponent's abdomen. Ingbe, caught off guard, was sent hurtling from the platform, crashing into several beastmen below before finally coming to a halt. Luan is incredible. He has triumphed over Ingbe. How strong he truly is. The beastmen below erupted once more in jubilant cheers, this time heralding the emergence of a new tribe leader. Chapter 116. The young eagle chick. Are there any other males willing to challenge Luan? Feia cast a glance at the revived eagle north, then turned to face the crowd. The onlookers exchanged glances before a deafening cheer erupted. As he had anticipated, Luan's prowess was formidable, yet he consistently maintained a low profile. However, when his strength was revealed, it left everyone astounded. Henceforth, the Eagle clan shall be entrusted to you. Noticing the absence of challengers, Feia returned to the viewing platform, gently patting Luan's shoulder while gazing at him. His eyes were profound and serene, exuding an air of solemnity and earnestness. Good, came the resounding reply from the other party, his gaze unwavering and resolute. After parting ways with Feia, Yiming first guided Xiao to the sweet fruit tree, where he gathered an abundance of sweet fruits for her before leading her back to the tribe. As Yiming held Xiao's hand, they meandered through the tribe. Most of the beastmen had congregated in the square, leaving behind primarily the elderly and the young, along with some females reluctant to venture out due to their estrous state, thus creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere, perhaps due to their differing habitats. The Eagle clan beastmen had not constructed wooden houses, but instead carved out individual caves along the sheer cliffs, nestled amidst the mountains. The tribe emanated a sense of tranquility and ancient charm. Strolling along the narrow path, Xiao felt a profound sense of contentment and relaxation, the delightful sensations lifting the corners of her lips involuntarily. Yiming, is there something over there? Xiao nibbled on the sweet fruit in her hand, and with a casual glance, she caught sight of a suspicious object beneath the tree ahead. It appeared to be a small creature. Yiming followed Xiao's gaze and softly inquired, a small creature? Xiao gazed excitedly at the tree ahead, and the small, grayish-black creature, sensing their gaze, hurriedly concealed itself behind the trunk. Xiao hushed Yiming, pulling him quietly closer to the tree. The conversation that had just been flowing suddenly ceased, and the little creature, perplexed, cautiously peeked its head out, blissfully unaware of the hands reaching out behind it. Gotcha. Xiao raised the small creature in his hand, meeting its gaze with a smile. Suddenly, the little eagle, startled by being lifted high, emitted a sharp cry, its tiny claws flailing in the air. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I did not mean to frighten you. Xiao hurriedly placed the young eagle back on the ground and gently coaxed it. The little eagle, with its round, glistening eyes, fixated on the speaking female. Noticing that she did not comprehend its chirps, it turned its gaze toward the male beside her, calling out with excitement. Was it attempting to convey something? Xiao gazed at Yiming, unable to comprehend, and could only await his translation. He remarked that she was beautiful. Yiming raised his hand to draw Xiao into his embrace, casting a glare at the little rascal on the ground, then switching to a smile as Xiao turned her gaze towards him. How dare that little scamp covet Xiao and expect him to translate for him? Is that so? Thank you. Xiao gazed at the adorable little eagle chick on the ground and expressed her gratitude with a smile. Why did the male not confess to this beautiful female that he harbored feelings for her and wished to mate with her when they grew up? The little eagle chick, in a flurry of anxiety, flapped its wings and chirped incessantly on the ground. What could be troubling it? Xiao gazed in confusion at the suddenly chattering little eagle before him. It expressed its desire to return home, bidding farewell to you. Xiao. Let us also make our way back, Yiming suggested as he wrapped his arm around Xiao and led him forward. Seizing the moment when Xiao turned, he discreetly kicked the little eagle, which rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Cheep, 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 the little eagle protested, waiting until they had distanced themselves before stealthily following behind. Yiming, do you think it has lost its family? Xiao noticed the little eagle cautiously trailing behind them and turned to Yiming, saying, let us take him to the square. Yiming sighed helplessly, remarking that with this little creature following them, all their thoughts were captivated, and they even forgot to eat the fruits. In the center of Fia Square, a melodious call from a female interrupted the conversation between Fia and Luwan. Upon hearing the sound, they gazed in the direction and spotted the diminutive figure in the distance. The female possessed alabaster skin, her large, round eyes sparkling with an innocent light, and her petite nose and mouth exuded a serene aura. Her long hair flowed like silk, naturally curling and radiating a distinctive charm. At that moment, she was waving her arms, greeting him with a smile that illuminated her face with a radiant glow. Xiao merely called out to Feiya. The orcs encircling the square promptly turned to regard her, and upon feeling their collective gaze upon her, a flicker of panic welled up in her eyes, prompting her to hurriedly seek refuge in Yiming's embrace. Feiya, almost as if he had sensed her voice, swiftly approached her side, gently patting her arm while regarding her with tender concern. Have I interrupted you? Xiao slowly emerged from Yiming's embrace, speaking softly. Everything has been clarified. I was actually about to set out to find you all, and your arrival is quite timely. Just as Feiya was smiling and preparing to take Xiao, Yiming nonchalantly moved his arms away, allowing Xiao to perch upon one of his arms. With a finger, he pointed towards a tree not far away, stating, There's a little one following us. Upon hearing this, Feiya swiftly approached the woods, returning with a small, dark gray ball of fluff in his hands. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Chief, please don't grab my feathers. The females will mock me. You're just a little tyke, and already thinking about females. Feiya chuckled as he held the little ball. Cheep, 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 cheep. I like that pretty female. When I grow up, I will mate with her. The small eaglet excitedly pointed a wing towards Yiming. Feiya instantly understood the reason behind Yiming's displeasure. Dealing with such a small creature was indeed a headache. He decisively cut off the conversation, carrying the eaglet toward the plaza, where he found its family and unceremoniously tossed it over. Chapter 117. The enthusiasm of females after handling the little eaglet. Feiya clapped his hands and approached Yiming. Can you not be a bit gentler? He is still so young. What if he gets hurt? Observing the eaglet being roughly tossed and then casually left by its family, Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. It was one thing if it weren't a biological offspring, but why was even the biological one treated with such indifference? My tenderness is reserved solely for Xiao, but if Xiao were to have little ones, I may share a bit with them, Feiya stated, his expression serious, devoid of any jest. Surprisingly, Yiming nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Xiao was at a loss for words. How could they so boldly and unapologetically speak of favoritism? Lo One, you are remarkable. Be my mate. Lo One, I wish to bond with you. Lo One, ignore them and be my partner. I will bear your offspring this year. The new leader had been determined, and the females present were restless. Upon seeing Yingbei, they nearly concluded that he would be the new leader. However, no one anticipated that the consistently low-key Lu Wen would emerge victorious. With such an impressive single male becoming the new leader, they once again glimpsed hope. The females proudly extended olive branches to the new leader, with Kei Ling's voice ringing the loudest. The prospect of mating and bearing their own offspring this year was an irresistible temptation for the males. As Xiao continued to make blunders before her, Kei Ling grew increasingly agitated. Upon hearing Xiao's voice resonate in the square, Kei Ling became convinced that Xiao had intentionally come to steal Lu Wen away. Ignoring the dejected expressions of Yingbei and the others, she confidently made the most generous promise. Such a proposition piqued Xiao's curiosity. Leaning on Yiming's shoulder, she strained to see the crowd. The sound of that female's voice was somewhat familiar, leading her to believe that the female must be utterly enamored with the male if she was so eager to agree to bear his offspring. Noticing the curious gaze from afar, Kei Ling lifted her head proudly, a smirk playing at her lips, as if envisioning a scene where she could easily torment Xiao. Could it be that Xiao had developed feelings for Luwen? Xiao's gaze lingered behind, causing Fei to feel an involuntary tension. If this were indeed the case, would it not mean he had unwittingly acquired a rival in love? Otherwise, why not go and give Luwen a good thrashing? And let you take the role of clan leader. Fei remarked, eyeing Yiming. Do you have any regrets? The position of the clan leader's partner offers a plethora of females to choose from. You know? Xiao was drawn back to attention by Fei's voice and chuckled lightly. Is that so? Yet, even when others clamored for it. Did you not spare it a glance? Fei gently pinched the other's delicate, fair face, vividly recalling the scene she had overlooked, and upon reflection, he still felt a twinge of displeasure. What is not meant for me need not be contested. What is rightfully mine cannot be taken by another. I merely chose what I cherish and what cherishes me in return. Xiao released her grip from Fei's hand, leaping down from Yiming's arm, and gently took hold of both their hands, softly stating that even though the little one appeared to take everything for granted, her words were deeply etched into the masculine heart. In stark contrast to the tender exchange among Xiao and her companions, Luwen, the newly appointed clan leader, felt a throbbing headache as he was besieged by several females on the viewing platform, pressing him to reveal whom he wished to mate with. Rather than being pleased by the enthusiastic invitations from the females, Luwen found their noise irritating. Observing Fei, Yiming, and the females in their carefree interactions not far away, a twinge of regret stirred within him. Today, let us share the spoils of the hunt. Unable to withstand the hopeful gazes of the females, he uttered a brief remark before transforming his hands into wings and swiftly taking flight. Once Luwen departed, the remaining males instinctively began to divide the catch, while the other beastmen dispersed with their portions. They did not claim the prey caught by others. Fei returned to the cave with Xiao, while Yiming ventured out alone to hunt. Seizing the rare opportunity to be alone with Xiao, Fei made every effort to assert his presence. After becoming mates the previous day, he had refrained from overwhelming her shyness by merely holding her as they slept. Now, with Yiming absent, he was determined to embrace this precious moment. You can go about your business. You need not stay with me, Xiao said, watching Fei, who paced before her, occasionally stealing glances in her direction. His lips moved as if he had something to say but ultimately fell silent. Gently, she reached out to stop him. Fei grasped her hand firmly in his palm, applying a slight pressure that sent her tumbling toward him. Xiao, you do like me, don't you? He inquired, wrapping his arms around her waist, gazing at her with a cautious tenderness. Xiao met his gaze. Her emotions laid bare before him, unguarded and vulnerable. You can be a bit more confident and drop the Don to Xiao, initially intending to tease him, softened at the sight of his earnest expression and gazed deeply into his eyes as she spoke gently. Receiving Xiao's affirmative reply, Fei tightened his embrace, pulling her close as if wishing to meld her into his very being. His heart pulsed with a vigorous rhythm, each heartbeat radiating warmth that coursed through her, as if conveying the depths of his affection. After a long moment, he gently released her, his eyes fixed upon her with an intensity brimming with desire, causing Xiao to shy away from his gaze, her body trembling instinctively as she sought to retreat. Yet, his hands firmly gripped her shoulders, rendering her immobile. Just as she pondered the suddenness of it all, the warmth enveloped her lips, his kiss crashing upon her like a fierce beast, consuming her breath entirely. She could only helplessly endure the ravaging of his lips upon hers, each turn infused with an undeniable authority and strength. Suddenly, in a daze from the kiss, Xiao was swept up in his arms, instinctively gasping as she grasped Fei's arm. The delicate blush adorning her cheeks rendered her irresistibly charming. With gentle care, Fei placed her in the grassy nest, leaning down to bestow a soft kiss upon her forehead. Xiao, please don't push me away, will you? His low whisper caressed her ears, seemingly igniting his own reason as he gazed deeply into her eyes, which shimmered with a faint crimson, his breaths becoming increasingly erratic. The warmth of his breath cascading over her neck, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Fei struggled to restrain the desire that clamored within him. Lifting his gaze to her face and cautiously observing her reactions, he did not wish to frighten her, yet he was equally unwilling to relinquish this moment. I have always belonged to you. Her voice was soft as a gentle breeze, yet tinged with an undeniable shyness, with a stirring of emotions. He could not help but lean in slightly, their lips meeting once more, this kiss markedly different from the earlier roughness, tender and filled with affection. It ignited her being, quickening the rhythm of her heartbeat. His tongue roamed freely within her mouth, gently nibbling at her lower lip, coaxing forth soft gasps from her. It seemed as though he wished to pour all his love into this kiss. Yiming returned with his prey, and as he approached the cave entrance, he was met with the sweet, sultry sounds of the female's moans emanating from within. His steps faltered, brow furrowing as he stared into the cave, before he finally turned away, carrying his catch. After an intense interlude, Feiya lay contentedly beside her, his powerful arm encircling her waist. As he gazed at the exquisite beauty of the sleeping female, he tenderly caressed her cheek, carefully arranging her slightly disheveled hair, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Feeling a slight itch on her neck, Xiao furrowed her brow, her long, thick lashes fluttering gently as she slowly opened her eyes. Clearly still caught in the remnants of slumber, she rubbed her eyes and shifted her body slightly, remaining in a state of drowsiness. Xiao, you're awake. Noticing her consciousness return, Feiya quickly sat up, gently supporting her as she leaned against him. Xiao felt as though her entire body was about to fall apart. Devoid of any strength, she could only allow Feiya to manipulate her at will, softly leaning against him while casting a disgruntled glare in his direction. Are you dissatisfied with me, Xiao? Feiya asked, his eyes narrowing slightly, his voice a touch hoarse and quivering. Had she not inadvertently caught a glimpse of the sly glimmer in his eyes, Xiao might have genuinely believed that he had endured a great injustice. Xiao had no intention of indulging this theatrical character, and, pressing her sore back, she contemplated getting up to wash herself. However, before she could rise, Feiya had flipped over and pinned her down, speaking in a suggestive tone. If I've made Xiao uncomfortable, it is my fault, and I wish to make amends. Ha ha ha, stop it, that tickles, ha ha ha. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while Xiao was distracted, his fingers lightly danced along her waist, causing her to squirm and burst into laughter as she attempted to evade Feiya's playful grasp. Xiao, you were silent. It seems you were displeased with me. Feiya's gaze dimmed, a hint of sorrow etched upon his brow, clearly feeling a sense of grievance. Yet, the mischief in his hands showed no sign of abating, and, hidden from Xiao's sight, a smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, please, Feiya, let me go, ha ha ha. Xiao trembled uncontrollably with laughter, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Feiya with a pitiful expression, pleading for mercy. All right, I shall cease the teasing. Feiya gently extended a hand, brushing away the tears that lingered at the corners of her eyes, soothing her with soft words. The meat has been grilled to perfection. Once Xiao wakes up, let us indulge in the feast. Just as Feiya contemplated how to seize an opportunity, Yiming's voice echoed from outside the cave. Upon hearing Yiming's voice, Xiao clutched onto it as if it were a lifeline, swiftly pushing Feiya aside, hastily donning her animal skin skirt, and dashing towards the cave entrance. Although her legs trembled weakly, nearly causing her to stumble, the desire to distance herself from Feiya remained unwavering. Could it be that her little female was genuinely displeased with him? A sense of emptiness washed over Feiya in the vast grass nest, prompting him to quickly wrap himself in animal skins and pursue her. Chapter 119, gained weight outside the cave. By the fire pit, the female sat leisurely on a rock, swaying her long legs, a small stone bowl in her hands filled with strips of shredded meat, her body reclining against Yiming. Does it hurt here? Is it the spot? Yiming's slender fingers pressed gently on her waist, leaving a trace of warmth on her skin. Yes, indeed, it is this spot. Be gentle, she replied. Yiming's movements were tender as he gradually kneaded her waist, the initial sensation of soreness beginning to ease. Thank you, Yiming. With a smile, Xiao turned and offered a piece of meat to Yiming's lips. Yiming, seemingly indifferent, cast a glance at the stone bowl in Xiao's hand before contentedly opening his mouth to consume the morsel she presented. Over the past couple of days, he had noticed that her appetite had improved considerably. Concerned about her frail stature and the possibility of illness, he had taken to discreetly placing extra strips of meat into her bowl during meals. The oblivious Xiao seemed unaware, as she consistently managed to finish the meat strips. Have I been indulging a bit too much lately? Xiao lowered her gaze to the empty stone bowl in her hands, murmuring softly as she stumbled upon a rather alarming realization. The bountiful grilled meat that Yiming had so generously offered her, save for the piece she had given back to him, had all vanished into her own stomach. What distressed her further was the unsettling sensation of still feeling hungry. Glancing at the sizzling meat over the fire, she found herself enchanted by the tantalizing sounds and aromas, as if they whispered sweet temptations of satisfaction into her ears. Igniting her appetite uncontrollably, Yiming, gently kneading her waist, reveled in the softness that he had nurtured, though he was quite pleased with her petite form. He found no aversion to the delightful squishiness beneath his fingers. After all, a little extra flesh could be deemed healthier. As Feiya stepped out of the cave, He overheard Yu Xiao's mutterings and approached, playfully pinching her tender, pale cheeks. I really ought to consider losing some weight, she sighed. The word fat utterly shattering her urge to indulge in more meat. She reached to pinch her own waist, noticing only slight changes, yet feeling inexplicably self-conscious about the area being squeezed. Be quiet, don't mind him, she retorted, witnessing Yi Zhao's internal struggle. Poised to lose the hard-earned softness she had cultivated due to Fei Ye's careless comment, Yiming felt an overwhelming desire to kick him. Xiao. We can set off to the wolf tribe tomorrow, he announced. Noticing Yi Zhao's conflicted expression, Fei Ye quickly sensed his blunder and hastened to redirect the conversation. Ah, excellent. Yi Zhao's mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of how to swiftly and effectively shed the soft layer of flesh encircling her abdomen. She scarcely registered what Fei Ye had said, responding only with an absent-minded acknowledgement. It was only when the rich aroma of meat combined with a subtle hint of charcoal grilling began to waft into her mouth that she became aware of Fei Ye's relentless efforts to feed her. Oh dear, you must not become stumbling blocks on my path to weight loss. Yu Xiao chewed vigorously on the aromatic grilled meat, her small face puffed up adorably, while her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimmed with disapproval, as if silently protesting. Although he didn't fully comprehend her words, her endearing expression rendered him utterly soft-hearted. He found himself unable to refuse whatever she requested. Thus, he tenderly responded, as you wish. Yu Xiao slightly turned her body to evade Fei Ye's hand. Rising from Yiming's embrace and stepping aside, she sought to demonstrate her determination to lose weight through action. Today, she had indeed indulged in quite a bit. So neither of the two hindered her. The area around the cave was quite safe, allowing her to roam freely. The following morning, Fei Ye and Yiming chose not to inform the other beastmen of their departure, wishing to prevent any other males from encroaching upon Yu Xiao. After confirming that the weather would remain clear, they quietly left the Eagle clan with the still slumbering Yu Xiao in their arms. Having been lifted from the warm fur blanket into a cozy embrace, still enveloped in drowsiness and familiar scents, she found it too laborious to open her eyes. A slight movement of her body nestled her face deeper into the warmth of the chest, and she drifted back into a peaceful slumber. Feeling the subtle movements of the little one in his arms, Fei Ye's brow softened as he spoke gently, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure her comfort. Chapter 120. The aggrieved tears with a slight flutter of her eyelashes, Yu Xiao gradually opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy between sleep and wakefulness. The unfamiliar surroundings came into view, causing her to raise a hand to rub her eyes, finally achieving full consciousness. Yu Xiao held her breath, paralyzed with fear, her heart pounding violently within her chest. The terror of being in an unfamiliar place loomed over her like an invisible specter, striking when she least expected it. Yiming. Fei Ye, are you there? She ventured to speak, but only her voice echoed within the cavern. Suddenly, Yu Xiao straightened up, the large animal hide slipping from her shoulders. Beside her lay what appeared to be their leather bags, yet Yiming and Fei Ye were nowhere to be found. Faced with such uncertainty for the first time, a flicker of unease ignited within her. Could I have traversed dimensions again? Having experienced a similar journey before, her immediate instinct was to conclude that she had indeed crossed over once more. After repeatedly reminding herself to remain calm, she slowly rose to her feet. If they were absent, she must independently ascertain her current circumstances. Anxiety coursed through her as she contemplated the fate of her bonded males should she have indeed transitioned again. The thought of their potential misfortune due to her actions tightened her heart, a pain radiating through her limbs. She found herself within a cavern. The air thick with the scent of damp earth, and the darkness enveloping her made it difficult to discern her surroundings without the faint light filtering in from outside. As she cautiously navigated her way out of the cave, she was met with a torrential downpour, heavy clouds congregating ominously above the forest canopy. The oppressive atmosphere and dreary sky weighed heavily upon her, explaining the darkness within the cave. Before her lay a vast expanse of towering trees, and Yi Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least she was still within the beastly realm. A gust of wind rustled the branches, creating a cacophony of sound as she wrapped her arms around herself, shivering against the chill. After a moment's hesitation, she retreated back into the cave to retrieve the animal hide she had dropped, only to find that the rain was far too intense for her to venture out in search of them. Quietly, she settled into a corner, her eyes glimmering with poignant thoughts as she gazed into the distance, as if pursuing a distant memory. All she could do now was wait, hoping the storm would abate. Perhaps they were merely delayed by the downpour and would soon return. Given their natures, they would not stray too far from her side. If she sought them, she would surely find them. Perhaps they were already on their way back. She realized how utterly spoiled she had become by their attention. The anxiety of their absence intertwining with the solitude of awakening in an alien environment, flooding her with an indescribable sense of grievance. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her lips quivering as she emitted a faint whimper. Xiao, what troubles you? Yiming, returning with firewood, was immediately drawn to her soft sobs, dropping the wood and rushing toward her. Where have you been? Why did you leave me all alone? I was so frightened without you. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Xiao's tears surged forth like a broken dam. Her sobs gradually intensified, beginning as soft whimpers before erupting into heart-wrenching cries. Her eyes were swollen and red, and the expression of sorrow etched upon her face was profoundly heart-rending. Her frail shoulders trembled with each sob, yet her small hands stubbornly clung to his arm. I'm sorry, there won't be a next time. Please don't cry, it's all my fault. You can hit me. Yiming had never witnessed such a display from Xiao. She never demanded anything from them. In his heart, she had always been a resilient figure. Even when a wild beast had taken her away last time, she had not wept like this, revealing the depth of her fear. He should not have ventured out while she slept. He should have stayed by her side, ensuring she was not left alone. Had he accompanied her, she would not be this distressed and frightened. The predicament was entirely his negligence. Wrapping her tightly in his embrace, he softly murmured his apologies. Contemplating her reddened eyes and the look of injustice on her face, Yiming was overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. He raised her hand to strike himself, but, fearing he might hurt her, he released her and instead lifted his own hand to inflict punishment upon himself. As Xiao felt him release her, she raised her hand and hurriedly embraced the hand he had lifted, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out, "Do not hurt yourself." Chapter 121. Do not leave me alone. Where is this? Did you just go to look for wood? Observing the logs not far away, Xiao regretted her earlier harshness towards Yiming. However, as she began to speak, she was overtaken by sobs, prompting her to cover her lips as she stammered her question. We have already left the tribe, and I did not expect it to rain so heavily. This is a temporary cave we found. We saw you sleeping soundly and did not want to wake you. Feiya went hunting, and I remained at the cave's entrance. Xiao, I assure you, I will never leave you alone again. Yiming gently explained the current situation. Noticing the cave's coolness, he intended to rise and gather the wood on the ground, only to find his left hand firmly grasped by Xiao. With a heart full of tenderness, he lifted her hand and gazed at her. I will gather wood to start a fire. You wait for me here. Though his hand was released, a little figure with a hiccup trailed closely behind him, silent but following him step by step, as if fearing that Yiming would suddenly vanish if she did not. Her softness and docility filled him with immense joy. Her clingy demeanor was simply too adorable. Yiming suppressed the impulse to pull her into his embrace as he began to kindle the fire. I am sorry for the earlier outburst. I should not have yelled at you. As Xiao lowered her head and followed Yiming, she contemplated apologizing to him once her hiccups subsided. Unexpectedly, Yiming, having exhausted his patience, turned abruptly, causing her to collide directly into his embrace. Neither had anticipated such a reaction from the other. Xiao glanced up and softly murmured her apology, only to be enveloped tightly by him, his warm lips silencing the words she had yet to utter. The sudden kiss sent her heart racing like a drum, his hand slowly gliding down her back, eliciting a tingling sensation that escaped her lips in a soft gasp. His tongue gently pried open her lips, intertwining with hers. It was not until he sensed her breathlessness, her body softening against him, that he reluctantly released her, cradling her flushed face in his hands. His deep, affectionate gaze drew closer as he spoke softly. I cherish your clinginess. I adore your temper. I do not require your apology. I fear your tears, so please, do not be sad anymore. I believed I had returned to my world, never to see you again. Reassured in Yiming's embrace, Xiao clung to his waist, biting her lip as tears shimmered in her eyes, yet she refrained from letting them fall, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability to him. If it comes to that, just wait for me obediently. Even if it costs my life, I will find a way to be by your side. Yiming gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smoothing her furrowed brow, speaking tenderly. All right, she softly replied, closing her eyes and resting quietly against him. His embrace felt like a blazing flame, offering boundless warmth and affection that intoxicated her soul. Yiming held her tightly, instilling an inexplicable sense of security in Xiao, as if his presence rendered her fearless against any adversity. Feiya entered the cave with his catch, spotting the two nestled beside the fire. Is Xiao still asleep? The firelight illuminated her face, casting a soft and mysterious glow as if she were enveloped in a delicate golden halo. She is exhausted. Do not wake her. Yiming said, pulling a beast hide over her. You two haven't even made it, and yet this little sloth can sleep so soundly, Feiya remarked as he settled beside them. Upon seeing Yi Xiao's face, he glared at Yiming in anger. Has she been crying? My fault? Yiming replied. His gaze filled with remorse as he looked at the person in his arms, his brow furrowed, eyes deep and tranquil. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke softly. Come outside with me. I need a reason not to hit you. Feiya, observing Yiming's demeanor, responded coldly. Once Xiao wakes up, I will let you hit me, but we cannot leave her alone here. Hearing Yiming's words, Feiya suppressed his anger, skewering the game over the fire. With Xiao resting against him, he knew that if he set her down, she would awaken. He could not disturb her rest out of anger. As time passed, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, the juices dripping onto the flames, producing a satisfying sizzle. Xiao was roused from her slumber. Her eyes fluttering open to behold Feiya's stern countenance beside her. Momentarily at a loss, she let out a light chuckle and remarked, Feiya, you've returned. Did you get drenched? As Feiya turned to respond, the sight of Yi Xiao's swollen eyes ignited a fire of fury within him. He cast a steely glare at Yiming and bellowed, Come out. With that, he strode purposefully towards the cave's entrance. Wait, what is happening? Yi Xiao exclaimed, hastily rising, puzzled by the palpable tension between the two. Xiao, we need to discuss something, but we won't stray far, Yiming said gently, his gaze softening as he too made his way outside. Upon her pursuit into the open air, Yi Xiao witnessed Feiya unleashing a barrage of punches upon Yiming, each strike landing with brutal force. Despite the savage beating, with injuries marring his body and blood gushing from his wounds, Yiming made no effort to retaliate. His visage was a tapestry of bruises, his eyes bloodshot and swollen, as crimson droplets from his lips stained the ground below. Feiya, why are you attacking Yiming? Yi Xiao's eyes widened in terror as she sprinted towards the two individuals. Since he refused to speak, this matter is far from over. Feiya, observing Yi Xiao, also took flight, manifesting wings and soaring into the sky, gesturing for Yiming to follow. Do not leave me behind. Watching as Yiming transformed his wings, she was perplexed by the unfolding events. Realizing she could no longer intervene, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, unable to contain her emotions, and broke down into inconsolable sobs. Chapter 122, Malice. The sudden outburst of crying startled the two males, prompting them to turn their gazes towards the female kneeling outside the cave. Her frail shoulders trembled with each sob, leaving the two men in a state of turmoil as they rushed to her side. Xiao, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Feiya, kneeling beside the curled-up Yi Xiao, felt a surge of anxiety but hesitated to reach out and touch her, instead watching her with concern. Behind Feiya, Yiming bore a face of remorse, having previously focused solely on remedying his own blunder. He thought that if Feiya were to confront him, it might alleviate his guilt, yet he had forgotten the promise made to the fragile girl. Yiming attempted several times to push past Feiya to embrace her, to reassure her that she need not weep, yet he feared that she would not wish to see the untrustworthy version of himself in this moment. Yi Xiao covered her face with trembling hands, tears streaming slowly through her fingers. No matter how Feiya questioned her, she remained silent and indifferent. After a long while, when even her faint sobs had ceased, she gradually lowered her hands, rose to her feet, and walked into the cave with her head bowed, avoiding the two. Witnessing such a state from Yi Xiao instilled an inexplicable sense of anxiety in the two of them. She had never before shown such disregard, even in the face of unfamiliar beastmen. Their hearts were filled with a restless unease, entangled like a chaotic knot, rendering them unable to find tranquility. Inside the cave, Yi Xiao sat by the fire, draped in animal hides, gazing into the flames as if lost in thought. Her complexion was pallid, her eyes slightly swollen, and traces of tears lingered on her face. A wave of helplessness and fragility emanated from her, causing sharp pangs of pain in the hearts of the two. If you wish to go, then go. You need not stay with me. Yi Xiao's voice suddenly emerged, devoid of the previous excitement, as she calmly gazed at the two individuals at the cave's entrance. Having quelled her agitation, Yi Xiao felt that perhaps she had overreacted. She was not yet prepared to confront them. She contemplated allowing them to continue with their previous activities, intending to offer a sincere apology once she had regained her composure. Xiao, are you asking us to leave? Little Xiao inquired, his expression turning grave, filled with sorrow. I won't go. Yi Xiao, perplexed by their reactions, looked towards them in confusion. When did I ever ask you to leave? Little Xiao, can you forgive me this time? At that moment, Yiming's mind was consumed by this thought, his steps towards her becoming increasingly heavy. Stop. What are you two imagining? She exclaimed. I am the one who has been crying uncontrollably. Why do you both look so aggrieved? Understanding the undertones of their words, familiar memories surged within her, prompting Xiao to interrupt them. If you ignore me, I won't just feel wronged. I'll also be frightened, Fei declared, hastening towards Xiao. Weren't you the one who wanted to take Yiming out? I merely suggested you busy yourselves. It was your own overthinking. As she flipped the skewers, Xiao continued. Yes, we misinterpreted everything. Xiao is not at fault. With the misunderstanding cleared, Fei breathed a sigh of relief and began to echo her sentiments. I would never leave you over trivial matters. I apologize for today's incident, and as a form of penance, I insist that none of you speak to me today. Allowing me to reflect on myself. Xiao cast a glance at Yiming, who remained standing at a distance. In the next moment, she pulled open the animal hide and nestled herself within, curling up tightly. Though she appeared somewhat timid, she deemed that evasion was preferable to humiliation. Xiao, are you punishing yourself or us? Come out quickly, lest you suffocate. Fei disapproved and gently patted the bulging hide, yet Xiao resolutely refused to emerge. Little one, please come out. It is not your fault. It is my mistake. There shall be no next time, I promise. Yiming stepped forward, softly coaxing as he patted the animal hide. Please, do not mind us. If you wish to fight, go to the cave entrance. I neither see nor hear anything. Xiao indeed felt a certain discomfort, yet some matters must be resolved in one go. She endured the struggle, refusing to step outside. Finally, Fei seemed to comprehend the situation. Now it was her turn. The little creature was protesting, though feeling somewhat wronged. She reluctantly spoke. It is indeed my fault for resorting to violence. Xiao could no longer contain herself. She lifted the animal hide and took deep breaths of the fresh air. Suddenly, a pungent stench assaulted her senses, permeating the cave with an indescribable odor. Upon detecting this foul aroma, nausea surged within her, causing her to furrow her brow and cover her lips as she retched. Xiao noticed Xiao's distress and immediately felt a surge of anxiety, closely following her and gently patting her back to help ease her discomfort. Shoving Fei's hand away softly, Xiao shook her head and quickly stepped out of the cave to breathe, with both of them anxiously trailing behind her. Quickly go fetch the roasted meat. It's burnt, Xiao said slowly, seeing the two hastily emerge. Honestly, I couldn't smell it under the covers. And they didn't even pay attention. What a pity, I haven't had a